Jiang Chun, a man who had once perished alongside a demon god in a virtual world, opened his eyes to find himself back in an ordinary night 5 years ago. The astonishing time leap made him question if he was dreaming. As Jiang Chun rubbed his aching temples and looked around in confusion, the familiar layout of the room struck him like lightning. This was undoubtedly the place he lived right after graduation. Memories flooded back, and he muttered to himself, I was just challenging the divine ascension steps among the gods. Among the Gods, the groundbreaking online game released in 2050, had not only stunned the gaming world with its incredibly realistic experience, but also became a global sensation with its unique feature of integrating player attributes into reality. The so-called divine ascension steps were the most challenging, dangerous, and alluring part of the game. Failing meant losing one's life. Succeeding meant gaining divinity and becoming a true god. Scenes from the final battle replayed in Jiang Chen's mind. He had sacrificed the artifact Yin Wheel and perished along with Asmodeus, one of the 72 demon gods. In the blinding white light, the demon god's life was obliterated, and Jiang Chen's consciousness disintegrated as well. However, at the moment of his fall, a special shard from the wheel shot into his body like a meteor, a detail Jiang Chen hadn't noticed. Perished together. What a cliché! Jiang Chen couldn't help but scoff, only to be pulled back to reality by a sweet, lowly-like voice. The game goes live at 8 p.m. Anyone want to play with me? Wow. Thanks for the rocket. Fish bro. Moo, I love you. Jiang Chen finally noticed his computer was still on, displaying a live stream. On the screen was a cute girl with elaborate makeup, wearing a maid outfit with cat ears, lacy white stockings, and a fluffy tail. She occasionally made cute gestures, playing the role of an adorable cat girl. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but show a strange expression. He used to enjoy this kind of thing, but now it felt a bit unsettling. While he didn't mind cat-eared lowly girls, this one seemed overly childlike. That's so me. How embarrassing. Jiang Chen mocked himself, yet he couldn't resist taking another look. Just then a knock came at the door. Jiang Chen jumped and turned to see a figure enter. She wore a tight tank top that highlighted her ample chest and a pair of short shorts that revealed her long, slender legs. This stunning woman was Jiang Chen's neighbor and former boss, Xiao Ruier. Ruier, can you knock? Jiang Chen grumbled. Xiao Ruier walked over and placed a box the size of a head on the table, labeled Among the Gods and Game Helmet. Here your stuff, she said. After thanking her, Jiang Chen noticed Xiao Ruier's eyes drawn to the live stream on his screen. Wow, white stockings and a lowly. Jiang Chen, is this your taste? She teased. Jiang Chen quickly defended himself. No way. Ruier, what do you take me for? Can't I like black stockings on a mature woman too? Xiao Ruier squinted and leaned in close to Jiang Chen's ear, her voice sultry. So, am I the kind of mature woman you like? Jiang Chen shivered and quickly changed the subject. Well, Ruier, the game is about to go live, But Xiao Ruier persisted. It's only 7:30, half an hour to go. Want me to put on black stockings for you? Jiang Chen's eyes instinctively roamed over Xiao Ruier's smooth legs, imagining them in black stockings, and he felt a sudden heat. He shook his head vigorously. No, that's really harmful to my health. Oomph. Little brother, keep dreaming. Xiao Ruier rolled her eyes at him and left. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the computer clock. July 15th, 2050, 7:35 p.m. 25 minutes until the game launch. He turned off the computer and opened the game helmet box. At 8 p.m. sharp, Jiang Chen put on the game helmet and thought, log into the game. Ding! Player information detected. Logging in. Login successful. Welcome to the world of Among the Gods. As the ethereal voice faded, Jiang Chen found himself in a grand hall. The system prompt indicated it was awakening his talent. Jiang Chen felt both nervous and excited, wondering what level of talent he would receive this time. However, something unexpected happened. Ding! Special energy detected. Talent awakening interrupted. Jiang Chen was stunned. Before he could react, the game prompt sounded again. Analyzing special energy. Analysis complete. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have acquired a special talent. Yin-yang reversal. Jiang Chen stared at his talent panel, momentarily stunned. In the world of gods, the grades and colors of player talents typically correspond to 5 categories: gray, green, blue, purple, and orange. However, his talent, yin-yang reversal, displayed a unique black and white swirling pattern. A large question mark prominently appeared in the grade section, as if mocking his ignorance. Yin-yang reversal, unique grade, Jiang Chen murmured to himself, his eyes flickering with confusion and astonishment. He carefully read the talent's effect. It allows the player to apply the yin-yang reversal to existing skills, changing their characteristics to produce the opposite effect. This effect scales with the player's level. Jiang Chen's mind raced as he tried to comprehend the meaning of this talent. Opposite effect. Does this mean my damage skills could turn into healing skills? The thought made him chuckle wryly. What kind of talent is this designed to mess with my mind? Suddenly, an idea flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. His eyes gradually brightened, and a smile crept onto his face. Just then, a game notification sounded. Ding! Please select your initial class. The system displayed 7 initial class options: warrior, mage, priest, summoner, assassin, archer, and knight. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun decisively chose priest. His reasoning was clear. The yin-yang reversal talent could turn healing skills into damage skills. As a crucial support class, a priest's healing abilities were undeniable. Even if his hypothesis was wrong, the priest had another advanced class, option adjudicator, known for its formidable offensive capabilities. This gave him a fallback plan. Ding! Class selection successful. Please name your character. Fanshin. Jiangchen decided to use his previous game ID. Ding! Name successfully set. Would you like to adjust your appearance? You can adjust it by 1 to 10. This time, Jiangchen didn't miss the opportunity. In his previous life, he had learned that in-game attributes could be proportionally transferred to reality, including appearance. Increase appearance by 10. Jiangchen chose decisively. However, the system's response left him somewhat amused. Sorry, the system evaluation shows your appearance threshold is too high. You can only increase it by up to 2.05. Would you like to proceed? What does that mean? Are they targeting good-looking people? Jiangchen smirked. Fine, increase it. Better than nothing. Ding! Adjustment complete. Respected player Fanshin, you will now be transported to newbie village number 10001. May your name echo throughout the world of gods. As the ethereal voice faded, a flash of white light filled Jiang Chen's vision. Accompanied by a slight sensation of weightlessness, he vanished from his original spot. Moments later, Jiang Chen appeared in the bustling square of Newbie Village. People crowded around, with flashes of white light indicating the arrival of new players. Everyone was dressed in the most basic starting outfits, which had no attributes and served only to cover their modesty. Jiang Chun surveyed his surroundings, marveling at the incredibly lifelike world. The tactile sensations, visuals, and even the floral scent in the air were indistinguishable from reality. The new players around him were buzzing with excitement. Some flaunted their rare talents, others sought teammates, and many were eager to start their adventures. Ignoring the surrounding commotion, Jiang Chen calmly opened his inventory, finding 2 pieces of starter gear: a novice robe white, defense 1, and a novice staff white, attack 1. He quickly equipped both items, and then opened his attribute panel. Player: Fanshin. Talent: Yin-Yang Reversal Unique. Class: Priest. Level 1. Health: 100 Constitution 10. Mana: 100 Intelligence 10. Spell Power: 20 Intelligence 2. Attack: 6 Strength 0.5. Defense: 6 Constitution 0.5. Constitution: 10 Strength 10. Agility: 10. Intelligence 10. Jiangchen quietly noted these stats. Although every player started with 10 points in each of the 4 main attributes, the class-specific bonuses varied. He knew that the journey ahead would be filled with challenges and opportunities. Jiangchen closed the panel and turned his attention to the skill bar. Each class had its own unique starting skills, and as a priest, his initial skill was Healing Spell. Healing Spell 1 star. Restores 2100 of spell power as health to the target. Cooldown: 5 seconds. Mana cost 5. Below the skill description, there was a special note. The talent Yin-Yang Reversal can be applied to this skill, giving it the opposite effect. Note: this effect currently increases by 50, and after level 10, it increases by 100. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun immediately applied the talent to the healing spell. I hope this doesn't disappoint me, he muttered to himself. The skill icon lit up with intertwined black and white colors, and the skill's effect underwent a stunning transformation. Healing Spell 1 star reversed. Reduces the target's health by 150 of spell power. Cooldown: 5 seconds. Mana cost 5. Jiang Chen stared at this new skill and couldn't help but swallow hard. This change far exceeded his expectations. Originally, the priest class lacked damage skills and could only rely on their staff to hit monsters, but its powerful healing ability made it a valuable asset in team play. At level 1, it could heal 40 health points with a 5-second cooldown and 5 mana cost. Given that intelligence-based classes regenerate mana equivalent to their level per second, it was almost like having infinite casting capability. However, now Jiang Chen's healing spell had become a damage skill, and its effect was boosted by 50. Even mages would pale in comparison. What's more exciting was that this boost could grow with his level, reaching a 100 increase after level 10. This talent is absolutely on par with perfection, far beyond my expectations, Jiang Chun thought with glee. Next, he decided to farm red sheep. Jiang Chen recalled that shortly after the game's launch, an NPC would appear in a ruined temple south of the beginner village. Players could exchange red sheep horns for buffs, with more horns yielding better rewards. This NPC would only stay for an hour and was considered the best perk in the beginner village. If I remember correctly, the NPC appears 2 hours after the game launches, at 10 p.m. I need to hurry, Chen calculated, then quickly headed out of the village, ready to show his prowess. Chen quickly walked out of the novice village, and the scenery opened up before him. A vast, lush plain stretched out as far as the eye could see. However, what should have been a tranquil meadow was bustling with activity, packed with players of all kinds. Looking for a tank for leveling up, efficient team. Need one more. Offering to help girls level up. Message me if interested. Girls Gaming Studio. Offering companionship and fast leveling. Looking for a generous supporter. One spot available. Humble assassins seeking a team. The shouts and calls echoed incessantly, making the village entrance a lively hub. Hey there, want to team up? A hopeful young girl approached Chen. No, Chen curtly declined and, after confirming his direction, walked away. After nearly 20 minutes, Chen arrived at a secluded grassy area on the eastern side of the plain. There were no other players in sight, only herds of red-horned sheep leisurely wandering around. The system identified them as level 1 monsters. You'll do. Chen targeted the nearest red sheep and cast a healing spell. A beam of white light hit the sheep, astonishingly reducing its health by 30. This damage. Full hit? Chen muttered in surprise, realizing that his skill seemed to ignore defenses, a delightful, unexpected benefit. The attacked sheep charged at him angrily. Chen didn't intend to kite it, as he had no equipment and his movement speed was insufficient to outrun the wild creatures. He waited for the sheep to get close and then calmly swung his wooden staff. Thud! The staff hit with a dull sound, causing only 2 points of damage. With only 6 attack points himself, and considering the sheep's defense, the damage was pitifully low. Bah! The red sheep let out an angry cry and lowered its head, aiming its sharp horn at Chen. He deftly dodged the attack. The sheep's strikes were slow, and after missing, it prepared for another assault. Chen seized the moment, swung his staff again, and dodged once more. By this time, the 5-second cooldown of his healing spell had reset. Chen cast the skill again, and the sheep's health dropped significantly. Utilizing his adept techniques, Chen managed to solo the monster without taking any damage. During the 5-second skill cooldown, he could only fit in 2 normal attacks. Other classes at level 1 fared no better, and without Chen's high skill damage, soloing monsters was not easy for the average player. After a couple more rounds of healing spells, the red sheep finally fell. Satisfied, Chen nodded. It takes 4 healing spells to kill 1 red sheep. He quickly looted the corpse and picked up a sheep horn. The system indicated it was a fixed drop item. Red sheep horn. The distinctive horn of a red sheep. Legend has it that the citizens of the ancient Kuma Empire used it for worshipping deities. Now, it seems to be just a decorative item with no other use. Non-tradable. Chen glanced at his inventory, then targeted another red sheep nearby and cast a healing spell, beginning a new round of grinding. 10 minutes later, Chen had taken down his 30th red sheep. A system notification popped up. Your level has increased to 2. All your base attributes have increased by 1 point, and you have gained 4 free attribute points to distribute as you wish. Without hesitation, Chen allocated all 4 free points to intelligence. His attribute panel updated as follows. Constitution, 111. Strength, 111. Agility, 111. Intelligence, 155. Now, Chen's magic power had reached 30 points. Alright sheep, time for some healing, Chen muttered as he cast another healing spell on a new target. The white light fell, and the sheep instantly lost nearly 40 of its health. Now I can kill one with just 3 healing spells. Seeing the damage, Chen felt invigorated and eagerly continued casting his spells. The red sheep could only suffer under Chen's relentless healing attacks. 15 minutes later, another 60 red sheep had fallen to Chen's toxic healing. He had successfully reached level 3. He again allocated all 4 free points to intelligence, boosting his magic power to 40 points. Now, his healing spell could deal 90 points of damage. Chen checked the time. It was 8:40 p.m. He calculated. The NPC in the ruined temple arrives at 10 p.m. and leaves around 11 p.m. I need to give him the sheep horns before he leaves. I still have about 2 hours to grind. In the game, time synced with the real world, but only from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. was nighttime. The rest of the time was daylight. With that, Chen continued his sheep-slaying spree. Time quickly passed, and it was already 10:15 p.m. Chen, now at level 5, was tirelessly farming red rams. With determined steps, he finally reached the monster farming area. The sight before him lifted his spirits. A special quest awaited him. At that moment, Jiang Chen noticed a four-person team approaching with excited smiles. However, their smiles quickly froze when they saw him, replaced by a hint of surprise. The four exchanged glances, and one of the warriors stepped forward with a smile. "Hey man, how long have you been farming?" the warrior asked, his tone probing. "Just got here," Jiang Chen replied casually, bending down to pick up the loot on the ground. The warrior hesitated, then asked, "Mind if I ask, are you selling those ram horns?" Jiang Chen understood their intention and calmly responded, "The horns aren't tradable." Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen's eyes caught sight of more players approaching in the distance. He thought to himself, "Looks like it's time to head back. I wanted to farm a bit more, but players are arriving fast. Soon, there'll be too many, and it will be impossible to get any monsters." Jiang Chen glanced at his backpack, where 705 red ram horns were neatly stacked. Satisfied, he nodded. It was time to leave. Without hesitation, he turned and started walking back toward the beginner's village. The four-player team exchanged confused looks. "Why is he leaving?" someone muttered. But when they saw more players arriving behind them, their expressions changed drastically. "They're coming! Quick, pull the mobs!" With that command, the four sprang into action. On his way back, Jiang Chen saw more and more players heading toward the farming spot. The closer he got to the beginner's village, the denser the crowd became. After nearly 20 minutes of walking, he finally arrived at his destination, a dilapidated temple in the southern area of the beginner's village. In stark contrast to the outside commotion, there were only a few players here. The temple was built from rough stone blocks, and the 8 stone pillars flanking the main entrance were covered in web-like cracks, showing the passage of time. Jiang Chen pushed open the creaky wooden door and entered the temple. Inside, various broken statues were displayed, all with one common feature in distinct faces. Some statues were even reduced to just their lower halves. In a dark corner of the temple stood an old man in a gray robe. A few players were speaking with him, and then quickly leaving. Jiang Chen approached the old man. "Adventurer from another world," the old man said in a raspy voice. "You have just arrived. The gods should be guiding you. But the temple is lost, and the light of the statues is dim, making it hard to receive the gods' blessings. What should I do?" Jiang Chen asked, following the old man's lead. "The horns of the red rams can communicate with the gods," the old man explained slowly. "Go and gather them. The more you bring, the easier it will be to receive the gods' blessings. I won't stay here for long, so don't be greedy." A game prompt popped up. Special quest. Collect red ram horns and deliver them to the gray-robed elder. Reward. Blessing of the gods. Int. 1. The gray-robed elder will leave soon. 2. The more horns you collect, the higher the reward. Seeing the prompt, Jiang Chen scratched his head and said, "Well, elder, it's quite a coincidence. I happen to have some red ram horns right here. You have so many red ram horns. It seems the gods are truly favoring you." The old man in the gray robe took the horns Jiang Chen handed over, a look of astonishment crossing his face. He quickly regained his composure, clasping his hands together and muttering a few strange words with his eyes closed. In an instant, a red light enveloped Jiang Chen, warm and mysterious. "Adventurer, these horns serve as a conduit to the gods. Next, pray devoutly before the statues, and the gods will hear you," the old man said solemnly. A system prompt appeared. "You have obtained a special effect, divine conduit. Tip: stand before the statue and wait to receive the gods' blessings." Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement, eagerly anticipating the upcoming buff. He walked slowly to the center of the dilapidated temple, facing several broken statues, and fell into contemplation. From his experience, divine blessings usually meant receiving a beneficial buff, and each person received a different one. Most players only had a few horns and could only get the lowest level buffs, such as a 1 increase in drop rate when in a party, a 1 increase in monster experience when soloing, a 1 increase in movement speed during combat, or a 1 increase in health regeneration while standing still. Each buff had specific activation conditions. Of course, a few rare individuals handed over more horns. Jiang Chen recalled the highest record he had heard of in his previous life. Qi Sha, the vice president of the Immortal Myth Guild, had handed over 100 horns and received a powerful buff. When health is below 50, movement speed and attack speed increase by 30. This buff perfectly suited his assassin role, propelling him to the top 10 assassins. Having handed over 705 horns this time, Jiang Chen was full of anticipation for the divine blessing he was about to receive. However, as time passed, players came and went in the temple, but he was the only one waiting for a blessing. "Why is it taking so long? Do I really have to pray devoutly?" Jiang Chen muttered to himself. Just then, a female player noticed Jiang Chen and walked over with bright eyes. "Hi there! Did you see the limited time quest too? Want to team up?" she asked enthusiastically. "No time," Jiang Chen replied curtly. After the disappointed female player left, 3 more female players came over to invite Jiang Chen to team up and hunt red ram horns. Despite standing still, his striking looks drew a lot of attention. Then, a young knight holding a sword and shield approached. She looked about 20, with a pure and sweet appearance. "Hi, can we team up?" the knight asked politely. "No time," Jiang Chen answered without turning his head, still puzzled by the delayed blessing. The knight didn't leave but stood nearby, staring at Jiang Chen with wide eyes. "When will you have time?" she asked. Seeing no response from Jiang Chen, she continued, "How about we add each other as friends first? When you have time, we can play together. Don't think I'll drag you down just because I'm a girl. I'm really good, I promise. Why aren't you saying anything?" Jiang Chen finally turned to look at the girl, named Cheng Ying, and said helplessly, "I don't think you'll drag me down. I just don't like teaming up with girls." "Ah!" Cheng Ying exclaimed in surprise. You're gay?" Hearing the word gay, Jiang Chen almost lost his temper. He took a deep breath and calmly said, "Yes, I am." Jiang Chen's mindset was simple. If admitting it would make her leave him alone, so be it. Besides, he thought, being gay wasn't something to be ashamed of. A mix of shock and disappointment flashed in Cheng Ying's eyes. "I'm sorry, I didn't know. I'll go do my quest then," she said, turning to leave. However, she couldn't help but glance back at Jiang Chen, clearly feeling regret over the unexpected revelation. Unfortunately, at this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with statues, and his mind was consumed with thoughts of blessings. He anxiously waited, constantly wondering, how long will it take for this deity to bestow its blessing? Could something have gone wrong? That shouldn't be the case. Suddenly, a faint glow that only Jiang Chen could see emanated from one of the dilapidated statues. Although the statue's features were indistinguishable, its harmonious and graceful form was nearly perfect. At the same time, a melodious and heavenly voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. "Child from another world, may you always believe in love." Jiang Chen's heart raced as he excitedly realized, it's finally here. He immediately checked the hidden buff he received Aphrodite's blessing. The detailed buff effects appeared before his eyes. When teamed up with the opposite sex, gain the following benefits. 1 skill cooldown reduced by 50. 2 mana consumption reduced by 50. 3 drop quality 1. Each time intimacy with a member of the opposite sex reaches maximum, 1 team requirement for the buff is lifted. When intimacy with 3 members of the opposite sex reaches maximum, all team requirements for the buff are lifted. Seeing the incredible buff effects, Jiang Chen was stunned. He had just said he didn't like teaming up with girls, but now he had to reconsider. With such a powerful buff, he had to team up, no matter what. Moreover, once intimacy with 3 girls reached maximum, the team requirements would be gone. Jiang Chen frowned and thought, so, I just need to max out this so-called intimacy, right? But why does it have to be with girls? He couldn't figure it out. At that moment, the melodious heavenly voice spoke again. "Go, child. You should like girls and seek true love." Jiang Chen was taken aback, a thought flashing through his mind. Is this the voice of the love goddess? Like girls? Did she hear what I just said? And he couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, thinking to himself, this is all a misunderstanding. He silently defended himself. "I'm not gay." In that instant, Jiang Chen deeply realized, indeed, the gods are watching over us, and one must be careful with words and actions. He immediately put on a devout expression and loudly praised. Praise the love goddess, beloved love goddess. Whether he was sincere was another matter, but at least he looked the part. After all, since it seemed possible to communicate with the deity, why not try to see if he could get more benefits? Jiang Chen secretly planned, knowing that the underlying message of his praise was essentially, "Can I have some more?" Unfortunately, the goddess of love did not respond. Jiang Chen wasn't surprised. He began to scan the temple for potential teammates. Many players were coming and going, but there were very few female players, and those who were present seemed to already have teams. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly, thinking how ironic it was that he was usually approached by female players, but when he truly needed one, none could be found. It was like waiting for a bus when you want one. It never comes, but when you don't, they come one after another. He decided to try his luck at the village entrance, where there were more people. Just as he stepped out of the dilapidated temple, he saw a slender figure wielding a long sword and shield. It was the night girl, named Cheng Ying he had seen earlier. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately sent a team invitation. Invitation failed. The system prompt left Jiang Chen standing there, shaking his head in frustration. At the same time, Cheng Ying received a prompt. Player Fan Chun has invited you to join their team. You are already in a team and cannot accept the invitation. She was momentarily stunned and looked around for the handsome priest. Soon, she spotted Jiang Chen not far away and was about to greet him. Just then, a mage approached with an archer and a warrior. The mage said to Cheng Ying, "The team is full. Let's go." The eyes of the 3 men were glued to Cheng Ying, unable to look away. Wow, having a beauty in the team is a real treat. the archer said with a grin. With the beauty around, even fighting monsters feels easier, the warrior added, his smile as bright as a blooming flower. Cheng Ying found herself in a dilemma. She had just joined this team, but now she had received an invitation from the priest she admired. Looking back at Jiang Chun, she saw that he seemed to be about to leave. In that instant, Cheng Ying made up her mind. She apologized to her current team. Sorry, you guys will have to find someone else. With that, she left the team and quickly sent a team request to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun received a prompt. Player Cheng Ying has requested to join your team. Do you accept? He did not hesitate to accept. The system immediately displayed a message. Player Cheng Ying has joined the team. You have activated the blessing of the goddess of love. Skill cooldown reduced by 50. Mana consumption reduced by 50. Item drop quality 1. Wait for me, big brother. Cheng Ying called out in the team chat, hurrying to catch up. The 3 members of her former team were left dumbfounded. The mage leader was confused. Why did she leave? The warrior's face darkened. What's the meaning of this? Is she playing us? The archer, Sharpie, noticed she wanted to join that priest. What made them even more frustrated was that the priest was quite handsome. Filled with anger and frustration, they could do nothing but watch, as they were in a safe zone. They had hoped to showcase their skills in the dungeon and perhaps win the bowtie's heart, but now she had gone to someone else, leaving them with a bitter sense of loss. Jiang Chun and Cheng Ying quickly moved away. Cheng Ying curiously asked, Big brother, aren't we going to farm red sheep horns? Without turning back, Jiang Chun replied, It's too late to farm them now. Don't waste your time. The NPCs in the temple will leave in about 20 to 30 minutes. By the time we get back, we won't have enough time. He knew that most people farming red sheep horns were just wasting time. Cheng Ying realized, I see. She remembered that the old man in the gray robe had indeed mentioned he wouldn't stay long. She then asked, Where are we going now? Leveling up? Just follow me. Jiang Chen replied curtly. And stop calling me big brother. Use my name. Okay. Fan Chen brother. Cheng Ying obediently followed. They walked for nearly 20 minutes, leaving the novice village behind and arriving at a desolate area on the western edge of the Green Plains. By now, the sky had darkened, and a full moon rose, adding a touch of mystery to the barren wilderness. I didn't know it could get dark in the game, Cheng Ying muttered softly. In the game, nighttime lasted from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., a period of 2 hours. In this remote wilderness, the darkness was somewhat intimidating. Fortunately, the bright moon provided enough light to calm Cheng Ying's uneasy heart. A group of upright gnoll creatures, their legs splayed outward, wobbled as they roamed nearby. These level 5 knolls each had 1,000 health points, 5 times that of the red sheep, with significantly higher defense. For most players, these monsters were tough to handle. Breaking through their defenses was nearly impossible. However, for Jiang Chun, this was a piece of cake. He was now level 5 with 60 spell power, making his healing spell's damage bonus quite substantial. The key point was that this healing spell could bypass defenses entirely. Cheng Ying couldn't help but ask, Brother Fanchin, I'm only level 3. Are we really going to fight level 5 monsters? She glanced at Jiang Chen's level, which was also 5, but he was just a priest. She thought to herself, the team seemed to lack offensive power. Were they going to rely on slowly whittling down the monsters? An image popped into Cheng Ying's mind. She would be in the front, holding up a shield and fighting the monsters, while he would be behind her, healing. The two of them working together under the moonlight seemed quite romantic. But then she remembered that he wasn't interested in girls, and her excitement faded. Noticing the expression changes on the girl beside him, Jiang Chen frowned. He thought to himself, she's pretty, but she doesn't seem very smart. Oh well, as long as she doesn't cause trouble, she can just be a buff trigger. Go over there and enjoy the scenery. Don't get too close, don't aggro the monsters, and don't mess up my rhythm, Jiang Chen instructed, then walked straight towards the nearest knoll. Cheng Ying was stunned. Enjoy the scenery? Is he planning to solo them? How can a priest solo? Did I hear that right? She hadn't even had time to ask before Jiang Chun, from the maximum skill range, cast a healing spell on the knoll. Seeing the damage numbers float above the knoll's head, Cheng Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. Her mind was filled with confusion. How could there be such high skill damage? She had seen mages cast spells, and even a fireball would only deal 30 or 40 points of damage. But now, a single skill was dealing over 100 damage? And from a priest? Weren't priests supposed to be support characters? Can you cheat in this game? Cheng Ying couldn't help but wonder. Her eyes were glued to the man in front of her, whose movements were as smooth as flowing water. She was both amazed and skeptical. Jiang Chen's fingers danced across the virtual interface, each action executed with pinpoint accuracy. White light continuously burst from his fingertips, hitting the enraged gnoll charging at him. The gnoll's fur stood on end from the toxins, its eyes gleaming with violent red light. Cheng Ying shook her head, dismissing the idea of cheating. She recalled the background of the game, Gods, developed by the creator company, funded by the major countries worldwide. The game's backing was intimidatingly powerful. Cheating? You'd be better off hacking Alipay, she thought wryly. The knoll finally reached Jiang Chun, its massive claws slashing through the air. However, Jiang Chen's movements were ghostly and agile, dodging each attack with precision as if he could predict every move. The knoll's attacks repeatedly missed, its claws grazing Jiang Chen's clothes but never making contact. Cheng Ying watched in awe. Jiang Chen's actions were like a perfectly choreographed dance, each move executed flawlessly. She recalled a saying, when skill reaches its peak, it becomes art. In less than 20 seconds, the knoll lay defeated on the ground, and Jiang Chun hadn't even broken a sweat. Cheng Ying felt her heart race. She had never seen such stunning gameplay. She couldn't help but lick her lips, secretly determined to straighten out this little brother. Brother Fanchen, your skills are incredible. How do you do it? Cheng Ying asked excitedly, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Jiang Chen calmly replied, it's just standard gameplay. Elite players in the top tier should be able to do this. His eyes remained vigilant, scanning for the next target. Cheng Ying muttered to herself, if this is standard, then 99 of players must be idiots. Jiang Chen continued focusing on fighting monsters, the white light of healing spells flashing continuously. Soon, the 10th knoll fell, and a faint glow appeared beneath its body. Did it drop something? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he quickly moved to check. The system message read, you have obtained a decayed wooden staff bronze level. Jiang Chun immediately checked the equipment stats. Decayed wooden staff bronze level. Spell power 20. Additional attribute, intelligence 5. Suitable for mage, priest, summoner. Required level 5. Not bad luck. Jiang Chun thought happily, quickly equipping the new weapon and feeling his spell power jump from 60 to 90. Just as Jiang Chun was about to continue fighting, he noticed out of the corner of his eye a newly spawned knoll sneaking up on the unsuspecting Cheng Ying. Behind you! Jiang Chun urgently warned. Cheng Ying was momentarily startled, but quickly turned to face the sudden threat. She swiftly raised her shield and turned around, a faint golden light illuminating its surface. At the same moment, a knoll's claws struck like lightning. Clang! Sparks flew as the claws collided heavily with the shield. Cheng Ying's heart pounded like a drum, grateful for her quick reflexes and timely use of the knight's shield block skill, successfully averting a fatal blow. However, the knoll didn't relent, swinging its sharp claws once more. Ah! Cheng Ying cried out in pain, her face turning pale. The damage far exceeded her expectations, and even with the 180 health points of a knight, she couldn't withstand many more hits. The shield block skill was still on cooldown, and despite the 30 cooldown reduction from her talents, it would take another 7 seconds to use it again. With no other options, Cheng Ying swung her basic sword in retaliation. Yet, the meager 1 point of damage made her realize that, due to the level gap and her low attack power, she couldn't break through the knoll's defense. She had no choice but to retreat and evade. The knoll pursued her relentlessly, its claws slashing across Cheng Ying's body once more. Her health dropped sharply to 85 points, leaving her unable to survive another hit. Panic surged within Cheng Ying as she struggled to understand why she kept failing to dodge. Just when she thought her end was near, a beam of white light suddenly descended from the sky. A damage number appeared above the knoll's head, causing it to turn and charge towards Jiang Chun, who was not far away. At that moment, another knoll was already eyeing Jiang Chun menacingly. Seeing Jiang Chun draw the aggro of another monster, Cheng Ying asked in surprise, Brother Fanchen, are you going to handle 2 monsters at once? Jiang Chun felt a tinge of helplessness. What else can I do? Let you die here? If you die, what happens to my buff? He knew that if a teammate died, they would leave the party and would have to respawn in the newbie village, requiring them to regroup to regain party status. Jiang Chen's expression was intensely focused. Facing 2 monsters simultaneously was indeed risky, but he would rather take that risk than let Cheng Ying face certain death. Filled with guilt, Cheng Ying said, I'm sorry. I'll keep my distance. She watched as Jiang Chen deftly dodged the knoll's attacks in front of him, while the second knoll closed in. Just as the 2 knolls were about to encircle Jiang Chun, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The second knoll, in its attempt to attack, was blocked by the first knoll. Jiang Chen's positioning with the 2 knolls suddenly formed a straight line. Astonishingly, no matter how the second knoll tried to move around, Jiang Chen managed to keep them aligned, preventing the second knoll from attacking. Meanwhile, he continued to skillfully evade the first knoll's strikes. It was as if Jiang Chen was manipulating 2 marionettes, completely controlling the knoll's every move. Cheng Ying watched in awe, her scalp tingling with fear. Jiang Chen's previous maneuvers had been impressive, but still within the realm of human capability. Now his actions seemed beyond human comprehension, almost supernatural. Jiang Chen's maneuvers looked difficult, and were even more so in reality. He had to simultaneously control the movements of two small monsters, directing the attack of the first one while synchronizing the movement rhythm of the second. This required him to maintain the same pace as the two monsters while dodging attacks, keeping all three aligned in a straight line. Even for Jiang Chen, this extreme level of control was not guaranteed, but he managed to pull it off. With a series of skillful movements, Jiang Chen took down the leading knoll. The one behind, though close, had lost its threat. Soon enough, it too fell to Jiang Chen's poison. If only my movement speed was a bit higher, I could kite them and avoid all this hassle. Jiang Chen couldn't help but think aloud. Brother Jiang Chen, I've reached level 4. Cheng Ying shouted excitedly from a short distance away. Good job, keep it up, Jiang Chen replied casually, then charged towards the next knoll. Hearing his words, Cheng Ying blushed slightly and murmured to herself, I can't even help him. What's the point of cheering me on? 15 minutes later, Jiang Chen reached level 6. Following his usual routine, he allocated his free attribute points, bringing his magic power to 100. At this moment, he noticed a prompt on his interface. Current intimacy with Cheng Ying, 571-0000. If I remember correctly, this 57 is the number of small monsters I just killed. It seems that as long as we are in a party, each monster kill adds 1 point of intimacy. But 10,000 points, that's quite a number, Jiang Chen thought to himself, resolving to work even harder. Just as he was about to continue, a fierce wolf howl suddenly echoed from the front. Not far away, a knoll raised its head and howled at the moon, its eyes instantly turning red as its body grew by half. Mutated knoll. Bronze level boss, LV5. Skill, pounce and bite. For every 10 of health lost, it will rapidly charge at the target and perform a full force bite, dealing 500 damage. The unexpected appearance of the boss made Jiang Chen's eyes light up. At this stage, few could handle level 5 monsters, let alone a level 5 bronze boss. If he could defeat it, it might be a first kill. Jiang Chen stared at the mutated knoll, feeling a surge of excitement. A bronze level boss would at least drop a bronze piece of equipment, and with the drop quality 1 buff, this meant a silver piece. More importantly, the one who landed the final blow on the boss would receive an additional piece of job-specific equipment. However, seeing the boss's skill description, Jiang Chen calmed down. The mutated knoll's pounce and bite was a charging skill, and with his current movement speed, there was no way to dodge it. If hit, his frail character would surely die on the spot. After a moment of thought, Jiang Chen's gaze fell on Cheng Ying. Knight, shield block. A smile appeared on his face. Good thing we have a knight in the party. Seeing Jiang Chen smiling at her, Cheng Ying was momentarily stunned, her face flushing red. Why are you blushing like a teapot? Jiang Chen was a bit speechless and then said, I'll go pull the boss, you stay put and follow my commands. When I tell you to use shield block, do it immediately. Got it, Cheng Ying? Seeing no response, Jiang Chen repeated his instructions. Cheng Ying actually heard him clearly, but was just taken aback. She hadn't expected Jiang Chen to challenge a boss, though she had some doubts. Recalling Jiang Chen's extraordinary skills quickly dispelled her concerns. In that case, I'll just watch him perform, Cheng Ying thought to herself. Got it, she nodded and asked. Do I need to do anything else? No, just stay where you are. With that, Jiang Chen approached the boss. He positioned himself at the maximum range and cast a healing spell. A white light fell on the boss, displaying a number above its head, but its health bar barely moved, showing 98.2 remaining. 10,000 health points. Jiang Chen calculated and immediately retreated. The wounded boss quickly closed in on Jiang Chen, its massive claws, larger than those of a knoll, slashing ferociously at him. Jiang Chen deftly dodged his seemingly erratic movements, cleverly bringing him closer to Cheng Ying. The boss followed closely, exuding a menacing aura. Cheng Ying felt the increasing pressure and couldn't help but grow tense. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen had lured the boss to her side, just a step away. He stopped retreating and began to dodge in small, precise movements, continuously casting healing spells. 15 seconds later, the boss's health dropped below 90. It suddenly halted its attack and let out a deafening roar. Jiang Chen's expression turned stern, and he immediately retreated. Just half a second before the boss lunged forward, he shouted, Shield block, and swiftly moved behind Cheng Ying. Cheng Ying snapped to attention, quickly raising her shield, which gleamed with golden light. The boss's bite landed heavily on the shield, sending sparks flying. Cheng Ying was both startled and thrilled, silently praising Jiang Chen's brilliant maneuver. Jiang Chen then lured the boss back to Cheng Ying's side, skillfully maneuvering around it. When the boss's health dropped another 10, he repeated his tactic, once again neutralizing the boss's lunge. Cheng Ying stood firm, ready for anything. 3 minutes later, the boss collapsed with a thunderous crash. A system notification popped up, announcing their first kill success. Jiang Chun leveled up to 7, gaining attribute boosts and free attribute points. Cheng Ying also experienced nearly 2 levels of growth, overjoyed by the progress. Jiang Chun quickly gathered the spoils of battle: a silver-grade flowing cloud robe, a silver-grade sharp dagger, and a 2-star sealed skill book. The arduous fight had finally concluded with rich rewards. Silvered ear dagger of sharpness, attack power 35. Additional, strength 10, attack speed 5. Suitable for assassins. Required level 5. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as the silver tier weapon in his hand shimmered with a gentle glow. He examined the sharp dagger closely, his fingers brushing over the blade, feeling the power contained within. His gaze then shifted to another piece of equipment. Silvered ear flowing cloud robe, health 180. Additional, intelligence 10, 1 mana regen per second. Suitable for mages, priests, summoners. Required level 5. The robe's fabric was as light as a cloud. Jiang Chen gave it a gentle shake, almost hearing the subtle flow of mana within. At that moment, an ancient book caught his attention. Sealed skill book, 2 stars. Unsealed, effect unknown, cannot be learned. Jiang Chen's heart raced as he stared in disbelief at the mysterious skill book. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, he murmured to himself, a drop quality increased by 1 tier. That's amazing. But more importantly, this skill book. Jiang Chen knew well that in the world of gods, skill books were far rarer than equipment drops, even from bosses. A sealed skill book was even more precious. Once the seal was lifted by the appropriate NPC, it would grant a skill relevant to his profession. After calming himself, Jiang Chen quickly donned the flowing cloud robe. He felt the change in his attributes. Intelligence, 5,510. Spell power, 13020. Health, 340,180. Mana, 550,100. Jiang Chen was delighted. Not only had his attributes significantly improved, but the robe's effect combined with his class's innate mana regeneration now allowed him to recover 2 of his mana per second, about 11 points. Additionally, the blessing buff that reduced mana consumption by 50 meant he wouldn't run out of mana in the early to mid-game. His eyes returned to the sharpness dagger, calculating. With its added attack speed, this dagger can fetch a good price. At this stage, most players were still using basic equipment, and even bronze tier gear was rare. This silver tier dagger could very well be the first on the market. After some consideration, Jiang Chen decided to head back to the newbie village. The sooner I sell it, the higher the price, he thought. And I need to unseal the skill book. Sharpening the axe won't delay the work of chopping firewood. Just as he was about to speak, Cheng Ying interjected, I have a quest to turn in too. Let's go back together. She explained that she had accepted a quest to kill 50 random wild creatures from the newbie village and had just completed it. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement, and the two set off immediately. 10 minutes later, they passed through a bush in the middle of the green plains, not far from the newbie village. In the bush, a 3-person team was fighting monsters. They had just taken down a level 3 fiery chicken when they noticed Jiang Chun and Cheng Ying passing by. Isn't that the female knight who left our team? One of them exclaimed. Yeah, it's her, another agreed. And that priest just looking at him pisses me off. This was the team Cheng Ying had previously left, consisting of a mage, a warrior, and an archer. The archer's eyes flashed with jealousy and resentment. He drew his bow and aimed at Jiang Chun. Just a pretty boy? Here, strength is everything, he sneered, releasing the arrow. The arrow flew through the air with astonishing speed. Jiang Chen had already noticed someone nearby, but hadn't expected an ambush. Relying on his instincts, he shifted his foot and slightly turned his body. The arrow barely missed him, grazing his clothes. Brother Chen, Cheng Ying cried out, looking in the direction the arrow came from. 3 figures emerged from the bush. How the hell did he dodge that? The archer cursed, clearly upset with his failure. Cheng Ying recognized them and asked in confusion, It's you? Why are you attacking us? She wondered if they were angry because she had left their team. The archer sneered, Do you think our team is a public restroom where you can come and go as you please? Cheng Ying was speechless. Their pettiness was beyond her understanding. The square-faced warrior confidently said, heading back to the newbie village, Let me send you on your way. In his view, a priest and a knight posed no threat. Besides, their team was already level 4, and he believed their levels were definitely higher. Although they couldn't see each other's exact levels and health in a peaceful state, they had already considered Jiang Chun and Cheng Ying as easy targets. To improve their leveling efficiency, several players didn't hesitate to spend a lot of money on the marketplace to buy gear. Although it was just basic equipment, it was all level 3, making them significantly stronger than most players. The exquisite iron sword in Jiang Chen's hand, for instance, cost over $200 and had 4 more attack points than a newbie's longsword. Attack! Send them back! The mage captain commanded, raising his staff first. A blazing fireball shot out, heading straight for the group. Cheng Ying reacted swiftly, immediately raising her shield. The shield's surface glowed a faint gold as she activated the shield block skill. The fireball smashed into the shield, exploding into a shower of sparks. At that moment, a holy white light descended upon the archer who was about to take action. Before he could react, he fell to the ground, dead. The massive damage number floating above his head stunned the remaining two teammates, who turned to look at the seemingly harmless Jiang Chun. What kind of insane damage is this? The square-faced warrior was dumbfounded. As the tankiest member of the team, he had maxed out his constitution and strength, boasting 190 health points. But faced with such damage, even he couldn't withstand it. The mage captain's expression froze as his mind raced. Why does a priest have damage skills? Just as his fireball spell's cooldown was halfway through, another white light descended. The equally terrifying damage instantly wiped out his health, sending him back to the respawn point. One more to go. Jiang Chen calmly looked at the last remaining square-faced warrior. For him, this was easier than fighting wild monsters. Please, have mercy. The square-faced warrior quickly begged for his life. Leave a way out for yourself, and we might meet again someday. He knew that the attacking side would be forced to drop their best piece of equipment, a cost too high to bear. Unfortunately, Jiang Chun had no intention of listening to his pleas. As soon as his healing spell's cooldown ended, he cast it without hesitation. A seemingly holy but lethal white light descended upon the square-faced warrior, instantly killing him. 3 pieces of equipment were left on the ground. Jiang Chun walked over and picked them up one by one, finding that they were all level 3 basic gear. Not bad, these pieces are in high demand right now, Jiang Chun thought. He felt a bit touched that enthusiastic players had donated gear to him on his way back. Back at the beginner's village, the surroundings were brightly lit. Jiang Chen had just stopped when he heard Cheng Ying's cheerful voice in the team chat. Brother Fan Shin, I'm going to turn in the quest first. I'll come find you once I'm done. Before she even finished speaking, a friend request popped up in Jiang Chen's view. All right, talk to you later, Jiang Chen replied, accepting the friend request. He watched as Cheng Ying, smiling brightly, turned and disappeared into the crowd. Shortly after, the team buff expired, indicating that a teammate had left. Better max out that intimacy level soon, Jiang Chen muttered to himself, then opened the game's marketplace. In the town and villages, players could directly access this virtual market. The marketplace offered 2 modes, fixed price and auction, with respective fees of 1 and 2. Both in-game gold and real money could be used here. Jiang Chen carefully examined the marketplace listings. Most were common items with the occasional bronze tier gear. He paid special attention to the recent transactions of level 3 common items, noticing that their prices fluctuated between 2 gold 90 silver and 3 gold 40 silver over the past half hour. After some quick calculations, Jiang Chen concluded that the current exchange rate between gold and real money was about 1 hour 75 minutes. That's quite low, he thought. Soon as gold consumption increases, the rate will spike to 1:120 before stabilizing around 1:100. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen chose the fixed price mode and listed 3 common items at 3 gold each. While it was the lowest price, he prioritized quick returns to unlock a skill book. Sure enough, within seconds, system notifications popped up. Your listed item, Fine Longsword Common, has been sold. You received 2 gold 97 silver. Your listed item, Fine Longbow Common, has been sold. You received 2 gold 97 silver. Your listed item, Peachwood Staff Common, has been sold. You received 2 gold 97 silver. A total of 8 gold 91 silver was credited to his account, enough to unlock the skill book. Jiang Chun then listed a silver deer dagger called Sharp Fong for auction with a starting bid of 100 gold and a 4-hour duration. After completing the transactions, Jiang Chun walked through the bustling beginner's village square to a prominent 2-story white-domed building, the village mansion, a landmark of the beginner's village. The village chief, the captain of the guards, church clergy, and various class trainers all worked here. Jiang Chun headed straight to the room of the novice priest trainer. The class symbol on the door was eye-catching, a cross-shaped judgment sword with a pair of large, outspread wings at the hilt. The symbol was significant. The cross sword represented the judgment path of the priest, while the angelic wings symbolized the ultimate skill of the other path, resurrection. Resurrection. Jiang Chen's eyes showed a hint of longing as he pushed the door open. Inside, everything was pure white. Marble floors, plaster ceilings, and white furniture, emitting an aura of holiness. However, when Jiang Chun saw the person sitting behind the white desk, the scene took an unexpected turn. It was a muscular man in a tight tank top. He was engrossed in admiring his bulging biceps, his exaggerated chest muscles seemingly capable of holding a water cup. Wow, this priest trainer is something else, Jiang Chun thought in surprise. as this was his first encounter with a novice priest trainer. Ahem. Jiang Chen cleared his throat, interrupting the muscle-bound man's self-admiration. Adventurer, welcome to my sanctuary of spiritual healing. The muscular man flashed a bright, white smile and said, I am Lot, the novice priest trainer. How can I assist you? Hello, Trainer Lot. I'd like to unlock a skill book. Jiang Chen got straight to the point, handing over the sealed 2-star skill book. A 2-star skill book? Lot's eyes lit up as he took the book and brought it close to his nose, inhaling deeply with a look of delight. Ah, it has a wonderful fragrance. This trainer is really something else? Jiang Chen thought, unsure of how to react to this peculiar priest trainer. Roth continued, Adventurer, you know that unlocking a skill book requires my vital energy. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow at this, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Vital energy? You mean money, right? He feigned innocence. I had no idea. This remark hit Roth like a hammer, leaving him stunned. He stared at the young man in disbelief, thrown off by his unconventional response. After a moment, Roth cleared his throat, trying to mask his embarrassment. Ahem. He composed himself and said, the vital energy needs to be replenished with nutrients. Unlocking a 2-star skill book requires a nutrient fee of 5 gold coins. Seriously, a nutrient fee? Jiang Chen thought to himself, but held back from voicing his complaint. He pulled out 5 shiny gold coins from his pouch and handed them to Roth. Here you go. Roth accepted the coins, nodding in satisfaction. He gently brushed his hand over the skill book, and a faint glow flickered across the pages. Done. Roth smiled as he handed the skill book back to Jiang Chen. Eagerly, Jiang Chen took the book, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He carefully opened it and began reading the skill description. Healing Ray 2-star. Releases a healing ray that restores health equal to 100 of spell power per second to targets within 20 meters, connecting up to 3 targets, lasting for 5 seconds. 20-second cooldown, 100 mana cost. Priest skill. Jiang Chen pondered. Every player starts with only 4 skill slots. Although you can later spend gold to add or forget skills, early choices are crucial. But this healing ray is definitely a must-learn for a priest in the early game. Without hesitation, he learned the skill and then activated his unique ability Yin-Yang Reversal. Healing Ray 2-star Reverse. Releases a ray that reduces health by 150 of spell power per second to targets within 20 meters, connecting up to 3 targets, lasting for 5 seconds. 20-second cooldown, 100 mana cost. Jiang Chen quickly did the math. I currently have 130 spell power, so I can reduce a target's health by 195 points per second, totaling 975 health over 5 seconds. With the blessing buff, the cooldown drops to 10 seconds. This is insane. I love it. His face lit up with excitement, already envisioning himself wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Roth, seemingly caught up in Jiang Chen's enthusiasm, couldn't help but say, the smile of a healer is always the warmest. May you heal many lives. Indeed. Jiang Chen nodded happily, though he secretly added in his mind, not just heal, but also, you know. A sly gleam appeared in his eyes, hinting at some hidden plan. After Jiang Chen left the village mansion, he noticed a message from a friend. It was from Cheng Ying. Brother Fanchen, I finished my task. Where are you? Let's meet at the village entrance. Jiang Chen replied with a voice message and headed towards the entrance. A few minutes later, they met at the village gate. It was late at night, and Jiang Chen asked, it's almost midnight. How long can you play? Cheng Ying thought for a moment and replied, at least until 2 or 3 in the morning. All right, let's go, Jiang Chen said succinctly. The two walked side by side and soon arrived at the beginner's area, just outside the village. This was where new players trained, with only level 1 monsters that were slightly weaker than those outside, offering less experience. Since there were no drops, most players just came here to get a feel for the game before moving on. The only advantage was that players couldn't attack each other here, making it a safe place to grind. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's attention was caught by a frail figure in the beginner's area. It was a young summoner, dressed in novice robes and holding a wooden staff, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old. She had her head slightly lowered, with long bangs almost covering half of her face, and was intently watching something ahead. In front of her, a large yellow dog was fiercely battling a level 1 Dudu rabbit. The dog's health was still okay, but the rabbit was nearly defeated. Just as the rabbit was about to fall, a fireball suddenly flew in and struck it down. The rabbit collapsed instantly. The large yellow dog, seemingly angered by the stolen kill, barked furiously in the direction the fireball came from. The frail girl looked startled and turned her head in confusion. Not far away stood a female mage with a smug smile on her face. She shouted at the yellow dog. What are you barking at? Bark again, and it'll roast you. She cast a disdainful glance at the frail girl, clearly intending her words for both. The frail girl said nothing, only pouting in grievance before silently turning to leave. This was the 8th time her kill had been stolen. Wait here a moment, Jiang Chen told Cheng Ying before quickly walking towards the frail girl. He kept his eyes on her ID, repeatedly confirming it before finally calling out, Tao Xiaoyao. Hearing someone call her name, the frail girl named Tao Xiaoyao stopped and looked at Jiang Chen. Her clear eyes were filled with confusion, but she secretly thought, he's really handsome, but I don't know him. She quickly lowered her head again and quickened her pace to leave. Jiang Chen was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected that the future famous Tao Xiaoyao would be so timid and unremarkable at the beginning of the game. In a few years, this seemingly delicate name would resound throughout the gaming world. Players would bestow her with various titles. Summoner Queen, Dragon Master, Lord of Yunming City, Destroyer Queen. She would not only be extraordinarily powerful and stunningly beautiful, but also kind-hearted, attracting a vast number of fans. Yet at this moment, she was just a frail girl walking silently with her head down, her long hair obscuring her face, making it hard to see her clearly. Wait! Jiang Chen called out again. Tao Xiaoyao stopped, timidly asking, do you need something? Want to team up? Jiang Chen asked directly. He thought if he could gather a few girls together, they could all gain a bit of intimacy points with each kill. Since he needed to find people to team up with for grinding intimacy points, why not choose someone with good character and great potential? Team up? Tao Xiaoyao widened her eyes, staring blankly at Jiang Chen. She instinctively nodded, then immediately shook her head, this contradictory reaction leaving Jiang Chen puzzled. What do you mean? Are we forming a team or not? Jiang Chen looked at Tao Xiaoyao in confusion. She nodded and then shook her head, as if performing a dance of indecision. Noticing Jiang Chen's puzzled expression, Tao Xiaoyao lowered her head and murmured, I can't leave the beginner's area. Jiang Chen frowned. Why not? Biting her lip, Tao Xiaoyao whispered, someone might come looking for trouble. I don't want to drag others into it. That's it. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively, his tone relaxed. What? Tao Xiaoyao was taken aback and looked up at Jiang Chen. A confident smile tugged at the corner of Jiang Chen's lips. No worries, I specialize in dealing with trouble. With that, he decisively sent a team invitation to Tao Xiaoyao. To him, trouble was just a stepping stone. PvP? He had never feared anyone. His goal was to become a god. A system notification chimed. Player Fan Chun has invited you to join the team. Tao Xiaoyao instinctively wanted to decline, her finger hovering over the reject button. However, when she looked at Jiang Chen again, his face radiated confidence and ease, warming her heart. It was as if the troubles that once suffocated her were now insignificant. Besides, she had to admit, this confident guy was really good looking. After a moment's hesitation, Tao Xiaoyao accepted the invitation. Player Tao Xiaoyao has joined the team. Seeing the notification, Jiang Chen immediately shouted in the team chat, let's go, next stop, Black Mist Canyon. He then took the lead towards their destination. When Tao Xiaoyao entered the team interface, she noticed another teammate named Cheng Ying. The two were at levels 7 and 5, respectively, while she was only level 2. She couldn't help but wonder why they would want a newbie like her on the team. Cheng Ying was equally perplexed. Although she usually supported Jiang Chen's decisions, adding another member meant sharing experience points. Moreover, the new girl, though small and with long hair covering half her face, was undeniably beautiful upon closer inspection. Cheng Ying couldn't help but feel a bit resistant towards this new, potentially experienced-stealing, pretty teammate. Jiang Chen's reasoning was simple, building rapport with the girls. Losing a bit of experience was no big deal as long as he got the loot. Hence, he had already set the team's loot distribution to personal pickup mode. Each member could only see and pick up their own drops, preventing others from seeing specific items and attributes. And so, with two girls each harboring their own thoughts, Jiang Chen led them across the rolling plains towards Black Mist Canyon. In the Black Mist Gorge, eerie roars echoed through the air. The bright moonlight only accentuated the eerie and terrifying atmosphere of the canyon. Hideous zombie creatures roamed about, their rotting limbs twisting and writhing, emitting a nauseating stench. Surprisingly, the two women accompanying Jiang Chen remained relatively calm. Jiang Chen wasn't too surprised by Tao Xiaoyao's composure. He had a vague sense that she had the potential to become a strong warrior. What truly caught his attention was Cheng Ying. Her mental fortitude seemed stronger than he had imagined. Suddenly, a chained zombie LV-7 approached. Its body was decayed, its gait twisted, and a broken iron chain dangled from its hand. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen cast a healing spell. A beam of white light descended, instantly reducing the creature's health by 4.5. Immediately after, another white beam formed in front of Jiang Chen and connected to the creature. This was Jiang Chen's healing ray, which drained 195 health points per second for 5 seconds. As the zombie reached Jiang Chen, it raised its putrid hand, chains clanking, and swung down hard. Jiang Chen seemed to anticipate the attack and easily dodged the whip-like strike. He continued to cast his healing spells. With the blessing buff, the healing spell had only a 2.5-second cooldown, and the healing ray had a 10-second cooldown, with mana consumption reduced by half. Jiang Chen's mana regeneration rate was sufficient to support his continuous casting. By the time he cast the 5th healing spell, the healing ray's cooldown had finished. However, there was no need for a second healing ray. The creature had already fallen. Jiang Chun glanced at the system prompt. Current intimacy with Cheng Ying, 681-0000. Current intimacy with Tao Xiaoyao, 110000. After confirming, he turned towards the next creature. Not far away, Tao Xiaoyao and Cheng Ying stared in shock. Tao Xiaoyao's mouth hung open in disbelief, mirroring Cheng Ying's earlier expression. She realized she was witnessing a top-tier player. Cheng Ying, already accustomed to Jiang Chen's maneuvers, was only surprised by his new skill. Brother Fancheng, what skill did you just use? Cheng Ying finally asked, unable to hold back her curiosity. Healing spell, Jiang Chen replied casually, casting another healing spell at a new creature. Healing spell? Cheng Ying was stunned. That doesn't look like a healing spell. It's more like a health-draining spell. While Jiang Chen focused on fighting, the two girls began to chat quietly. Tao Xiaoyao added Cheng Ying as a friend and sent a private message. Sister Cheng Ying, are you and Brother Fancheng dating? Seeing the message, Cheng Ying blushed slightly, feeling a bit flattered. This girl really knew how to talk. She replied, not yet. We just met recently. Tao Xiaoyao asked again. Then do you know why Brother Fancheng is helping us? It doesn't seem to benefit him much. Well, I'm not sure either. Cheng Ying was momentarily at a loss, starting to ponder the question herself. Could it be that Brother Fancheng has certain intentions? Tao Xiaoyao typed, her face turning red. What kind of intentions? You know, the kind of thoughts a guy has about a girl. Tao Xiaoyao blushed even more as she typed. Seeing the girl's shy demeanor, Cheng Ying couldn't help but laugh. Certain intentions? That wouldn't be so bad, would it? But she knew it wasn't that simple. After thinking for a while, a sudden realization hit her. Could it be to cover up his identity as a gay man? So he deliberately teamed up with two women? Cheng Ying felt she had uncovered the truth and became even more determined to straighten out Jiang Chun. Seeing Tao Xiaoyao still blushing, Cheng Ying couldn't resist teasing her. Are you afraid he'll take advantage of you? I'm not. Tao Xiaoyao's face turned even redder. Cheng Ying laughed even harder, feeling like she had found a new source of amusement. If Jiang Chen knew the truth that Cheng Ying had imagined, he might not be able to resist giving her a holy healing spell. He wasn't hiding any secret about being gay. He just wanted to max out their intimacy level and lift the team restrictions as soon as possible. Half an hour later, the in-game night faded and daylight broke. Jiang Chen's experience bar had climbed to 95 of level 7. Cheng Ying had reached level 6, and Tao Xiaoyao had impressively jumped 3 levels to level 5. Both girls had significantly improved their stats. They watched Jiang Chen's gameplay intently, feeling a growing urge to try it themselves. After some discussion, Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao decided to practice killing monsters on their own. They set their sights on the weakest monsters in Black Mist Canyon, the level 6 corrupted zombies. Cheng Ying took the lead, swinging her sword and leaving a mark on the zombie. Meanwhile, Tao Xiaoyao used a basic summoning spell to call forth a big yellow dog, which immediately lunged at the zombie. 2 damage numbers floated up, and despite being low, they excited the two girls. The attacked zombie immediately fought back, raising its hand to strike Cheng Ying, who had the higher aggro. Cheng Ying tried to dodge like Jiang Chun, but was a step too slow and got hit. That hurt. Even just a little touch counts, she complained, seeing nearly 20 of her health drop, and quickly drank a basic health potion. Despite the healing potion, Cheng Ying realized that if she couldn't dodge in time, she wouldn't last long. Fortunately, Tao Xiaoyao had a plan. She suggested letting the big yellow dog draw the aggro, giving Cheng Ying a chance to retreat safely. Even if the dog got sacrificed, it could be summoned again once the cooldown was over. Unwilling to give up, Cheng Ying swung her sword at the zombie again, dealing 6 damage. The zombie retaliated, and Cheng Ying tried to dodge once more but failed again. Just as she was about to be overwhelmed by frustration, Tao Xiaoyao's voice broke through. Cheng Ying, try stepping back half a step, then move to the left side of the monster. Just half a step back. Encouraged, Cheng Ying instinctively followed the advice. To her surprise, the zombie's attack just grazed her clothes. I dodged it, she exclaimed, immediately asking how. Tao Xiaoyao patiently explained. The monster raises its right hand to attack in a diagonal arc from the upper right to the lower left. This arc is shortest on the left side, so if you step back half a step and move to its left, you'll be safe. Cheng Ying tried again and successfully dodged the attack once more. She was both excited and amazed, repeatedly praising Tao Xiaoyao's skill. Tao Xiaoyao modestly said she just figured it out and might not execute it well herself, instead complimenting Cheng Ying for learning so quickly. Cheng Ying jokingly asked, "Are you Wang Yuan?" Tao Xiaoyao was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. The two girls began to clear out the minor monsters. Cheng Ying swung her long sword, with a big yellow dog following closely behind. Despite occasionally taking damage from mistakes, Cheng Ying persevered. After 3 minutes, she finally delivered the finishing blow to the level 6 monster. Meanwhile, Zhang Chun was sweeping through a large area like a whirlwind, amassing considerable loot. 5 level 8 monsters, 3 level 9 monsters, and a total of 115 monsters, including the previous ones. The system prompt chimed in right on time. Your level has increased to 8. Each of your 4 main attributes has increased by 1 point, and you have gained 4 free attribute points. Zhang Chun quickly allocated the attribute points, and the update was reflected on his character sheet. Constitution, 171. Strength, 171. Agility, 171. Intelligence, 605. Magic power, 14010. However, a disappointing fact emerged. Out of the 115 monsters, not a single piece of equipment had dropped. While Jiang Chun lamented the low drop rate, Qin Ying's excited voice suddenly broke through. "Xiaoyao, we got some gear." Jiang Chen's expression froze as he listened in disbelief to Qin Ying's explanation. It turned out to be a level 6 long sword, valued at 5 to 6 gold coins. Qin Ying proposed buying it for 225 yuan, equivalent to 3 gold coins. However, Tao Xiaoyao generously suggested they help each other out when needed and declined the payment. Qin Ying gladly accepted and immediately equipped the Wai-Tire long sword, boosting her attack power by 7 points. This seemingly small increase doubled her damage against corrupted zombies from 7 points to 14 points. At that moment, a server-wide announcement echoed through the game world. Player Qianxing Tianxia has reached level 10 first and has unlocked the level leaderboard. Players can check it themselves. Jiangchen glanced at the time, 1:05 a.m. He understood that Qianxing Tianxia was paving his way with money, just like in his previous life. Rumor had it that he had spent nearly $1 million to reach level 10, hiring people to farm monsters, clear areas, and buy equipment, sparing no expense. Qin Ying excitedly shouted, "Brother Fanchen, you're on the level leaderboard." Jiang Chun immediately checked the leaderboard. Top 10 level leaderboard, higher experience, at the same level ranks higher. 1. Qianxing Tian Xia Warrior level 10. 2. Zixia Fa Yi Mage level 9. 3. Xian Duan Yushui Ting Archer level 9. 9. Jinqi Heng Qiu Warrior level 8. 10. Fanchen Priest level 8. As the only priest on the leaderboard, Jiang Chen's achievement earned Tao Xiaoyao's admiration. However, Jiang Chen knew that the difficulty of leveling up would increase sharply, and even solo farming monsters would be challenging to keep up. While he was pondering how to break through this bottleneck, Tao Xiaoyao's exclamation interrupted his thoughts. "Look over there!" Tao Xiaoyao pointed into the distance. Following her gaze, Jiang Chen saw a palm-sized figure flitting in and out of a crevice in the cliff. The tiny, shimmering figure looked like a young girl with a pair of transparent wings on her back, resembling a fairy straight out of a fairy tale. The ethereal fairy quietly nestled into the crevice of the rock, its glow gradually fading until it seemed to blend seamlessly with its surroundings. Without careful observation, it would be almost impossible to notice its presence. Jiang Chen's eyes were immediately drawn to it, a look of surprise and delight on his face. He hadn't expected to encounter a spirit-type pet in such a place, especially not a dream fairy. Qin Ying's eyes also lit up, and she excitedly muttered to herself, "A dream fairy, a beginner-level spirit-type pet that can be captured. What can a spirit-type pet do?" Jiang Chen briefly explained. Spirit-type pets can attach themselves to players, providing various abilities like speed boosts, enhanced healing, defense, and even invisibility. The Dream Fairy's special ability is teleportation, allowing it to blink instantly. Tao Xiaoyao curiously asked, "Guru, do you know how to capture this kind of pet?" Jiang Chen nodded, but before he could elaborate, his expression suddenly tensed. He looked alertly into the distance, noticing a few figures approaching. Qin Ying asked in confusion, "Is someone coming?" Tao Xiaoyao quickly scanned the surroundings and soon spotted 4 figures faintly visible at the entrance of the Black Mist Canyon. They were sneaking towards them, using the rocky terrain as cover. "They are over there." Tao Xiaoyao pointed in the direction of the approaching figures. Realizing they had been spotted, the 4 figures stopped hiding and walked out into the open. As they got closer, their identities became clear. Leading the group was a female mage with the ID July Fireworks. The other 3 were a warrior, an assassin, and a priest with IDs War Breaks the Sky, Assassin Breaks the Sky, and Healer Breaks the Sky, respectively. Seeing the female mage, Tao Xiaoyao instantly froze, her mind going blank. Jiang Chen noticed Tao Xiaoyao's unusual reaction and recognized the female mage, July Fireworks, as the one who had previously stolen Tao Xiaoyao's mobs in the beginner area. Tao Xiaoyao whispered, It's the person who came to trouble me." Her face turned pale, and she looked visibly anxious and uneasy. Jiang Chun, however, shook his head and said in a relaxed tone, "What trouble? They're just some enthusiastic players here to deliver us some equipment." Four figures approached slowly. Among them was a female mage with the ID July fireworks, her gaze as sharp as a knife as she scanned Jiang Chun and his two companions. Her eyes lingered on Jiang Chen's face for an extra second before shifting to Tao Xiaoyao, a cold smile curling on her lips. "I told you, unless you stay in the safe zone forever, every time you come out, I'll kill you." No sooner had she finished speaking than July Fireworks' communicator buzzed with a flurry of team messages. Her expression darkened immediately. "Milk breaks the sky. Fireworks boss, that priest ID is on the level leaderboard. War breaks the sky. Yeah, fireworks sis. Why is your enemy hanging out with someone on the leaderboard? Stab breaks the sky. So what if they're on the leaderboard? It's just a priest. What's there to be afraid of? Milk breaks the sky. The priest may not be scary, but anyone who can get to level 8 must have some strong teammates. War breaks the sky. Didn't fireworks sis say her enemy Tao Xiaoyao is only level 2 or 3? Could that female knight over there be the strong teammate?" July Fireworks frowned deeply and quickly replied in the team channel, "Are you guys in or not? If not, I'll find someone else." After the message was sent, the team channel fell into an awkward silence. Jiang Chen keenly noticed the sudden silence and the changing expressions of the four. He figured they must be communicating via text. He couldn't help but think to himself, how unprofessional can you get? Typing in the middle of a standoff? Can't they just use a mic? Ahem, Jiang Chun deliberately cleared his throat to break the eerie silence. The four immediately turned their attention to him. July Fireworks' face darkened further as she pointed at Tao Xiaoyao. "I'm only after her." She then glared at Jiang Chun and Cheng Ying. "This has nothing to do with you two. I don't want any trouble with you. Step aside." Cheng Ying, enraged that they were targeting Tao Xiaoyao, retorted angrily, "You think you could just tell us to move? Who do you think you are? You." July Fireworks was momentarily speechless, taken aback by the sudden outburst. "Cheng Ying." Tao Xiaoyao looked at Cheng Ying in surprise, a warm feeling spreading in her heart. Jiang Chun turned to Tao Xiaoyao and commanded, "Tao Xiaoyao, stand behind me." Huh? Tao Xiaoyao was taken aback, her cheeks quickly turning red. She lowered her head and responded softly, "Okay." Seeing this, a smile crept onto Cheng Ying's face. She thought to herself, Brother Chen is so manly. Could he be the dominant one? Dominant ones are easier to turn straight, right? However, to the three brothers of the Sky Clan, Jiang Chen's actions seemed overly dramatic. They couldn't help but think, "You're just a priest. What good is standing behind you? Such a poser." But in the next moment, they were stunned. Tao Xiaoyao obediently moved behind Jiang Chun, and he led her behind Cheng Ying. "Stand behind me. I'll be behind Cheng Ying. Don't let them see you," Jiang Chun whispered to Tao Xiaoyao. Then, raising his voice, he called out to the others, "If you're going to fight, hurry up. Don't waste time." This series of actions left the opposing team dumbfounded, and even Cheng Ying was momentarily taken aback. So he really is the submissive one, she thought. Then she noticed a team message. "Van Dust, get ready to use your shield." On the other side, the Sky Clan brothers were flabbergasted. They thought, "You're hiding behind others and still talking trash? Really?" At this point, July Fireworks' face was as dark as a storm cloud. She quickly sent another message in the team channel, double the agreed price. "If you're in, act now. If not, get lost. Stab breaks the sky. Let's do this. Milk breaks the sky, damn it. War breaks the sky. I don't believe a single knight can take us all down." The Sky Clan brothers quickly reached a consensus and advanced toward Jiang Chun and his group. July Fireworks was the first to strike, launching a fireball spell. Cheng Ying reacted swiftly, raising her shield, which glowed with a pale, golden lightened, invincible shield block skill. Boom! The fist-sized fireball smashed into the shield and exploded, finally making a move. Jiang Chen smiled. A white light fell on War Breaks the Sky, and a white line extended from Jiang Chen's fingertip, connecting to July Fireworks. The line continued, linking the remaining two. For people, for targets, the battle had officially begun. In an instant, the health bars of both Chiyue Yinhua and the three Tsangxiong brothers were completely depleted. They didn't even have time to understand what had happened before they collapsed to the ground. This sudden one-shot kill left Cheng Ying stunned for a full 3 seconds before she snapped out of it and excitedly shouted, "They're all dead." Tao Xiaoyao was equally speechless from the shock. Even Jiang Chun himself hadn't expected if his healing beam hadn't even released its second damage segment before it instantly killed them all. In the game, players can't see each other's levels or exact health points until they inflict damage. After Jiang Chun used his skill, he saw the opposing team's stats, 3 level 6 players, and 1 level 4. He thought to himself, Cheng Ying, as a level 6 knight, only had 250 health points. These guys clearly didn't equip any health items. No wonder they couldn't survive a single hit from him. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the faint glimmers scattered on the ground, and a smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. These were the items dropped after the 4 players died. According to the game rules, if the attacking side gets killed, they drop their best quality item. Moreover, if any member of a team initiates an attack on another player, the entire team is considered the aggressor, commonly known as going red. This was precisely why Jiang Chen hadn't attacked first. Without seeing the opponent's attributes, he feared he might get one-shotted himself. So, he had Cheng Ying stand in front with her shield for defense. Jiang Chen quickly stepped forward and picked up the 4 items on the ground. 3 level 5 white items and 1 level 3 white item, all weapons. He couldn't help but marvel. Farming monsters never drops gear, but farming players is so much more satisfying. Too bad the dropped items don't get a quality upgrade. With that, Jiang Chen turned and walked toward the cliff. As he got closer, he breathed a sigh of relief. The elusive fairy was still there, nestled in the crevice of the cliff. Jiang Chen knew that the earlier skirmish was just a minor episode. The Real challenge was yet to come. Meanwhile, at a respawn point in the newbie village, the figures of Chiwa Yinhua and the 3 Songxiong brothers appeared. Still in a state of shock, they had no idea what had just transpired. The only thing they knew for sure was that they had been one-shotted. Their last memory was of a fireball hitting the shield of the opposing knight. Then everything went black, and they found themselves back at the respawn point. Chiwa Yinhua cursed, "A bunch of useless idiots," and then turned to leave. The 3 brothers, equally baffled and upset, started discussing what had just happened. What the hell happened? I didn't even see who attacked us. Was it that night? I think I saw a white line coming from her, but maybe it was just my imagination. It had to be her. The other 2 were hiding behind her. After some discussion, the Songxiong brothers reached a conclusion. That female knight, named Cheng Ying, was terrifying, and they should avoid provoking her at all costs. In the dark mist canyon, Jiang Chen gazed at the ethereal fairy nestled in the crevice of the cliff, ready to begin his taming operation. He pondered over the 2 common methods of taming, using special items to capture or completing a challenge. The content of these challenges varied depending on the type of pet, with courier-type pets requiring particularly skillful techniques. Jiang Chen suddenly turned to Tao Xiaoyao beside him and instructed, "If any wild monsters respawn or players approach, remember to leave the team and attack me once." Although perplexed, Tao Xiaoyao nodded in confusion and softly replied, "Okay." Cheng Ying also cast a puzzled glance, not comprehending Jiang Chen's intentions. Without waiting for their reactions, Jiang Chen decisively cast a healing spell directly on the ethereal fairy. Instantly, a dizzying hum resonated in his mind. His vision shifted abruptly, and hundreds of ethereal fairies appeared, swirling around him. The entire dark mist canyon seemed to be deserted, with only him remaining. His skills and staff vanished, replaced by a spear in his hand. More alarmingly, Jiang Chen noticed his health decreasing by 1 per second, meaning he had only 100 seconds to complete the challenge. This sudden change would have thrown an ordinary person in a panic, but Jiang Chen knew well that this was merely an illusion challenge. From Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao's perspective, after Jiang Chen cast the spell, the ethereal fairy vanished instantly, and he stood there motionless with his eyes closed, as if in a deep sleep. Jiang Chen had entered the illusion challenge set by the ethereal fairy. The only way to wake him from the outside was to inflict damage on him. Otherwise, he could only exit the illusion by successfully completing the challenge or depleting his health within the illusion. This explained why Jiang Chen had instructed Tao Xiaoyao to attack him if necessary, to ensure his safety. Within the illusion, Jiang Chen held the spear and looked up at the countless ethereal fairies flying in the sky. He knew these were all illusions, and the real challenge was to find the true form within the limited time. For most players, this was an almost impossible task, as all the ethereal fairies looked nearly identical. However, Jiang Chen was no ordinary player. He knew a crucial strategy. All the illusions flew within a fixed range, while the true form would fly erratically, almost covering every corner. Despite this, finding the true form among the myriad illusions was still a daunting task. Jiang Chen adopted a clever strategy. He focused on an obvious empty area, watching it intently. If any ethereal fairy entered this area, it was highly likely to be the true form. This method, summarized by top players in his previous life, had a success rate of up to 90. After patiently waiting for a full minute, Jiang Chen's efforts finally paid off. Among the hundreds of ethereal fairies, an unexpected intruder entered the empty area he had been watching, immediately caught by his sharp eyes. "Finally found you." Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and quickly locked onto the target. He decisively threw the spear, hitting the special ethereal fairy with precision. The system notification sounded. Congratulations. You have successfully tamed the ethereal fairy beginner. Accompanied by a wave of dizziness, Jiang Chen exited the illusion and returned to the real world. He's awake. Cheng Ying's voice came as Jiang Chen opened his eyes to find Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao staring at him with expressions of surprise and curiosity. Cheng Ying asked curiously, Brother Fancheng, what just happened? It looked like you fell asleep. Jiang Chen briefly explained. Taming a pet involves entering an illusion. I was just in an illusion challenge. Did you succeed? Cheng Ying's face was full of anticipation. Jiang Chen nodded affirmatively, yes. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure materialized in the air. A palm-sized ethereal fairy with transparent wings appeared. It fluttered around Jiang Chen, circling twice before landing lightly on his shoulder. Wow, so cute! Cheng Ying exclaimed with envy. Tao Xiaoyao also widened her eyes, staring curiously at the tiny, girl-like figure, clearly captivated by its charm. Girls seem to have a soft spot for these beautiful and delicate little fairies. However, Jiang Chen was more intrigued by the dream fairy's special ability blink. He silently chanted possess, and the fairy on his shoulder transformed into a stream of light that entered his forehead. A blue crescent-shaped rune appeared on his forehead, and his eyes took on a faint blue hue. As the rune gradually faded, the entire process seemed both magical and eerie, captivating his two female companions. Jiang Chen focused on his skill panel and noticed a new talent skill that didn't take up a slot. Basic blink, allowing him to teleport 5 meters with a cooldown of 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and no cost. He was delighted to find that the love god's blessing have the cooldown, making him even more eager to see how the fairy would evolve and enhance the blink skill. Noticing that Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao were still staring at him, Jiang Chen teased, stop staring and go level up. My face doesn't give experience points. With that, he headed towards the wild monsters. The two girls snapped back to reality, with Cheng Ying softly admiring Jiang Chen's handsomeness and Tao Xiaoyao nodding in shy agreement. They then started discussing how to straighten out Jiang Chen while they began grinding monsters. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Chen finally saw a drop and excitedly picked up a white bone longbow. Although this bronze-grade equipment wasn't suitable for him, it could fetch a good price. Just as he was calculating its worth, he caught a glimpse of a giant zombie wielding a chain scythe approaching from a distancia, level 9 silver deer boss, the decayed hook wraith. Jiang Chen's heart raced as he locked eyes on the boss. If he could defeat it, not only would it be a first kill, but it would also yield 2 pieces of gold-tier equipment. His breathing quickened, a mix of excitement and nervousness coursing through him, as his mind rapidly weighed the risks and rewards of taking on the challenge. The decayed soul hooker, a silver-tier boss, quietly appeared in front of Jiang Chen and his party. Its LV9 corrosive slime skill was truly intimidating. The creature continuously secreted a large amount of slime, quickly spreading across the ground within a 4-meter radius. This slime inflicted 300 points of poison damage per second and slowed movement by 30, lasting for 30 seconds. Even more troublesome was its flying scythe soul hook skill. Whenever its health dropped by 10 or the aggro target was more than 5 meters away, the boss would hurl its scythe at incredible speed, pulling the target back to its front. This attack not only dealt 200 damage but also stunned the target for 3 seconds. If the target died, the skill would instantly refresh, creating a terrifying chain reaction. It's a silver-tier boss! Cheng Ying exclaimed, her gaze shifting to Jiang Chen. She noticed the fire of excitement burning in his eyes, fixated on the boss. Brother Fanchen, are you going to fight it? Cheng Ying asked tentatively, her tone tinged with worry. Tao Xiaoyao voiced her doubts directly. How are we supposed to beat this? To her, given the current player equipment levels, this boss seemed like an impossible challenge. The damage from the corrosive slime was nearly fatal for players at this stage, effectively blocking any melee approach. The flying side soul hook could easily drag ranged classes to their doom, and once hooked, death was almost certain. Worse, the skill would refresh upon killing a player, making even a Zerg rush strategy ineffective. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Chen walked toward the boss without hesitation. You're really going to fight it? Cheng Ying asked, a sudden idea flashing in her mind. Brother Fanchen, do you need my help? I can use my shield to block. She recalled her previous battle experiences, eager to contribute to the team's success. Jiang Chen shook his head. No need. A knight's shield block can only immunize damage, not control effects. You'd still get hooked. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Chen had already positioned himself precisely at the 5-meter edge, casting a healing spell. Simultaneously, a beam of healing light connected to the boss. Damage numbers floated above the boss's head, but its massive health bar barely moved. Suddenly, it let out a low roar, secreting a large amount of black slime that quickly covered the 4-meter radius around it. The boss swung its arm, the scythe chain slicing through the air toward Jiang Chen. This was its normal attack, with an attack range of exactly 5 meters. However, Jiang Chen seemed to anticipate this, deftly sidestepping the attack and casting another precise healing spell. With the continuous damage from the healing beam, 10 seconds later, the boss's health had only decreased by about 2,000 points, leaving it at 99 health. This indicated its total health was at least 200,000. Jiang Chen's movements were smooth and fluid, casting spells, maintaining distance, dodging attacks the boss's strikes always narrowly missed. Watching his skills is always awe-inspiring. Tao Xiaoyao couldn't help but marvel, but then worry crept in her voice. He can dodge the normal attacks, but what about the flying scythe's soul hook? A minute and a half later, the boss's health finally dropped by 10. It raised its scythe slowly, drawing a circle in the air as an eerie purple-black light gathered on the chain. The flying scythe's soul hook was imminent. Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao held their breath, their eyes glued to the battlefield. The boss suddenly flung the scythe, the hook part enveloped in purple-black light, speeding towards Jiang Chen's face with incredible speed. Dodging it seemed impossible. At the critical moment, a glowing crescent-shaped blue rune appeared on Jiang Chen's forehead. In an instant, his figure vanished like a mirage, leaving only a crescent-shaped blue afterimage. The scythe hit nothing but air. Simultaneously, Jiang Chen reappeared 5 meters to the side of the boss. Teleportation. Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao exclaimed in unison, their eyes fixed on the mysterious crescent-shaped rune. They immediately recalled the dream fairy they had encountered before, guessing that Jiang Chen's teleportation skill was likely related to it. Jiang Chen decisively used the dream fairy's special skill blink. This was the key to his confidence in challenging this boss. More importantly, his skill could ignore defenses, which was crucial when facing a boss with the current attributes. Otherwise, it would be difficult to even break through its defenses. However, the blink skill had a cooldown time of 2.5 minutes. Jiang Chen needed to precisely control the boss's health, ensuring it didn't drop too quickly, which would force him to use the skill frequently and be unable to cool it down in time. For Jiang Chen, this merely meant spending a bit more time. Thus, Jiang Chen embarked on a long journey of refreshing the boss. His movements were precise and fluid, his gaze focused, and his fingers danced across the keyboard. After 25 minutes of high-intensity, flawless operation, the decayed soul hook finally fell, its health reduced to 0. So strong! Tao Xiaoyao couldn't help but exclaim. Her eyes were sore from watching, while Jiang Chen remained in a state of high concentration. Amazing, Brother Fancheng! Cheng Ying shouted excitedly. Jiang Chen's expression remained as calm as ever. To him, this was just one of the most ordinary bosses in the Pantheon, with a difficulty level only at the beginner stage. A system notification popped up. You have slain the field boss, decayed, soul hook silver level, achieving the first kill. Your level has increased to 9. Your 4 main attributes each increased by 1 point, and you gained 4 free attribute points. Current intimacy with Cheng Ying, 293100000. Current intimacy with Tao Xiaoyao, 225100000. Killing the silver level boss not only raised the intimacy by 50 points, but Jiang Chen also leveled up to 9. Without hesitation, he allocated all the free attribute points to intelligence. Constitution, 181. Strength, 181. Agility, 181. Intelligence, 655. This kill brought a massive amount of experience to the three of them. Tao Xiaoyao and Cheng Ying leveled up to 7 and 8, respectively, their surprise and excitement evident. Jiang Chen paid no attention to the reactions of the two girls and quickly collected the boss's drops. You have obtained Cold Frost Staff Gold level. First kill final hit reward. You have obtained Phantom Boots Gold levels. You have obtained Blood Tide Great Sword Gold level. You have obtained Moonlit Dress Blueprint Rare. The Cold Frost Staff gleamed with a golden radiance, capturing Jiang Chen's attention with its flickering stats, 70 spell power, 15 intelligence. What truly caught his eye, however, was its unique additional effect, a 20 slow effect on every skill damage, lasting 3 seconds. This staff, perfect for mages, priests, and summoners, could be equipped at just level 9. Next, the Phantom Boots, also of golden quality, drew Jiang Chen's gaze. They provided 25 points of defense and a 10 boost to movement speed. The most astonishing feature was its special effect. When attacked, it would automatically generate a phantom that could absorb 1 instance of single target damage, with a fixed 3-minute cooldown. These boots were suitable for all classes and also required only level 9 to use. The third piece of golden equipment, the Blood Surge Greatsword, was not suitable for Jiang Chen, but still impressive with its 55 attack power, 15 strength, and 10 life steal and armor penetration effects, making it a formidable weapon for warriors. Jiang Chen quickly swapped out his decaying wooden staff for the cold frost staff and phantom boots. He felt his attributes surge. Intelligence increased by 10 points, spell power skyrocketed by 70 points, and defense rose by 25 points. However, what excited him the most were the two powerful additional effects. The slow effect would greatly enhance his kiting ability, while the phantom immunity was a life-saving skill. As for the Blood Surge Greatsword, Jiang Chen was already planning how to maximize its value in the auction house. He knew that the lifesteal and armor penetration effects would be highly coveted, especially for fighting bosses. Besides the equipment, the boss also dropped a blueprint for the Bright Moon dress. Although this rare costume blueprint did not provide any combat bonuses, Jiang Chen recognized its potential value. Despite his lack of interest in costumes, he knew there would always be players willing to pay a premium for aesthetics. However, given that life professions were not yet widespread, the blueprint's value had not fully manifested. Time had quietly slipped past 2 a.m., and Cheng Ying yawned, showing signs of fatigue. Jiang Chen turned to the girls and asked about their availability during the day. Upon learning that Cheng Ying was free on weekends and Tao Xiaoyao would be online all day during the summer break, he decided to rest for now and meet again during the day. The three returned to the novice village, handled their affairs, and logged off. Jiang Chen then opened the auction house, discovering that the Fong blade he had listed had already reached 225 gold coins, with over an hour left before the auction ended. He secretly hoped the final price would surprise him. He then carefully reviewed the market trends for white and bronze tier equipment to prepare for his next trades. He meticulously placed all the gear from his backpack onto the trading post. The 4 white items gifted by enthusiastic players, the bronze-grade longbow dropped by minor monsters, and his own worn-out wooden staff were all set with fixed prices. Level 3 white items for 2 gold, Level 5 white items for 4 gold, Level 5 bronze staff for 50 gold, and Level 7 bronze longbow for 60 gold. After handling these small items, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and activated the auction mode. He listed the precious blood-tied great sword, a golden-grade weapon, with a starting bid of 1,000 gold coins and a 12-hour auction duration. The timing was crucial. Top-tier players had yet to reach level 10, and waiting a bit longer would surely drive the price higher. Jiang Chen recalled the scene from his previous life. 3 days after the game launch, the first golden-grade item appeared in the trading post, a helmet with attributes far inferior to the blood-tied greatsword, yet it fetched a 7-figure sum. A slight smile tugged at his lips, confident that the blood-tied greatsword would spark a fierce bidding war. With everything set, Jiang Chen logged off to rest. Rather than staying up all night, he decided to recharge and prepare for tomorrow. After logging out, Jiang Chen removed his helmet and quickly cooked a bowl of instant noodles to satisfy his hunger. After eating, he took a quick shower and laid down on his bed. Before sleeping, Jiang Chen habitually checked his phone. The top 5 trending topics on Weibo were all about gods. 1. Gods launches globally today. 2. Gods hits over 1 billion concurrent players on launch day. 3. Creator company announces game pods now mass-produced, limited global release in a week. 4. Celebrities swarm into gods. Have you met your idol in the game? 5. Not only on Weibo, but other social media and entertainment apps were also flooded with gods-related topics. Glancing at the time, it was already close to 3 a.m. Jiang Chen quickly turned off his phone, set an alarm for 9 a.m., and drifted into a deep sleep. In the morning, a rapid knocking on the door abruptly woke Jiang Chen from his sleep. Groggily, he reached for his phone. It was exactly 8 a.m. Jiang Chen, wake up! A familiar, authoritative female voice called from outside. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered she was coming. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he threw on some pants and went to open the door. Standing there was Xiaorer, her fit body clad in a white sports shirt and skirt, her long legs and running shoes still glistening with sweat from her morning run. She held a cup of soy milk and a bag of steamed buns. Morning, Rirjia, Jiang Chen greeted her. Just finished my run and brought you some breakfast. Xiaorer handed him the food, her eyes lingering on his bare chest. Though he wasn't overly muscular, his toned physique and defined lines made her eyes narrow with a slight smile at the corner of her lips. Hey, Rirjia, we agreed on paying for breakfast, not doing other things. Jiang Chen teased earnestly as he took the breakfast. Xiaorer rolled her eyes. You're such a smooth talker, aren't you? At that moment, they overheard a lively conversation from 2 young people in the hallway. What class did you choose in gods? Of course, a warrior. True men lead the charge. Xiaorer glanced at the passersby and sighed. It feels like the whole world changed overnight. Not only are the TV and phone full of gods, but even people around us are talking about it. She turned to Jiang Chen and asked, by the way, which newbie village are you in? 10001. Too bad. We're not in the same village, Xiaorer said with a hint of disappointment. I can't even handle minor monsters and was hoping you, the full-time pro, could help me out. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, Didn't you say you studied fashion design? Yeah, why? Xiaoyu replied, puzzled. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He knew exactly who to give that fashion design blueprint to. Once players reach level 10, they can start learning life skills. Staring earnestly at Xiaoyu, Jiang Chen said, I think there's a profession that's perfect for you. What profession? Xiaoyu asked curiously. A tailor. Jiang Chen replied with conviction, then explained. A tailor can make various outfits to sell to players. It's one of the most lucrative side jobs in the game. Hearing making outfits, Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Fashion design had always been a modest dream of hers, but she had to give it up after graduation to make a living. She knew the huge profits from in-game fashion, whether it was the outfits in dress-up games or the skins in MOBA games, they all brought considerable revenue. And Gods was an immensely popular game. The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was worth a try. With a face full of anticipation, Xiaoyu said, I want to learn tailoring. Jiang Chen smiled and asked, by the way, what level are you now? Xiaoyu's excitement instantly deflated, and she replied dejectedly, level 3. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Wow, level 3, he thought to himself. Not only was she just level 3, but they were also not in the same starting village, making it impossible to help her directly. Players couldn't teleport between different starting villages. Only after reaching the level 10 main city would teleportation be available. Jiang Chen suddenly felt a bit exasperated. Seeing Jiang Chen's speechless expression, Xiaoyu said helplessly, don't you think the monsters in Gods are too tough? It takes forever to kill one, and their damage is ridiculously high. Jiang Chen didn't delve into the difficulty issue. After pondering for a moment, he said, I'll send you a guide for the starting village quest later. Just follow it. A guide? Xiaoyu's spirits lifted immediately, and she nodded eagerly. Okay, I'll go take a shower first, and then wait for your guide to get in the game. With that, she excitedly ran back to her room. Jiang Chen also returned to his room, quickly freshened up, and opened his computer. While enjoying the breakfast Xiaoyu had brought, he started writing the guide. He knew that leveling up in the starting village didn't necessarily require killing monsters. Many fetch quests, though tedious, also provided substantial experience. While the leveling speed couldn't match top players grinding monsters, a well-planned quest route could still be faster than average players. After about 20 minutes, a detailed guide for starting village fetch quests was completed. Although Jiang Chen forgot some details, he meticulously outlined the main quest paths, how to find and complete quests. This guide could get a player to level 10 in roughly 20 hours, much better than the usual 2 to 3 days most players spent in the starting village. The best part was that it required no technical skills, making it accessible to everyone. The only downside was that it was extremely tedious and monotonous. After sending the guide to Xiaoyu, Jiang Chen put on his gaming helmet and entered the game. At 8:30 a.m., he appeared in the starting village square and noticed he had 2 unread messages. Tao Xiaoyao, Master, I'm online. Tao Xiaoyao, Master, message me when you're online. Just as Jiang Chen was about to reply, another message came through. Master? Knowing that Tao Xiaoyao had been waiting for him, Jiang Chen immediately sent a voice message. Meet at the village entrance. Then he opened the trading house. All 4 white items and 2 bronze items had sold, and the sharp dagger silver had also been purchased, final price 1250 gold. After deducting the transaction fee, Jiang Chen received 1125 gold, which was nearly 100,000 renminbi at the current exchange rate. This price wasn't particularly high, although there were already 3 or 4 silver items in the auction house. When Jiang Chen sold this dagger, it was the first silver item in the national server. If not for its level 5 requirement and slightly lower base attributes, Jiang Chen believed it could have fetched an even higher price. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied with the earnings. However, this dagger wasn't the main attraction. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on another item. Item: Blood-Tied Greatsword Gold. Current bid: 2,000 gold. Time remaining: 6 hours 55 minutes 31 seconds. This legendary golden blade is the real highlight. Jiang Chen was secretly delighted. There were still nearly 7 hours left until the auction ended, and that would be the time when the wealthy bidders would truly make their moves. He was eagerly anticipating it, as if he could already see the intense bidding war. After leaving the trading house, Jiang Chen headed out of the beginner's village. Along the way, he casually opened the level rankings and took a quick glance. First, Zixia Fae Mage, level 11. Second, Qianxing Tianxia Warrior, level 11. Third, Xianduan Yushui Ting Archer, level 10. 10th, Jianqi Hengqiu Warrior, level 10. As expected, his name was no longer among the top 10. Jiang Chen sighed lightly, thinking that these players rushing to level up probably had no idea what burnout was. Passing through the bustling square, Jiang Chen arrived at the village entrance. There, he saw the petite Tao Xiao Yao standing by the statue at the side of the gate, her head slightly lowered. Occasionally, someone would approach her to invite her to a team, but she politely declined each time. When she saw Jiang Chun, her face immediately lit up with a gentle smile, and she quickly walked over. Master! Her sweet voice was filled with joy. Without a word, Jiang Chun sent a team invitation and then headed straight towards Black Mist Canyon. Are we waiting for Sister Cheng Ying? Tao Xiao Yao asked curiously, jogging to keep up. Not sure when she'll log on. We'll go first, and she can catch up when she's online, Jiang Chun replied without looking back. Okay, Tao Xiao Yao responded, following closely. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Black Mist Canyon. The entrance was already crowded with players, indicating that everyone's levels had increased. They delved deeper and finally found a quiet area in the depths of the canyon, surrounded by level 10 monsters with few players around. Armored zombies, LV-10, Jiang Chun noted, seeing several zombies in black armor wandering around. Heal! Jiang Chun shouted softly, and a beam of white light instantly descended on one of the monsters. The power of his 220 magic attack was immediately evident. Following that, a white line formed in front of Jiang Chun, connecting at a 90-degree angle to 3 monsters. 3 damage numbers floated up, and the monsters were covered in a layer of white frost, their movements visibly slowed. This was the additional effect of the frost staff, which reduced the target's movement speed by 20. Combined with the 10 speed boost from the phantom boots, Jiang Chun could easily maintain a distance while dealing with multiple monsters. Jiang Chun retreated while casting spells, and the 3 armored zombies chased after him, but could never get close. Is this the joy of being a ranged character? Jiang Chun beamed. Kiting is truly the essence of ranged combat. Now, Jiang Chun's monster-killing efficiency was 3 times what it had been before. He was determined to reach level 10 as quickly as possible. At 9:30 a.m., the sounds of battle echoed through Black Mist Canyon. Jiang Chun wielded his staff, knocking down one monster after another, and his experience points soared rapidly. After more than half an hour of relentless fighting, his level increased by nearly 30, reaching level 9 with 35 experience. Beside him, Tao Xiaoyao was not to be outdone, leveling up from 7 to 8. Master, Sister Cheng Ying said she's almost here, Tao Xiaoyao said just as footsteps were heard in the distance. Cheng Ying, holding a long sword and shield, quickly joined the group. Morning, Cheng Ying greeted, slightly out of breath. Jiang Chun continued to slay monsters while teasing. You're here so early. We still have over 2 hours until lunch. Catching the playful tone in Jiang Chen's words, Cheng Ying blushed slightly and explained somewhat embarrassedly. I didn't fall asleep until 3 a.m. and then spent some time on the forums this morning. Seeing Jiang Chen not respond, Tao Xiaoyao covered her mouth and chuckled. To ease the awkwardness, Cheng Ying quickly changed the subject. Did you guys know? Those top players who stayed up all night grinding and reached level 10 early are all stuck at the ancient Netherworld Secret Realm. Ancient Netherworld Secret Realm? Tao Xiaoyao's interest was piqued immediately. Cheng Ying nodded and explained. Yes, once players reach level 10, they can go to the main city, but someone has to clear the ancient Netherworld Secret Realm first to unlock the path. The top players and leading guilds rushed to level 10 overnight, but they're all stuck there now. The official forums are in an uproar. Her tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. Jiang Chun added succinctly, the ancient Netherworld Secret Realm is the gateway dungeon to the level 10 main city. He knew that in his previous life, the first clear of this dungeon was around midnight tonight. This time, it might be sooner. Jiang Chun didn't say much more, focusing on killing monsters. Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao also got busy. Their teamwork noticeably improved. While it was still challenging to kill level 10 monsters, they could at least help by pulling them. As soon as a monster in front of Jiang Chun fell, the two would pull another one over, significantly increasing their efficiency. An hour and a half later, 3 armored zombies fell at Jiang Chun's feet. With the system notification sound, he finally leveled up. At the same time, Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao had already reached level 9. Your level has increased to 10. Your 4 main attributes have increased by 1 point each, and you have gained 4 free attribute points. Jiang Chun quickly allocated his attribute points and checked his status panel. Constitution, 191. Strength, 191. Agility, 191. Intelligence, 805. Spell power, 23010. What excited him even more was the qualitative leap in his skills. Healing spell, upgraded from reduce target's health by 3150 spell power to reduce target's health by 4200 spell power. Healing ray, change from reduce target's health by 150 spell power per second to reduce target's health by 200 spell power per second. Below the skill descriptions, a new line of text appeared. Under the effect of yin-yang reversal, current skill power increases by 100. After reaching level 20, skill power increases by 150. Jiang Chun was ecstatic, calculating that with his current 230 spell power, A single healing spell could now deal 500 damage. He turned to his teammates and asked, "What percentage of experience do you have at level 9? Cheng Ying replied, 15 into level 9. Tao Xiaoyao followed, 21 into level 9. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chun decisively said, "Let's pull more monsters. Once you both reach level 10, we'll head to the ancient Netherworld's secret realm." With that, he walked towards the nearby monsters. To the ancient Netherworld's secret realm? Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao were stunned, but after a few seconds, they recovered. Especially Cheng Ying, who was both surprised and excited. She immediately ran off to help pull more monsters. Watching Jiang Chun slay monsters, Tao Xiaoyao marveled. Master's damage has increased significantly again. In just an hour and a half, Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao both reached level 10. Jiang Chun glanced at the intimacy level with the two girls. Current intimacy with Cheng Ying, 823-10000. With Tao Xiaoyao, 836-10000. Jiang Chun had been fighting in the Black Mist Canyon for a long time, finally defeating over 500 minor monsters. However, these monsters only dropped 2 level 10 bronze items, making the low drop rate quite disappointing. Brother Fanchen, should we head to the ancient ghost realm now? The forum says the dungeon is just west of the Black Mist Canyon. Cheng Ying asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Jiang Chun frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and replied, "It's not far from here, but we need to go back to the village chief to get the quest. Otherwise, we can't enter the dungeon. You can go get it. I'll make you the team leader. Once you get the quest, we can all enter the dungeon." Cheng Ying pouted and muttered, "Fine, I'll be the errand runner. I'll go with you." Tao Xiaoyao volunteered. Jiang Chun shook his head and explained, "Only one person can go. The other needs to stay and level up. If both of you go, the blessing of Eros will be wasted." He didn't care who went. In the end, Cheng Ying went back to the newbie village to get the quest, while Jiang Chun and Tao Xiaoyao continued leveling up in the Black Mist Canyon. 40 minutes later, Cheng Ying came back, panting. Jiang Chun checked the time. It was already 1:30 p.m. "Anyone hungry? We can grab lunch first," he asked considerately. Both girls shook their heads simultaneously, clearly too excited to think about food. "All right, let's head to the ancient ghost realms," Jiang Chun ordered decisively. "By the way, Brother Fanchen," Cheng Ying suddenly remembered, "the village chief said we need 4 people to open the door to the ancient ghost realm. Do we need to find another member?" Jiang Chun confidently shook his head and started walking toward the dungeon. Although Cheng Ying was puzzled, she followed without further questions. Meanwhile, in a clearing west of the Black Mist Canyon, a grayish-white vortex gate stood silently. A crowd of players had gathered around it. Most were there for the spectacle, but a few level 10 players were eager to try the dungeon. However, several teams had already been wiped out inside, deterring many. "Our newbie village doesn't have anyone from top guilds. We'll probably have to wait for someone from another village to clear it," one player said helplessly. "This dungeon has stumped players for half a day. Does anyone have news on the progress of top guilds like Kings of the World, Immortal Myth, Dynasty, or Heavenly Court?" Another player asked urgently. "Latest news. Dynasty's 7th team has been wiped out," someone replied in a low voice. At that moment, a familiar figure caught a few players' attention. "Isn't that the pretty boy priest?" A burly warrior named Zhan Patsangxiong squinted. His companions, Ci Patsangxiong and Nai Patsangxiong, also looked over. These were the 3 Tsangxiong brothers, previously instant-killed by Jiang Chun. They were now eyeing Jiang Chun, who had just arrived. "Is he here for the dungeon?" Nai Patsangxiong asked, staring at Jiang Chun. "Should we, Ci Patsangxiong made a throat-slitting gesture. "Don't!" Zhan Patsangxiong hissed, pointing behind Jiang Chun. "Look behind him. It's her, the female knight." Nai Patsangxiong and Ci Patsangxiong saw Cheng Ying in the distance and froze, their faces turning pale. The memory of being instantly killed by her still haunted them. Jiang Chun approached the vortex gate, drawing everyone's attention. When Cheng Ying joined him, Jiang Chun nodded slightly and said, "Let's go in." Cheng Ying nodded and stepped into the vortex without hesitation. Jiang Chun and Tao Xiaoyao followed closely behind. What are they doing? What can 3 people achieve in there? Are they noobs? No way. What noob reaches level 10 this fast? Who are these people, daring to do this? The crowd erupted in chatter. Zhan Patsangxiong's voice suddenly rang out, filled with reverence. "Let me tell you, that female knight is terrifying." "Is that female knight really that powerful?" a male knight asked curiously, looking over at Zhan Patsangxiong. Zhan Patsangxiong's face lit up with a confident smile as he replied firmly, "Powerful? She's beyond powerful. I dare say you won't find many in the entire server who can match her." Beside him, Nai Patsangxiong and Ci Patsangxiong nodded in agreement, their expressions serious. The surrounding players perked up with interest and gathered around. A man couldn't help but ask, "There's such a formidable player in newbie village 10001? Brother, Can you tell us more? Jean Pitsong cleared his throat and scanned the crowd before suddenly asking, did any of you see the priest who went in with her? You mean that handsome guy? What's up with him? Someone replied, curious. Raising his voice, Jean Pitsong announced, that priest was on the level leaderboard before. At this, someone in the crowd had a moment of realization. Now that you mention it, I remember. When the leaderboard first came out, there was indeed a priest named Fanshan on it. Others began to look thoughtful as well. One person, still puzzled, asked, brother, what does this have to do with the female knight? Jean Pitsong's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Take a guess why that priest made it to the leaderboard. He was teamed up with that female knight. I figure he's just riding her coattails. His words were like a bombshell, causing an uproar among the crowd. A particularly imaginative player asked in shock, are you saying that the female knight is supporting him and even boosted his rank on the leaderboard? The surrounding players wore looks of sudden comprehension. Seeing this, Jean Pitsong's face took on an enigmatic smile. I won't say more. Those who get it, get it. With that, he fell silent, refusing to answer any more questions. At this moment, Jean Pitsong felt a secret satisfaction, and his two brothers, Nai Pitsong and Si Pitsong, also felt inexplicably relieved. They were quietly grateful that being defeated by such a top-tier player didn't seem so bad after all. After all, being taken down by a top-notch expert was much more dignified than losing to an ordinary player. This was why Jean Pitsong praised Cheng Ying so highly, save face, and to find a reasonable explanation for their quick defeat. Meanwhile, inside the Vortex Gate, Jiang Chun, Cheng Ying, and Tao Xiao Yao had just stepped in when they received a system notification. You have entered the dungeon. Ancient ghostly secret realm, bronze level. They found themselves standing on a pitch-black ground, in front of a transparent door made of some special energy. Through this door, they could see a shadowy graveyard, starkly contrasting with their current location, as if the door separated two entirely different worlds. Cheng Ying asked in confusion, what are we supposed to do? Where are the monsters? Jiang Chun pointed to the ground. Look around. There are 4 raised stone plates. Just stand on them. With that, he walked over to the nearest stone plate. Cheng Ying and Tao Xiao Yao then noticed the circular stone plates on the ground and quickly stood on them. Cheng Ying asked again, what about the last one? Jiang Chun reminded her, don't you have a summoned beast? Realizing this, Tao Xiao Yao immediately summoned a large yellow dog and had it stand on the last stone plate. As the 4 raised stone plates slowly sank to ground level, the transparent door in front of them gradually opened. Cheng Ying exclaimed in surprise, this actually works? As the door opened, the ground in the graveyard split apart, and skeleton monsters began to crawl out. Skeleton Warrior, LV10. Skeleton Knight, LV10. Skeleton Mage, LV10. Skeleton Witch, LV10. Skeleton Assassin, LV10. Skeleton Archer, LV10. Skeleton Hound, LV10. Each skeleton monster wielded a weapon corresponding to its class. The Skeleton Warrior held a large bone sword. The Skeleton Knight was equipped with a bone sword and shield. The Skeleton Mage, in which each carried a bone staff, and the Skeleton Archer and Assassin wielded bone bows and daggers, respectively. Cheng Ying's eyes widened in surprise. These skeleton monsters correspond to the 7 player classes? Tao Xiao Yao muttered quietly. Why does the summoner correspond to a big skeleton dog? A hint of displeasure showed on her petite face. These small monsters correspond to the various player classes, and they also have the basic skills of each class, Jiang Chen said. As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Ying exclaimed, even the knight's shield block? Jiang Chen nodded to confirm and added, not only that, but their attributes like attack, defense, and health are similar to a level 10 player's base stats. With that, he started walking towards the graveyard, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Hearing this, Tao Xiaoyao looked thoughtful. Cheng Ying, curious, asked, are their attributes similar to players? Does that mean they're strong? No. Tao Xiaoyao shook her head, a slight smile on her lips. It means a top player can take them out in seconds. Before she finished speaking, Jiang Chun had already reached the small monsters. He precisely gauged the distance, and with a light touch of his finger, a white healing beam shot out, connecting with the farthest skeleton mage. The beam zipped through the mage like lightning, almost instantly rebounding to the nearby skeleton wizard and skeleton archer. 3 hits, 3 fragile ranged enemies, all down in a flash. The remaining 4 melee skeletons fell one by one under Jiang Chen's healing spells, cast every 2.5 seconds. Apart from the skeleton knight, who blocked 1 hit with its shield, the others were all killed in a single strike. This is unreal. Even though Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao knew Jiang Chen could take out the small monsters easily, witnessing it firsthand still felt surreal. It was just too effortlessly done. Jiang Chen chuckled. Actually, only I can do it this easily. Other players don't have such high damage. If they can't take out the skeletons quickly, especially if the skeleton mage starts healing them, it'll be tough. He continued, what's more important is that these skeletons, though their attributes are similar to level 10 players, have a passive aura bone body, which adds 50 damage resistance. At this stage, that's deadly for other players. Chen smirked. But this resistance doesn't affect me. My healing spells deal true damage, ignoring everything except invincibility skills. His eyes gleamed as he looked at the ground, where several skeleton corpses were glowing faintly. The drop rate for dungeon monsters is much higher than wild ones. 7 skeletons and 3 pieces of gear. Chen quickly picked up the loot, announcing excitedly, 3 bronze-grade items. A few seconds later, the ground cracked open again, and more skeletons crawled out. This was the second wave, with 14 skeletons. Chen's eyes lit up. To him, these monsters weren't enemies, but pieces of gear about to be his. Before all the skeletons could fully emerge, Chen had already taken out the few at the front, killing them while they were still half-buried. After eliminating them all, he had 6 more bronze items in his inventory. Then came the third wave. 21 skeletons emerged from the ground, only to be swiftly wiped out by Chen again. He happily collected the gear, thinking, there's nothing more satisfying than picking up loot. Just then, a striking server-wide message appeared. Qin Xing Tianxia. Who owns the blood-tied greatsword on the market? Please PM me. I'm offering a high price that will definitely satisfy you. Chen paused. Such messages could only be sent using special items, and at this stage, there were probably fewer than a handful in the entire national server. This message caused an immediate stir in the game. Soon, more messages followed. Ba Qi Kuang Run. Buying the blood-tied greatsword on the market. Whoever you are, if you sell it, you'll always be a friend of the King's World Guild. Tai Dao Zhan Yin Luo. Bro, sell it to our Heaven's Court Guild. Name your price, and we'll meet it. Ming Yu Ru Hawaii. To the one who listed the blood-tied greatsword, please PM me. I'm sincerely interested in buying. Seeing these messages, Chen glanced at the time. It was just after 2 p.m. There was still over an hour before the blood-tied greatsword auction ended. Why are they all in such a rush? Chen frowned, pondering briefly before muttering. Could it be for the first clear of the ancient nether realm? Looks like I'll have to slow down on this dungeon and wait for the auction to end. Let them fight over it for now. After picking up the loot from the third wave of mobs, Chen's backpack now held 18 pieces of bronze gear. This haul was far superior to the drops from outside wild monsters, a stark contrast indeed. The high drop rate in the ancient ghostly secret realm caused the price of whiteboard gear to plummet rapidly. Although players couldn't yet clear the dungeon, killing a few waves of mobs was enough to impact the market. Bronze gear also saw a slight depreciation, but it wasn't significant. Currently, level 10 whiteboard gear was worth about 1 gold, while bronze gear was around 50 gold. Then, the fourth wave of monsters appeared in the graveyard, no longer just mobs, but elite monsters that stopped most players in their tracks. Ancient ghostly guards. These level 10 bronze elite phantoms had 10,000 HP and a special skill. When taking fatal damage, they would enter an invincible stealth state, increase their movement speed by 20, and break stealth upon attacking. 4 ancient ghostly guards, armed with bone spikes, slowly closed in on Chen. He remained calm, casting a healing spell first. A white light fell, causing one elite monster to lose 5 of its HP and be covered in frost, slowing it down. Then a healing beam connected to the other 3, dealing damage and similarly slowing them. In the early stages, dealing with these elite monsters was as easy as handling ordinary mobs, and Chen killed them with ease. But when their HP dropped below 10, his expression grew serious. These monsters would enter stealth and become invincible while speeding up when near death, forcing players into a defensive position. More troubling was the fact that they had to be made to attack to break stealth, meaning players had to endure a close-range hit. Chen knew what to do. He could use blink to dodge attacks, but the skill had a long cooldown of 2.5 minutes. The key was to control the HP and positions of the 4 elite monsters. When their HP dropped to about 4, Chen stopped attacking and adjusted his positioning to keep the 4 monsters equidistant. With a command, he simultaneously cast Healing Spell and Healing Beam. The 4 elite monsters showed 0 damage above their heads and instantly vanished. Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao, standing outside the graveyard, held their breath, their hearts racing. Chen, however, remained calm, standing still as if everything was under control. Suddenly, 4 sharp bone spikes appeared, almost brushing against Chen's body as the 4 ancient ghostly guards reappeared, surrounding him. Now was the moment. Chen took a deep breath, and the blue crescent moon rune on his forehead lit up. Blink! His figure vanished, leaving behind a blue rune afterimage, and the 4 bone spikes hit nothing but air. In the next instant, Jiang Chun reappeared behind the elite monsters. The outcome was sealed. The four ancient, ghostly guards fell one after another after breaking stealth. A faint light shone from one of the corpses. A bronze elite monster had dropped loot. Jiang Chun smiled and quickly moved forward to collect the spoils. Jiang Chun acquired a fine piece of equipment, a white jade bone shield of silver grade. This shield not only provides 30 points of defense, but also adds 10 points to constitution and offers a 10 damage reduction effect. Despite having a female knight in the team who would be perfect for this gear, Jiang Chun unhesitatingly stored it in his backpack, intending to sell it back at the novice village. In his view, no one should get equipment without putting in the effort. Suddenly, the entire ancient netherworld secret realm shook violently, nearly causing Jiang Chun to lose his balance. The ground in the center of the mass grave split open rapidly, and a white bone hand emerged from the crack. Following that, a giant skeleton nearly 3 meters tall climbed out. This skeleton wore a gray cloak, with hollow eye sockets burning with eerie purple flames. In its left hand, it held a glowing purple crystal ball that bathed half its body in a soft purple light. A system notification revealed that this was a level 10 bronze-grade boss named Necromancer Skeleton Guyo. It possessed two powerful skills, Mana Burn and Soul Chaos. Mana Burn would shoot a tracking beam at the farthest target, reducing the target's mana by 10 per second for 10 seconds. Soul Chaos would, every time the boss's health dropped by 10, deal 100 true damage to the highest damage dealer, causing them to enter a 10-second state of confusion, attacking allied units. Jiang Chen quickly deduced that both skills were targeted at him. At that moment, an angry voice echoed in everyone's mind. Vile intruders, lowly ants, how dare you desecrate my tomb? I am Guyo, the Empire's chief court mage, and I hereby sentence you to death. Looking at this self-proclaimed Guyo, the necromancer skeleton, Jiang Chen couldn't help but mock. Even as a skeleton, you're still this dramatic. Impressive. He then issued instructions to the team. This boss is straightforward. I'll initiate the attack and hold the aggro. You two just need to hit it once, and then stand behind me. Jiang Chen's plan was to have Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao absorb the mana burn debuff for him, while he could handle the soul chaos himself. More importantly, he remembered that the first kill of this boss would drop a unique item, the purple crystal ball, an excellent artifact. A glint of anticipation flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes as he prepared for the intense battle ahead. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao were momentarily stunned. They could join the battle now? Excitement flashed in their eyes as they quickly followed Jiang Chun into the mass grave. Suddenly, an enraged voice boomed through the air. Wretched beings, how dare you trespass here? I will make sure your souls are scattered and you die without a grave. This was the voice of the undead skeleton, Guyu, echoing around them with a deafening effect. Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao instinctively took a step back, their faces filled with shock. Cheng Ying trembled as she said, "The pressure is overwhelming. So terrifying." Jiang Chun, however, was unfazed and muttered, "What a noisy entrance line. If I had learned the gathering skill, I'd use your bones to make soup." He then addressed the team, "Get ready, and don't stay too close to me." With that, Jiang Chun launched an attack spell. Guyu's health instantly dropped by 0.5. The boss immediately retaliated, conjuring a purple fireball with its right hand and hurling it at Jiang Chun, who dodged it effortlessly. Taking advantage of the moment, Cheng Ying stepped forward and slashed with her sword, while Tao Xiaoyao commanded her big yellow dog to bite. Although their attacks did minimal damage, they achieved their goal to ensure the boss targeted them as the furthest enemies when using its skills. After completing their task, the two women quickly retreated to a safe position behind Jiang Chun. 20 seconds later, Guyu's health had decreased by 5. It paused, raising the purple crystal ball in its left hand, which began to glow intensely. A purple beam shot out, hitting Tao Xiaoyao, who was the furthest away. Her mana started depleting rapidly at a rate of 10 per second. This was Guyu's mana burn skill. Jiang Chun continued to maneuver at the front, dodging purple fireballs while casting spells continuously. Soon, Guyu's health dropped to 90. Chaos shall reign. Your soul will be exiled. Guyu's crazed voice echoed through the graveyard. An unusual aura emanated from the purple crystal ball, and an invisible ripple struck Jiang Chen's mind. Thud! A gray, terrifying number appeared above Jiang Chen's head, and his body slowly collapsed into a pile of fragments. The area fell into a dead silence. Cheng Ying stared blankly at the scene, her mind a blank. Tao Xiaoyao was also stunned, but quickly noticed something unusual. The damage number was an odd gray color. It turned out that the fallen figure was just Jiang Chen's illusion. This was the effect of the phantom boots, which could absorb a single target attack. Jiang Chen explained, the boss's soul chaos can be absorbed by the illusion, but the cooldown is quite long. The illusion has a fixed 3-minute cooldown, unaffected by cooldown reduction. Brother Fanchon is fine. Cheng Ying breathed a sigh of relief and curiously asked, "What skill is this?" "It's amazing. Is it similar to an assassin's substitution technique?" Tao Xiaoyao pondered. "Priests have such skills too?" This was beyond her understanding. Jiang Chen remained focused on the boss fight. For him, Guyu was not difficult to handle. The only thing he needed to manage was the output speed, waiting for the illusion's cooldown to finish. Half an hour later, Guyu used its final soul chaos, reducing its health to below 10. Jiang Chun slowed his attack pace and checked the time. 3:10 p.m. The auction for the blood-tied greatsword would end in 20 minutes, so he decided to drag out the fight, keeping the boss's health at around 1. Meanwhile, in the novice village marketplace, an intense bidding war was underway. Countless eyes were fixed on the auction for the blood-tied greatsword, with only 20 minutes remaining until it ended. Many wealthy players and guilds are frantically buying up gold coins, as if it's the last frenzy before the apocalypse. Inside a luxurious villa at Yuehu Manor in Shanghai, Ouyang Jun, the leader of the King's Dominion Guild, known by his in-game ID dominating madman, is wearing a VR headset, leading his guild's elite team to conquer the ancient ghost dungeon. Standing nearby is his stylish assistant Xiao Lei, dressed in a sexy black office outfit. She whispers, "Boss, the player who listed the blood-tied greatsword hasn't contacted us, but it seems they haven't reached out to anyone else either. The item is still up for auction." Ouyang Jun, in the middle of directing his team, suddenly curses. "Damn it, the 8th squad got wiped out too." He pauses, realizing what Xiao Lei just said. "What did you just say, Xiao Lei?" "The blood-tied greatsword is still on the auction house, with 16 minutes left until the auction ends," Xiao Lei patiently repeats. Ouyang Jun sneers, "Huh. Looks like this guy is dead set on making us fight for it in the auction house." He then asks, "Xiao Lei, how's the gold collection going?" "We bought up all the gold priced under 80 yuan, and we've accumulated 12,000 gold coins so far," Xiao Lei quickly responds. Ouyang Jun shakes his head. "Not enough." Xiao Lei looks puzzled. "The first silver deer dagger sold for 1,250 gold. Isn't 12,000 gold enough for the first gold tier weapon?" "It's different," Ouyang Jun explains. "This blood-tied greatsword is crucial for the first clear of the ancient ghost dungeon. Whoever gets it will basically have the dungeon in the bag." He thinks for a moment and decisively orders, "Keep collecting gold, at least 30,000, no, 50,000. We must win this auction at all costs." 50,000 gold coins. Xiao Lei nods, astonished. This means at least 4 to 5 million yuan. She can't help but wonder if it's really worth such a high price. As time ticks by, the price of the blood-tied greatsword climbs steadily. In the final 3 minutes of the auction, bidding becomes intense. After a brief pause at 30,000 gold coins, the price surges again, quickly reaching 40,000. In the last 20 seconds, the price skyrockets to 50,000 gold coins. Ouyang Jun grits his teeth. "Let's see who can beat that." He pours in everything he has, pushing the price to 56,000 gold coins to ensure victory. However, in the final 3 seconds, a bid of 60,000 gold coins shocks all the bidders. "God damn it." Ouyang Jun erupts in fury, his face turning red as he slams his fist on the table. Meanwhile, in Novice Village 10999, a warrior named Blade to Reaper breathes a sigh of relief. "Finally, we got it. He is the leader of the Heavenly Court Guild." A nearby mage looks confused. "Boss, we spent nearly 6.5 million yuan to gather those 60,000 gold coins, just for a level 10 gold tier weapon. Is it really worth it?" "Absolutely," Blade to Reaper says excitedly. "With this blood-tied greatsword, I'm confident we can clear the ancient ghost dungeon. Let's head there right away. This time we'll make it through." Just as he finishes speaking, a server-wide announcement pops up. "Congratulations to players Cheng Ying, Fan Chun, and Tao Xiao Yao for clearing the ancient ghost dungeon and achieving the first clear, unlocking the main city portal." As soon as the server-wide announcement was made, the top-tier players were stunned. Baki Kwangren stood frozen, his face filled with disbelief. "So fast? They completed the first kill right after getting the gear?" he muttered, quickly shaking his head to dismiss the thought. Other major guilds and elite players capable of challenging the dungeon were equally incredulous. The announcement contained a startling piece of information. The team that achieved the first kill consisted of only 3 members, rather than the usual 4. With dungeon difficulty exponentially increasing as the number of team members decreased, this feat was all the more extraordinary. The most aggrieved was Tianting Guild's leader, Taidao Zhan Yinluo, who had just acquired the blood-tied greatsword. He stared at the announcement, his eyes blazing with fury. The core members around him were silent, aware that their leader was on the brink of an outburst. "Find out who they are!" Taidao Zhan Yinluo roared. "I don't care which guild these 3 belong to. If they dare to steal my first kill, they will pay the price." despite knowing it was unwise to provoke such powerful players. Everyone remained silent under their leader's raging wrath. Meanwhile, inside the ancient ghost realm, Jiang Chun and his team had just defeated the boss, Ancient Ghost. The colossal skeletal figure collapsed to the ground, emitting a faint glow. The system notifications followed in rapid succession. You have slain the bronze-level dungeon boss, Necro-Skeleton Ancient Ghost, achieving the first kill and first clear, earning the title Pathfinder. Your level has increased to 11. All 4 of your primary attributes have increased by 1 point, and you have earned 4 free attribute points. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun allocated all his points to intelligence. His attributes instantly updated. Constitution, 201. Strength, 201. Agility, 201. Intelligence, 855. Spell power, 24010. Jiang Chun quickly checked his new title, Pathfinder, drop rate 50. This unexpected bonus brought a smile to his face. Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao also exclaimed in surprise, having reached level 11 and obtained the Pathfinder title. Before the 2 women could calm down, Jiang Chun began inspecting the boss drops. 1. Ancient Ghost Magic Orb Silver Grade, upgradable. Intelligence 20. Additional, double casting, 20 chance to trigger double effect on self-cast skills. Growth value, 0-300, confused with any equipment to gain growth value. Upgrades upon reaching max value. Suitable for Mage, Priest, Summoner. Required level, LV10. Unique first kill drop. 2. Life Necklace Silver Grade. Health 100. Additional. Out of combat. Can activate recovery mode, restoring 2 max health per second for 25 seconds, 1 minute cooldown. Suitable for all classes. Required level, LV10. 3. Berserk War Ring Silver Grade. Attack 20. Additional. Critical rate 5, critical damage 5. Suitable for Warrior, Assassin, Archer. Required level, LV10. Jiang Chun immediately equipped the usable items. The Ancient Ghost Magic Orb, serving as an offhand item, materialized as a purple crystal orb orbiting him before fading into a shadow. His attributes further improved. Intelligence, 10,520. Spell power, 28040. Health, 480,100. In addition to the equipment, the boss also dropped a mysterious skill book. Sealed skill book 3-star. Unsealed, effect unknown, cannot be learned. The drop rate for skill books from the Ancient Ghost boss is relatively high, but they're usually 1-star. It's rare to get a 2-star skill book. I can't believe my luck, Jiang Chun thought to himself, clearly pleased. He knew the origin of this 3-star skill book kit was originally a 2-star drop, but with the drop quality 1 buff, it upgraded to 3 stars. This dungeon run was highly rewarding. The minor mobs dropped 18 pieces of bronze gear, the elite mobs contributed 1 piece of silver gear, and the boss was exceptionally generous, dropping 3 pieces of silver gear, one of which was a valuable growth-type item. Adding the 3-star skill book to the haul, he was truly leaving with a full load. Jiang Chun quickly calculated how to handle these spoils. The auction house had a daily listing limit, and bronze gear wasn't highly valued, so he decided to make the most of it. Without hesitation, he chose to fuse the bronze gear into the Ancient Ghost Magic Crystal Ball. You have fused the Bronze Bone Dagger, Magic Crystal Ball growth value 10. You have fused the Bronze Swift Wind Longbow, Magic Crystal Ball growth value 10. After fusing 14 pieces of equipment, the Magic Crystal Ball's growth value reached 140,300. Looking at the number, Jiang Chun couldn't help but sigh. What a money pit. Despite that, he was in an excellent mood. Turning to his 2 teammates, Jiang Chun smiled and said, I prepared 2 pieces of equipment for each of you. Use them for now. With that, he handed a shield and a leather armor to Cheng Ying, and a staff and a robe to Tao Xiaoyao. Although they were just bronze-grade equipment, their attributes were quite decent for the current stage, definitely top tier. After all, the number of silver-grade items in the entire auction house could be counted on 2 hands. After the gear exchange, Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao exchanged glances, their faces flushing with surprise. They knew they hadn't contributed much in the dungeon, yet they had gained experience, received the first clear title, and now these valuable pieces of equipment. They felt a bit embarrassed. However, Jiang Chun saw things differently. Although they hadn't made substantial contributions, he believed that without these 2 support characters, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the boss alone. Besides, it was just a couple of bronze items which were insignificant to him. Seeing his companion still in a daze, Jiang Chun cleared his throat to break the silence. Don't just stand there. Let's head to the main city. After defeating the boss Guyu, Jiang Chun left the Guyu secret realm with Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao. As soon as they stepped out of the dungeon, they were stunned by the scene before them. A white vortex gate was surrounded by people, buzzing with chatter. They're out. It's Cheng Ying, the top player. 3 people completed the first kill? That's incredible. Our team can't even get past the small mobs. The gap between people is sometimes bigger than the gap between people and dogs. The surrounding players' words flooded in like waves. Suddenly, a knight player squeezed in front of Cheng Ying, eyes sparkling. Cheng Ying, can I add you as a friend? This seemed to open the floodgates, and more people swarmed in, some trying to strike up a conversation, some offering compliments, and others wanting to add her as a friend. Cheng Ying stood there bewildered. She knew completing the first kill would attract attention, but why was everyone focusing on her? She looked at Jiang Chun and Tao Xiaoyao in confusion, only to find they had already quietly walked ahead. Excuse me, let me through? Cheng Ying quickly made her way through the crowd and caught up with Jiang Chun. The discussions behind her continued. I'm so jealous of that priest. It's awesome to have a top player beauty leading you. Why can't I team up with a top player beauty? Maybe you should look in the mirror first? At the back of the crowd, the 3 brothers of the sky appeared as soon as Jiang Chen's group left. Jean Pitsong Qiong loudly declared, I told you, this female knight is a super top player. As the one who initially hyped up Cheng Ying, he naturally took the opportunity to boast. The surrounding players echoed his praise, and without Cheng Ying knowing, she was crowned the top knight of the server. Some players had already activated the game's recording feature, capturing the entire process of Jiang Chen's group exiting the dungeon and leaving, with most of the footage focusing on Cheng Ying. Soon, a new video appeared on the game's official forum, titled Shocking. The top knight of the server revealed to be a stunning beauty. The video quickly skyrocketed in views, landing on the trending list in no time. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun and his companions had returned to the novice village. Jiang Chun opened the trading house and put the Jade Bone Shield and the Berserk Battle Ring, both silver tier equipment, up for auction. He was pleased to find that the blood-tied greatsword he had previously listed had sold, earning him 58,800 gold coins, far exceeding his expectations. He noticed that due to players being stuck in the dungeon, equipment prices were soaring, and the gold exchange rate had reached 1:100, a week earlier than in his previous life. Jiang Chun turned and asked, do you have any other matters to take care of in the novice village? If not, let's head to the main city. Once we go there, it will be very difficult and costly to return. Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao exchanged glances and replied in unison, no, nothing else. The 3 of them arrived at the village's main building, where a brand new teleportation array was faintly glowing in the center of the first floor hall. All players who reached level 10 could use this array to travel to the corresponding main city. Jiang Chun stepped into the teleportation array first, and the system prompt immediately appeared. Would you like to teleport to Julo City? Yes. Jiang Chun silently confirmed. With a slight sensation of weightlessness, a white light flashed over Jiang Chun, and he vanished from the spot. Moments later, the system notification sounded again. You have been teleported to Julo City. Jiang Chun reappeared in the vast teleportation array of Julo City, which spanned several hundred square meters. White lights constantly flickered around him as other players were also being teleported in. Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao soon appeared beside Jiang Chun. Wow, this is magnificent! Cheng Ying exclaimed, her eyes wandering over the grandiose buildings around them. Tao Xiaoyao also widened her eyes, deeply impressed by the majestic scene before them. The stone-paved street in front of them was dozens of meters wide, stretching so far ahead that the end was not in sight. The 3 of them stood on the teleportation array, awestruck by the grandeur of Julo City, momentarily forgetting to take a step forward. First-time players visiting the main city are always struck by its grand scale and visually stunning scenery. Jiang Chun stood at the entrance of Julo City, taking in the bustling and magnificent sight before him. Towering city walls, majestic buildings, and bustling crowds. He was aware that this was just one of the 32 secondary main cities, with 8 primary main cities above them, which players had yet to access. Jiang Chen's gaze swept around, noticing many players who had just left the beginner's village flooding into this corresponding main city. He knew that the main cities were interconnected via teleportation, making the game world more tightly knit. A long-forgotten excitement quietly surfaced in Jiang Chen's calm eyes as he realized that the real game was just beginning. Let's head to the main city mansion to pick up some quests, Jiang Chen said to Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao beside him, leading them toward the city center. Navigating through the bustling streets, the 3 arrived at the main city square. A sprawling, 7-story palace-like building stood imposing life. This was the main city mansion. Jiang Chen knew that the city lord, various officials, and professional mentors all worked here. The mansion also housed various shops. As they entered the mansion, Cheng Ying curiously asked, Brother Fancheng, what quests are we picking up? Jiang Chen replied succinctly, we'll take any monster hunting quests. You 2 can explore around and see if you can find any hidden quests. With that, he headed alone to the financial office on the 2nd floor. The financial office managed the city's land, shops, taxes, and treasury. Jiang Chen pushed open the office door and saw a short, chubby, middle-aged man in an official robe leisurely reclining on a chair covered with soft animal fur, his feet casually propped on a long desk. Adventurer, I am Jint, an officer of the financial office. How can I assist you? The officer immediately adopted a professional demeanor upon seeing Jiang Chen. I'm here to lease some shops, Jiang Chen stated directly. He planned to lease several shops to sell and used equipment and items and to prepare for Xiaoru's future tailoring business. Jint perked up, sitting straight as he asked, are you looking for shops within the mansion or on the streets outside? Within the mansion, Jiang Chen replied without hesitation. Although the rent was higher, the foot traffic was significantly better. Jin handed Jiang Chen a detailed layout of the mansion's shops, indicating the location and price of each. After careful consideration, Jiang Chen decisively chose 6 shops in the center of the mansion's first floor, each with a monthly rent of 1,000 gold coins. 6 shops, 6,000 gold coins per month, Jin confirmed. Jiang Chen asked, if I rent for a year, can I get a discount? Jin looked slightly surprised but quickly offered a discounted price. For a yearly lease, it's 10,000 gold coins per shop per year. Are you sure? Yes, Jiang Chen nodded, calculating that if he had more gold, he would have leased all the shops. After completing the transaction, a system notification sounded. You have paid 60,000 gold coins to lease 6 shops in the Julo City Mansion for 1 year. Jiang Chen sighed. Well, the wallet's almost empty now. Despite this, his eyes sparkled with anticipation for the future, knowing this investment would yield substantial returns soon. After securing the shop, Jiang Chen made his way to the 3rd floor of the mansion. At the end of the spacious corridor, 7 neatly arranged rooms came into view, each door bearing a unique profession symbol. Jiang Chen quickly walked towards the room marked with the priest symbol and gently pushed the door open. In an instant, a dazzling light flooded his vision, causing Jiang Chen to instinctively raise his hand to shield his eyes. Once his eyes adjusted, the sight before him left him in awe. The opulent room featured a golden ceiling adorned with a brilliant chandelier, and the walls were covered with paintings encrusted with jewels and diamonds, radiating a mesmerizing glow. The most striking feature was the transparent glass desk at the front of the room, its surface inlaid with vibrant agate stones, gleaming brilliantly. Seated in a golden-laid jade chair was a mature woman with golden hair, blue eyes, and snow-white skin. She wore a form-fitting, slit-long dress that accentuated her curves, particularly the impressive bust that was hard to ignore. Adventurer, welcome. I am Yiflan, the intermediate priest instructor, she said with a smile. How can I assist you? Jiang Chen composed himself and took out the sealed skill book. I need to unseal this skill book. Yiflan stood up and walked over, her chest subtly swaying with each step, a faint fragrance wafting towards Jiang Chen, causing a stir in his heart. He shook his head slightly, trying to focus. A 3-star skill book, very nice, Yiflan remarked after a careful inspection. To unseal it, you'll need 50 gold coins. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Jiang Chen decisively handed over 50 gold coins, leaving his funds nearly depleted. Yiflan lightly caressed the skill book with her palm, and a soft glow appeared. It's done. She handed the unsealed book back to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen eagerly examined it. Small Holy Light Apocalypse Array 3-star. Cast a 20-meter radius hexagram array, restoring 100 spell power as health per second to all friendly targets within the array for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Mana cost, 100 points. Priest skill. Jiang Chen was overjoyed, fully aware of the skill's immense power. He immediately used his talent, Yin-Yang Reversal, altering the skill's effect. Small Holy Light Apocalypse Array 3-star reverse. Cast a 20-meter radius hexagram array, reducing 200 spell power as health per second to all enemy targets within the array for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Mana cost, 50 points. Priest skill. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel thrilled, calculating the skill's formidable power. In PvP, this skill was nearly unbeatable. Just as he was about to leave, a sudden message interrupted his thoughts. Cheng Ying's voice came through the voice message, tinged with a bit of hesitation. Fan Chen, I encountered an infinite challenge quest. Should we take it? Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Such random quests were rare and hard to come by. Their luck was indeed good. He immediately replied, an infinite challenge? Is it experience-based or gear-based? I'm not quite sure. Cheng Ying hesitated for a moment before continuing. The NPC who issued the quest said it's very difficult. If we fail, not only will we lose gear, but we'll also lose experience points. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. Then a confident smile played on his lips. A comprehensive infinite challenge? Let's take it. Okay, Cheng Ying responded. Meanwhile, outside the main mansion in Mingyu City, a group of players had just completed a quest and were walking out. One of them, a white-haired mage, quickly stepped forward to report to the leader. Guildmaster, we've identified the 3 players who got the first kill on the Guyu boss. The person addressed was none other than the guild master of the Heavenly Court, Taidao Zhan Yinluo. He halted his steps and said in a deep voice, "Speak." The white-haired mage hurriedly said, "They are 3 players from Newbie Village 10001, a female knight, a male priest, and a female summoner. Their main city is Julo City." However, he hesitated. Taidao Zhan Yinluo's gaze was sharp as a blade, piercing through the mage. "However what?" The white-haired mage tensed up and quickly added, "That female knight is rumored to be the top knight in the national server and doesn't seem to be affiliated with any guild." A hint of surprise flashed in Taidao Zhan Yinluo's eyes, followed by a cold smile. "Gather the troops, we're heading to Julo City." "Guild Master," the white-haired mage cautiously asked, "most of our members are in Mingyu City. It costs 5 gold coins per person to teleport to Julo City. How many should we summon?" Taidao Zhan Yinluo responded without hesitation. 300. The white-haired mage's eyes widened in shock. The guild had fewer than 500 members who had reached level 10, so this was nearly a full mobilization. Sensing his hesitation, Taidao Zhan Yinluo coldly said, "Since it's the top knight in the national server, we must give a grand gesture. Besides, do you think I'd fight a battle I can't win?" The white-haired mage swallowed nervously and softly reminded, "Guildmaster, 300 teleportation fees would cost 1,500 gold coins." Taidao Zhan Yinluo impatiently cut him off. "I've already spent 60,000 gold coins. Why would I care about 1,500 more?" His eyes gleamed with ambition. "This is our first battle in Gods, and our opponent is the top knight in the national server. We must showcase the strength of the Heavenly Court and let everyone know that whether in other games or in Gods, the Heavenly Court will reign supreme." Julo City, the main city mansion. After Jiang Chen and Cheng Ying ended their voice call, Jiang Chen stepped out of the room of their professional mentor, Yverin, when a system notification sounded in his ear. The party has accepted the Infinite Challenge quest. Challenge the Demon Realm Rift LV-10A. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and carefully read the quest details. A rift to the Demon Realm has appeared in the Nightmare Forest west of Julo City. The mission is to challenge the monsters born from this rift. The quest instructions were clear. No quitting halfway. Failure would result in forfeiting all rewards, a forced drop of 1 piece of equipment, and a deduction of all current level experience points. A level 10 attire infinite challenge. Jiang Chen smirked as he quickly made his way to the first floor of the mansion. Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao were already waiting there. Seeing Jiang Chen, Cheng Ying hurried over, her brow furrowed. "Brother Fanchen, I accepted the Infinite Challenge quest, but I didn't see any completion rewards. Is this okay?" Jiang Chen replied succinctly. "The rewards for infinite challenges come from the monster drops and experience." He then explained that all infinite challenge rewards are tied to the penalties for failure. Losing equipment corresponds to equipment drops, and losing experience means a substantial experience reward. Players refer to the former as gear-based and the latter as experience-based. When both are present, it's a higher difficulty comprehensive infinite challenge. Cheng Ying's eyes lit up with excitement. "So, are we doing this quest now?" She had just reached level 11, and with the 2 pieces of bronze equipment Jiang Chen had given her, she had 550 health points and 75 defense. She was eager to experience the thrill of battling monsters. Jiang Chen took out 10 gold coins from his backpack and handed them to Cheng Ying. "Go to the main city's pharmacy and buy some mid-level health potions. You'll be tanking the monsters later." "Huh? Me tanking?" Cheng Ying was initially stunned, but then nodded enthusiastically and quickly ran off to buy the potions. Nearby, Tao Xiaoyao muttered softly, "I can't really help much." Her expression was slightly downcast. Jiang Chen reassured her, "It's okay. You'll get better later on and become very strong." He understood that summoners didn't perform well early on due to the nature of their summoned creatures. They only started to shine after reaching level 20 and transitioning into either a dimensional summoner or contract summoner. "I won't let you down," Tao Xiaoyao nodded earnestly. Before long, Cheng Ying returned with the potions. The 3 of them left the mansion and headed to the main city square. Due to the large size of the main city, Jiang Chen led the 2 girls to the teleportation array at the West City Gate. With a flash of white light, they appeared at the West Gate and set off toward the Nightmare Forest. Half an hour later, a vast forest came into view. Towering trees blocked out the sky, and the depths of the forest were dark and eerie. After a few more minutes of travel, they reached the quest marker, location the Demon Realm Rift. Jiang Chen was the first to approach the twisted space among several large trees, with Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao following closely behind. Passing through the twisted space, their surroundings opened up. A dark red, swirling sky enveloped the area, and a 2 to 3 meter high black crystal floated ahead. The system notification sounded again. You have entered the Demon Realm Rift LV10A. The Infinite Challenge quest officially begins. Survive for 10 minutes to complete the challenge. As soon as the announcement ended, the black crystal began to glow with a ghostly light. A humanoid demon emerged, clad in red, with a tail, horns on its head, and wielding a trident. This was a demon soldier, level 10 with demonic blood, containing a trace of demon lineage that granted it an extraordinary regenerative ability. It could restore 5 of its health per second, equating to an automatic recovery of 150 health points per second. With a total health pool of 3,000 points, if one's damage output was insufficient, it wouldn't even surpass its regeneration rate. A glint of confidence flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. He wasn't lacking in damage. Cheng Ying, pull the monster away a bit, he commanded, knowing Cheng Ying's defense could handle this minor foe. Got it, Cheng Ying responded, charging forward. The demon's attack hit her, causing only a little over 30 points of damage. You don't need to deal damage, just focus on dodging, Jiang Chen reminded her. There will be more monsters soon, so keep your health up. A few seconds later, a second demon emerged from the black crystal. Another 10 seconds later, a third one appeared. The frequency of their appearance increased rapidly, with a new demon joining the battlefield every few seconds. In no time, nearly 20 demon soldiers had gathered at the rift. 7 or 8 were surrounding Cheng Ying, and her movements could no longer completely evade their attacks. She had to continuously drink health potions to stay alive. Cheng Ying seems to be struggling, Tao Xiaoyao said worriedly, glancing at Jiang Chen and wondering why the expert wasn't stepping in. As Cheng Ying's health dropped to 1/3, Jiang Chen finally took action. He stepped forward, and his staff glowed, summoning a hexagram, emitting a holy white light at his feet, the minor holy light apocalypse array. Simultaneously, a purple crystal ball appeared beside Jiang Chen, and the white light from the hexagram doubled in intensity. Terrifying damage numbers appeared above the heads of the 20 demons, triggering a 20 double cast chance from the magic crystal ball. The injured demon soldiers immediately turned towards Jiang Chen, but before they could get close, they all fell to the ground within 3 seconds. 20 bodies lay neatly on the ground, each emitting a faint glow. Meanwhile, new demons continued to emerge from the black crystal. At the same time, in the large teleportation array in Julo City, waves of players kept arriving. As the first 100 players settled in, the beam for the second batch of players lit up. Soon after, the third batch arrived. Within a few minutes, over 300 players had gathered around the teleportation array, creating an imposing scene. Passers-by stopped in their tracks, staring in astonishment at the massive group. Is something happening? Many sensed something unusual and immediately started recording. With a penchant for drama, some players quickly uploaded the videos to the forums. Shenzhen City, 18th floor of Longting Building. This is where Xiongtu Club, one of the top gaming clubs in the country, is located. The blue light from the computer screens illuminates rows of focused faces in the training room. Most are wearing gaming headsets, deeply immersed in the virtual world. Wang Xiao, a key member of the first team, quickly scanned the forum page before excitedly shouting, Captain Feng, check out this video on the official forum. Captain Xiongtalung Feng was leading the team in leveling up. He responded without looking away, hold on, let me finish off this monster. Moments later, he exited the game and turned to Wang Xiao. What's up? Wang Xiao clicked on a video titled Hundreds of Players Teleport to Julo City, ready for action. The screen showed a massive group of players emerging from a giant teleportation array. Lung Feng's sharp eyes quickly locked onto a familiar name at the front of the crowd. Tai Dao Zhanyan Luo? What is the Tian Ting Guild doing in Julo City? Lung Feng frowned, sensing trouble. His core team was currently grinding in Julo City, and this sudden large-scale action made him uneasy. Wang Xiao quickly reported, Captain, I just found out that the Tian Ting Guild is here to deal with the trio that completed the first kill of the Guyu boss. The team with the so-called #1 knight in the national server. Lung Feng was surprised, recalling the information they had quickly reviewed from the server-wide announcement. But why would the Tian Ting Guild hold a grudge against the first kill team? Wang Xiao explained, apparently, the Tian Ting Guild was about to secure the first kill when the other team beat them to it. Their guild leader was furious and wants revenge. Lung Feng shook his head, you're oversimplifying it. Tai Dao Zhanyan Luo may be arrogant, but he's not brainless. This is likely a show of strength to attract more players to their guild. Seeing Wang Xiao's confusion, he continued to analyze. The Tian Ting Guild wants to send a message whether it's the #1 knight or other top players. They can crush them. This is very appealing to other players. Wang Xiao pondered for a moment and then asked, what if the Tian Ting Guild fails? Lung Feng let out a sarcastic laugh. 2 or 300 players against 3. You think that's likely? He paused, a glint of insight in his eyes, but maybe we can get involved in this. Stir things up. Wang Xiao was taken aback. That first kill team has no guild backing. We might be able to recruit them, Lung Feng said. Rubbing his chin as a plan began to form in his mind. Wang Xiao was shocked. Help them? Wouldn't that offend the Tian Ting Guild? It could be bad for our club's future. Who said we have to do it openly? And we don't necessarily need to confront them, Hedon. Lung Feng quickly instructed. Find out the exact location of the first kill team. We still have an advantage in Julo City. Got it. Wang Xiao accepted the task and left. Meanwhile, in the Nightmare Forest Demon Rift, Jiang Chen and Cheng Ying were efficiently farming demon soldiers. Whenever Cheng Ying gathered 20 monsters, Jiang Chen would cast a holy light apocalypse, wiping them out in one go. The abundant equipment drops were the rich rewards of their endless challenge. During a brief break, while Cheng Ying gathered more monsters, Jiang Chen quickly picked up their loot. All the items were bronze grade, with a drop rate even higher than the Guyu Secret Realm dungeon, making him secretly delighted. He guessed it might be due to the 50 drop rate bonus from his Pathfinder title. However, 5 minutes later, Jiang Chen faced an awkward problem. His 50-slot backpack was already full. Without hesitation, he decided, let's feed the magic crystal orb. Jiang Chen swiftly fused the bronze equipment into the magic crystal orb of Guyu. System prompts flashed continuously. You have fused tough leather armor bronze, magic crystal orb of Guyu growth value 10. You have fused swift boots bronze, magic crystal orb of Guyu growth value 10. After fusing the 16th item, the system suddenly displayed an important message. Magic crystal orb of Guyu growth value has reached 300,300, upgraded to gold. Jiang Chen's eyes sharpened as he carefully examined the new attributes of the magic crystal orb. Magic crystal orb of Guyu gold growth. Intelligence 40. Additional, double cast 40 chance for self-cast active skills to trigger double effect. Growth value. 03000. Confuse any equipment to gain growth value. When growth value is full, the equipment grade will upgrade. Simultaneously, his stats saw a significant change. Intelligence. 12,520. Spell power. 32040. Wow, this is incredible, Jiang Chen exclaimed in awe. The most exciting part wasn't the increase in intelligence, but the 40 trigger chance for double cast. Jiang Chen continued to integrate 3 more pieces of bronze equipment. Guyu's magic crystal ball now had a growth value of 303,000 for its gold level. He carefully analyzed the upgrade mechanism. Transitioning from silver to gold required only 300 growth points, but from gold to platinum needed a whopping 3,000 points. This meant that upgrading to platinum would require merging 300 pieces of bronze equipment. Jiang Chen frowned in thought. Although bronze equipment was still mainstream, and the opening of the main city had increased access and slightly lower prices, each piece still cost 20 to 30 gold. He decided to sell his current bronze equipment and wait for the prices to drop further before using them to feed the magic crystal ball. As Jiang Chen was calculating, a frantic shout came from the distance. Brother Fancheng, I can't hold on any longer. Cheng Ying was being chased by over 20 demonic soldiers, dodging and drinking potions with her health nearly depleted. Tao Xiaoyao quickly summoned a large yellow dog to assist. The dog managed to distract a few monsters, but its movement, defense, and health were far inferior to Cheng Ying's, and it was soon overwhelmed and knocked down. Come to me! Jiang Chen shouted, casting the little holy light apocalypse array. The cold frost staff in his hand glowed brightly, and a 20-meter diameter hexagram array appeared at his feet. The monsters that stepped into the array were covered in a layer of white frost, significantly slowing their movements. Taking advantage of this, Cheng Ying escaped the encirclement, panting and patting her chest. That was close. I almost died. Within seconds, all the monsters fell, leaving the ground glittering with loot. Jiang Chen quickly picked up the items, filling his backpack. Xiaoyao, my bag is full. Pick up the remaining equipment. Cheng Ying, heal up and come back. With that, he headed towards the black crystal. Jiang Chen used healing spells and cure beams to take down 4 more demonic soldiers. By this time, Cheng Ying had recovered and quickly returned to the battlefield to draw more monsters. After 2 more waves of enemies were defeated, the system notified Jiang Chen that he had leveled up to 12, earning 4 free attribute points. He allocated all of them to intelligence, boosting his stats. Tao Xiaoyao looked at her backpack, full of bronze equipment in amazement. Bronze gear is like cabbage now? The drop rate is insane. In just 10 minutes, the system announced that the Infinite Challenge mission was complete, and a twisted portal appeared before the trio. We can leave now, Cheng Ying said excitedly. Not so fast. Jiang Chen stopped her, eyes fixed on the center of the rift. Suddenly, the black crystal shattered, and a menacing red demon emerged. It wielded a trident, had horns on its head, crimson bat wings on its back, and hovered in midair. The system identified it as a level 10 silver elite monster, the winged demon, with a bloodthirsty thrust skill. Jiang Chen was thrilled. A silver elite monster combined with the guide buff almost guaranteed silver equipment drops. He activated the little holy light apocalypse array and cast healing spells and cure beams. The magic crystal ball triggered double casting, instantly dealing 3380 damage to the elite monster. Using his superior movement, Chen easily dodged the elite monster's attacks. 30 seconds later, with the second holy light apocalypse array ready, he cast it again. Soon, the silver elite monster with 30,000 health points was defeated. Chen quickly cleared his backpack and picked up the loot, a gold-level demonic blood armor and an excellent quality pattern for the radiant tassel dress. He was very pleased with the haul from this mission. Let's go! Chen led the way to the portal, with Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao following closely behind. The trio returned to the Nightmare Forest, and Chen decided to head back to Giant Deer City to handle the equipment. 20 minutes later, the majestic outline of Giant Deer City appeared in the distance. However, as they approached the west gate, a group of figures suddenly rushed out from the city, heading straight for them. Chen frowned slightly. Helpful players? A group of 12 players walked out from the West City gate, each with the prefix Xiong2 in their IDs. This team moved towards Chen and his two companions, catching Chen's attention. He wondered if the Xiong2 club members were here to cause trouble. To his surprise, the group didn't stop but brushed past them. As they did, the leader, Xiong2 Lungfeng, whispered, "Be careful. The members of the Tian Ting Guild are looking for you." Chen paused upon hearing this and turned around in confusion, only to see the Xiong2 club members heading out of the city. Both Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao also looked puzzled, unsure if the warning was meant for them. Chen furrowed his brow, realizing that the Xiong2 members might have been waiting for them at the West City gate on purpose, indicating they had prior knowledge of their movements. Regardless of whether the warning was genuine, Chen didn't mind. He had already anticipated trouble, especially after they defeated the ancient ghost boss following the golden auction. Chen speculated that the leader of Tian Ting, Tai Dao Zhan, Yin Luo, might have won the blood-tied greatsword and was displeased with their first kill of the boss. After all, he had no previous conflicts with these major guilds, and the only potential friction was their premature boss kill. Let's head to the main city mansion, Chen said briefly and led Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao to the teleportation array at the city gate. In a flash of light, the three appeared at the central plaza of Giant Deer City, with the mansion in sight. Chen asked Tao Xiaoyao to trade the recently acquired equipment directly to Cheng Ying, thinking that she deserved it even though she was just pulling the mobs. Cheng Ying was momentarily at a loss as she received 50 pieces of bronze gear, her inventory already full of potions. Eventually, following Chen's advice, Tao Xiaoyao picked a few summoner items. Chen then went straight to the first floor of the mansion and entered the shop he had purchased. The system prompted him to name the shop, and he chose the simple and memorable Treasure Pavilion. He placed over 40 pieces of bronze gear from his backpack on the shelves, each priced at 20 gold, cheaper than the auction house. After a moment of hesitation, Chen decided to place the golden tier magic blood armor on the shelf as well. Although it might fetch a better price at the auction house, he believed using a golden ear item to promote the treasure pavilion was perfect. He set the price as negotiable and put up a sign at the shop's entrance that read, "Grand Opening. Golden ear equipment on sale." Finally, Chen carefully took several screenshots of the shop's exterior and interior, intentionally avoiding his own reflection. Satisfied with his preparations, he looked at his new shop with anticipation, hoping for a prosperous business ahead. Subsequently, he posted the screenshot on the official game forum with the eye-catching title, "Julo City Mansion Shop, Golden Gear for Sale." In front of the main mansion in Qingfeng City, a group of players streamed out one by one. Leading them was the guild master of the King's Reign, Baki Quangren, accompanied by an assassin player with the ID Wangzhelanka. "Boss, I've got some interesting news," Wangzhelanka said mysteriously, a playful smile on his face. Baki Quangren raised an eyebrow. "What news?" "The Heavenly Court Guild Master is leading 300 people to Julo City, supposedly to cause trouble for the team that got the first kill on the ancient ghost boss," Wangzhelanka whispered, as if sharing some confidential intel. "Oh!" A flicker of surprise crossed Baki Quangren's eyes. "They're starting trouble this quickly?" After the blood-tied Great Lade was auctioned off, Baki Quangren immediately sent someone to investigate the buyer. He soon learned that it was none other than the Heavenly Court Guild Master, Tai Dao Zhanyanluo. However, since the ancient ghost boss had already been first killed, Baki Quangren's anger dissipated, replaced by schadenfreude towards Tai Dao Zhanyanluo. Spending a fortune only to miss out on the first kill made Baki Quangren quite pleased. So, hearing that Tai Dao Zhanyanluo was going to cause trouble for the first kill team didn't surprise Baki Quangren. "Boss, should we get involved?" Wangzhelanka asked with a sinister smile. On one hand, there's the blood-tied Great Blade, and on the other, the rewards from the first kill of the ancient ghost boss. Even if someone drops just a bit of loot, it's a big prize. Baki Quangren pondered for a moment, then waved his hand decisively. "Take 20 core brothers and head to Julo City to join the fun." "Got it, boss." Wangja responded and began gathering people. Meanwhile, many major guilds, as competitors, were closely monitoring each other's movements. The Heavenly Court Guild's actions not only caught the attention of the king's reign, but also stirred up other guilds. The Dynasty, Immortal Myth, Supreme Alliance, and other veteran guilds, each with their own agendas, sent members to Julo City. Some came for profit, others for fame, turning Julo City into the focal point of a power struggle. The sound of Jiang Chen's determined footsteps echoed through the five-story stairwell of the mansion in Julo City. He had just finished handling business at the shop and was now heading to the top floor alone, contemplating the plan he was about to unfold. Jiang Chun lightly touched the communication device at his ear and sent a voice message to his team channel. Cheng Ying, Tao Xiaoyao, stay inside the mansion. Don't go out. I have something to take care of, and we'll be back soon. His voice carried a subtle hint of concern. Unlike the novice village, the safe zones in the main city were not spread throughout. Only the main square and the interiors of buildings in the inner city were absolutely safe. The streets and other areas posed a risk of forced PvP. Although fighting in the city would attract the guards' intervention, Jiang Chun didn't want to take any chances. Keeping his companions in the mansion was the safest choice. Upon reaching the fifth floor, Jiang Chun stood before a closed door and knocked. The sound of his knocking was especially clear in the quiet hallway. A few seconds later, the door slowly opened, revealing a refined-looking female housekeeper. She eyed Jiang Chen coldly and asked indifferently, "May I help you?" "I need to see the city lord," Jiang Chen said directly. The housekeeper frowned slightly. "I'm sorry, the city lord is not here." "Where is he?" Jiang Chen persisted. "The city lord is not in the mansion. Please leave." The housekeeper's tone grew even colder. Jiang Chen remained resolute. "I have something extremely important to inform the city lord about. Please tell me where he is, or I won't leave." The housekeeper's face darkened. "Even if you are an adventurer, you shouldn't be so rude." Before she finished speaking, 4 fully armed guards stepped out from the room, and the atmosphere turned tense. Jiang Chen remained unfazed and said calmly, "This concerns the Abyss. If I'm not allowed to report to the city lord, no one can bear the consequences." "The Abyss?" The housekeeper's expression changed. After a brief moment of thought, she said, "You might find the city lord at the small tavern in Bluestone Alley, south of the city." "Thanks." Jiang Chen flashed a smile and quickly turned to leave. The so-called Abyss was merely a ruse he had concocted on the spot. Leaving the mansion, Jiang Chen crossed the bustling main square and headed to the southern part of the city. After navigating the maze-like streets for about 10 minutes, he finally found the secluded Bluestone Alley. At the end of the alley stood a shabby little tavern. Pushing the door open, Jiang Chen entered the desolate tavern. A few tables and chairs were scattered haphazardly. The tavern had only 2 occupants, the innkeeper, who was snoring on the counter, and a drunkard clutching a wine jar under a table. Jiang Chen walked straight to the table and called out, "City Lord." The drunkard jolted awake and stumbled to his feet. The drunkenness in his eyes gradually faded as he looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. "How did you know I was here?" "Just a guess," Jiang Chen replied casually. The middle-aged man smiled faintly, his demeanor shifting abruptly. "Interesting. I didn't expect you to find me so quickly. Welcome, adventurer from another world. I am Lu Silly, the city lord of Julo City." "Hello, Lord Lu," Jiang Chen responded politely. Lu Silly's expression turned serious. "Since you found me, let's get straight to the point. According to the divine mandate, we provide guidance and assistance to adventurers new to the main city." As soon as the city lord finished speaking, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up with interest. "What kind of mission is it?" he asked, feigning curiosity. The city lord, Lu Silly, smiled slightly and began to explain the task in detail. "In the ashen lands outside the city, there are flame-stone beasts. Their hearts can unlock potential. Your mission is to collect as many flame-stone hearts as possible. This will greatly aid you in your future adventures." He paused, his expression turning serious. "However, be particularly careful not to provoke the flame king deep within the ashen lands." Then, Lu Silly added, "This mission has a time limit of 3 hours. I will announce this task to other adventurers in 10 minutes. This 10-minute head start is a reward for being the first to find me." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen's system notification popped up. "Limited mission. Head to the Ashen Lands north of Julo City and collect flame stone hearts dropped by flame stone beasts. Deliver them to City Lord Lu Silly. Reward: light of the main city. Hints: 1. The more flame stone hearts you collect, the greater the reward. 2. Time limit: 3 hours. Seeing the system prompt, Jiang Chun didn't rush to move. The 10-minute advantage wasn't necessary for him. He leisurely left the tavern and took almost 10 minutes to return to the main city's mansion. Meanwhile, the mission announcement suddenly appeared on the task board in the main city square. Passers-by stopped to check it out, with many recalling the famous limited mission from the novice village blessing of the gods. They all understood the importance of such a mission. The news spread like wildfire. More and more players flocked to the main city square to confirm this exciting task. Major guilds quickly got wind of it too. Originally drawn to Julo City by the Heavenly Court Guild and the First Kill Team, they now seemed to have received an unexpected surprise. However, only Chen knew what this surprise truly meant. A subtle, meaningful smile played on his lips. The game has begun, he thought. Next step, set a little trap. Chen's smile grew even brighter, appearing warm and sunny. But behind this sunny facade, what kind of schemes were brewing was a secret only he knew. In the main city square, Taidao Zhan Yinluo led a team of warriors briskly towards the task board, his eyes quickly locking onto the mission information. Limited time quest. A look of delight flashed across his face as he thought to himself, what luck to find such a quest here in Julo City. Just then a white-haired mage with the ID 1FA Gue Zone hurried over to report. Guildmaster, we've stationed guards at the major teleportation array and the 4 city gates as you instructed. Taidao Zhan Yinluo shook his head and decisively ordered, no need to guard them anymore. Move everyone to the Ashen Lands in the north. Compared to ambushing the First Kill Team, the value of a limited-time quest was evidently greater. Besides, ambushes could be done anytime, but missing a limited-time quest would be regrettable. As soon as he finished speaking, Taidao Zhan Yinluo led his core team into the teleportation array in the square, instantly appearing outside the north gate. Not far from the city gate, a group of more than 10 people came into view, with one particularly eye-catching ID Baki Quanarin. Taidao Zhan Yinluo frowned, recognizing the leader as the guild master of Wangzhe Tianxia and his guild members. The two groups locked eyes, and Baki Quanarin was the first to speak. Brother Taidao, aren't you busy dealing with the top knight in the national server? What brings you outside the city? Taidao Zhan Yinluo responded coldly. Baki Quanarin, why isn't your Wangzhe guild staying put in Qingfeng City? Planning to expand to Julo City? Baki Quanarin smirked. Just kidding. With a limited time quest available, we can't miss it. Although their intentions were clear, neither would openly admit it. Some people think they can swoop in for easy gains. Don't end up being the fish caught instead. Taidao Zhan Yinluo retorted icily. Baki Quanarin shot back. No need for you to worry about that, Brother Taidao. By the way, how are you finding your blood-tie greatsword? It was quite a pricey purchase. Don't waste it. With that, he signaled his companions to move on. Let's go. Time to get that quest done. As the Wangzhe guild members disappeared into the distance, Taidao Zhan Yinluo's expression darkened. 1FA Gue Zone, unable to hold back, whispered, Guildmaster, there's only about 10 of them. Our main force will be here soon. Should we take out the Wangzhe guild members? No need. Taidao Zhan Yinluo suppressed his anger and calmly analyzed. The limited time quest takes priority. We can deal with the rest after we complete the task. With that, he led the way toward the Ashen Lands. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, Cheng Ying, and Tao Xiaoyao were still at the Julo City residence. Jiang Chen stood up and said, everyone's off doing the quest. We should head out too. The two women followed him towards the teleportation array in the square. On the way, Cheng Ying asked in confusion, Brother Fancheng, why didn't we head out immediately? Aren't limited time quests all about speed? It's safer now. Jiang Chen replied briefly, stepping into the teleportation array and transporting directly to the north gate. Cheng Ying stood there, puzzled, and looked at Tao Xiaoyao. Even someone as strong as Brother Fancheng thinks it's dangerous? He probably thinks we wouldn't be safe, Tao Xiaoyao said while pulling Cheng Ying into the array. Hurry up and follow the master. After reuniting at the north gate, Jiang Chen led the way towards the Ashen Lands. About 20 minutes later, Cheng Ying exclaimed, is that the Ashen Lands up ahead? She felt waves of heat hitting her face. Before them stretched a vast expanse of white land, the ground covered in thick white ash from melted rocks. Roaming above were humanoid stone monsters exuding an ominous aura. Fiery stone beast, level 10. Groups of players were scattered around, hunting these gray-black rock creatures. Despite the large number of players, the vast expanse of the Ashen Land provided enough space for everyone without the need to compete for monsters. Instead of heading straight ahead, Jiang Chen led Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao off to the right. Though the two girls were puzzled, they didn't ask any questions, simply following him silently. After more than 10 minutes of trekking, the trio entered the deeper part of the Ashen Land from the right side. The temperature here was noticeably higher, with the rocks on the ground emitting a faint red glow, as if they were still burning. Wiping the sweat off her forehead, Cheng Ying complained, this feels so real. I'm sweating from the heat. Brother Fancheng, why do we come here? There aren't even any fiery stone beasts around. Jiang Chen didn't respond. He continued walking across the glowing rocks, moving deeper into the area. Soon, a small hill with flowing lava came into view. Suddenly, a deep voice rumbled, who dares disturb my slumber? Accompanied by a loud rumble and a slight tremor in the ground, The hill slowly stood up. It was a massive fiery stone beast, its gray-black, rocky body crisscrossed with lava-filled veins. A level 15 silver tier boss, the king of fiery stones. Jiang Chen looked at the fiery stone boss with a smile. The boss's angry voice echoed all around. I'm the lord of the Rocky Mountains, the king of flames. Lowly humans, I will turn you into lava and burn you to ashes. Meanwhile, Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao were still waiting for Jiang Chen to return. Suddenly, a series of violent impacts shook the ground. What's happening? It sounds like something's coming, the two girls said, bewildered. Jiang Chen's figure quickly appeared in their sight. He didn't approach the two girls, but instead sprinted towards the edge of the ashen land. Chasing closely behind him was a giant rock beast, 3 to 4 stories tall. Each step of the beast caused the ground to shake and produced a thunderous sound. The two girls stood there, dumbfounded and completely stunned by the scene unfolding before them. The king of molten rock, a formidable level 15 silver deer boss, stood imposing in the heart of the ashlands. Its massive form was veined with molten lava, radiating an oppressive heat. Jiang Chen fixed his gaze on this powerful adversary, already formulating a plan in his mind. Rock spikes, the first skill of the king of molten rock, flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. Each time its health dropped by 10, it would slam the ground, causing a multitude of rock spikes to erupt within a 30-meter radius, dealing a terrifying 300 strength damage to any target in range. Next was Magma Rain. Every 20 health lost would trigger a deluge of scalding magma. This magma inflicted 500 fire damage and added a burning effect, causing the target to suffer an additional 100 damage per second for the next 10 seconds. Finally, there was Life Furnace, a chilling ability. Each time it killed a target, the king of molten rock would absorb the target's life force, continuously strengthening itself. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and began luring the massive creature towards the outskirts of the ashlands. Simultaneously, he sent a voice message in the team channel. Cheng Ying, Xiaoyao, head to my previous location and find a stone pit. A stone pit? Cheng Ying responded with confusion, but quickly agreed. Got it. She and Tao Xiaoyao swiftly made their way deeper into the ashlands. Soon, the two women arrived at the spot where the king of molten rock had previously slumbered. Before them lay a circular pit, several meters in diameter, with trickles of magma slowly flowing within. Brother Fanshin, we found the stone pit. Cheng Ying reported in the channel. Jiang Chen immediately replied, in the center of the pit, there's a flame crystal. Destroy it. Only then did the two notice the orange-red, semi-transparent stone in the center of the pit. Jiang Chen explained further. That's the core crystal of the king of molten rock. Destroying it will weaken the boss for half an hour. Cheng Ying's eyes lit up, instantly understanding the key to weakening the boss. She carefully navigated around the magma and struck the flame crystal with her sword. Meanwhile, over 1,000 players had gathered in the outer regions of the ashlands. A tardy former team was searching for an unoccupied monster-slaying spot deeper within. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, accompanied by a series of heavy footsteps approaching from a distance. The team members looked up to see a giant molten rock beast heading their way. A level 15 silver boss, the knight exclaimed, his face turning pale. Someone's luring it over here, the female priest pointed out, indicating the small figure in front of the boss. Don't panic, look at the boss's head, the mage team leader calmly reminded them. The others squinted and noticed the word weakened next to the boss's name. It's in a weakened state, the female priest exclaimed in surprise. The mage team leader nodded, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Yes, it's weakened. Should we engage? The knight and archer asked, their eyes fixed on the boss as they licked their dry lips. It's worth a try, the mage team leader said, launching a fireball that hit the boss squarely. The king of molten rock, now under attack, shifted its attention from Jiang Chen to the mage team leader. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he quietly stepped aside to observe. That player left, the knight noted, puzzled. Ignore him. He's probably a solo player. Even in a weakened state, no one can handle the boss alone, the mage team leader quickly commanded. Focus all attacks on the boss and watch your positioning. Avoid getting hit. Got it. The team responded in unison, launching their assault on the boss. Jiang Chen stood at a distance, calmly watching the battle unfold. The team's positioning was decent, allowing them to dodge most of the boss's basic attacks. However, their damage output was insufficient, making it a slow grind against the king of molten rock's 300,000 health points. Fortunately, the boss's weakened state meant reduced movement and attack speed, and most importantly, it couldn't use its skills. Given enough time, the team had a chance to bring it down. The grueling battle continued for 20 minutes. The boss's health dropped by 15. Jiang Chen stood deep within the ashen lands, frowning slightly as he murmured to himself. Is this place too deep? Why haven't any other players shown up? He stretched and was about to head toward the outskirts to inform the others about the boss. However, just as he took a few steps, he saw a few players in the distance. A slight smile appeared on Jiang Chen's lips as he stopped in his tracks, thinking, here they come. Soon enough, these players noticed the weakened boss. Jiang Chen understood that this news would spread like wildfire. Sure enough, within a minute or two, players began to arrive one after another, and soon, around 20 to 30 people had gathered around the boss. The news spread quickly, and players grinding small mobs elsewhere soon heard about a weakened silver-tier boss deep within the Ashen Lands. Meanwhile, in the outer regions of the Ashen Lands, the Celestial Guild was busy fighting firestone beasts in a vast area. The white-haired mage Wan Fa Gue Zong turned to the guild leader, Tai Dao Zhan Yin Luo, and said, Guild leader, I've heard there's a boss up ahead. Quite a few people have already gone there. Should we go too? Tai Dao Zhan Yin Luo finished off a nearly dead firestone beast and picked up the dropped firestone heart. He asked, what level is the boss? It's a level 15 silver-tier boss. Wan Fa Gue Zong quickly replied. Tai Dao Zhan Yin Luo snorted, killing another nearly dead mob. Huh, a level 15 silver-tier boss? Who could take it down now? Going there is just asking for death. Wan Fa Gue Zong hurriedly added. This boss is in a weakened state, its skills are restricted, and its health is already down by a third. Tai Dao Zhan Yin Luo paused upon hearing this, and then angrily scolded. Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Wan Fa Gue Zong explained with a pained expression. Guild leader, I just found out myself. Stop wasting time and get everyone over there now. Yes, sir. Similar conversations were happening simultaneously in guilds all over the Ashen Lands. Upon hearing the news, Ba Chi Kuang Ruin of the King's Guild immediately ordered, everyone, follow me to kill the boss. On the other side, Chi Sha, the vice president of the Immortal Myth Guild, also showed a look of delight. A weakened boss? Our luck just keeps getting better. Chi Sha was secretly pleased. Their original plan in Julo City was to see if they could profit from the Celestial Guild's attack on the first kill team. They hadn't expected to encounter a limited-time quest, and now a weakened silver-tier boss had appeared. This trip felt like a windfall from the heavens. Almost every guild in Julo City felt incredibly fortunate and rushed toward the boss's location, making the Ashen Lands bustling with activity. The Flamestone King, a level 15 silver-tier boss, had 65 of its health remaining. Leading a formidable force of 200 to 300 members from the Heavenly Guild, Tai Dao Zhan Yinluo marched aggressively into the inner perimeter of Ashen Land. As soon as they arrived, they spotted the massive boss, already surrounded by over 100 players. Tai Dao Zhan Yinluo's arrival immediately drew everyone's attention. One player who had arrived earlier frowned and whispered, the Heavenly Guild brought so many people. How are we supposed to compete? Are we just wasting our efforts on this boss? Another player scoffed. For a wild boss, it's all about skill. Do you really think you can clear the area? At that moment, someone suddenly shouted, look over there, the members of the King's Guild are here too. Everyone turned to see a team of nearly 20 players approaching from another direction, led by the Guild Master of King's World, Baxi Quangren. Soon after, another voice pointed out, that's the Vice President of the Immortal Myth. 3 4-player teams approached in a triangular formation, led by a player with the ID Chisha. Players began to murmur, Heavenly Guild, King's World, Immortal Myth. None of these major guilds are from Julo City. Yet they all showed up. That's not all. From what I know, the Dynasty and Supreme Alliance also sent people, though their top figures didn't come. More than half of the top 10 guilds have representatives here. On the Heavenly Guild side, a white-haired mage named Wanfa Guizong quickly scanned the surroundings and whispered to Tai Dao Zhan Yinluo, Boss, should we clear the area? We have an overwhelming advantage in numbers. Tai Dao Zhan Yinluo fell into brief contemplation. Although there were quite a few major guilds around, none had brought more than 20 people. Including other players, there were fewer than 200. In contrast, the Heavenly Guild had 300 members, giving them a clear numerical superiority. Tai Dao Zhan Yinluo was torn. He knew he had a good chance of taking control, but provoking so many guilds at once could lead to future troubles. Yet, the sight of the level 15 Silver Deer boss made him hesitant to back down. Just as he steeled himself to speak, another group arrived. I didn't expect a Silver Tier boss to show up. No wonder it's so lively here, said Xiongta Lungfeng, the leader of the Xiongta Club, followed by a dozen players with the Xiongta prefix in their names. Xiongta Lungfeng's cheerful voice rang out. Since it's a wild boss, how about we all work together? Unity should make this fun. His words immediately garnered agreement from other players. The ownership of drops from a wild boss is determined by damage dealt. The player with the highest damage gets the loot. If a player dies, their damage resets, making it fair for everyone. Additionally, the player landing the final blow on a boss gets an extra reward. So even if they knew their damage output was lower than the top players, many still wanted to try for the final hit, as luck played a part in it. For regular players, fighting a wild boss together was beneficial. As for Taidao Zhan Yinluo, his intention was to claim everything. However, Xiongtu Langfang's suggestion subtly shifted the dynamics. More players continued to arrive. After a brief moment of consideration, Taidao Zhan Yinluo's rationality finally overcame his desire, and he abandoned the idea of clearing the area. He decisively shouted, "Attack the boss," and charged towards the Flame Stone King. Not just the Heavenly Guild, but members from other guilds also joined the assault on the boss. The Flame Stone King was soon surrounded so densely that many melee players couldn't get close. Even Taidao Zhan Yinluo struggled to approach. However, the Heavenly Guild had anticipated this situation. Wanfa Guizong and a dozen other ranged players started attacking, casting fireballs and shooting arrows to clear a path by killing the players blocking Taidao Zhan Yinluo's way. Although this move caused dissatisfaction among the players in the front, they were helpless. Everyone knew that the Celestial Guild had a massive number of members, and their leader, Blade Slayer Yin Luo, was bound to join the fray. No one could stop them. With the major guilds joining in, the boss's health rapidly declined. Soon, the Flamestone King's health dropped below half. Despite the fact that many players were crushed to death by its massive stone fists, new players continuously filled in. In the face of the boss's limited skills, the sheer numbers tactic proved exceptionally effective. Jiang Chen stood silently in the distance, coldly observing everything. Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao arrived and stood beside him. "Brother Fansheng, aren't we going to fight the boss?" Cheng Ying asked, puzzled by Jiang Chen's inaction from the beginning. "Did you notice the boss's skills?" Jiang Chen asked suddenly. "The boss's skills?" Cheng Ying thought for a moment, but still didn't understand. Tao Xiaoyao seemed to have an epiphany. "Is it the life furnace skill?" "That's right, life furnace. This skill continuously strengthens the boss." Jiang Chen smiled slowly and said, "The weakened state should be ending soon." Before long, the Flamestone King's health dropped to 30. Almost unnoticed, the weakened status above the boss's head quietly disappeared. At that moment, the Flamestone King's thunderous voice echoed across the battlefield. "I am the Lord of Rock. All who offend me shall die." It raised its gigantic fist, larger than a person, and slammed it down onto the ground. "Watch out! Fall back! Dodge quickly!" Some quick-witted players shouted, their faces changing dramatically. However, it was too late. Boom! The Flamestone King's fist crashed into the ground, creating an earth-shattering noise. Simultaneously, countless needle-like rocks erupted from the ground within a 20-meter radius. This was the Flamestone King's skill rock spikes. In an instant, many melee players near the boss were either dead or severely injured. Many knights didn't even have time to raise their shields. Only a few lucky or exceptionally quick players managed to survive by dodging between the rock spikes. Even some ranged players, standing too close, were impaled by the spikes and died on the spot. What was even more terrifying was that the Flamestone King's health began to rapidly recover. Each fallen player had a wisp of white energy flowing towards the boss. "It's the life furnace," a player exclaimed in shock. In this wave, the Flamestone King's health stopped increasing only after rising from 30 to 40, nearly escaping its weakened state. Taidao Zhan Yinluo narrowly dodged the sudden spikes emerging from the ground beneath him, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Half of the players attacking the boss were instantly wiped out, creating an opportunity for members of various guilds to enter the fray. The 300 members of the Tianting Guild quickly took advantageous positions, allowing melee classes to finally get close to the boss. Wanfa Guizong excitedly reported in the team channel, "Guild leader, we've secured nearly half of the attack positions." Hearing this, Taidao Zhan Yinluo was overjoyed and immediately ordered, "Everyone, watch your positioning. If your skills aren't up to par, retreat early. We can't afford any deaths." Other guilds also seized the opportunity to fill the vacant spots, and the newly joined players continued their fierce assault on the Flame Stone King. At this point, most of the players attacking the boss were from major guilds. Compared to regular teams, their coordination was much better, and their combat skills were noticeably higher. Under their fierce onslaught, the Flamestone King's health began to drop rapidly. As the boss's health approached 30 again, experienced players quickly shouted warnings. "The boss is about to use a skill. If you're not confident, fall back now and don't get greedy for damage." As soon as the words were out, nearly half the players swiftly retreated. When the Flamestone King's health hit 30, it suddenly raised its massive fist and slammed it into the ground. With a thunderous crash, countless spikes erupted from the earth. This time, the players reacted much faster. Although many still perished, the boss's health only recovered to 34. "We have a chance to kill it," one player shouted excitedly, as if seeing the dawn of victory. However, watching from a distance, Jiang Chen merely glanced at the battlefield and shook his head slightly, muttering, "It's useless." Just as Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao were puzzled by Jiang Chen's words, a sudden change occurred on the battlefield. The Flamestone King raised its arms high, and veins of lava began to flow rapidly along its stone-forged, majestic limbs. It suddenly crossed its arms, unleashing a torrent of lava that formed a scorching rain of magma in the sky. This was the Flamestone King's second skill magma rain. Each drop of lava was enough to instantly kill a regular player. Even knights with shield block skills couldn't escape, as the shield could only block one attack, while the magma rain often fell in clusters of 2 or 3. Even highly defensive players, if they managed to survive the initial damage, would quickly fall due to the ongoing burning effect. Players standing directly in front of the Flamestone King had almost no chance of survival. Even long-range classes were not spared, as the magma rain covered an area far exceeding 20 meters. Although the magma rain fell in a fan-shaped area, sparing the players behind the boss, over a third of the attackers were sent back to the respawn point. A large amount of white energy flowed into the Flamestone King, rapidly restoring its health to 42. Damn it! Tidao Zhan Yinluo couldn't help but curse. He had been standing in front of the boss and was hit by the magma. If not for the silver-grade armor he was wearing, he would have been instantly killed. Fortunately, the guild's priests quickly cast healing spells to pull him out of the burning state. Ordinary players weren't so lucky and could only watch helplessly as the continuous damage took them down. Other guilds fared no better, suffering various degrees of casualties. Over at the Wangja Guild, 7 or 8 members out of nearly 20 fell. Thankfully, a few key priests survived, and Baki Kwangren's health was barely maintained with their healing skills. Knowing the skill range and damage makes things easier. The commanding voice of the fearless warrior echoed across the battlefield. He quickly analyzed, as long as the boss's health regeneration is less than 10 each time, we can take it down. Everyone, be careful and do not die. Meanwhile, over at the Shionda Club, Shiontu Lungfeng shouted, we've figured out the boss's skills. Don't be greedy when you need to dodge. Let's take it down in one go. After this motivational speech, the atmosphere on the battlefield grew even more intense. Players attacked the boss relentlessly, like ants gnawing at an elephant. Even if someone fell, members of the Heavenly Court Guild and new players quickly filled the gaps, maintaining continuous firepower. In this fierce battle, the King of Flamestone's health began to plummet again. However, Jiang Chun remained unusually calm, observing the situation with a confident gleam in his eyes. Suddenly, Tao Xiaoyao's exclamation broke Jiang Chen's train of thought. Huh? The boss's attack speed seems to have increased. A hint of approval flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. You noticed? Yes, the boss's attack speed has increased, but by less than 5, so it's hard for most people to detect. He was both surprised and unsurprised by Tao Xiaoyao's keen observation, knowing how promising her future potential was. Tao Xiaoyao continued to watch, her clear eyes fixed on the boss. She said firmly, not only that, but its attack range seems to have expanded a bit. I think the boss's body might have grown slightly. Cheng Ying looked bewildered, having noticed no changes in the boss. But seeing the rare appreciative smile on Jiang Chen's face, she realized Tao Xiaoyao was right, which made her feel a bit dejected. Am I the only ordinary person in the team? Jiang Chen explained. The boss's life furnace skill does more than just heal. More importantly, it strengthens the boss itself. His tone carried a hint of anticipation. The effect isn't obvious now, but once the number of players it kills reaches a certain point, there will be a qualitative leap. How strong can the boss get? Tao Xiaoyao asked curiously. Jiang Chen slowly revealed a shocking answer. It can evolve from silver to gold level. Gold level? Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao exclaimed simultaneously, their faces filled with disbelief. Suddenly, a thought flashed through both girls' minds, a thought that left them both shocked and incredulous. Could it be that Jiang Chun had planned to evolve the boss to gold level from the very beginning? The King of Flamestone's health plummeted once again under the relentless assault, dropping swiftly from 42 to 32. The boss is about to unleash a skill. This time it's rock spikes, watch out. Someone shouted a warning. Who the hell is blocking my path? Move! Another player yelled angrily, shoving those around him. The crowd shouted and quickly retreated. Melee players decisively abandoned their attacks and put distance between themselves and the boss. All of you die, the King of Flames Stone roared, raising its massive fist and slamming it into the ground. With a dull boom, countless sharp rock spikes erupted from the ground, spreading out like a deadly forest of stone. Thanks to prior experience, fewer players were hit this time. Even so, some unfortunate players fell, white wisps of energy rising from their bodies and flowing into the King of Flamestone. The boss's health slowly began to recover, eventually stopping at 35. Everyone knew that as long as the health regained was less than 10, the boss could be killed. After all, it released a skill every time its health dropped by 10. The players reorganized their attack. Knights, warriors, and assassins near the boss swung their weapons, continuously breaching its defenses. From afar, mages and archers kept up a steady stream of attacks, with fireballs, ice arrows, and regular arrows raining down on the King of Flamestone. Soon, its health dropped by another 10. Everyone tensed up, eyes fixed on the boss's every move. The King of Flamestone raised its enormous, sturdy fist again and smashed it into the ground. Boom! With a deafening crash, countless needle-like rocks burst from the ground. Immediately after, it raised both hands, crossed them, and swung. Burning lava erupted from the sky, raining down like a scorching shower. With rock spikes and a lava rain combined, the two overlapping skills were nearly impossible to dodge despite many being prepared. Several players screamed and fell, their life energies absorbed by the boss. After absorbing the life energy, the King of Flamestone's health rose to 26. Great, the boss's health only recovered by 6. The next skill release will be at 16 health. Someone shouted excitedly. At this rate, we can kill the boss in 3 or 4 more skill cycles. Let's take it down. Everyone was filled with determination, launching a new round of fierce attacks against the boss. Everything went according to plan. Soon, the King of Flamestone's health dropped to 16, triggering another skill release. After claiming more players' lives, its health rose to 21. Then its health was reduced to 11, prompting another skill release. More players fell, their life energies absorbed by the boss. Only a little over 1,000 players had come to the Ashen Lands for this limited-time quest. This was because various guilds had sent members to Julo City. Otherwise, there might not have even been 1,000. After all, only a few players could reach the main city, and not everyone knew about the limited-time quest. Plus, many players were occupied with other quests, grinding in different areas. Despite only a little over 1,000 players being in the Ashen Lands, nearly all had gathered to face the King of Flamestone. Around 1,300 players participated in the boss siege. Now, fewer than 300 remained. The battle was fierce. After releasing its skill, the King of Flamestone began absorbing player life energy once more, its health rising. It stopped at 15. Just one more skill cycle, and the boss will be dead. Charge! Let's finish this boss. Everyone shouted excitedly, preparing for the final push. Suddenly, a blinding red light surged from the King of Flamestone. The intense light forced everyone to close their eyes. A few seconds later, as the light faded, the player's vision returned, revealing expressions of utter shock. They saw the King of Flamestone engulfed in roaring flames, and its health was back to 100. What? What just happened? This is crazy. Why is the boss's health full? Players were bewildered, their curses echoing all around. Check the boss's info, someone shouted. Only then did everyone notice the boss's attribute panel. King of Flamestone, LV-15 Gold Tier Boss. The boss had evolved. Its tier had upgraded from silver to gold, and it had gained a new skill. Before the players could examine further, the King of Flamestone let out a furious roar. My wrath will incinerate everything. The flames on its body spread rapidly outward. In the blink of an eye, the ground within 25 meters was engulfed in fire, resembling a hellish inferno. The ground suddenly began to melt, transforming into a sea of molten lava in the blink of an eye. Get out of the way! Someone shouted in panic. Touching that lava means certain death. But everything happened too fast for anyone to react. Faces filled with anger and despair, they watched helplessly as the lava consumed their feet. In an instant, the entire area turned into a deadly ocean of lava. Except for a few long-range players who managed to escape in time, everyone else fell and were forcibly teleported back to the respawn point. Only about 20 or 30 survivors remained, staring at the boss in horror. The Flamestone King wasn't done yet. It walked slowly towards the survivors, treading on the searing lava. Retreat! A priest was the first to react, turning around and running. The others snapped out of their daze and scattered in all directions. They knew that as long as they maintained a distance of more than 50 meters from the boss, they would be out of its aggro range. In just a moment, the center of the field was left with only the Flamestone King and the churning lava beneath its feet. Without a target, the boss turned and headed deeper into the Ashen Lands. From a distance, Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao witnessed the entire scene, stunned into silence by the terrifying sight of hundreds being instantly killed by the boss. Beside them, Jiang Chen appeared unusually calm, even stretching as if the recent events were nothing more than a boring prologue. It's our turn now, Jiang Chen said, stepping towards the depths of the Ashen Lands. Huh? Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao exchanged bewildered looks, thinking they had misheard. Jiang Chen turned to look at them. What? The boss has gone back to its lair. Let's follow it. Cheng Ying swallowed hard. Brother Fanshin, are we really going to kill the Flamestone King? Jiang Chun was a bit speechless. What else? Why do you think I lured it out and let it evolve to gold level? I get it. Cheng Ying took a deep breath, once again having her understanding refreshed by Jiang Chen's plans. Tao Xiaoyao looked at Jiang Chun with eyes full of admiration and adoration. Jiang Chen glanced at the time. Let's get moving, we still need to complete the timed mission. They had an hour left until the mission ended, and they could still make it. The King of Flamestones, as the ruler among the Flamestone beasts, not only drops the Flamestone heart required for specific quests, but also has a chance to drop the higher quality Flame Crystal heart. When it evolves into a gold level boss, it is guaranteed to drop gold equipment. And with the blessing of the Love God, this equipment can even be upgraded to platinum quality. Jiang Chun had long anticipated that the Celestial Guild would come looking for him, so he began to meticulously plan. Now, everything was unfolding according to his script. All that remained was to take down the boss, and his mission would be complete. Jiang Chun led Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao swiftly to the deepest part of the Ashen Lands, the lair of the King of Flamestones. From a distance, a towering figure over 10 meters tall, surrounded by flames, could be seen stepping into a stone forest. Its upper body was partially obscured by the stones, revealing it to be the King of Flamestones. At the same time, a pair of assassins appeared quietly from another direction. These two, named Yuang Yinro and Yuang Yonggang, were top employees of Yuang, the largest gaming news website in the country. Their role was akin to war correspondents in the gaming world, tasked with obtaining the latest and most explosive in-game news. Brother Gang, this trip was totally worth it. Thanks to you standing your ground with the supervisor, Yuang Yinro said excitedly, her eyes gleaming with joy. Yuang Yonggang beamed. With such a massive operation by the Celestial Guild, getting live footage is going to be a hit. 5 gold coins for the teleportation fee is nothing. By the way, Sister Ro, did you save the game recordings earlier? Of course I did. I never expected to witness such an event. Multiple major guilds wiped out by the beast. That scene was just incredible. Yuang Yinro recalled the earlier scenes, still visibly excited. Originally, the two had come to report on the showdown between the Celestial Guild and the top knight in the national server. They had not anticipated witnessing an even more explosive event, the major guilds being annihilated by the evolved boss. They had quietly stayed hidden and recorded the entire process. Sister Ro, let's record the boss returning to its lair as the final part of our video. It will definitely go viral. Yuang Yonggang couldn't hide his excitement. A viral video meant hefty bonuses and salaries. Yuang Yinro nodded in agreement. Yes, it will definitely go viral. As they followed the King of Flamestones, preparing to record its return to the lair for the video's conclusion, a 3-person team suddenly came into view. Huh, someone's coming. Weren't they all sent back to the respawn point by the boss? Yuang Yinro was puzzled. Deep in the Ashen Lands, almost all players have been wiped out by the King of Flamestones. Even the few survivors would have left to avoid the boss's wrath. Yuang Yonggang initially didn't think much of it. It's not surprising. With hundreds of players, there are bound to be some, like us, hiding on the sidelines. His expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, "Those people. They're the first kill team." Yuang Yinro was stunned upon hearing this and finally noticed the IDs of the 3. Cheng Ying, Fan Shun, and Tao Xiaoyao. Her gaze fixed on Cheng Ying in the distance. It really is the first kill team, so that's the top knight in the national server. She's so beautiful. I didn't expect the people the Celestial Guild is looking for to be here. But what are they doing here? Yuang Yonggang wondered aloud. They seem to be following the boss too? Yuang Yinro observed Jiang Chun and his team heading towards the stone forest. Her curiosity piqued. Let's follow and see. Yuang Yonggang's professional intuition told him that something big might be happening. Yuang Yinro agreed, and the two immediately followed. However, just as they took a few steps, Jiang Chun, who was about to enter the stone forest, suddenly paused and turned to look behind him. What's wrong? Cheng Ying asked with a puzzled expression as Jiang Chun suddenly stopped in his tracks. She halted as well, noticing his wary gaze sweeping the surroundings. Tao Xiaoyao sensed something amiss and quickly turned to look behind them, but saw no one. Jiang Chen's expression was cold as he spoke in a low voice, stealth skill. He had already noticed that they were being followed by 2 people who were now using a basic assassin stealth skill to hide. Raising his voice, he warned, "Come any closer, and I won't hesitate to send you back to your respawn point." Upon hearing this, Cheng Ying became convinced that someone was indeed trailing them. Trusting Jiang Chen's judgment, she shouted, "Who's sneaking around back there?" Hidden in the shadows, Yuang Yinru and Yuang Yonggang didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Yuang Yinru quickly messaged in the team chat, "Is this the first kill team? They're terrifying, being able to detect us like this, Yonggang. Should we reveal ourselves?" Yuang Yonggang replied, "No way, let's just stay put. Who knows what kind of people they are? They might just attack us outright." Got it, Yuan Yinru responded. Yuan Yonggang added, let's just wait here. I have a feeling they're about to do something big. Seeing no response, Jiang Chen turned and led his companions into a stone forest. They soon arrived at a central clearing surrounded by jagged rocks, where the flame stone king stood, its entire body ablaze. This gold-tier boss not only had significantly higher attack, defense, and health, but also possessed the lava ground skill. Jiang Chen briefly explained the boss's abilities and reminded his companions to keep their distance. Cheng Ying, surprised, asked, Brother Fancheng, are you going to solo this boss? This boss doesn't have any particularly tricky skills. It's not that hard. I can handle it alone, Jiang Chen replied calmly, as if it were just another routine task. Cheng Ying was left speechless, staring at him in disbelief. Without further ado, Jiang Chen approached the boss. The Flame Stone King roared, foolish ants, the lava will consume you. Small holy light enchantment. Jiang Chen muttered, initiating the battle. Outside the stone forest, Yuan Yinru and Yuan Yonggang saw the upper body of the Flame Stone King suddenly emerge, swinging its massive fists. Someone's fighting the boss? Yuan Yinru exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. Yeah, it must be that first kill team. Yuan Yonggang was equally astonished. Suddenly remembering something, he quickly asked, is the recording on? It's been on the whole time. This is going to be big news. Yuan Yinru replied excitedly. Both of them held their breath, eagerly anticipating the spectacular scene that was about to unfold. In the heart of the stone forest, a six-pointed star formation lit up beneath Jiang Chen's feet. At the same moment, the massive flaring stone king swung its gigantic fist at him. The fist was larger than Jiang Chen's entire body, casting a shadow over him as it descended. However, the flaring stone king's enormous size ironically gave Jiang Chen enough time to evade the seemingly unstoppable blow. With a swift movement, Jiang Chen easily dodged the deadly strike. Simultaneously, he cast a healing spell, and a holy white light descended upon the flaring stone king. Following this, a beam of healing light surged from in front of Jiang Chen, directly hitting the boss. In this critical moment, a purple crystal ball appeared, triggering double casting and intensifying the white light. The boss endured 3 consecutive hits, with a healing beam and the minor holy light apocalypse array continuously dealing damage. In just 20 seconds, Jiang Chen inflicted over 20,000 points of damage on the boss. Though this was a mere fraction compared to the Flaring Stone King's 600,000 total health points, considering the boss regenerated only 600 health points per second, Jiang Chen's assault was still significant. Through precise calculations, Jiang Chen estimated that he could defeat the boss in no more than 20 minutes. A minute and a half later, the Flaring Stone King's health had already dropped by 10. At that moment, the Flaring Stone King suddenly raised its fist, not aiming at Jiang Chen, but slamming it into the ground. The boss was about to use a skill. Observing from the sidelines, Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao grew tense, their expressions serious. Boom! With a thunderous crash, countless needle-like rocks erupted from the ground. However, Jiang Chen seemed to have anticipated this and easily sidestepped, standing precisely in the gap between 2 rock spikes. Cheng Ying, astonished, asked, how did Brother Fancheng know where the spikes would appear? Tao Xiaoyao explained, he saw it. When the spikes start emerging, small cracks appear on the ground, indicating their positions. But his reaction speed is incredible. Even if I saw the cracks, I might not be able to dodge in time. Cheng Ying was speechless, internally lamenting that she might be the weakest in the team. The battle continued as Jiang Chen launched a fierce counterattack. Another minute and a half later, the Flaring Stone King's health dropped to 80. The boss used the spike skill again, but Jiang Chen easily dodged and quickly closed in. The Flaring Stone King then raised both hands and swung them in a cross, causing countless magma balls to rain down its second skill, Magma Rain. The fan-shaped area covered the entire region in front of it, seemingly leaving no place to hide. However, Jiang Chen had anticipated this and had already moved behind the boss. Soon, the Flaring Stone King's health dropped to 70. It used the spike skill once more, but this time Jiang Chen didn't approach. Instead, he retreated. He sensed that the boss would use a more powerful skill when its health dropped by 30 magma ground. Sure enough, the Flaring Stone King roared, and flames spread from his body in all directions. Wherever the flames touched, the ground instantly turned into scorching magma. The lava surged forward like a tidal wave, but Jiang Chen was prepared and swiftly retreated. As the scorching lava reached his feet, he had already skillfully evaded the attack range. The Flame Stone King charged at Jiang Chen, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Outside the stone forest, Yuan Yinru and Yuan Yonggang watched the scene intently. Although they couldn't see the details of the fight, the Flame Stone King's movements were clearly visible. They both knew that an intense battle was unfolding deep within the forest. Unable to contain her curiosity, Yuang Yinru turned to her companion and suggested, Yanggang, I really want to know what's going on in there. Should we go take a look? Yuang Yanggang frowned and shook his head, answering cautiously, No, entering the stone forest will make our visibility even worse. Unless we can reach the battle site directly, it's too risky. They're focused on fighting the boss. They probably won't notice us if we're careful, Yuang Yinru insisted. Better safe than sorry. If we get killed, it won't be worth it. Let's observe a bit longer before deciding. Yuang Yanggang maintained his stance. All right, Yuang Yinru reluctantly agreed, continuing to keep a close watch on the stone forest. Deep within the forest, the battle grew fiercer. Jiang Chen expertly countered each of the Flame Stone King's attacks. The boss's health steadily declined, and the outcome became clearer. 15 minutes later, Cheng Ying excitedly shouted, The boss is almost dead. Sure enough, as the Flame Stone King's last bit of health vanished, it let out a sorrowful roar and collapsed. A system notification immediately sounded. You have slain the wild boss, Flame Stone King Gold Tier, achieving the first kill. Your level has increased to 15. Your 4 main attributes have increased by 3 points each, and you have gained 12 free attribute points. Jiang Chun was overjoyed, having gained 3 levels at once. As usual, he allocated all his free attribute points to intelligence. Constitution, 243. Strength, 243. Agility, 243. Intelligence, 15,515. Spell power, 36030. Meanwhile, Tao Xiaoyao and Cheng Ying also reached level 14, just a step away from the next level. Brother Fanchen, we've made it to the rankings. Cheng Ying exclaimed excitedly. You're in first place, and Xiaoyao and I are 5th and 6th. Jiangchen wasn't surprised. After all, a gold tier boss was typically beyond the current player's capabilities, and the massive experience it provided far exceeded their level requirements. Platinum tier equipment. Jiangchen muttered, his eyes fixed on the boss's corpse. He eagerly stepped forward to collect the scattered loot. Outside the stone forest, Yuang Yinru and Yuang Yanggang were stunned for nearly half a minute as they watched the Flame Stone King fall. Although they knew a boss battle was happening, they never expected the boss to actually be defeated. Is the boss really down? Yuang Yinru's voice trembled with disbelief. It's down. Yuang Yanggang nodded numbly, his expression dazed. 3 people. How is that possible? Do you think anyone will believe this? Yuang Yinru felt a chill run down her spine. It's unbelievable. Yuang Yanggang took a deep breath, unable to hold back any longer. We have to go in and see. No matter how incredible it seemed, the fact was undeniable, the boss was down. He had to go in and record the scene. He couldn't imagine the sensation this video would cause among the players. Even if it's risky, it's worth it, Yuang Yanggang decided, preparing to investigate further. In the heart of the stone forest, Jiang Chun stared at the spoils in his backpack, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The heart of Yin Crystal, the evolved heart of the Yin Stone King, containing the energy equivalent to 1,000 Yin Stone Hearts, was an invaluable item that couldn't be traded. His gaze then shifted to the 2 platinum-grade pieces of equipment. The Devouring Mage Robe, which adds 1,000 mana, has a 10 mana drain effect on skill damage, and automatically triggers a mana shield when health drops to 50. The Thunderflame Staff, which offers 120 spell power, 40 intelligence, and a paralyzing effect on skill damage. Both items had extraordinary effects, and Jiang Chun could equip them. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen donned the 2 pieces of equipment. His stats soared instantly. Intelligence rose from 155 to 170, spell power increased from 360 to 460, and mana surged from 1550 to 2700. Next, Jiang Chun turned his attention to the 3-star skill stone. He used it on his Holy Light Apocalypse Array without a second thought, upgrading the skill to 4 stars, expanding its range by 5 meters and boosting its power by 50. Let's go, back to the main cities, Jiang Chun commanded decisively, turning to leave the stone forest, with Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao following closely behind. Suddenly, Jiang Chun halted, his gaze fixed on a large boulder not far away. Cheng Ying, puzzled, asked, What's wrong? Jiang Chun gave the stone a deep look, but said nothing more, continuing on his way. After Jiang Chun and his companions left, 2 figures emerged from behind the boulder, Yuang Yinru and Yuang Yanggang. They exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of fear in the other's eyes. That priest just glanced at us. It was terrifying. It felt like our stealth was useless, Yuang Yinru said, still shaken. Good thing he didn't attack us, Yuang Yanggang sighed in relief. Maybe he thought we weren't worth his time. They quickly made their way to the center of the stone forest and saw the fallen corpse of the Yin Stone King. Despite having anticipated this, seeing it with their own eyes still made their scalps tingle, though a gleam of joy flashed in their eyes. 3 people taking down a gold-level boss. The top knight in the national server sure lives up to his reputation. Yuan Yinren marveled quietly. Quick, edit the footage and upload it immediately. Yuan Yongyang said excitedly. This is definitely going to be trending news. Within 10 minutes, 2 new videos appeared on the homepage of the nation's largest game news website, Yuan. One was titled Top Knight Team in National Server Defeats Gold-Level Boss Yin Stone King Again, and the other, Major Guilds Fail Miserably Against Silver-Level Boss Yin Stone King. These 2 videos were quickly posted on major social media platforms by Yuan's official account. In just a few minutes, comments poured in like a tidal wave, and both videos skyrocketed to the top, sparking widespread discussion across the internet. 2 videos have gone viral on major platforms, showcasing the astonishing performance and unexpected downfall of the Flamestone King in 2 separate episodes. In the first episode, the evolved Flamestone King wipes out the entire field with a single skill, causing significant losses to numerous major guilds. The subsequent episode reveals that this formidable boss is defeated by a mere 3-person team. The authenticity of the videos immediately became a hot topic of debate. Some questioned whether it was special effects, while others firmly believe in the prowess of the top knight in the national server. Despite the lack of specific footage of the kill, it didn't stop people from engaging in heated discussions. Professional gaming teams began analyzing the feasibility of the kill, whereas ordinary players were more captivated by the team's attractiveness. Cheng Ying looks really great. I want to be the staff in that handsome priest's hand. Tao Xiao Yao's first love face is so enchanting. However, Jiang Chun and his 2 teammates, the center of all this buzz, were completely unaware. They were on their way back to the main city, oblivious to the fact that they had become internet celebrities and even garnered a fan base. Upon arriving at the north gate of Julo City, the trio used a teleportation array to go directly to the central square and headed towards the main city's mansion. Along the way, Jiang Chun noticed many people secretly eyeing them. Suddenly, a shout broke the silence. Stop! A warrior wielding a giant sword blocked their path. His ID was Tadero Zenyanluo from the Heavenly Court Guild. What's the matter? Jiang Chen asked calmly. Tadero Zenyanluo's gaze swept over the 3 of them, finally fixing on Cheng Ying. Are you the top knight in the national server? Cheng Ying looked baffled. Are you talking about me? Tadero Zenyanluo's expression grew darker, clearly thinking Cheng Ying was playing dumb. Just as the tension was about to escalate, a mage named Wanfa Guizong hurried over, privately informing Tadero Zenyanluo about the Flamestone King's defeat. This sudden piece of information plunged Tadero Zenyanluo into deep thought. He logged out of the game to verify the news, leaving behind a group of bewildered guild members. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chun led his 2 teammates swiftly into the mansion, heading to the 5th-floor room of the City Lord. City Lord Lu Silly was sitting at a long table. City Lord Lu, I'm here to submit the quest, Jiang Chun said straightforwardly. Is it you? It seems the task went well. Lu Silly smiled. Let me see how many Flamestone hearts you've gathered. Jiang Chun took out the heart of flame crystal from his backpack and handed it to the City Lord. Lu Silly's expression froze instantly. The heart of flame crystal? How is this possible? How did you obtain it? The heart of the flame crystal, the evolved heart of the Flamestone King, emitted pulses of energy that made one's heart race. Lord Lu Silly stared in disbelief at the mission item Jiang Chun had submitted, muttering, a heart of the flame crystal is equivalent to 1,000 flame stone hearts. Jiang Chun calmly explained, I obtained this by defeating the Flamestone King. Lu Silly was astounded and couldn't help but praise. As expected from an adventurer from another realm, you are far more powerful than I imagined. Jiang Chun modestly replied, you flatter me, Lord. Lu Silly fell into deep thought, furrowing his brows. The reward he had prepared was clearly insufficient for such a remarkable achievement. Rubbing his chin, he murmured, ordinary rewards might be of no use to you now. Jiang Chun keenly sensed the Lord's dilemma. With a bright smile, he suggested, Lord Lu, I don't seek extravagant rewards. Just grant each of us a mysterious job change book. A mysterious job change book? Lu Silly was taken aback, his eyes widening. And one for each of you? Jiang Chun briefly explained the rarity of the mysterious job change book. It could allow a player to change to a rare hidden class. After listening, Lu Silly couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. There aren't even 3 mysterious job change books in all of Giant Deer City. Choose something else? With a determined look, Jiang Chun quickly negotiated. How about 2 then? I hope you can agree to that, Lord. Lu Silly hesitated for a moment before finally deciding, I can give you 1 mysterious job change book at most. Additionally, each of you will receive a growth elixir and the blessing of the main city. Jiang Chun was overjoyed and readily agreed. A system notification popped up, announcing that he had received the mysterious job change book, growth elixir, and the title of blessing of the main city. Eager to check the details, Jiang Chun found that the mysterious job change book could be used to change to a hidden class. The growth elixir would double experience gain, and the blessing of the main city provided an all-attribute boost and immunity from one city judgment. Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao also received the growth elixir and the blessing of the main city, their faces beaming with delight. Tao Xiaoyao curiously asked about the use of the blessing of the main city, and Jiang Chun patiently explained its function of granting immunity from one city bounty. Jiang Chun was secretly pleased, knowing this title gave him extra confidence within Giant Deer City. His attribute panel had also significantly improved. Constitution, strength, and agility each increased by 10 points, and his intelligence skyrocketed from 180 to 190. Cheng Ying exclaimed, double experience and 10 to all attributes. This is insane. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile, already planning how to leverage these newfound advantages. The blessing of the main city not only boosted his attributes, but also provided greater freedom for his actions within Giant Deer City. If the Celestial Guild can't see reason, Jiang Chen wouldn't mind giving them a surprise. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen turned to Lu Silly, a bright smile on his face, and asked if there were any other tasks. Seeing this, City Lord Lu couldn't help but shiver. Who wouldn't be wary of someone who demanded 3 mysterious job change books right off the bat? Lu Silly quickly shook his head, indicating that there were no new tasks for the moment. Jiang Chen looked slightly disappointed, but then instructed Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao to explore different floors of the mansion to see if they could find any tasks. The two women nodded and left the room. Jiang Chen then went alone to the treasure pavilion on the first floor of the mansion. He had previously listed 47 pieces of bronze-grade equipment, each priced at 20 gold coins, and now only 4 remained unsold. Without hesitation, he adjusted the price of the remaining items to 10 gold coins. Opening the shop's warehouse, he found 860 gold coins, the proceeds from the sold equipment. Unlike the auction house, the treasure pavilion had no limit on the number of items that could be listed and didn't charge any fees, which was a blessing. More money! Jiang Chun happily transferred the gold coins into his backpack. He noticed that the shop's message inbox had dozens of messages, all inquiring about the price of the demon blood armor. This gold-grade armor was obtained from slaying a winged demon, and he had deliberately left it unpriced on the shelf to attract attention. Though the results weren't as good as expected, it was still decent. Jiang Chen decided to list the cold frost staff and the flowing cloud robe, which he no longer needed, on the shelf as well. He wrote on the shop's notice board, selling demon blood armor gold grade, cold frost staff gold grade. Interested buyers, please leave your bids in the message inbox. The highest bidder wins. After handling the shop affairs, Jiang Chen turned and walked out of the mansion. At this time, the crowd from the Celestial Guild was still gathered in the main city square. The main city mansion, Central Plaza, and buildings are safe zones where no player killing PK is allowed. However, in other parts of the city, you can attack anyone as long as you're not afraid of retribution. Jiang Chen walked into the Central Plaza, drawing the attention of those around him, but no one made a move. Ignoring their stares, he left the plaza directly. Members of the Heavenly Court Guild were still gathered in the plaza, but their leader, Taidao Zhenyanluo, seemed to have logged off. A member whispered, "The priest from the first kill team has left the plaza. Should we follow him?" "Of course," another replied impatiently. "Take some people and follow him. Inform the leader when he's back online." "Got it." As soon as Jiang Chen left, the Heavenly Court Guild members began organizing a team to tail him. A few minutes later, Jiang Chen arrived at a bustling commercial street in Giant Deer City. Shops of every kind lined the street. Blacksmiths, apothecaries, and material shops were all present. He thought to himself, the mysterious job change book can unlock a hidden job change quest, but the quest is challenging. I need to prepare. This was his purpose for coming to the commercial street. He had something special to buy. Soon, Jiang Chen stopped in front of a small shop named Elixir House. Though the shop was small, it was surprisingly spacious inside. Shelves filled with colorful potions lined the walls behind the counter. A young girl, draped in a cloak and wearing a witch's hat, was intently focused on 2 test tubes filled with strange liquids. "Welcome. Take a look and see what you need." The girl, Elodie, greeted him flatly, glancing at Jiang Chen before returning her attention to her test tubes. She looked no older than 14 or 15, yet her demeanor was mature beyond her years. Jiang Chen got straight to the point. "What I need isn't on the shelves." Elodie raised an eyebrow, looking at Jiang Chen. "What are you looking for?" "A mana crystal bottle," Jiang Chen replied bluntly. "A mana crystal bottle?" Elodie's frown deepened. "I just finished making one." "How did you know?" Jiang Chen casually deflected. "Maybe the gods guided me." He knew invoking the gods could often explain the unexplainable. Elodie pondered for a moment, then walked to a corner and retrieved a blue crystal bottle from a chest. "Wait here," she said. "I hope the gods told you that mana crystal bottles aren't cheap." "Money is no issue," Jiang Chen responded boldly, though he wasn't sure of the exact price. The shop's inventory list updated to show a new item. Mana Crystal Bottle 50005000. 1. Consume stored mana to restore an equivalent amount of your mana. 2. Can be refilled with your own mana. Price: 500 gold coins. Jiang Chun was thrilled, thinking, this mana crystal bottle is practically a divine artifact. Although 500 gold coins is steep, it's like having an extra 5,000 health points for main. Totally worth it. He purchased it without hesitation. Come again? Elodie called as Jiang Chun left the elixir house. Meanwhile, back at the central plaza, Tidao Zenyanluo had logged back in, looking serious. He had just rewatched the 2 videos online, especially the scene where the Flamestone King was defeated multiple times. Though hard to believe, the evidence was clear. The Flamestone King had indeed been slain, and it was almost certainly the first kill team who did it. How did they manage it? Tidao Zenyanluo wondered. Wanfa Guizhong approached and asked, Guild leader, should we continue to surround the first kill team? Tidao Zenyanluo shook his head and replied rationally, no, let's return to Mingyue City and strategize. We need to understand how they killed the Flamestone King before I can feel at ease. Understood. Wanfa Guizhong nodded and added, by the way, guild leader, the priest from the first kill team just left the plaza alone. I sent a dozen brothers to follow him. Should I call them back? Alone? Tidao Zenyanluo smirked. Since he's alone, have our men take him out. The rest of you follow me back. I have other orders. Got it. Wanfa Guizhong replied. Shortly after, Tidao Zenyanluo and his group use a large teleportation array to return to their main city, Mingyue City. On the other side, Jiang Chun had just left the elixir house and hadn't walked far from the commercial street when he saw a group of a dozen people standing at the street corner ahead. There he is. Take him out. One of them shouted. The boss said if we get killed by the guards, he'll compensate us. As soon as they saw Jiang Chun, they charged at him. Do they have a death wish? Jiang Chun muttered under his breath as a hexagram magic circle glowed beneath his feet. After upgrading to 4 stars, the Holy Light Apocalypse Array extended its range to 25 meters, surpassing the 20-meter attack range of most long-range classes. Standing in the middle of the street, Jiang Chun coldly watched as 15 members of the Heavenly Court Guild stepped into the array's range. Suddenly, a sacred white light rose from the ground, enveloping everyone. Identical numbers floated above their heads, and before they could react, their health points dropped to 0 in an instant. Confused, they were sent back to the respawn point, unsure whether Jiang Chun had acted or if some main city restriction had been triggered. Jiang Chen's move to take out the Heavenly Court Guild members triggered the main city's alarm. Within half a minute, 9 fully armed guards appeared before Jiang Chun. The leading captain shouted sternly, no fighting in the main city. Violators will be executed. As soon as he finished speaking, 8 spears pointed at Jiang Chun, exuding a threatening aura. Just as the guards were about to charge, a system prompt sounded. The light of the main city is in effect. Would you like to waive this judgment? Jiang Chun immediately whispered, wave. Instantly, a layer of pale, golden light enveloped him. Seeing this, the captain's expression changed, and he hurriedly shouted, stop. He halted the soldiers, walked up to Jiang Chun, and respectfully said, Lord Fanchen, although you bear the glory of Julo City, please refrain from taking action within the main city next time. Jiang Chun nodded in agreement, and the guards left. Watching the light around him gradually fade, Jiang Chun pondered the practicality of this privilege and decided to prepare a teleportation stone for safety. He walked straight to a small shop at the corner of the street called Worry-Free General Store. Inside, there was only an open wooden box filled with various miscellaneous items. Jiang Chun found the item he needed at the bottom of the sales list, a basic teleportation stone, which could teleport him to the nearest safe area and would disappear after one use. It was priced at 100 gold coins. He paid 200 gold coins to purchase 2 stones. With preparations complete, Jiang Chun took out the mysterious job change book and gently opened it. The system asked if he wanted to start the mysterious job change quest, and Jiang Chun confirmed. The quest Scourge of the Red Flame was then activated. The task required him to head to the ancient Red Flame land south of Liwa City and find the traitor Yiding to unlock the subsequent quests. This quest surprised Jiang Chun. He recalled the major event in the Red Flame land from his previous life, the indigenous uprising that swept through Liwa City, leading to the destruction of the entire main city and the deaths of countless players. It was the first time players realized that main cities could also be destroyed. The uprising even started spreading to other main cities, and it was only quelled by a system-wide defense mission. However, Liwa City never recovered and became a desolate city. Jiang Chun realized that this quest might be the system's way of addressing the disaster, but Liwa City still ended up destroyed. He speculated that the previous person who received the quest failed to prevent the disaster. This also meant that the quest might be extremely difficult. Just then, the system suddenly issued a server-wide announcement. Player Yueshia had lifted the demon seal of Red Flame Mountain, activating the server-wide quest, Defend Against the Demon Invasion. This news left Chen stunned. Red Flame Mountain was located in the Red Flame Land, and the uprising in the Red Flame Land was somehow related to Red Flame Mountain. However, in his previous life, the server-wide quest, Defend Against the Demon Invasion, never occurred. This meant that before the uprising, the demon seal on Red Flame Mountain had not been lifted, at least not by players. Chen initially guessed that the subsequent steps of his job change quest might involve preventing the seal on Red Flame Mountain from being lifted, but now the seal had been lifted early by a player, triggering a server-wide quest. He couldn't help but wonder what had changed. Although Chen found the situation vexing, it was undoubtedly a huge surprise for other players. As the first server-wide quest in the national server, the entire game world was abuzz with excitement. 10 minutes ago, in the ancient land of Yin, south of Huoqing, a towering mountain pierced the sky on a crimson expanse of earth. The mountain was adorned with bizarrely shaped, vibrantly colored trees, resembling a surrealist painting. Passing through a dense forest, one would find an octagonal altar standing in a clearing, its design reminiscent of a massive Bagua diagram. At the center of the altar floated a hexagonal crystal pillar, covered in cracks and emitting a faint glow. At this moment, a female assassin with the ID Yueshia stood before the altar, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. She appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old, with snow-white skin and exquisitely carved features. Her long, shapely legs were particularly striking, and her meticulously styled short silver hair added a touch of heroism to her appearance. Finally, unable to contain her curiosity, Yueshia stepped onto the altar and approached the hexagonal crystal pillar. The system immediately displayed a message: Damaged demon-suppressing crystal pillar, used to seal the abyssal demons in this area. The pillar has been eroded by time and will shatter with the slightest force. After hesitating for a moment, Yueshia reached out and touched the crystal pillar. With a crack, the fissures deepened, as if the pillar would shatter completely at any moment. Simultaneously, the system issued a series of warnings. Destroying the demon-suppressing crystal pillar will release the sealed demons and trigger a server-wide quest to repel the demon invasion. Upon quest activation, numerous common monsters, a few elite monsters, and a rare number of bosses will appear, with the highest boss rank being gold. Seeing these warnings, Yueshia quickly withdrew her hand. She thought to herself, this is a server-wide quest. I can't complete it alone. If others fail, I'll lose 50 of my attributes as the trigger. I can't take that risk. Despite the tempting reward of 50 free attribute points, Yueshia remained calm. The system clearly stated that the highest boss rank was gold, and even silver-ranked bosses were currently top-tier challenges. Even with a large number of players, it would be nearly impossible to tackle a gold-ranked boss. She estimated that no one could complete this server-wide quest at this stage. Though reluctant, reason told her it wasn't the right time. Yueshia decided to check the forums for players' analyses on challenging gold-ranked bosses. When she opened the official forum, a highly popular post caught her attention. Top trio, first kill of the ancient ghost boss, and now the gold-ranked boss Flamestone King. Someone's already defeated a gold-ranked boss? Yueshia murmured in amazement, a flicker of excitement in her eyes. A few minutes later, she returned to the game, standing once again before the damaged hexagonal crystal pillar, taking a deep breath. At that moment, Chen began his class change quest. Yueshia heart skipped a beat, and she thought, opportunities are fleeting, I must seize them. With a determined gaze, she unhesitatingly swung her dagger and struck the hexagonal crystal pillar. With a resounding crack, the pillar shattered. Above the altar, the space twisted, creating a tiny rift. Wisps of black mist seeped from the rift, accompanied by distant roars. The system immediately broadcasted a server-wide announcement. Player Yueshia has lifted the demon seal at Qian Mountain, initiating the server-wide quest, Repel the Demon Invasion. The announcement sent the entire server into an uproar. Only Chen felt bewildered and helpless, never imagining that he had indirectly given Yueshia the courage to trigger this quest. Realizing it was too late to change anything, Chen decided to check the specific details of the quest. Chen shook off his thoughts and focused on the semi-transparent task interface floating in front of him. He carefully reviewed the task details. Task: Defend against the monster invasion. Server-wide task. Task description: The demon suppression crystal pillar in Qian Mountain has been damaged. The seal gate will begin to open in 12 hours and will be fully open in 24 hours. At that time, a large number of monsters will flood out and start to corrode the 9 demon suppression cauldrons. Task requirements: Eliminate all monsters before the 9 demon suppression cauldrons are completely corroded. Task rewards: The more monsters you kill and the higher their level, the greater the rewards. While Jiang Chen was still engrossed in studying the task details, the game's forum had already exploded with discussions. Players were expressing their opinions. What kind of rewards will this monster invasion task offer? The penalties are so severe. The rewards must be substantial. Of course, server-wide tasks always have amazing rewards, but I wonder how difficult it will be. The difficulty will definitely be high. Not everyone will be able to get the rewards. Hey pros, I'm still in the newbie village. Do I have a chance to participate? Newbies in the starter village should stay out of it and focus on leveling up. Meanwhile, major guilds, clubs, and gaming teams across the country were holding emergency meetings to discuss strategies for this server-wide task. In the video conference of the Celestial Guild, the guild leader, Taidao Zenyanlo, was passionately addressing the members. We failed in Julo City before, so we must seize this opportunity. Although the specific rewards are unknown, I have a feeling that the guild that earns the most rewards will soar to new heights. All members in the main city, drop whatever you're doing and prepare for battle with all your might. Success or death. Simultaneously, in the conference room on the 18th floor of Longting Building in SC City, the manager of the Shonta Club, Wang Gang, was rallying his team. We follow an elite route. Although our numbers are not as large as other guilds, each of you is a top-notch player. For this server-wide task, I want everyone to give their best and aim for the highest rewards. You've all worked late tonight, so get a good rest. Tomorrow, I want to see you at your peak. Similar scenes played out in gaming teams across the country, with everyone making final preparations for the impending battle. However, in the face of the upcoming storm, Jiang Chun remained unusually calm. With a slight wave, he closed the task interface and a confident smile curved on his lips. No need to overthink it. Whoever messes with me will get a taste of my power. Jiang Chun had just left the general store when his phone buzzed. It was a voice message from Cheng Ying. Her excited voice came through the speaker. Brother Fanshin, should we take on this all-server quest? Walking briskly down the streets of Julo City, Jiang Chen replied as he walked. Yes, we should. Cheng Ying quickly sent another message. Should we go now? Jiang Chen stopped in his tracks, thought for a moment, and then explained in detail. No rush, the quest won't officially start for another 12 hours. According to the task details, the seal gate will gradually open 12 hours later and fully open 24 hours from now. There's no need to go right away, but we do need to prepare in advance. In his mind, Jiang Chen visualized the map of the ancient land of red flames. The location was not easy to access, requiring passage through a level 15 wilderness area, the Desert of Death. Even starting from the nearest city, Lihua City, it would take over 2 hours to reach the ancient land of red flames if everything went smoothly. He glanced at his phone screen. It was 10:25 p.m. The seal gate would start to open around 10 a.m. the next day, meaning they would need to depart from Lihua City by around 7 a.m. Moreover, Jiang Chun had his own mysterious class change quest, the Calamity of Red Flames, which required him to find a renegade soldier named Yi Ding in the ancient land of red flames. Time was of the essence. After careful consideration, Jiang Chen sent a voice message to Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao. Let's get some rest tonight. We'll meet at the Julo City Mansion at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Okay, see you tomorrow. Good night, master. After replying, Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao logged off at their respective mansions in the main city. Jiang Chen walked through several bustling streets and a lively central square, eventually returning to a shop on the first floor of the mansion, the Treasure Pavilion. The shop's notice read, selling golden-grade blood armor and golden-grade frost staff. Interested buyers, please place your bids in the mailbox. Highest bid wins. However, there weren't many messages and only about a dozen bids. 10 cups of wine. Boss, I'll give you 40,000 gold for both the blood armor and frost staff. Deal? This was the highest bid among them. The price was far below Jiang Chen's expectations. His previous golden-grade blood-tied greatsword had sold for 60,000 gold, and now these two items together were only fetching 40,000 gold, which was too low. Jiang Chen realized that his shop's visibility was still too low and that he needed to find a way to advertise. He partially exited the game and opened the official forum. He had previously posted a thread, golden-grade equipment for sale, at Julo City Mansion shop. But now, the thread had sunk to the bottom, with very few replies, and some people even questioned its authenticity. As Jiang Chun pondered marketing strategies, his attention was drawn to the forum's hottest thread, the Godly Trio. First kill of the ancient ghost boss, followed by another kill of the golden grade boss Flame, Stone King. He clicked on the thread, which contained a video. Jiang Chun suddenly realized that the stealthy assassin who had followed them into the stone forest of the Ashen Land had been recording. Although the video lacked detailed combat footage, it documented their entry and exit from the stone forest, as well as the moment the boss fell. Browsing through the comments, Jiang Chen noticed that most discussions revolve around Cheng Ying. He recalled Dao Zhan Yinluo's words about Cheng Ying being the top knight in the national server, and suddenly it all made sense. He couldn't help but chuckle. After all, To outsiders, it seemed like the knight was the only one who could be the main force in their team. Time flew by, and half an hour later, it was already 11 p.m. Chen still hadn't come up with a good advertising strategy. Never mind, I'll think about it tomorrow. Golden grade equipment won't drop in price overnight, he thought, removing his gaming helmet. As he was about to get up, he suddenly felt a wave of fatigue, and his stomach started growling. He realized he had only eaten breakfast that day. Heading to the living room, he opened the fridge, but it was empty. I wonder if there's any takeout available at this hour? Chen sighed, taking out his phone to open a food delivery app. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Chen asked, puzzled, wondering who would come knocking so late. Guess who? A mature woman's voice came from outside. As soon as he heard the voice, Chen knew who it was. He got up, walked to the door, and opened it to find Xia Ruor standing there. She was wearing a white tank top and shorts, with flip-flops on her feet, and her hair still damp from a shower. Ruorjia, what's up? Chen asked. Xia Ruor smiled slightly. I just finished hanging up some clothes and saw your living room light on, so I thought I'd come over. What? Can't I visit without a reason? Chen pouted. I never said that. He noticed Xia Ruor suddenly frowning. You don't look so good. She scrutinized Chen. Did something happen? You look like you've been wronged. Chen's face turned pale, and he replied helplessly, I'm hungry. Xia Ruor was taken aback at first, then covered her mouth and burst out laughing. I thought it was something serious. Her eyes curved into crescents. I'm hungry too. Come over to my place. I'll cook some noodles for you. With that, she turned and started walking toward her apartment. Chen followed, suddenly teasing. Ruorjia, is this noodle you're talking about serious? Xia Ruor stopped in her tracks, turned around, and approached him with a playful smile. What? Do you want serious or not serious? Jie can do both. A fragrant scent wafted over, and Chen's mind momentarily went blank. He took a half step back, regretting his words. Silly brother. Seeing his flustered state, Xia Ruor stopped teasing him and went to cook the noodles. A while later, they were eating in the living room. Watching Chen devour the food, Xia Ruor reminded him, slow down, it's hot. Chen swallowed a mouthful of noodles and asked, Ruorjia, what level are you now? Level 8, thanks to your guide, Xia Ruor replied. Chen ate while talking. Then you should reach level 10 by tomorrow morning, and you can go to Julo City to learn tailoring. I'll put 2 fashion designs in the shop for you. Once you learn the secondary profession, go to the shop on the first floor of the Julo City mansion. Shop? Xia Ruor seemed surprised. Chen explained, yes, I rented a shop there. I'll list you as the shop manager, so you can use it. By the way, what's your in-game ID? Just Ruor. After finishing the noodles, Chen's complexion improved. They chatted a bit more about tailoring. I need to get up at 7 tomorrow. Ruorjia. I'm going to bed now. Chen got up to leave, went back to his room, set the alarm, and went to sleep. The next morning at 6:50, a knock on the door came before the alarm. Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes and opened the door to find Xia Ruor standing there with breakfast. Breakfast! She handed him soy milk, fried dough sticks, and steamed buns. Thanks, Ruorjia. Chen took the breakfast. By 7:15, Chen had finished washing up and eating. He put on his gaming helmet and logged in. As soon as he entered the game, he saw a crowd gathered in front of the main city mansion, with Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao standing opposite. Cheng Ying looked troubled as she faced the crowd. Chen stood where he logged off last night, his gaze sweeping over his shop. 6 shops were neatly lined up, with one already named Treasure Pavilion, while the other 5 remained vacant. He quickly navigated the interface, setting Summers Iduyer as the manager for both the Treasure Pavilion and the shop next to it. Then, he carefully placed the blueprints for the Minghua dress and the Shiguang tassel skirt into the shop's warehouse. After handling these tasks, Chen turned and walked toward the front of the mansion. From a distance, he saw Cheng Ying surrounded by a group of people, prompting him to quicken his pace. Brother Fancheng, you're here. Cheng Ying's face lit up with a smile as she hurried over to meet Chen. The group followed closely behind, causing Chen to frown. Who are these people? Chen asked, eyeing the unfamiliar faces around them. Cheng Ying whispered, they're from various guilds. They approached me as soon as I logged in. Chen then took a closer look and noticed that most of the 30 or so people had prefixes in their IDs. Names like Royal Dynasty, Supreme Alliance, Kings, and unmatched these well-known guilds surprised him. What do they want from you? Chen asked curiously. Before Cheng Ying could answer, an assassin named King's Wanderer jumped in. Cheng Ying, consider joining our Kings of the World Guild. We offer top-tier benefits. Immediately, others chimed in, making the scene noisy. Cheng Ying, join our unmatched guild as a core member. Your annual salary will be at least 7 figures. Join TE Club. We have the most promising future. You won't be disappointed. Our Royal Dynasty Guild is a prestigious old name. Please reconsider. Cheng Ying, Supreme Alliance, sincerely welcomes you. Overwhelmed by the commotion, Cheng Ying looked at Jiang Chun for help, her eyes pleading for an escape. Jiang Chun understood the situation. These people had clearly been waiting for her. He had a sudden idea and pretended to be surprised, saying, "I thought you all were here to buy some gold-tier equipment." His words instantly quieted the crowd. They looked at each other in confusion and began asking, "Gold-tier equipment? What do you mean?" Feigning nonchalance, Jiang Chun replied, "You mean you didn't know that the mansion shops in Julo City sell gold-tier equipment?" Then he quickly added, "Never mind, forget I said anything." While the crowd was still processing this information, Jiang Chun decisively told Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao, "Let's go to Liwa City." With that, he led the two women away from the mansion swiftly. Jiang Chen's ploy worked. The crowd's attention shifted immediately to the gold-tier equipment. Some even hurried into the mansion to look for the shops. The trio crossed the plaza and reached the main city teleportation array. Selecting Liwa City as their destination, they each paid 5 gold coins. With a flash of white light, they vanished from their original location. "You have been teleported to Liwa City." The system notification sounded as Jiang Chun and the two women appeared in the teleportation array of Liwa City. Located at the southernmost tip of the continent, Liwa City had a slightly warmer climate than Julo City. The city's architecture was unique, predominantly white, with grand structures that resembled massive sculptures, leaving visitors in awe. "What beautiful buildings!" Cheng Ying exclaimed. "These structures look like they're carved from white jade." Tao Xiaoyao also looked around with a face full of wonder. White light continuously flickered in the teleportation array as more players arrived for the server-wide quest. Jiang Chen didn't linger and led the two women to the central plaza of Liwa City, then used the city's exit teleportation array to reach the south gate. The Red Flame ancient land was located south of Liwa City, but wasn't close. A vast desert of death lay between them. The trio set off from the south gate, heading south. After about 10 minutes, they reached the edge of an endless, barren desert, where the scorching heat hit them heated. "Is this the desert of death?" Cheng Ying murmured, her eyes scanning the surroundings. The scorching air rippled like waves, and a searing heat hit her face. The relentless sun baked the ground, and the sand beneath threatened to burn her feet. "So hot." Even the usually quiet Tao Xiaoyao couldn't help but mutter in complaint. Suddenly, a gust of hot wind swept by, lifting the top layer of sand to reveal a gruesome sight underneath bleached bones. Beneath the desert are corpses? Cheng Ying exclaimed in shock. Jiang Chen nodded in confirmation. "Yes, that's why it's called the Desert of Death. The most common monsters here are death sandworms. Be careful where you step." Before he finished speaking, the sand beneath their feet began to tremble slightly, as if something was writhing underneath. In an instant, a yellow worm about a meter long and as thick as a bowl emerged from the sand. "Death sandworm, LV-15. Disgusting." Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao both took 2 steps back, their faces filled with revulsion. Talk about timing. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and cast a healing spell. The worm's head displayed an impressive damage number, instantly reducing its health by 20. It was also enveloped in a faint layer of electricity and added effect from Jiang Chen's Thunderfire staff, causing paralysis. The death sandworm, which had been quickly approaching Jiang Chun, suddenly stiffened and slowed, making it easy for him to dodge. 10 seconds later, as the final healing spell landed, the death sandworm's health hit 0. "Let's move on," Jiang Chen said, continuing forward. For him, these monsters were no threat. However, for other players, these level 15 creatures were not easy to handle. Most players were only level 12 or 13, and solo players found it especially tough. Jiang Chun hadn't anticipated that most players heading to the ancient land of Red Flames would be stopped in their tracks by the Desert of Death. The official forums were filled with complaints. "How are we supposed to play like this? The Desert of Death alone is a huge roadblock. The difficulty is ridiculous. How are solo players supposed to get through? The entry barrier is insane. What a crappy global quest. Whoever wants to do it can go ahead." Despite the complaints, tens of thousands of players managed to traverse the desert, with many reaching the ancient land of Red Flames in the early hours of the morning. At this moment, at the entrance of the ancient land of Red Flames, beneath a vast, ancient city wall, a woman with short silver hair was lurking in the corner of the gate, watching the continuous stream of players entering the ancient land. However, the person she was waiting for had yet to appear. "Why aren't they here yet?" she muttered to herself, a trace of anxiety crossing her delicate face. She was none other than Yueshia Duwu, the initiator of the global quest. She knew better than anyone how difficult this quest was, and that the first kill team was her only hope. "I have more information than anyone else. I must find the first kill team and share this with them," Yueshia Duwu resolved, continuing to wait patiently. In front of the mansion in Julo City, Wang Zhilang stood solemnly outside a shop and sent a voice message to the guild leader, Bachi Quangren, Boss, the first kill team has refused our invitation. Far away, in the ancient land of red flames, Ba Chi Kuang Rin frowned and asked, what about the other guilds? As far as I know, they haven't joined any guild either, Wang Zhelang replied honestly. A playful smile appeared on Ba Chi Kuang Rin's lips, his tone tinged with disdain. So, they're planning to go solo? How short-sighted. The game has just begun, and early advantages are fleeting. Without the support of a powerful guild, they'll eventually be swallowed by other forces. Just as Ba Chi Kuang Rin was predicting a grim fate for the first kill team, Wang Zhelang's voice came through again. Boss, although I couldn't persuade the first kill team, I did make some discoveries here in Julo City. They're selling gold-tier equipment. Gold-tier equipment? Ba Chi Kuang Rin's interest was piqued instantly. What exactly? 2 items. The blood magic armor and the frost staff. Wang Zhelang quickly sent the equipment stats to Ba Chi Kuang Rin. Meanwhile, other guilds that had come to Julo City for recruitment were having similar conversations, creating an undercurrent of tension in the city. The scene shifts to the Death Desert, south of Lihua City. 2 assassins, Yu Wang Yinro and Yu Wang Yonggang, were cautiously advancing. Despite having their stealth skills activated, they had to remain extra vigilant to avoid detection by wild creatures, especially the deadly sandworms lurking beneath the gravel. Brother gang, we've been walking for almost 3 hours. Can't we speed up a bit? Yu Wang Yinro couldn't bear the scorching desert heat any longer and complained in a low voice. Yu Wang Yonggang shook his head firmly. No, we must stay cautious. If we die, we'll be sent back to the revival point in Lihua City, and all our efforts will be wasted. This is a server-wide mission of unprecedented scale. We can't afford any mistakes. We must capture the footage successfully. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun and his 2 companions have been trekking through the desert for nearly 2 hours. Look over there. Cheng Ying pointed excitedly at a distant line. That black line should be the wall of the ancient land of red flames, right? As Jiang Chun nodded in confirmation, Tao Xiao Yao suddenly shouted a warning. Watch out. Before her words had even faded, the surrounding gravel began to tremble violently. In an instant, 14 deadly sandworms emerged from the sand, encircling the trio. The worms writhed their grotesque bodies, some even entangling with each other, creating a horrifying scene. Suppressing her discomfort, Cheng Ying raised her shield to brace for the attack. Tao Xiao Yao also summoned her big yellow dog. However, before they could act, Jiang Chun had already cast the minor Holy Light Apocalypse Array, causing a 6-pointed star formation to appear beneath their feet. All the deadly sandworms were instantly enveloped in a web of lightning, their movements slowing down. Simultaneously, a massive damage number appeared above their heads. Jiang Chun had triggered a double cast. In less than 3 seconds, all 14 deadly sandworms were dead. Jiang Chun frowned and said, they look so disgusting, and they don't even drop any gear. Staring at the scattered bodies before him, Jiang Chun frowned in contemplation. It was baffling that these monsters hadn't dropped any items. What surprised him even more was that someone had managed to traverse such a perilous area and trigger a server-wide quest. This person is really something else, Jiang Chun thought to himself. Shaking his head, Jiang Chun signaled Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao to follow. The 3 of them quickened their pace towards their destination. Before long, a towering city wall loomed ahead. The black walls stretched into the sky, ancient and imposing, exuding an indescribable sense of weight. There were no gates at the entrance, replaced instead by a faint red barrier. Players from all directions were streaming in, passing through the light curtain. Is this the Qian ancient land? Cheng Ying asked curiously, glancing around. Let's go inside, Jiang Chun said, stepping through the barrier first. As the system notified them, you have arrived at Qian ancient land. The scene before them changed abruptly. They were greeted by an endless expanse of red earth, with low-lying buildings faintly visible in the distance. The sky above was covered by a light red dome, as if the entire Qian ancient land was sealed under a massive transparent cover. The moment Jiang Chun stepped in, he felt several hostile gazes from the surroundings. Looks like we've been targeted, he warned in a low voice. Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao were momentarily taken aback, but quickly became vigilant, scanning their surroundings. The interior of the city gate was crowded with people, making it difficult for Jiang Chun to determine who was watching them. He glanced at the time, 9:30 a.m. There was still over half an hour before the seal gate would open. Never mind that for now. Let's head to the settlement here. Jiang Chun decided to prioritize completing their class change quest and started walking towards the nearest village. However, they had barely taken a few steps when Jiang Chun suddenly stopped and turned around, shouting, "Come out!" Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao immediately turned to see a silver-haired woman materialize out of thin air. Impressive. Even my stealth couldn't escape your notice, the woman exclaimed, her face a mix of surprise and delight. Jiang Chen's eyes widened as he recognized her ID. US Xiaoduo? He remembered that the server-wide quest had been triggered by someone with that very name. Is she a bad person? Tao Xiaoyao asked warily, her voice trembling slightly as she looked at the silver-haired woman opposite her. Her hand instinctively tightened on the hem of her clothes, and her eyes darted between Jiang Chun and Cheng Ying, seeking reassurance. Absolutely, Cheng Ying replied firmly, her face full of hostility. Her hand was already on the hilt of her sword, ready to draw it at any moment. Jiang Chen glanced at the two girls in confusion, especially Cheng Ying, who reacted as if she had encountered a mortal enemy. Why are you two so hostile all of a sudden? He asked, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Cheng Ying opened her mouth, but was momentarily speechless. She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and finally managed to say, she doesn't seem like a good person. Doesn't seem like a good person? Jiang Chen chuckled, turning his gaze to the mysterious silver-haired woman. There was no denying that this woman, who called herself Yuxia Duwu, had an extraordinary appearance. Her long legs seemed like a masterpiece from the heavens, perfect to the point of awe. Her delicate features were like a work of art, exuding a noble and cold aura. But beneath this perfect exterior, Jiang Chen keenly sensed that her gaze was different from those who had spied on them before. It lacked malice. Why are you following us? Jiang Chen asked, his tone carrying a hint of caution. Even though the woman had shown no hostility, her sneaky behavior was still unsettling. I'm here to help you, Yuxia Duwu replied, her voice cool yet soft, like a breeze brushing through the scorching red flame ancient land, bringing a touch of coolness. Jiang Chun was inwardly impressed. Her voice was mesmerizing. He glanced at Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao and noticed they were equally surprised. Clearly, he wasn't the only one captivated by her voice. Quickly regaining his composure, Jiang Chun continued to ask, how can you help us? I triggered the server-wide quest. I have information that others don't, Yuxia Duwu said confidently. Information? Jiang Chun was intrigued. Let's hear it. Yuxia Duwu elegantly tucked a strand of silver hair behind her ear. I can share the information with you, but... She paused. I need you to agree to two conditions. What conditions? Jiang Chun frowned slightly. First, let me join your team. Second, during the server-wide quest, you must follow my commands, Yuxia Duwu said, her gaze unwavering as she looked directly at Jiang Chun. The first condition is negotiable, but the second one is impossible. Jiang Chun refused without hesitation. Joining the team was one thing, but giving up command? That was out of the question. I don't mean any harm, Yuxia Duwu explained. Our goal is the same, to complete the server-wide quest. Letting me command will increase our chances of success. Jiang Chen responded calmly. Do you have some misunderstanding? Even without your information, I can complete the quest. Yuxia Duwu frowned slightly. I know you're strong, but this quest is much harder than you think. Go find someone else. We're leaving, Jiang Chen said, turning to go. Wait, Yuxia Duwu called out urgently. Let me join the team, and I'll share the information. Seeing Jiang Chen's firm stance, she had to give up on the idea of command. However, Jiang Chen didn't seem inclined to turn back. Yuxia Duwu anxiously added, this information is really important. Even with great strength, there's a risk of failure without it. Hearing this, Jiang Chen stopped. He weighed the pros and cons and finally sent an invitation to Yuxia Duwu to join the team. A system prompt immediately sounded. Player Yuxia Duwu has joined the team. All right, tell us what you know, Jiang Chen said directly. Yuxia Duwu began to explain in detail, first about the sealed gates. On Red Flame Mountain, there are not just one, but 13 sealed gates scattered around. There are 9 bronze gates, 3 silver gates, and 1 golden gate. Every hour, a gate will open in order of strength, starting with the weakest. The first gate will open at 10:15, which is in half an hour. Do you know the locations of each gate? Jiang Chen asked. Yuxia Duwu nodded and continued. Then there's the demonic aura. When a sealed gate opens, not only will monsters emerge, but demonic aura will also seep out. Anyone contaminated by it won't be able to recover health, and the death penalty is severe. So, it's best to avoid getting too close to the gates. There is also an important item called the Demon Suppression Shard, which can temporarily close a sealed gate. Where do we find the Demon Suppression Shards? Jiang Chen asked. You can find them on Red Flame Mountain if you're lucky, Yuxia Duwu answered. I see. Jiang Chen nodded. Yuxia Duwu was about to suggest, I recommend that we first search for the Demon Suppression Shards to delay the monster spawns. Then we can. However, Jiang Chen interrupted her. I have other business. I need to go to the nearby settlement first. With that, he started walking towards the nearest village. Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao followed closely behind. Yuxia Duwu stood there, watching Jiang Chen's departing figure, momentarily stunned. She sighed helplessly and muttered to herself, so arrogant. This server-wide quest is really worrying. Jiang Chen gave her an impression of extreme arrogance and unreliability. What bothered her the most was that this team seemed to be led by Jiang Chen. Her hope was significantly diminished. The Qian ancient land is a mysterious realm covered in red soil. It is home to indigenous people who have lived here for generations, forming various villages and tribes around the sacred city of Qian. Jiang Chen walked on the soft red soil and arrived at the nearest Wuman village. Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao followed closely behind, while Yuexia Duwu deliberately kept her distance, trailing at the very end of the group. Though she was unwilling to leave the team, she didn't want to get too close either, maintaining the furthest distance from the front. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, according to the mission hint, the renegade soldier Yiding is in one of the nearby villages. If not in Wuman village, then in Bai village, which is the closest to me. As soon as he entered the village, Jiang Chen overheard an elderly man with graying temples muttering. There have been quite a few outsiders recently. Jiang Chen quickly approached and asked, "Excuse me, sir, do you know someone named Yiding?" The old man replied in a hoarse voice, "Yiding? That outsider soldier?" "Yes, that's him." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. "Do you know where he is?" "He was captured," the old man continued. "Yesterday, he was paraded through the streets. Now, he's probably locked up in the dungeon of the sacred city." Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned, puzzled. Is this mission really messing with my mind right from the start? Do I have to go to the dungeon to see him? No. The mission hint said Yiding is in the village. So how could he be in the sacred city's dungeon? He asked the old man again. "Do you know where Yiding usually lives?" The old man pointed in a direction. "He lives at the end of the village, behind a small hill." "He built a wooden house there?" The old man muttered again. Accused of heinous crimes, he probably doesn't have many days left. After thanking the old man, Jiang Chen immediately headed to the end of the village. Beyond the small hill, he indeed saw a wooden house with its door half open. "You two wait outside," Jiang Chen told Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao before cautiously pushing the door open. The interior was extremely simple, with only a bed, a table, and a few chairs. After surveying the room, Jiang Chen sat down and said slowly, "Come out, I know you're in there. Don't worry, I'm here to help you." After a dozen seconds of silence, there was a sudden noise from under the bed. A man in his mid-20s crawled out, staring straight at Jiang Chen. "Are you an adventurer? Are you the renegade soldier Yiding?" Jiang Chen scrutinized the disheveled man with blood-stained clothes. "Renegade soldier? It doesn't matter anymore." Confirming Jiang Chen's identity, Yiding's eyes reddened, and he said, trembling, "I need a favor." "What kind of favor?" "Deliver a letter to Lisan and tell her that I've been framed. They accuse me of assault, but I didn't do anything. I never even touched that woman." As he spoke, Yiding took out an envelope from his pocket. Jiang Chen took the envelope, and the system prompt appeared. "You have obtained a quest item, Yiding's letter, unlocking the next quest. Current quest, deliver Yiding's letter to Lisan." "But how can I find Lisan?" Jiang Chen asked. "Lisan is the servant of the Holy Lord. You can find her in the sacred palace of the sacred city." Yiding pleaded, "Please, I barely escaped. I don't want to die being wronged." Jiang Chen nodded in agreement and left the wooden house. Seeing Jiang Chen come out, Cheng Ying curiously asked, "Brother Jiang, how did it go?" "The next task is to go to Qian's sacred city," Jiang Chen said as he left Wuman village, heading towards the sacred city. At this moment, Yuexia Duwu, who had been trailing behind, couldn't hold back any longer. She hurried forward and asked, "The full server quest is about to start. Where are you going?" Jiang Chen replied curiously, "Didn't you say the first seal gate is just bronze level?" And then, Yuexia Duwu was puzzled. "Then it doesn't matter if we go or not." Jiang Chen continued walking towards Qian's sacred city. For him, the mysterious class change mission was the most important. Yuexia Duwu was momentarily speechless, feeling increasingly heavy-hearted. At this moment, not far from Jiang Chen and his group, two assassins quietly appeared. "Up ahead. That's the first kill team." "Yes, it's them." "Great, now we have the main perspective for our recording." These two assassins were Yuang Yinru and Yuang Yanggang. Seeing Jiang Chen and his group, their faces lit up with excitement. They had painstakingly crossed the Death Desert to reach the Qian ancient land, just to capture the explosive events of this full-server quest on video. We were racking our brains over whose perspective to use. Seems like the main characters have arrived. Heaven really favors us. With that, Yuang Yanggang and Yuang Yinru began to trail Jiang Chen and his companions from a distance. The so-called Holy City is actually just a larger, cleaner, and more organized village. When Jiang Chen and Cheng Ying arrived at Qian Holy City, they were greeted by a cluster of low, earth-colored buildings. Only in the center stood a white structure known as the Holy Palace, resembling a small castle and visible from a distance. Cheng Ying glanced around, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. She had high expectations for the Qian Holy Land and the Holy Palace, imagining a place of extraordinary splendor. However, the sight before her left her feeling somewhat let down. Although the Holy Palace, made of some white, jade-like stone, looked indeed magnificent. Such buildings were common in Liwa City and seemed rather ordinary in comparison. Jiang Chun frowned slightly, suspecting that entering the Holy Palace might not be easy. His suspicions were confirmed when they reached the white arched gate of the palace, where two guards immediately blocked their way. This is the residence of the Holy Lord. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. One of the guards barked coldly. Jiang Chun explained helplessly. I'm here to find someone. Who? The guard demanded. Lisan. Jiang Chun stated the name of his target. The guards exchanged a surprised glance before one of them turned and went through the gate. Moments later, he returned with a blonde girl in a white dress. With a warm smile on her face, Lisan asked, Who is looking for me? Hello. What can I do for you? Jiang Chun stepped forward and succinctly replied, I'm here to deliver a letter. A barely noticeable hint of excitement flashed in Lisan's eyes as she said, Come with me. The others must stay outside. Sensing something unusual in Lisan's reaction, as if she had anticipated the letter, Jiang Chun quickly instructed his companion to wait outside before following Lisan into the Holy Palace. They walked through the front hall and arrived at a quiet back garden. Lisan eagerly stretched out her hand and said, Give me the letter. Jiang Chun handed over the envelope from his backpack and tentatively asked, You seem to know who sent this letter? Lisan's hand momentarily stiffened, but quickly returned to normal. She swiftly scanned the letter's contents, a cold smile playing at her lips. She then put away the letter and asked, Are you a friend of Yiding? Or just an adventurer delivering the letters? Jiang Chun was taken aback, but saw that Lisan only wanted an answer. After a brief pause, he honestly replied, I'm an adventurer. Lisan's smile widened knowingly as she said, I figured as much. You adventurers from the outside world. No matter what you do, it's always for profit, without regard for right or wrong. Jiang Chun frowned slightly. Although Lisan's words were not entirely wrong, he sensed that things were more complicated. Lisan continued, Since you're an adventurer, I happen to have a task for you. What task? Jiang Chun asked. Lisan slowly and coldly said, I want to commission you to kill Yiding. Of course, I will reward you handsomely with gold coins. Suddenly, Jiang Chun received a system prompt. Urgent task. Lisan's commission, kill the rebel Yiding. Do you accept? Note, this task conflicts with the mysterious job change task. If you kill Yiding, the mysterious job change task will fail. Jiang Chun was stunned. If it weren't for the system's prompt, he might have accepted the task. As Lisan mentioned, adventurers typically do not refuse tasks and rewards. However, Lisan could never have guessed that her task would conflict with Jiang Chen's mysterious job change task. What's wrong? Not enough reward for you. Seeing Jiang Chun hesitate, Lisan narrowed her eyes, a hint of suspicion in her voice. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He quickly composed himself and offered a polite smile. No, I'm more than willing to take on this task, he said, a glint of cunning in his eyes. It's just that I'm merely a priest. I'm afraid I lack the strength to kill Yi Ding. The implication was clear. Jiang Chun wanted more benefits. However, Lisan was no easy mark. She let out a cold laugh, ruthlessly exposing his lie. Crossing the desert of death to get here from the outside world takes skill, don't you think? Her gaze was as sharp as a blade. Don't worry. The reward will be more than satisfactory once you complete the task. Jiang Chun sighed inwardly. These days, even NPCs are hard to fool. He pondered for a moment before finally saying, All right, I'll accept the task. A faint smile appeared on Lisan's face, but her eyes betrayed a slight hint of disdain and mockery. Then I leave it to you, brave adventurer, she said, her tone laced with a subtle sarcasm. Just then, a system notification echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Task accepted. Lisan's commission. Task objective. Kill Yi Ding. Task reward. 1,000 gold coins. Note, this task conflicts with the mysterious job change quest. Killing Yi Ding will result in failure of the mysterious job change quest. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, thinking, quite a hefty reward. But before he could mull it over, another system notification appeared. Task completed. Deliver Yi Ding's letter to Lisan. New task unlocked. Find a way to leave the sacred palace and inform Yi Ding of Lisan's plan. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he quickly analyzed the situation. Lisan's plan to kill Yi Ding was already in motion, and refusing the commission might bring unforeseen dangers. This was all part of the quest. But by accepting the commission, the immediate danger was averted. Having figured this out, a smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He told Lisan, I'll complete the task as soon as possible. With that, he turned and walked away confidently. As expected, Jiang Chun left the sacred palace without any hindrance. As for Lisan's commission, accepting it was one thing. Whether he completed it was another matter entirely. Outside the sacred palace, Jiang Chun found Cheng Ying, Tao Xiaoyao, and even Yu Xia Duwu waiting for him. However, his brow furrowed. He could feel several faint but watchful gazes from the shadows, like invisible tentacles, making him uncomfortable. Can you stop lurking, brave heroes? Jiangchen called out, looking around. His tone carried a hint of impatience and warning. From the moment they entered the ancient land of red flames, Jiang Chun sensed that someone was watching them. His eyes scanned the complex terrain around them, and he remained cautious. Since that's the case, let's be up front. Jiang Chen suddenly spoke, his voice echoing across the spacious courtyard. Cheng Ying was startled by his words. Someone's following us? She immediately looked around warily. They were standing in the center of the sacred city of red flames, on the courtyard outside the sacred palace. In front of them was a wide street flanked by low, yellowish-brown houses, with alleys crisscrossing between them, providing perfect hiding spots for potential stalkers. Cheng Ying strained to spot any hidden figures, while Yu Xiaodu also frowned and scanned the surroundings, puzzled. How did he notice? Even if someone is here, the terrain is so complex. How could they reveal themselves so easily? At that moment, Tao Xiao Yao spoke up, her voice tinged with excitement. Over there, a shadow is showing. She pointed her slender finger to the side of a house opposite them, where a thin shadow was indeed visible. Her eyes then swept around like a radar, quickly pointing out, behind that pillar, there's one. Over there, someone just peeked out from the alley, and there... She rapidly identified the locations of the hidden figures. Cheng Ying and Yu Xiaodu looked at Tao Xiao Yao in disbelief, amazed by her keen observation skills. Yu Xiaodu thought to herself, no wonder this team can take down a gold-level boss. But why do these two exceptionally skilled people listen to that priest so much? Just because she's pretty? Only Jiang Chun remained calm. He had already noticed the oddities around them and was not surprised by Tao Xiao Yao's performance. Suddenly, Tao Xiao Yao exclaimed, "Ah, someone's running." A warrior darted out from the alley and quickly turned to leave. Seeing this, Jiang Chun strode to the center of the street, his voice carrying a hint of provocation. "Anyone else hiding here? Do you need me to help you get back to the respawn point?" Cheng Ying immediately followed, raising her shield high and scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Though this was called a sacred city, it was not a safe zone. Conflicts could erupt between players, or even with NPCs. If someone died here, the nearest respawn point was in Lihua City, and traveling back and forth would consume a lot of time. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, two more figures hurriedly left from a distant alley. Meanwhile, two previously invisible figures appeared from behind a house, pillar, a male and a female assassin, who walked over with slight embarrassment. The male assassin forced a smile and greeted them. "Hello, Cheng Ying, Fan Chun, Xiao Yao." Jiang Chen scrutinized the two, noticing their IDs were Yu Wang Yanggang and Yu Wang Yinro. "Yu Wang?" he repeated thoughtfully. Cheng Ying immediately demanded, "Why were you secretly following us?" Her tone was noticeably displeased. Yu Wang Yanggang chuckled awkwardly and explained, "We work for Yu Wang. We were just trying to capture some fresh game footage. When we saw you, we meant no harm, really. Sorry about that." He bowed slightly. Yu Wang Yinro quickly echoed, "Sorry." Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes and asked, "Earlier, in the depths of the Ashen Land, when we entered the stone forest to kill the boss, was that you filming?" "Yais." Yu Wang Yanggang wiped the sweat from his forehead and admitted reluctantly. Cheng Ying suddenly realized, "So that was you sneaking around back then?" She stared directly at the Yu Wang duo. They were even more embarrassed and continued to apologize. "Really sorry for disturbing you." "Our apologies." Jiang Chen looked at the two and suddenly had an idea. He asked, "Do you have the authority to use your official account to edit and upload news to major platforms?" Yu Wang Yinro and Yu Wang Yanggang were taken aback by his question, clearly not expecting it. Jiang Chen frowned, contemplating Yu Wang's proposal. His gaze swept over the two people in front of him before he gave a slight nod. "All right, let's do it. Use your official account to post a piece of news on all major platforms. We'll consider the past issues resolved." Yu Wang Yanggang straightened his back, a glint of excitement in his eyes. "Of course, we have the authority to do that. What exactly do you want us to post?" Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly, "It's simple. Just post a message saying, 'Golden Ear equipment available on the first floor of the giant Deer City mansion.'" He paused before continuing. "For promotion and marketing, it's best to leave it to the professionals. If I were to post it myself, it might go unnoticed. But anything you post will attract attention. We need to let more people know about the treasure pavilion. Promotion is essential." Seeing hesitation on Yu Wang's face, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. "What's the issue? Any problems?" Yu Wang Yanggang quickly shook his head. "No problem at all. This is high-profile game news. Golden Ear equipment is inherently attractive. It's a win-win situation. Why wouldn't we agree?" He added enthusiastically, "If you have similar news in the future, feel free to reach out to us." "No need to hesitate." Jiang Chen smiled slightly, Great, it's settled then. He thought to himself that with the help of this popular game news account, the efficiency of his shop's operations would surely improve significantly. Just then, Yu Du Wu, who had been standing not far away, suddenly turned pale and hurried over. She said with a grave expression, "I have bad news." Jiang Chen frowned slightly. "What's the matter? Get to the point." Yu Du Wu took a deep breath and said slowly, "My mission alert shows that one of the demon suppression cauldrons has been attacked by monsters." Jiang Chen was taken aback. "How is that possible? Aren't there 13 sealed gates? At most, only one bronze gate should be open. Can't the players on Red Flame Mountain hold them off?" Yu Du Wu explained with a furrowed brow. "When I was waiting for you at the Red Flame City gates, I saw that the major guilds had sent at least tens of thousands of players into the Red Flame ancient land. Logically, a single bronze tier sealed gate shouldn't be breached so quickly. However, my mission alert indeed shows that one of the demon suppression cauldrons is being corrupted by monsters. How far is the sealed gate of Qian Mountain from the demon suppressing cauldron?" Jiang Chun turned to Yu Du Wu, his eyes filled with inquiry. Yu Du Wu pondered for a moment before replying. "The demon-suppressing cauldron is located at the eastern foot of the mountain. Even the nearest sealed gate is about a 10-minute walk away." 10 minutes? Jiang Chun repeated, frowning deeply. He looked up at his companions, his tone full of doubt. With such a distance, how could tens of thousands of players fail to stop the creatures from a single bronze gate? This must be a joke. Something must be wrong. Otherwise, there's no point in doing this quest. Jiang Chen quickly considered the possibilities and locked onto one. He continued to question Yu Du Wu. "Besides you, do any other players involved in the quest receive notifications about the demon-suppressing cauldron being compromised? As the initiator of the server-wide quest, Yu Du Wu might receive more detailed notifications than other players." Jiang Chen himself had not yet entered Qian Mountain, so the system did not recognize him as part of the quest and naturally did not send him any alerts. Yu Du Wu hesitated before answering. "Other players? They might not have received any notifications." "I'm not sure." Tao Xiaoyao's soft voice interjected. "Brother Chun, do you mean that all the players are busy fighting monsters on Qian Mountain and have no idea that some creatures have already reached the demon-suppressing cauldrons?" "That's the only possibility." Jiang Chen nodded in confirmation. He then turned to Yu Du Wu, his tone firm. "Regardless, you should go check it out first and let us know if anything happens." "Just me?" Yu Du Wu was taken aback, a hint of unease flashing in her eyes. Jiang Chun patiently explained. "Who else? It's just to check the situation. If it's really a case of mist monsters, someone has to inform the heroes on the mountain to come down and clear them out, right?" He rubbed his forehead in frustration, muttering, "Can't these heroes be a bit more reliable?" After a moment of hesitation, Yu Du nodded. "I understand." To stay in contact, she sent friend requests to Cheng Ying, Tao Xiaoyao, and Jiang Chun before quickly heading towards Qian Mountain alone. Noticing that the silver-haired woman was the initiator of the server-wide quest, Yuan Yonggang immediately said to Jiang Chun and his group, "Masters, rare materials await. We'll head over first." With that, the Yuan duo followed Yu Wu. Jiang Chun didn't linger. He turned to his companions and said, "Let's go to Wuman Village." With that, the group left the holy city. Upon arriving at Wuman Village, Jiang Chen headed straight to a small wooden hut behind a low hill. Pushing open the half-closed door, he entered the empty room alone. "Stop hiding, it's me," Jiang Chen said calmly. Rustling sounds came from under the bed, and Yiding crawled out. He looked at Jiang Chen excitedly and asked eagerly, "Adventurer, did you deliver the letter to Miss Lisan's?" "Yes," Jiang Chen replied briefly. Yiding clenched his fists in excitement, hope igniting in his eyes. However, Jiang Chen's next words doused his joy like a bucket of cold water. "But she asked me to kill you?" Yiding's expression froze, shifting from excitement to confusion, then to fear. He took 2 steps back, his voice trembling. "Impossible! You're lying." Jiang Chen calmly countered. "Why would I lie to you? You don't understand." Yiding shouted in a low voice, his eyes turning vacant as if lost in memories. Slowly, he began to recount his past. 3 years ago, I was demoted by the city lord for drinking while on patrol. I was sent to work in a barren mine. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore and escaped from Lihua City, crossing the Death Desert to reach the ancient lands of Qian. The first person I met here was Lisan. She took me in, gave me food, and provided a place to stay. Just a month ago, Yiding successfully confessed his feelings to Li Sang, the woman he admired. Not only did he win her favor, but he also rejoined the soldiers of the sacred palace. However, fate has a way of taking unexpected turns. With a pained expression, Yiding recalled, "Yesterday morning, I woke up to find a naked woman I didn't recognize lying in my bed. Before I could react, a group of people barged in and accused me of assaulting her." His voice was filled with grievance and anger. "I don't even know her. My heart belongs only to Li Sang. How could I do something like this?" Ding continued to recount his ordeal, his voice tinged with despair. They paraded me through the streets, accusing me of lechery, and were going to send me to the dungeons in the holy city for judgment. I barely managed to escape and have been hiding here ever since. I desperately want to find lisan and tell her the truth, to ask for her help, but I can't leave this place. His eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Until you came, I asked you to deliver a message to lisan. But now you tell me she wants to kill me? Chen responded calmly. I'm just telling you the truth. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Perhaps, Chen mused. You were framed by lisan. Ding shook his head in disbelief, firmly denying it. Impossible. She has no reason to do this. Chen continued to analyze. Maybe you unknowingly did something or learned something that forced her to plot against you. He recalled the cause of the upheaval in the Yin sacred land. Remember, the turmoil in the Yin sacred land was triggered by the sacred lord being manipulated and colluding with demonic forces. And lisan is the sacred lord's maid. There must be a connection. Ding fell into deep thought, trying to recall past details. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something important. Honorable adventurer, Ding said, looking exhausted. Could you please go to the holy city again? I remember seeing withered extreme sunflowers in the back courtyard while patrolling outside the sacred palace. I thought they had naturally wilted, but now I suspect something is amiss. Could you help me check it out and collect some soil from beneath the flowers? As he spoke, Ding handed a transparent bottle to Chen. A system prompt appeared. You have acquired the item glazed bottle, unlocking the subsequent quest. Current quest. Please go to the back courtyard of the sacred palace. Use the glazed bottle to collect soil from the withered extreme sunflowers and bring it back to Ding. Chen took the glazed bottle, silently grumbling to himself. One lousy quest, and you've wasted so much of my time. Now I have to make another trip to the holy city. What a hassle. However, just as Chen stepped outside, he received an urgent message from Duo. Some player accidentally disrupted the remaining seal. The server-wide quest has changed, and the seal gate is opening faster. Can you handle this properly? Chen felt a headache coming on. The situation in the game world seemed to be deteriorating rapidly. Brother Fancheng, Duo just sent me a message. A player accidentally disrupted the remaining seals, speeding up the opening of the sealed gate. Cheng Ying said hastily as soon as she saw Chen emerge from the wooden hut. Chen nodded and quickly composed himself. I know, she sent me a message too. He understood that this was inevitable. The actions of the fourth calamity were unpredictable and would undoubtedly have a significant impact on the game situation. He immediately sent a message to Duo. Fancheng, how much faster is the sealed gate opening? The reply came swiftly. Duo. Now, a sealed gate opens every half hour. The second gate is about to open. Fancheng, what was the situation before? Duo. Your observation was spot on. Some monsters did slip through. A guild has already stationed people near the demon suppression cauldron. Fancheng. And now? Duo. We're barely managing, but I can't say the same for the silver and gold gates later on. Fancheng. We'll deal with those when the time comes. After sending the message, Chen decisively said, to the holy city. Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao followed closely behind. As they traveled, Chen recounted the tragic story of Yiding. The two girls listened with great interest, especially when they learned that lisan had commissioned Chen to kill Yiding, exclaiming in shock. When Chen speculated that lisan might be the one framing Yiding, their faces showed expressions of disbelief and pity, repeatedly saying, how tragic. Before long, they arrived at their destination, the back courtyard of the sacred palace. This area, located behind the sacred palace, was a barren wasteland. Chen was stunned, thinking, where's the extreme yang flower? Without it, how can I identify the right soil? His task was to collect soil from the withered extreme yang flower. But all he saw was a stretch of bare, red earth, meticulously cleared. That patch of ground looks darker. Tao Xiaoyao pointed to a spot. Could that be the soil you're looking for, Brother Chen? Chen examined it closely. That small patch of soil was a dark red, resembling coagulated blood. Looking around, it was the only area with a different color. That must be it. Chen pulled out the glass bottle Yiding had given him, removed the cap, and filled it with a large clump of the dark red soil. The bottle's information changed immediately. Filled glass bottle. Contains dark red soil with a strange aura. Chen smiled slightly and was about to leave when a commanding voice rang out. Halt! 5 armored soldiers wielding long spears approached. They were patrolling soldiers of the sacred palace. Hand over what you just took, ordered the squad leader Eckel. Chen quickly scanned their information. Patrol leader Eckel, LV 15 silver elite guardian, 100 defense within sacred city. Charge attack. Gains 100 damage per second of charge, up to 5 seconds. 4 unnamed soldiers. Regular patrol soldiers, LV, 15 guardians, 50 defense within Sacred City. I can see their information, so they can be killed, Jiangchen muttered to himself. He then told Ekel, I don't have anything in my hands. He had already placed a glass bottle in his backpack. Don't lie. Hand it over now, or we'll throw you into the Sacred City dungeon. Ekel's voice boomed like thunder, and the 4 soldiers behind him raised their spears at Jiangchen. Jiangchen thought, this is the back of the Sacred Palace, with no other soldiers nearby. If I kill them, it shouldn't be discovered immediately. Attack! Before Jiang Chun could decide, Ekel had already given the order. The soldiers charged with their spears. Brother Fancheng, Cheng Ying exclaimed and rushed in front of Jiang Chun, activating her shield. Little holy light, enlightenment. Jiang Chun didn't hesitate any longer and activated the 6-pointed star formation. At the same time, a purple crystal ball appeared. The hexagram magic array suddenly burst into dazzling light, instantly engulfing Captain Acker and the 4 regular soldiers in a blinding white glow. Their bodies were immediately covered in a fine layer of electricity, causing their movements to slow. Identical damage numbers appeared above their heads simultaneously. The regular soldier's health dropped by nearly half, while Acker lost 12 of his health. In less than 2 seconds, the 4 regular soldiers fell one after another. Determined to finish the fight quickly, Jiangchen cast healing spells and beams, focusing all his attacks on Acker. Within 5 or 6 seconds, Captain Acker also collapsed with a thud. Jiangchen glanced over the corpses on the ground, muttering in slight disappointment. What a shame, no gear dropped. Without hesitation, he ordered, let's move. With that, Jiang Chun led Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao swiftly out of the holy city. However, not far behind them, a transparent figure slowly materialized. It was Lisan. She hovered in midair, her body semi-transparent like a ghost. Jiang Chun and his companions were completely unaware as they headed straight back to Wumon village. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Jiang Chun handed over the quest item to Yi Ding, saying, here's what you asked for. Yi Ding, looking exhausted, took the glass bottle filled with dark red soil. He stared at the soil for a long time before slowly speaking, I need to go to the snowy lands. What? Jiang Chun was stunned. The ancient land of fiery flames was perpetually hot. Where could there be snow? Yi Ding explained. This soil once nurtured the extreme sunflower, and it contains the scorching essence of the flower, along with another strange aura. I need the cold to neutralize the sunflower's heat, so if I can examine what this strange aura is. Looking earnestly at Jiang Chun, he pleaded, Honorable adventurer, I implore you once again, escort me to the snowy lands. A system prompt popped up. Quest completed. Collect the soil of the withered extreme sunflower and hand it to Yi Ding. New quest unlocked. Escort Yi Ding to the snowy lands to neutralize the soil's scorching essence. Jiang Chun stared at Yi Ding, reluctantly asking, is there snow in the ancient land of fiery flames? He knew full well that Lihua City was located at the southern end of the continent, a region where it never snowed. The ancient land of fiery flames was even further south. Now, only the main cities in the north had snow. Should they return to Lihua City first, and then teleport to the north? But if they did, what would happen to the server-wide quest? Jiang Chun rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. This task seemed far more complicated than he had imagined. The ancient scorching land is perpetually hot, and it never snows there. Yi Ding spoke in a weary voice. But in the forest of emotions, there is snow. Jiang Chun rubbed his forehead and murmured, I know it doesn't snow in the ancient scorching land. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked up suddenly, his eyes sharp as lightning. What did you say? Where is the forest of emotions? Is it in the ancient scorching land? Yi Ding gave Jiang Chun a puzzled look and explained, of course. The forest of emotions is not far from the scorching flame mountain, but there's an illusion array around it, so it's not easy to find. Luckily, I've been there once and know its location. He paused, then earnestly said, Adventurer, I must ask you to escort me there. Snow in the ancient scorching land? Jiang Chun was surprised but quickly agreed. No problem. I'll escort you. Yi Ding bowed deeply. Thank you so much. He then pulled out a black cloth from his pocket, covering his mouth and nose, leaving only his eyes visible. Adventure, let's go. With that, he took the lead out of the wooden hut. Jiang Chun was dumbfounded and thought to himself, you're really something? Afraid people won't notice you? Despite his urge to comment, he quickly followed. Jiang Chun, accompanied by Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao, trailed behind the masked Yi Ding. Strangely, as they passed through Wumon village, the villagers seemed to ignore Yi Ding completely. The group left the village with ease. Unbelievable. I underestimated you. Jiang Chun couldn't help but marvel. After walking for about 10 minutes, a solitary peak appeared at the edge of the red land. Yi Ding quickened his pace. Once we see the scorching flame mountain, the forest of emotions is not far. Jiang Chun gazed at the distant peak. knowing that a fierce battle was likely taking place inside. As they drew closer, the once diminutive mountain transformed into a towering peak. Suddenly, Yiding stopped. The forest of emotions is nearby. Let me find the array's eye. He looked around, then started wandering in circles like a headless chicken, leaving Chen utterly confused. After 4 or 5 minutes, Yiding stopped and smiled faintly. It's right here. Chen was speechless. Huh? Didn't you just circle back to where we started? Were you performing some kind of ritual for those 4 or 5 minutes? Ignoring him, Yiding simply said, "Follow me," and stepped forward. Instantly, he vanished, as if entering another dimension, leaving behind only a ripple in the transparent space. Holy crap! Chen exclaimed, and immediately walked toward the spatial ripple. Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao, equally astonished, hurried to follow. As their vision distorted, they found themselves in a world of white. Thick snow covered the ground, and snowflakes drifted from the sky. Not far away, a lush red bamboo forest stood out vividly against the snowy landscape. A cold wind blew, making Chen shiver. Brrr. The sudden shift from heat to cold was hard to adjust to. So cold! Cheng Ying hugged her arms tightly. Amazing! Tao Xiaoyao marveled at the surroundings, then huddled up as the cold wind seeped into her body. This is the forest of emotions, Yiding said. Chen asked in astonishment. The ancient scorching land actually has a place like this? Yiding's expression turned melancholic as he began to explain. This place didn't always have snow, nor was it hidden by an illusion array. 15 years ago, Yin Changfeng, who was then the young lord, came to this scorching land to train and awaken his fire bloodline. Unexpectedly, he met a local girl here, and they fell in love at first sight. Because the girl had never seen snow, Yin Changfeng promised her that he would one day take her to see it. But good times didn't last long. On one side was the young lord of Lihua City, and on the other, just a native from a barren land. The vast difference in their social statuses meant they were destined to be apart. Soon, the old lord fell gravely ill, and Yin Changfeng had no choice but to plan his return to Lihua City to inherit the position of the city lord. In the days before his departure, Yin Changfeng, with his fire lineage, practiced ice magic day and night. Finally, on the day he left, he mastered an ice forbidden spell. He went alone to the forest of affection and cast the forbidden spell he had learned on his own. In an instant, the sky changed, and unprecedented snow fell on this scorching land. From then on, this place became the snowy forest of affection, where the snow lasted for 100 years. Yiding narrated the story, and Chen and his companions listened intently, no one interrupting. Chen was particularly impressed by the name Yin Changfeng City, Lord of Lihua City, a grandmaster of both fire and ice magic, and a key figure in defending the main city in their previous lives. His dual forbidden spells had left countless players in awe. Who would have thought that Lord Yin had such a past? Just to let his loved one see snow, he became a grandmaster of ice magic. Chen mused to himself. Even falling in love has such high standards? Cheng Ying asked curiously. What happened to the girl afterward? Yiding replied. She went through many trials and became the current holy master of the Scarlet Flame Sanctuary. She used an illusion array to conceal this place. Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao looked impressed upon hearing this, but Chen was stunned. He recalled the chaos in the ancient land of Scarlet Flame and the destruction of Lihua City, all caused by the Holy Master colluding with a demon god. The Holy Master is Yin Changfeng's beloved? Chen muttered, feeling a chill run down his spine. Cheng Ying noticed Chen's reaction and asked, Brother Fancheng, what did you say? Chen shook his head, avoiding the topic, and turned to Yiding. I brought you here. Quickly check what's unusual about the soil in this glass bottle. Yiding nodded, placing the filled glass bottle on the ground, then stood still. After a few minutes, Chen couldn't help but ask, Brother Yiding, and then? Hurry up and show your magic. Yiding explained, the soil in this bottle contains 2 auras. The scorching aura of the extreme yang flower needs to be purified with ice and snow before we can examine the other aura. It's currently being purified, and the cold here will naturally clear the scorching aura from the soil. How long will it take? Chen asked. About 4 to 5 hours, Yiding replied calmly. Chen was stunned, thinking no one could wait that long. He quickly came up with a plan. Brother Yiding, you stay here and wait for the soil to be purified. I'll take care of some urgent matters and come back later, all right? After getting Yiding's approval, Chen breathed a sigh of relief and said to Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao, let's go to Scarlet Flame Mountain. The 3 of them passed through a transparent spatial ripple and arrived outside on the scorching red land. Chen noticed that the door seemed to remain visible after his first entry. They quickly reached the foot of Scarlet Flame Mountain, where many players had already gathered. When Chen and his companions appeared, all eyes turned to them. Someone quickly spread the news. The first kill team has arrived at Scarlet Flame Mountain. You have entered the territory of Qian Mountain, officially starting the server-wide quest. The system notification sounded in the ears of Jiang Chun, Cheng Ying, and Tao Xiaoyao as the task points template activated. Defeating monsters will grant corresponding points. The higher the points, the greater the rewards. The system also specifically reminds that in team mode, the killer gets 80 of the points, with the remaining 20 shared among the team, which can be freely distributed. Jiang Chun quickly understood the intention behind this design to take care of support players. He looked up at the towering Qian Mountain and then sent a brief text message to Yuxia Duwu. Fancheng, we've arrived at Qian Mountain. Where are you? Soon, Yuxia Duwu replied. I'm currently at Jima Jiuding, dealing with the boss and elite monsters at the fourth seal gate. Jiang Chun softly repeated Jima Jiuding, recalling it was located at the eastern foot of Qian Mountain, while they were currently on the northern side. After confirming the direction, he led the team along the mountain base towards the east. After about 10 minutes, a densely packed scene came into view. A massive group of players was fiercely battling a horde of black demon dogs. Jiang Qin noted that these were level 15 bronze elite demon hounds, each attack inflicting a 10 bleed effect for 5 seconds. Further in, a much larger, two-headed boss, twin-headed demon hound was being besieged. It not only had a 20 bleed effect, but also unleashed a stunning roar every time its health dropped by 20. The boss's health was already critically low, suggesting that the battle at the fourth seal gate was nearing its end. Jiang Chen's gaze shifted past the crowd to the 9 tall platforms in the distance. Each platform held a 4-legged square, cauldron, the Jima Jiuding. Just as he was about to move forward, the system suddenly issued an alarm. The 5th seal gate is about to open. Following this, another notification flashed. Due to extensive damage to the residual seals by players, the 6th seal gate is also about to open. Jiang Chun was momentarily stunned, then received a message from Yuxia Duwu confirming this unusual situation. He immediately made a decision and replied via voice. Take me to the 6th seal gate. Yuxia Duwu expressed concern. If it were just one seal gate, guarding here would be enough. But with 2 gates opening simultaneously, the monsters converging here might be overwhelming. Jiang Chun explained, exactly. The area here isn't big enough to accommodate monsters from 2 gates. Yuxia Duwu quickly found them and reminded. Heading to the seal gate might expose us to demonic energy. Jiang Chun was unfazed. Demonic energy only increases the death penalty. As long as we don't die, we'll be fine. With Yuxia Duwu leading the way, the group ventured deeper into Qian Mountain. After passing through a rocky terrain, they encountered a long line of one-eyed demon wolves, evidently spawned from the 6th seal gate. Yuxia Duwu cautiously remarked. Such a well-ordered group suggests there are no other players nearby. This pack has at least 100 monsters. Should we fall back and wait for other players to arrive? Jiang Chen didn't say much. He immediately cast a healing spell, sending a brilliant white light towards the one-eyed demon wolf at the front. The wolf's body lit up with a white glow, accompanied by faint traces of lightning. Its health dropped by 20, a full 5,000 points. Jiang Chun understood the situation and turned to his teammates, saying, this group is too long. Cheng Ying, gather the small monsters together. Cheng Ying nodded excitedly and dashed towards the monster group. Her presence instantly caught the attention of the small monsters, making their previously orderly formation chaotic. Only the demon wolf that Jiang Chun had attacked earlier seemed fixated on him, continuing to advance slowly. Before the demon wolf could get too close, a white beam of light formed in front of Jiang Chun, and a purple crystal orb appeared, orbiting around him. The white healing beam suddenly intensified and connected with the demon wolf. Lightning spread across its body, slowing its movements. Within just 2 seconds, the demon wolf was completely taken down by the healing beam. Jiang Chun quickly opened the mission points template, showing his current points at 8 and the shared points at 2. He calculated silently. An ordinary monster was worth 10 points. He then closed the template and looked over at Cheng Ying, who was busy gathering the monsters, and reminded her, don't get tangled up with the small monsters. Keep moving and don't let yourself get surrounded. Got it? Cheng Ying's cheerful voice responded. Meanwhile, Yuxia Duwu was left speechless with astonishment. Her gaze was fixed on the 4-digit damage numbers floating above the small monsters' heads, like thunder striking her senses. A priest, using just 2 skills, had taken down a monster in mere seconds. This fact shattered her understanding, and a shocking thought emerged in her mind. Could this priest be the strongest member of the team? As Yuxia Duwu was lost in thought, Jiang Chun had already moved forward. Under Cheng Ying's guidance, a large group of small monsters had gathered together. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun summoned a glowing 6-pointed star magic circle out of thin air. An even more astonishing scene unfolded. Every small monster was instantly enveloped in flickering electric arcs, and a string of terrifying damage numbers appeared above their heads. In less than 3 seconds, the entire group of small monsters had fallen to the ground. The long line of monsters was quickly reduced by a third in just a few moments. Chen frowned as he looked at the bodies strewn across the ground, feeling puzzled. Not a single piece of equipment had dropped, making him wonder, is it just bad luck, or do these minor monsters in this quest not drop items at all? Either way, it didn't seem like a good sign. With this question in mind, Chen turned to ask Duwu, do these minor monsters not drop anything? However, Duwu was still in a daze, the shock from the earlier scene hitting her hard, as if someone had struck her soul with a hammer. Seeing her unresponsive, Chen repeated his question. Huh? Oh. Duwu snapped back to reality and quickly responded. They say the minor monsters don't drop items, and even the elite monsters rarely do. Only the boss drops things. Only the boss drops items? Chen understood now. It seemed that most of the rewards were intentionally placed in the point system. Duwu stared at Chen, hesitating to speak. After a moment of hesitation, she muttered softly, why is your damage so high? What did you say? Chen looked at her, puzzled. Nothing. Duwu quickly shook her head, realizing her question was a bit abrupt. Chen didn't say much and turned to the remaining minor monsters. He said to Cheng Ying, wait for the cooldown, then we'll pull the monsters together and finish them off in one go. All right. Cheng Ying nodded, taking the opportunity to quickly use a health potion to recover. Soon, Chen's skills were off cooldown. Cheng Ying, let's go to the ends of the line and pull the monsters to the center. With that, he swiftly moved to the back of the monster line. Got it. Cheng Ying excitedly moved to the front of the monster line. The two began pulling the monsters from both ends towards the center. During this process, Cheng Ying accidentally missed some monsters. Seeing this, Tao Xiaoyao immediately summoned her large yellow dog to pull the missed monsters back. Just as the large yellow dog was halfway through its charge, Chen's voice rang out, don't worry about the ones that got away. Other players will come and take care of them. He thought that the missed monsters could delay the following teams. Come back, Xiaohuang. Tao Xiaoyao immediately called back the large yellow dog. Although it was Tao Xiaoyao's command, the large yellow dog seemed to understand it was Chen's idea, barking twice at Chen in dissatisfaction before lying down and nuzzling Tao Xiaoyao's pants leg. By now, most of the minor monsters had been gathered in the center. With a thought, Chen activated Little Holy Light Apocalypse Array. A hexagram magic array appeared, illuminating the monsters brightly. The sound of crackling electric arcs filled the air. Before the skill duration ended, all the minor monsters had fallen. Chen checked the task points template. Current points 760, team points 190. Brother Fancheng, I leveled up. Cheng Ying suddenly shouted excitedly. I leveled up too. Tao Xiaoyao followed closely behind. Both of them had reached level 15. Chen glanced at his experience bar. Level 15, 78, not far from level 16. Let's move on. The group continued towards the seal gate. Soon, another long line of monsters appeared ahead, still one-eyed demon wolves, but in much greater numbers than before. Each seal gate spawns 3 waves of regular monsters and 1 wave of elite monsters. This should be the second wave of regular monsters, Duwu explained. Pull the monsters and handle them in 2 batches, Chen instructed without hesitation, and he and Cheng Ying started pulling the monsters again. After 2 rounds, most of the monsters, except for a few intentionally or unintentionally missed ones, were down. As they approached the seal gate, the 3rd wave of monsters quickly came into view. Chen effortlessly dealt with these monsters as well. Your level has increased to 16. Your 4-dimensional attributes have increased by 1 point, and you have gained 4 free attribute points. Chen smiled slightly and allocated all the free attribute points to intelligence. Constitution 351, Strength 351, Agility 351, Intelligence 1855. His spell power reached 490 points. At the same time, his points soared like a rocket. Current points 3,480, team points 870. The group continued forward and soon reached a half-mountain area where a giant transparent door loomed ahead, shrouded in black magic energy. That's the seal gate, Duwu said, stopping in her tracks. Going any further will expose us to the magic energy. Chen saw the seal gate, standing on the ground, already wide open, with wisps of black energy seeping out. Magic energy? Huh? Chen murmured and walked straight ahead. Instantly, the wisps of black energy began to entangle him. System prompt. You have been contaminated by bronze-level magic energy. For the next hour, all life recovery effects are reduced by 99, and upon death, all attributes are reduced by 20. No life recovery and a death penalty. Chen understood the specifics of the magic energy's effects. Let's go. Seeing Zhang Chen walk into the magic energy, Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao followed without hesitation. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yuexia Duwu gritted her teeth and went in as well. At this moment, a monster emerged from the sealed gate. Shadow Moon Demon Wolf, LV, 15 bronze level elite. Skills, Bite. After every 3 normal attacks, it unleashes a bite, dealing 300 damage and reducing the target's defense by 50 for 5 seconds. After the first Shadow Moon Demon Wolf appeared, another one emerged from the sealed gate, followed by more in succession. Do we have to wait for all of them to come out? Zhangchen muttered as he looked at the sealed gate. Then, he turned to Yuexia Duwu and asked, "Can we go inside the sealed gate?" Huh. Yuexia Duwu was stunned. Seeing Yuexia Duwu stunned, Zhangchen immediately explained, "If we can enter the sealed gate, we'll go in directly. Waiting outside for monsters is too slow." Yuexia Duwu understood but was shocked by Jiang Chen's bold proposal. Enter the sealed gate? That was incredibly daring. Pointing at the massive sealed gate before them, her voice trembled slightly. There are still monsters inside this gate. That means we can go in, Jiang Chen muttered to himself, striding confidently toward the sealed gate. Several elite monsters he had lured followed closely behind. Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao followed Jiang Chen, while Yuexia Duwu hesitated for a couple of seconds before eventually joining them. The moment they stepped through the sealed gate, the surroundings darkened instantly. In the space filled with demonic energy, a long line of demons snaked towards them from a distance. At the end of the line, they could vaguely see a massive boss, but it was too far away to make out any details. Zhang Chen quickly scanned the area, ensuring there were no other immediate dangers. He then cast a healing spell on the nearest elite monster, a Shadow Moon Demon Wolf. A flash of white light, and the monster instantly lost about 10 of its health. 10,000 HP, twice that of a regular monster, Jiang Chen noted to himself. To him, elite monsters and regular monsters were no different. They could both be taken down with a single skill. After a few more healing spells, the bronze-level elite monster fell. Jiang Chen glanced at the task score template. Current score, 350424. Public score, 8766. An elite monster gives 30 points, Jiang Chen mentally noted, preparing to lure more monsters. He turned to Cheng Ying and said, "You can't heal here, so don't lure too many monsters." "No worries, I'll just lure a few. The small ones won't touch me," Cheng Ying responded confidently. "All right, stay safe," Jiang Chen advised, then walked towards the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf. Cheng Ying raised her shield and followed, starting to lure the monsters. Meanwhile, at the foot of the eastern side of Qian Mountain, near the 9 demon-suppressing cauldrons, a large number of players were holding back the flood of monsters coming down from the mountain. Strangely, despite having opened 2 sealed gates, the number of monsters descending the mountain had not significantly increased. The guild leader of the Heavenly Court, Taidao Zhan Yinluo, was slashing at the remaining small monsters while assessing the situation. He speculated that many players had already gone up the mountain to clear monsters, with various guilds sending members to Qian Mountain not only to clear monsters, but also to locate each sealed gate and observe the movements of the mountain's monsters. Just as Taidao Zhan Yinluo was about to move to his next target, he received a message. Wan Jianguizong sent an item description. Guild leader, we found an item on the mountain. Take a look. Taidao Zhan Yinluo's eyes narrowed as he quickly checked the information. Demon suppressing shard. Temporarily closes a sealed gate. Lasts for 5 minutes. Bring it over, quick, he replied immediately, a smile spreading across his face. This was a valuable item that could delay the sealed gate from spawning monsters for 5 minutes. Wan Jianguizong replied, Guild leader, I'm bringing it over now. I bet other guilds have found similar items and are keeping them hidden. Meanwhile, in the snowy expanse of Qinglin, Yiding stood motionless, facing a glass bottle filled with dark red soil. He was waiting for the frigid aura to purify the scorching energy of the extreme yang flower within the soil. Suddenly, the space behind him rippled, and a semi-transparent figure floated towards him. Yiding spun around, his expression shifting from surprise and joy to shock, confusion, and pain. Lisan, he cried out, his voice filled with anguish. However, the transparent figure passed right through him, picked up the glass bottle from the ground, and then left the snowy expanse of Qinglin. The story returns to Qian Mountain, within the sealed gate. Zhang Chen cleared all the elite monsters in the area, causing his mission points to skyrocket by nearly 5,000. His current points stood at 7,824 public points and 1,956 personal points. Only one final boss remained in front of him, the Howling Moon Demon Wolf, a colossal beast standing 3 meters tall and 6 meters long. This level 15 bronze tier boss possessed 2 terrifying skills, Deadly Claws and Howling Moon. Each attack had a 5 chance to deal 10 times the damage, and every time its health dropped by 20, it would howl at the sky, doubling its attack power and speed for 1 minute. Just as Zhang Chen was preparing for the battle, the system suddenly popped up a shocking notification. Emergency mission. The filled glass bottle has been taken by lisan. Retrieve it from her, or the mysterious class change mission will fail. Jiang Chun stood there, stunned, muttering in disbelief. What's going on? Is he Ding messing with me? However, more unsettling system notifications followed. Due to mysterious forces, the Golden Tier sealed gate is being flooded with unsealing power and will open in 15 minutes. Due to mysterious forces, other sealed gates are losing unsealing power and will close, reopening in 1 hour. Before Jiang Chun could fully grasp the meaning of these messages, Tao Xiaoyao's alarmed voice rang out. Brother Fancheng, this sealed gate. It looks like it's really closing. Turning around, Jiang Chun saw the transparent giant door slowly closing. He made a swift decision. Let's go, we're getting out of here. Leading Cheng Ying, Tao Xiaoyao, and Yuexia Duwu, Jiang Chun quickly retreated. As soon as they exited the sealed gate, Jiang Chun immediately turned to Yuexia Duwu. We need to head to the Golden Tier sealed gate right now. He had a vague feeling that the anomalies with the sealed gates were somehow connected to his emergency mission. Yuexia Duwu nodded in agreement and led the group towards the Golden Tier sealed gate. After more than 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination, finding a number of players already gathered, but everyone was keeping a cautious distance. In front of them, a massive transparent door was slowly opening, with black demonic energy swirling around. Just as the door fully opened, a transparent figure suddenly appeared and floated straight through the entrance. Lisan. Jiang Chen's expression tightened. Amid the shocked gazes of the surrounding players, he unhesitatingly charged through the demonic energy and entered the Golden Tier sealed gate. On the Crimson Flame Mountain, 13 sealed gates stood tall, 9 bronze, 3 silver, and only 1 gold, located at the octagonal altar where Yuexia Du once shattered the demon suppression crystal pillar. As the system notification sounded, dark, serpentine streams of light began to rise from various points on the mountain, converging towards a spot at the summit. These streams originated from the other sealed gates and were all gathering at the golden gate on the octagonal altar. As soon as the news broke, players flocked to the mountain. At the base, the white-haired mage, Wanfa Guizong, turned to his companion, Taidao Zhan Yinluo, and whispered, Guild leader, the golden gate will open in 15 minutes. Taidao Zhan Yinluo furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping over the other guild members already heading up the mountain. He noticed someone in his team nearly getting killed by monsters due to a lapse in concentration. Stay focused. Do you want to die and respawn in Lihua City? He scolded sharply. Then he muttered to himself, with the other gates closed, no new monsters will appear. We can clear the remaining ones quickly. Guild leader, should we go? Wanfa Guizong asked. Taidao Zhan Yinluo made a swift decision. Take some people with me to the sealed gate. The rest stay here to finish up. Meanwhile, other guilds were also mobilizing. Badaki Quangren from the Kings of the Realm Guild, Chisha, the vice president of the Immortal Myth Guild, the Crown Prince from the Imperial Guild, and even the smaller Shonda Club were all sending people to the sealed gate. The Crimson Flame Mountain became a hotbed of activity and intrigue. At the octagonal altar, the massive golden gate stood, surrounded by numerous players who kept a cautious distance to avoid the miasma. Suddenly, a ghostly, transparent figure slipped into the gate, causing a stir. Did a woman just float in there? Doesn't look like a player. Do you think the sudden opening of the golden gate has something to do with her? Who knows? Before the conversation could settle, another tall figure resolutely walked through the miasma and entered the gate. It was Jiang Chun. The crowd fell silent, then erupted into more fervent discussions. Did anyone see clearly? Was that a player? Yes, a priest. The ID was Fancheng. Fancheng? The renowned priest from the first kill team? No way, he's my idol as a fellow priest. Not just yours, every priest dreams of being like him, healing the top players. But why did he go into the sealed gate? It's filled with miasma. He'll die in there. As the major guild leaders arrived, they quickly learned about Fancheng entering the gate. Wanfa Guizong immediately reported to Taidao Zhan Yinluo, guild leader. They say Fancheng just ran into the sealed gate. Taidao Zhan Yinluo nodded, a hint of confusion in his eyes. I heard. Not far away, a warrior from the Kings of the Realm Guild reported the same to Badaki Quangren. Badaki Quangren squinted, murmuring, why is he going in to die? Xiongtu Club's captain, Xiongtu Lungfeng, stroked his chin, equally puzzled. Why would he do that? A member of Xiongtu Club speculated. Maybe he doesn't know how dangerous it is inside the sealed gate? Xiongtu Lungfeng glanced at the person who asked the question, his brows furrowing slightly. As a member of the first kill team, how could they lack such basic judgment? He thought to himself, there could only be one reason. Something important must have forced Jiang Chun to enter the sealing gate. But what could it be? What could be so urgent that he would risk losing his account? Xiongtu Lungfeng was puzzled. At that moment, a player with the ID, Huangchao Taizi, turned to his companion with a faint smile and whispered, no need to overthink it. If the first kill team dies in there, it's definitely good news for us. This person was the leader of the Huangchao Guild. He added with a touch of regret, too bad it's just the priest. It would have been perfect if it were the knight. Meanwhile, Cheng Ying, Tao Xiaoyao, and Yuexia Duwu stood frozen in place, their faces filled with shock. They couldn't believe that Jiang Chun had rushed into the ceiling gate without a word. For a moment, none of them knew how to react. Cheng Ying asked blankly, "What is Fan Chengage doing?" Tao Xiaoyao frowned and shook her head. "I don't know." Yuexia Duwu looked even more confused. "You don't know either?" She now understood that Jiang Chun was the strongest in the team, and everyone else followed his lead. His actions represented the whole team. But now, with him running into the ceiling gate, the rest of the team was left bewildered. Cheng Ying, being impatient, shouted, "No time to think. Let's go, Xiaoyao." Tao Xiaoyao nodded. "Right?" Without hesitation, the two of them followed Jiang Chun into the ceiling gate, passing through the demonic aura under countless astonished gazes. Seeing this, Yuexia Duwu hesitated, her eyes trembling. She first fell into deep thought, then showed a conflicted expression, and finally, a bitter smile crept onto her face. Besides him, I can't think of anyone else who could take on a level 19 gold boss. With that, she too stepped into the ceiling gate. This time, everyone present witnessed the other two members of the first kill team entering the ceiling gate. Although Yuexia Duwu, the player who triggered the server-wide quest, also entered, it seemed insignificant to them. Everyone was fervently discussing the actions of the first kill trio. Among the crowd were Yuang Yinyang and Yuang Yanggang, who had arrived upon hearing the news. They found a perfect vantage point, staring intently at the ceiling gate ahead. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Monsters are coming out!" From the ceiling gate, a horde of demonic creatures emerged. Demon lizards LV-19. So the mobs are level 19, meaning the boss inside is a level 19 gold boss. Taidao Zhenyanluo's eyes gleamed with a cold smile. That first kill team is seeking their own doom. Wanfa Guizong suddenly spoke up. "Guild leader, they're strong. Even if they can't win, they might still escape." Taidao Zhenyanluo raised an eyebrow. "You reminded me of something." He immediately took out a white crystal shard from his bag, playing with it in his hand. "Go use this. Don't worry about the demonic aura. The guild will compensate you." He handed the shard to a nearby assassin. The assassin checked the shard's information. Demon suppression shard. Temporarily closes the ceiling gate. Lasts for 5 minutes. "I understand, guild leader." The assassin immediately grasped his intention and headed towards the octagonal altar. A system notification appeared. Due to a player using a demon suppression shard, the ceiling gate gold is temporarily closed for 5 minutes. Everyone watched in shock as the massive ceiling gate slowly began to close. Someone's trying to trap the first kill team inside? If it's the Heaven Guild, I recognize that assassin. They'd better get out now. Many players started discussing, especially those from smaller, ungilded teams who began to worry. However, the ceiling gate eventually closed. To everyone's surprise, more players ran towards the altar more than one. System notifications continued to appear. Due to a player using a demon suppression shard, the ceiling gate gold is temporarily closed for 10 minutes. Due to a player using a demon suppression shard, the ceiling gate gold is temporarily closed for 15 minutes. Due to a player, all these people kicking them when they're down? How disgusting. The first kill team is done for. Seeing the system notifications, independent players sighed deeply. Over at the Huangchao Guild, Huangchao Taizi held 2 crystal shards in his hand. He handed one to his companion, smiling. "Looks like everyone has the same idea. Let's add fuel to the fire." Refusing all guilds was bound to end like this sooner or later. Just didn't expect it to be so soon. Quite entertaining, isn't it? As soon as Jiang Chun entered the gate of ceiling, he received a system notification. He had been contaminated by golden level demonic aura, reducing all life recovery effects by 99 for the next hour. And if he died, all attributes would decrease by 40. The sight before him was suffocating. An endless expanse of black land with a long line of demonic creatures stretching into the distance. Suddenly, a semi-transparent figure in a white dress floated past the demons, following the line deeper into the darkness. Strangely, the demons seemed oblivious to her presence. Jiangchen followed closely behind, deliberately moving to the side, but still inevitably attracting the attention of some demons. A dozen level 19 demon lizards started chasing him, but Jiangchen focused solely on pursuing the white figure ahead. Despite Jiang Chen's decent speed, the demon lizard struggled to keep up. However, the distance between him and the white figure remained over 30 meters and was gradually increasing. Jiang Chen thought to himself, "Lisan is in a semi-ghost state, moving slightly faster than me. Walking can't compete with flying after all." Jiang Chen was puzzled by Lisan's sudden transformation into a semi-ghost state, especially since he had just received a quest from her. But he didn't stop and continued his relentless chase. Suddenly, the system issued multiple notifications. Due to the use of the demon suppression shard by the player, the golden level gate of sealing was temporarily closed, with the duration gradually increasing from 5 minutes to 45 minutes. Chen calmly muttered to himself, "Trying to make me feel safe, farming monsters inside? How considerate! When I get out, whoever's responsible, you're definitely getting a piece of my mind." Finally, Chen followed Lisan to the end of the line. Lisan stopped beside a massive black, draconic creature, the demon-winged drake, a level 19 golden level boss. Its back bore a pair of wings with serrated spikes, looking more like cutting weapons. Chen turned to face the demon lizards chasing him and unleashed a small holy light apocalypse array. The brilliant white light was particularly striking in the dim gate of sealing, and arcs of electricity instantly covered all the minor monsters. 6 seconds later, 14 demon lizards fell simultaneously, adding 210 points to Jiang Chen's quest score. When Jiang Chen looked back at the boss and Lisan, he saw Lisan holding a glass bottle filled with dark red soil, a sinister smile on her face. Jiang Chen tried to remain calm. "I've thoroughly studied Marxist theory and Maoist principles. I'm a staunch materialist. You can't scare." Before he could finish, Lisan suddenly threw the glass bottle at the boss's feet and floated away. While Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned, he heard the calls of Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao, with Moonlit Dancer also arriving shortly after. Suddenly, a strange chorus of wailing, humming, and whispering filled the air. As Jiang Chen wondered if it was Lisan's voice, the demon-winged drake let out a furious roar. Immediately, all the demons within the gate of sealing began to howl and became extremely agitated. The previously orderly line fell into chaos, with countless demons frantically scattering, many charging towards Jiang Chen and his companions. Frowning, Jiang Chen realized the gravity of the situation. What's going on? A monster riot? With so many demons and no way to recover health in here, this is a nightmare-level crisis. He glanced at the girls beside him and murmured, "I can protect myself, but this is a disaster. Why did these monsters suddenly go berserk?" Several girls looked bewildered, clearly caught off guard by the sudden rampage of the creatures. "Monsters incoming!" Tao Xiaoyao quickly regained her composure, her eyes locking onto the approaching enemies. 18 regular monsters, 6 elite ones. Her pupils dilated slightly as she added, "And those elite ones are gold level. Demon Lizard, LV 19 gold level elite. Their sweeping tail attack deals 300 damage and can stun targets for 0.5 seconds. What do we do now?" Moonlight Solo gripped her dagger tightly, her face tense with worry. Jiang Chen's focus, however, was on the boss, the demon-winged wyvern. Although the boss had initially let out a roar, it hadn't gone completely berserk, seemingly unaffected by the strange murmurs. Yet, a swarm of monsters had gathered around it, both regular demon lizards and elite ones, all appearing agitated and highly aggressive, as if desperately searching for a target to attack. Jiang Chen glanced at the glass bottle by the boss's feet, knowing it was out of reach for now. Fortunately, the boss hadn't gone mad, which was a small blessing. He muttered to himself before turning to face the oncoming monsters. "Everyone, stay put. Don't engage. I'll handle these first, then I'll give further instructions." At his words, Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao visibly relaxed, as if Jiang Chen's presence alone meant they had nothing to fear, even if the sky were falling. Moonlight Solo noticed the change in their expressions, feeling a jolt of realization that this healer might be far more powerful than she had imagined. As the monsters charged, Jiang Chen stepped forward. A hexagram, glowing with white light, appeared, and a purple crystal orb hovered around him. The light from the magic circle intensified, piercing through the dimly lit sealed area. All 24 monsters were caught within it, their movements slowing as electric arcs crackled around them. Terrifying damage numbers floated above their heads. The regular monsters lost about 33 of their health, while the gold-level elites lost around 5.4. The magic circle continued to deal damage, and within 3 seconds, all the regular monsters had fallen, leaving the 6 elite ones crawling slowly towards Jiang Chen. "These demon lizards are tough." Tao Xiaoyao clicked her tongue. "Regular monsters have around 7,500 HP, but these elites have 45,000. Cheng Ying nodded in agreement, while Moonlight Solo looked increasingly anxious. Jiang Chen had always been able to clear waves of monsters with a single skill, but now he couldn't finish them off in one go, leaving her uncertain about their next move. After 10 seconds, the magic circle vanished, leaving 6 elites with less than half their health. 3 of them had been further weakened by healing spells, down to about a third of their health. The elites charged at Jiang Chen, forcing him to retreat. Suddenly, he tensed, sensing another attack from behind. Tao Xiaoyao's warning rang out. "Brother Chen, watch out behind you." It turned out that 10 more monsters had wandered into Jiang Chen's path as he retreated, including 2 more elite ones. He was now surrounded, the situation dire. We're doomed. Moonlight Solo cried out, her face pale. Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao's expressions grew serious, and all eyes were on Jiang Chun, who was now trapped in a perilous situation. Especially Cheng Ying, who was already holding her shield and beginning to move forward. She wanted to help out. Don't come over, it's too dangerous. Jiang Chun noticed Cheng Ying's actions and quickly stopped her. He halted his steps, standing still, and switched the phantom boots into his backpack. A beam of white light shot from his hand, landing on a heavily injured demon lizard, temporarily slowing its pace. This was Jiang Chen's healing spell, buying himself some time. However, the other 5 demon lizards and the 10 monsters behind them were closing in. Jiang Chen glanced at his skill bar. The cooldown for the Holy Light Revelation Array was still a bit off. Just then, a whooshing sound cut through the air as the fastest demon lizard lunged at him, its sharp claws slashing directly at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chen couldn't help but take a sharp breath, a damage number floating above his head. A priest's defense is really too low. It really hurts to take a hit, he muttered to himself. His original 450 health points instantly dropped to half, but only half. A barely visible blue light enveloped him. Fanchen! Cheng Ying's face changed dramatically, and she cried out in alarm. She was ready to rush forward, as obviously, another attack would empty Jiang Chen's health bar. Wait, Cheng Ying! Tao Xiaoyao, although also panicked by Jiang Chen's injury, quickly calmed down and stopped Cheng Ying. Fanchen is fine. She focused intently on Jiang Chun in the field, quickly analyzing. The elite monster dealt 255 points of damage, but Fanchen only lost 225 health points. The other 30 points seemed to have affected his mana. Look, there's a faint blue glow around him. Cheng Ying then noticed the faint glow around Jiang Chun and relaxed a bit. On the field, another demon lizard closed in on Jiang Chun, swinging its claws fiercely. A damage number appeared above Jiang Chen's head again, but his health remained at 225 points, while his mana dropped by over 200 points. The demon lizard that attacked him seemed stunned, as if wondering, why isn't this guy losing health? Little beast, didn't expect that, did you? I've got mana protection. Jiang Chen smirked. This was the platinum level effect of the devouring demon robe. When health drops below 50, damage is absorbed by an equivalent amount of mana. With 2850 mana points, plus the 5,000 stored in the mana crystal bottles he had bought, he wasn't afraid of being killed instantly. Even better, Jiang Chun discovered something that pleased him greatly. When the mana shield was active, the pain disappeared. In the game of gods, taking damage did cause pain, although not 100, but still quite noticeable. The lower the constitution and defense, the higher the damage and the stronger the pain. Jiang Chun didn't like tanking monsters largely, because it hurt a lot for someone as fragile as him. Now, it seemed he didn't have to worry about that anymore. He was already considering staying in a half-health state in the future. Come on, is that all you've got? Trying to be a monster with that weak attack. Jiang Chen taunted. As if provoked, a demon lizard swung its tail violently, hitting Jiang Chen hard. This was its skill sweep, dealing 300 damage. Jiang Chen's mana instantly dropped by 760 points, and his body was stunned for 0.5 seconds, unable to move. But Jiang Chun had no intention of moving. By now, all 16 monsters had surrounded him, but only about half could reach him because there was no more space around him. When Jiang Chen's mana dropped to less than 10, he revealed a confident smile. My turn. As soon as he finished speaking, a hexagram magic circle appeared beneath him. The heads of the 16 monsters simultaneously displayed terrifying damage numbers, and Jiang Chen's mana instantly recovered 1960 points. He then released Healing Ray and Healing Spell, causing his mana to surge again. More importantly, these two skills continued to regenerate his mana. Although Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao were amazed by Jiang Chen's performance, they remained relatively calm. They had seen too many incredible maneuvers from Jiang Chun. On the other hand, Yuexia Duwu was completely stunned, staring in disbelief at the unscathed Jiang Chun in the field. Is he even human? Yuexia Duwu muttered, as if witnessing the descent of a god. A minute passed, yet Jiang Chun remained steadfast where he stood. 3 small holy light apocalypse arrays glimmered around him, one even activating a double cast. The 16 monsters surrounding him, including 8 elite ones, all fell. The score panel updated immediately. Public points 9288, Jiang Chen's personal points 2322. He particularly noted that the points for a gold-level elite monster were a staggering 150, 10 times that of a regular monster. However, these fallen monsters were merely a drop in the ocean in the grand scheme of the sealed land. Over 200 elite monsters and more than 1,000 regular ones were still lurking, ready to attack at any moment. Taking advantage of the temporary calm, Jiang Chen quickly approached a few girls. Before he could speak, Cheng Ying exclaimed excitedly, Brother Fancheng, you were amazing. Tao Xiaoyao nodded repeatedly in agreement, her face flushed with excitement. Yuexia Duwu stared at Jiang Chun intently, as if looking up to a giant. Cheng Ying continued eagerly, Brother Fancheng, do you know? When I saw you being attacked by monsters, my heart almost jumped out. But then you came out unscathed. It's simply miraculous. I don't think anyone in the world is stronger than you. Feeling a bit embarrassed by the praise, Jiang Chen cleared his throat and said seriously, it's still very dangerous here. The monsters could charge at any moment. Even if I continue fighting, I may not be able to protect you all. Cheng Ying looked worriedly at the entrance and asked, what should we do then? It seems like we can't get out. And who knows which bastard closed the seal gate. Jiang Chen glanced at the three girls and said slowly, it's not entirely impossible to leave. He took out two primary teleportation stones from his backpack, each engraved with strange golden patterns. I only have two teleportation stones, so only two people can leave. Tao Xiaoyao curiously examined the two oval-shaped black stones. A glimmer of hope also flashed in Yuexia Duwu's eyes. The scene fell into silence. Staying meant facing potential death, with a high likelihood of having their future ruined by the golden-level demonic aura. Deep down, everyone wanted to leave, but abandoning friends to face danger alone was hard to bear. Suddenly, Cheng Ying said firmly, I'll stay. I'm a knight, and I have a better chance of surviving. Plus, I always have good luck. Tao Xiaoyao immediately objected. No, I think it's better if I stay. I can notice subtle changes around us. Even though these monsters are running wild, I can roughly predict their movements and avoid them in advance. Jiang Chen knew Tao Xiaoyao was lying. Even if she could guess the trajectory of each monster, it wouldn't necessarily be safe. The sheer number of monsters here could easily lead to a deadlock. Moreover, it's impossible to accurately predict the next move of the monsters. But he didn't expose Tao Xiaoyao's well-intentioned lie. Cheng Ying shook her head no. Your talent is too high. It would be a waste if you died here. Tao Xiaoyao uncharacteristically insisted, I said I won't die. As the two argued, Yuexia Duwu calmly spoke, stop arguing. I'll stay, it's safer that way. Under the moonlight, Yuexia Duwu suddenly broke the silence, her voice carrying a hint of determination. I am an assassin, and I can stealth. Plus, my stealth has a talent bonus, making it hard for monsters to detect me. She paused before continuing. Most importantly, the two teleportation stones purchased by Fanchun were originally meant for you too. I just happened to join in later, so there's no reason for you to make a choice. As soon as she finished speaking, silence fell over the group once again. All eyes turned to Jiang Chun, and the air was thick with tension. Precious seconds ticked by, and they had already lost 2 minutes time they couldn't afford to waste. Jiang Chun glanced around, noticing the increasing agitation among the monsters, their roars growing louder. Taking a deep breath, he made a swift decision. Yuexia Duwu should stay. An assassin is indeed safer. And if she has a talent bonus, there shouldn't be any issues. Without giving the others a chance to object, Jiang Chen quickly pressed the two teleportation stones into Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao's hands. The stones can be used for a round trip, he explained quickly. Once I clear the area of monsters, you can teleport back. Hurry up! Though hesitant, Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao nodded, understanding the urgency of the situation. In an instant, a beam of light enveloped them, signaling the 10-second activation period of the basic teleportation stones. They would be transported to the nearest safe Zonliwa city. 10 seconds later, a blinding light flashed, and the two figures vanished. Turning to Yuexia Duwu, Jiang Chun gave a brief instruction. Activate your stealth and hide in a corner. I might not have the time to look after you. With that, he strode towards the center of the field without hesitation. The monsters on the field were in a frenzy, their chaotic movements and violent roars filling the air. Determination flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. He knew a brutal battle was imminent. As he surveyed the chaotic scene, a line from an old video game suddenly came to mind. Shaking his head to clear the thought, he focused entirely on the fight ahead. Like a bolt of lightning, Jiang Chen weaved through the throngs of monsters, drawing their attention. Soon, he was surrounded by dozens of them, unable to attract any more. A rough count revealed about 40 monsters, but only 7 or 8 posed a real threat. A hexagram magic circle lit up beneath his feet, and magical lights swirled around him. What followed was a massacre. The monsters fell one after another at Jiang Chen's feet, as if he were a relentless harvesting machine. Yet, clearing over 1,000 monsters would still take 20 to 30 minutes. As the number of monsters dwindled, Jiang Chun began to edge closer to the boss, the demon winged dragon. Silently, he prayed, I hope the helpful friends outside haven't left yet after I take down the boss. His whispered words were barely audible amidst the battlefield's chaos. The sealed land. Jiang Chun surveyed his surroundings. The sight before him was astonishing. At least 2/3 of the monsters lay lifeless on the ground. The once crowded battlefield now felt much more spacious. Yet, nearly 400 monsters still stubbornly clung to life. Jiang Chen glanced at his watch. 15 minutes had passed. Just moments ago, he had leveled up to 17. The stats on his panel were exhilarating. Vitality, 361. Strength, 361. Agility, 361. Intelligence, 1905. Magic power, 50010. 500 points of magic power. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. He quickly finished off the monsters around him and began to patrol the area once more. He walked at a steady pace until he was surrounded by over 60 monsters. Jiang Chen calmly scanned the area before casting the lesser holy light apocalypse array. A hexagram magic circle appeared on the ground, followed by a rising purple crystal orb. Blinding white light enveloped the monsters, accompanied by the crackling sound of electric arcs. Sizzle damage numbers floated above each monster's head, bringing a satisfying sight. In an instant, the entire group of monsters fell. Jiang Chen wasted no time and immediately started drawing the next batch of monsters. Everywhere he went, bodies piled up. Hidden in a corner, Moonlight Solo watched in disbelief. Who is the real monster here? This is ridiculous, he muttered to himself. Jiang Chen is killing these monsters as easily as drinking water. 5 minutes later, there were less than 100 monsters left. Jiang Chen quickly scanned the area, thinking, 2 more pulls should do it. Without hesitation, he headed towards the next group of monsters. Meanwhile, in the main square of Lihua City, Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao were teleported there by a teleportation stone. The two exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of what to do. Brother Fancheng should let us know when he's done. Let's wait for his message. Cheng Ying broke the silence. Okay. Tao Xiaoyao responded briefly. The two fell silent again. Suddenly, Cheng Ying seemed to remember something. Oh, I just thought of something. Tao Xiaoyao looked at her in confusion. When we entered the sealed gate, someone used an item to close it. Do you think we could find out who did it? Cheng Ying pondered. We probably can. Tao Xiaoyao paused. When we entered the sealed gate, I noticed those 2 people who like recording videos were spying nearby. People who like recording videos? Cheng Ying was momentarily puzzled, then realized, oh, you mean those 2 assassins from UWeb? Yes. They were probably recording game footage. Tao Xiaoyao confirmed with a nod. Cheng Ying's eyes lit up. Exactly. They were there to record game videos. They must have seen who closed the sealed gate. Brother Fancheng asked them to upload information before. They should be on his friend list. We could just ask them directly. Back at the sealed gate of Qian Mountain, Jiang Chen finally cleared all the regular monsters. Satisfied, he stretched as he looked at the corpses before him. The sealed land now felt exceptionally empty. Over 1,000 regular monsters and 200 elite monsters had all fallen at Jiang Chen's hands. His task points had reached an astonishing number. Current points, 45288. Public points, 11322. Now, it's your turn. Jiang Chen turned his gaze to the not-so-distant boss, the Demon Wing Wyvern. Demon Wing Wyvern, LV-19, Gold Tier Boss. Skills. 1. Wyvern Breath. Every 10 loss in health, it releases a 20-meter-long corrosive breath in front, dealing 200 damage and corroding 10 of the target's equipment durability for 5 seconds. 2. Demon Wing Gale. Every 20 loss in health, it flaps its wings to create a massive gale within a 50-meter radius. The gale deals 300 damage per second, reduces attack speed and movement speed by 50. The gale lasts for 20 seconds. 3. Dragon Blood. Contains a trace of dragon blood, recovering 1,000 health points per second. Jiang Chen quickly analyzed the boss's information. This should be considered a field boss. Its skills are mostly area effect, relatively simple, but it likely has a high health pool. The only thing to watch out for is Wyvern Breath. You can't take it heated since it corrodes equipment durability. If durability hits 0, the equipment becomes unusable. However, as long as durability doesn't drop to 0, even at 1, you can pay to repair it. Jiang Chen equipped the phantom boots and cautiously approached the boss. Roar! A deafening roar echoed throughout the sealed land. The demon wing wyvern spread its wings, lifted off the ground, and roared furiously at Jiang Chen. Enough with the noise! Jiang Chen unceremoniously cast a healing spell, followed by the lesser holy light apocalypse array. The healing beam connected instantly. A 3-skill combo as a greeting. A thin layer of lightning covered the boss, reducing its health by 40 points. However, its health bar barely moved, showing a remaining health of 99.55. So, the boss has around 1 million health points. Jiang Chen calculated, 1 million health points, no big deal for me. He was well aware of his damage output. Every 20 seconds, he could cast a lesser holy light apocalypse array, 2 healing beams, and 8 healing spells. Even without triggering double casting, he could deal 33,000 damage every 20 seconds. The only issue was that the demon wing wyvern had dragon blood, recovering 1,000 health points per second. This meant he could only reduce its health by about 13,000 every 20 seconds. At maximum output, ITLL take roughly 26 minutes to kill it. But with double casting increasing my damage and factoring in time to dodge skills, I should be able to do it in about 25 minutes. Jiang Chen's mind was clear as he quickly estimated the time needed to defeat the boss. At this moment, there were 20 minutes left until the sealed gate reopened. The injured demon-winged dragon let out a deafening roar, its massive body hurtling towards Jiang Chen like a bolt of lightning. Its claws gleamed menacingly as they slashed through the air. However, the paralyzing effect of the Platinum-tier Thunderflame staff slowed the boss's movements. With a graceful sidestep, Jiang Chen easily avoided the deadly strike. Jiang Chen was a master of positioning. He never took a hit he could dodge. With flawless execution, he managed to whittle down 10 of the boss's health in just 2.5 minutes. Suddenly, the boss halted and opened its jaws wide. A stream of black breath spewed forth one of its skills, Dragon Breath. Jiang Chen reacted swiftly, sidestepping to evade the attack. But the boss wasn't done. It turned its head, the black breath relentlessly tracking Jiang Chen. He had to keep moving, but even with the lightning coursing through the boss, its head turned faster than Jiang Chen could dodge. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the black breath was nearly upon him. Jiang Chen frowned, realizing that dodging alone might not be enough this time. Meanwhile, Yuexia Duwu, hidden in the shadows, watched Jiang Chen with bated breath. Her heart raced as she witnessed the intense solo battle against the Golden Ear boss. She was desperate to see how Jiang Chen would handle this critical moment. Just as the breath was about to engulf him, Jiang Chen suddenly stopped. A glowing rune appeared on his forehead, and in the next instant, he vanished, reappearing at the boss's hind leg. Yuexia Duwu's eyes widened in shock. Teleportation, she whispered, trembling. Indeed, Jiang Chen had used his blink skill, teleporting 5 meters to the boss's feet. He quickly picked up the glass bottle on the ground, the very one lisan had thrown there earlier. A system prompt popped up. Task completed, retrieve the filled glass bottle. Proceed to the next task, deliver the filled glass bottle to Yiding. A rare look of determination crossed Jiang Chen's face as he muttered, "Damn it, I'm sticking to Yiding this time. Let's see what else this quest throws at me." Clearly, this mysterious class change quest was starting to frustrate him. The boss, still clumsily turning around to deal with the ant at its feet, finally faced Jiang Chen just as the 5-second duration of its Dragon Breath skill ended. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen unleashed another round of powerful skills. 2.5 minutes later, the boss's health dropped to 80. The demon-winged dragon spread its wings, causing the surrounding air to swirl violently. A gentle breeze quickly intensified into a roaring gale, with visible white currents spiraling around the boss. Suddenly, the demon-winged dragon flapped its wings forcefully. The white current surged, covering a 50-meter radius. This was a wide area skill with no blind spots, leaving Jiang Chen nowhere to hide. Caught in the gale, Jiang Chen felt his body grow heavy, his movements sluggish. This was the boss's Demon Wing Tempest skill, reducing his attack and movement speed by 50, similar to his Thunderflame paralysis effect. Damage numbers floated above Jiang Chen's head, but it was his mana that was depleting rapidly. Yet, this didn't concern Jiang Chen. With 2,900 base mana and an additional 5,000 mana stored in his mana crystal flask, he had a total of 7,900 mana. Even enduring the skill's full duration posed no threat to his life. Besides, he could continuously absorb mana. So, Jiang Chen stood in the midst of the tempest, calmly casting his skills. 20 seconds later, the storm finally subsided. The fierce wind subsided, and Jiang Chen felt a slight depletion in his mana crystal bottle, but nothing alarming. He adeptly stored his mana in the bottle, replenishing his energy during the boss's basic attacks. The mana absorption from his skill damage allowed him to maintain the cycle effortlessly. The mana crystal bottle quickly filled up again. As time passed, the boss's health steadily declined. Its 2 skills were ineffective against Jiang Chen. 20 minutes later, the boss's health dropped to 15. The system suddenly prompted, "The effect of the demon suppression fragment has expired, and the golden gate of sealing is about to open." Jiang Chen focused more intently and increased his offensive. Lurking in the shadows, Yuexia Duwu was stunned and numb with shock, thinking, "He's really soloing it? This is terrifying." She received the system prompt as well. After a moment of hesitation, Yuexia Duwu made a decision. She quietly left the team and walked towards the sealing gate. The system prompted, "Player Yuexia Duwu has left the team." Jiang Chen paused, frowning slightly. The blessing of the love god buff disappeared, which meant the 1 quality drop effect was gone. He looked at the nearly defeated boss in silence for a moment. Suddenly, Jiang Chen thought of Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao. a smile spreading across his face. He quickly messaged the two, "Teleport back to the ceiling gate now." A few seconds later, two beams of white light appeared nearby, and Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao emerged. Cheng Ying called out with a beaming smile, "Brother Fanshan, stay back. I'll finish the boss." Jiang Chen said, launching the final attack on the weakened Demon Wing Wyvern. Under the barrage of his skills, the boss quickly fell. Outside the ceiling gate, a large number of players had gathered. They looked at the newly opened ceiling gate with confusion. "Where are the monsters? Why aren't any coming out?" Someone wondered aloud. Over at the Heavenly Court Guild side, Tai Dao Zhenyanluo said in a deep voice, "Wait 2 more minutes. If no monsters appear, send someone in to check." Suddenly, everyone saw a figure emerge from the ceiling gate. "Is that a monster coming out?" someone asked in confusion. "No, it's a person," another exclaimed. In the sealed gate, the massive corpse of the demon-winged dragon crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes as the system prompt popped up. Current points: 852, 884, 0000. Public points: 213, 221, 0000. Gold tier boss defeated, earning 50,000 mission points. Jiang Chen's heart raced with excitement as he watched his mission points skyrocket. The system continued to prompt. "You have slain the boss, demon-winged dragon gold tier, achieving the first kill. Your level has increased to 19. Your 4 main attributes have increased by 2 points each, and you have gained 8 free attribute points. Leveling up twice in a row? It really is faster to gain experience from killing bosses." Jiang Chen murmured to himself, a smile spreading across his face. He quickly allocated all his free attribute points to intelligence. Constitution, 382. Strength, 382. Agility, 382. Intelligence, 20,010. Spell power, 52020. Just then, the excited voices of Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao rang out. "Brother Fanshan, I leveled up twice." "Me too." Neither of them had expected that shortly after teleporting over, Jiang Chen would defeat the boss, allowing them to share in the experience and level up to 18. Cheng Ying thought to herself, "Even though Brother Fanshan seems so cold, he actually cares about us a lot." To her, Jiang Chen was someone who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Jiang Chen was focused on the system's prompts. He noticed there was no server-wide announcement, indicating that the Demon Wing Dragon was a field boss, as only dungeon bosses triggered announcements. His gaze then fell on the massive corpse on the ground, which was emitting a faint glow. Jiang Chen quickly walked over and picked up the boss's loot. 1. Polluted Dragon Staff Platinum Tier. Polluted by demonic energy. Requires purification to use. Attributes unknown. Effects unknown. 2. Polluted Dragon Skull Helmet Platinum Tier. Polluted by demonic energy. Requires purification to use. Attributes unknown. Effects unknown. 3. Sealed Skill Book 3-star. Unsealed. Effects unknown. Cannot be learned. 4. Fusion Divine Stone Platinum Tier. Confused with one piece of the same quality Platinum Tier equipment, allowing selection of one additional effect from the fused equipment to be added to the main equipment, with other attributes remaining unchanged. A Platinum Tier Fusion Divine Stone? Jiang Chen's face lit up with joy, but he quickly noticed a less pleasant fact. All the equipment was polluted by demonic energy. It seems they don't want us farming bosses in the sealed gate. Sigh, purifying equipment is going to cost money, Jiang Chen muttered to himself. A few minutes earlier, Yuexia Duwu watched Jiang Chen solo the gold tier boss with mixed emotions. She had originally thought that by combining the strength of the first kill team with her excellent game knowledge and leadership skills, their collaboration would ensure the completion of the server-wide mission. But reality had shattered her fantasy. She suddenly realized that Jiang Chen didn't need her help at all. All her plans were just wishful thinking. Growing up with a family instilling the need to excel, she had always outshone her peers. Whatever she did better than others. Hence, she believed the first kill team would need her assistance and that they could achieve mutual success. But the scene before her made Yuexia Duwu realize she had no grounds to talk about cooperation. Jiang Chen could sweep through the sealed gate alone. They were simply not on the same level. If she joined the team, she would likely become a joke, leeching off their experience. Her pride drove her to leave the team decisively. As she stepped out of the sealed gate, countless eyes filled with shock and confusion locked onto her. Facing the dense crowd, Yuexia Duwu frowned slightly. But she quickly understood what was happening. The sealed gate has opened, but no demons have emerged. No wonder everyone is confused. Seeing the varied expressions on people's faces, Yuexia Duwu found it somewhat amusing. But she didn't speak. After stepping down from the altar, she turned to leave. Whispers rose from the crowd. Isn't she the one who triggered the server-wide mission? Why did she stay in the sealed gate for so long and come out unscathed? Are there really no monsters inside? That can't be. There were monsters at first. What's going on? From the Heavenly Court Guild side, Taidao Zenyan Luo stared intently at Yuexia Duwu. Puzzled, this woman just walked out of the sealed gate like that? What happened inside? He was eager to know, especially about the current situation of the first kill trio. Wanfa Guizong, standing nearby, subtly inquired, Guild leader, shall I? Taidao Zenyanlo nodded in agreement. Wanfa Guizong stepped forward and called out to the departing figure, stop right there. Hearing someone call her name, Yuexia Duwu stopped in her tracks and turned to face the white-haired mage who called himself Wanfa Guizong. Her brows furrowed slightly, and a trace of disdain appeared on her cold, proud face. Her voice, icy and impatient, cut through the air. What do you want? The clear yet melodious tone momentarily stunned Wanfa Guizong. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. Why did you come out of the sealed gate? Well, the first kill trio, who went in before you haven't? Yuexia Duwu's response was still cold, her face showing undisguised disgust. Why should I tell you? Wanfa Guizong sneered, his tone laced with threat. Why? Because you're tainted with demonic energy. If you die, it would be a pity, wouldn't it? He paused, then added, of course, we have no reason to be enemies. It's the first kill team we're after. Tell me, what happened inside the sealed gate? After the first kill team? Yuexia Duwu scoffed, her eyes full of contempt. A bunch of rabble thinks they can challenge the first kill team? Wanfa Guizong's face darkened instantly. What do you mean by that? Don't refuse a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Yuexia Duwu showed no fear, only more disdain. If you have the guts, go into the sealed gate yourself. Don't ask me. Do you think I would tell you? Ridiculous. With that, she turned away, her face full of scorn. Wanfa Guizong's expression grew even more sinister. He glanced back at Taidao Zhan Yinluo, who nodded in silent support. A fierce glint flashed in Wanfa Guizong's eyes as he stared at Yuexia Duwu's graceful figure. You're courting death. He raised his staff, ready to cast a spell, but Yuexia Duwu's form suddenly turned transparent and then vanished completely from sight. Invisible? In front of so many people, going invisible. Wanfa Guizong sneered. Trying to fool yourself? He immediately cast a 2-star skill ice beneath the spot where she disappeared. The ground instantly froze over a 3-meter radius. However, to Wanfa Guizong's astonishment, there was no one within the icy area. Just as he was in shock, a sharp dagger suddenly appeared before him. Yuexia Duwu's form materialized, and the dagger plunged mercilessly into Wanfa Guizong's body. You! Wanfa Guizong was both furious and in pain. As a level 13 mage with full intelligence points, his base health was only 240, and even with armor, it was just 280. This strike took away a third of his health. As Wanfa Guizong was about to retaliate, Yuexia Duwu disappeared again in full view. The next second, another dagger struck from behind, reducing his health by another third, leaving him with just 89 points. Just as the third strike was about to land, a beam of white light descended from the sky, restoring 185 health points to Wanfa Guizong. It was a priest from the Taming Guild who had come to his rescue. Seeing this, Yuexia Duwu's expression hardened. She vanished again, preparing to retreat. However, Taidao Zhan Yinluo chuckled coldly and said arrogantly, think you can leave after attacking someone from the Taming Guild? It's just a high-level stealth skill. Cover the area with Ice Vine. As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen mages moved in unison, casting Ice Vine from different positions. The area within 10 meters of where Yuexia Duwu had disappeared was soon covered in a layer of white ice. Unable to escape the range in time, Yuexia Duwu was hit by the Ice Vine, forced to reveal herself. What a coordinated effort. These dozen mages seemed to move as one. Truly worthy of being an established guild, a player exclaimed. Bullying a girl with so many people. What's the point? Another whispered, clearly disapproving of the behavior. It was that mage who attacked first, and now they're blaming the girl, saying she attacked their guild member. So domineering. Someone couldn't help but comment, their dissatisfaction evident despite the low volume. Small murmurs of dissent began to rise among the solo players, questioning the oppressive actions of the Heavenly Guild. However, these faint protests quickly dissipated in the tense atmosphere. Opposite the sealed gate, Yuang Yinyang and Yuang Yingang stood silently among the crowd. They had interacted with Yuexia Duwu before, and now, watching her being surrounded by members of the Heavenly Guild, they felt a heavy heart but were powerless to help. They could only turn their recording perspectives from the sealed gate to Yuexia Duwu, silently documenting the scene. A dozen mages from the Heavenly Guild had already surrounded Yuexia Duwu, forcing her to the edge of the altar. Taidao Zenyanluo coldly questioned her. I'll ask you one more time. What happened inside the sealed gate? Are the first kill trio still in there? His voice carried a threatening tone. If you don't speak, you die. Yuexia Duwu's expression remained stern as she glanced around, taking a look at Taidao Zenyanluo in the distance. and then at the approaching mages. She retreated step by step until her back was against the altar, leaving her no way to escape. Just as Tidao Zhenyanluo was about to give the order to attack, a loud voice suddenly interrupted him. "Hold on, brother Tidao." A tall, slender young man strode forward, followed by a large group of people. This unexpected guest was none other than the leader of the Imperial Guild, Huangqiao Taizi. Tidao Zhenyanluo frowned at the newcomer. "Taizi, what do you mean by this?" Huangqiao Taizi smiled lightly. "Brother Tidao, you know I can't stand seeing a beautiful flower being harmed. This girl is so pretty, do me a favor and don't kill her." As he spoke, he unabashedly sized up Yuexia Duwu, his smile growing more pronounced. Tidao Zhenyanluo sneered. "Taizi, are you trying to play the hero to woo her? Do you even understand the situation here? We don't know what's happening inside the sealed gate. Don't you want to know if the first kill team is still alive? I know you also used a demon suppression fragment. Do you really have time to flirt here?" Huangqiao Taizi remained unfazed. "It doesn't conflict." He turned to Yuexia Duwu, his tone suddenly softening. "Miss Yuexia, just tell us if the first kill team is still inside. I promise no one will trouble you." However, Yuexia Duwu's face remained disdainful as she coldly scanned the crowd and spat out, "A bunch of rabble." She thought to herself that if it were an unknown fight, she wouldn't fear any of them. Even surrounded, she wouldn't yield. More importantly, Jiang Chen was still inside the sealed gate, fighting the boss, and she would never disclose any information. Her nature was proud and stubborn, unyielding even in the face of death. The smile on Huangqiao Taizi's face gradually faded, and his voice turned cold. "Miss Yuexia, why be so stubborn? Just tell us what's going on inside the sealed gate, or I can't help you." Yuexia Duwu cast a disdainful glance at Huangqiao Taizi and coldly said, "I don't want to talk to despicable people." With that, her figure began to fade. "Ungrateful!" Huangqiao Taizi's face darkened with anger. "If you won't speak, then die." Tidao Zhenlo also sneered and commanded, "Since she won't talk, we'll have to send her on her way. Use full ice vines. Once she reappears, focus all fire, and take her out." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuexia Duwu saw the ground start to cover with ice vines, rapidly spreading around her. She felt a pang of despair. Was she really going to be sent back to the respawn point? At this critical moment, a clear voice suddenly rang out. "Why don't you just tell them I'm in the sealed gate?" Everyone's eyes turned to the sealed gate. A tall figure emerged slowly, breaking the tense standoff. As the sound echoed, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the sealed gate, drawing everyone's gaze. The moment they recognized who it was, the entire scene fell into a stunned silence. Then, a wave of murmurs surged through the crowd. "It's Fan Shin, the high priest of the first kill team. Wasn't he the first to enter the sealed gate? How is he unharmed? Could this golden level sealed gate be fake? Are there really no monsters inside?" Jiang Chen's sudden appearance left everyone shocked and puzzled. Someone whispered, "So many guilds are targeting the first kill team, yet they still dare to come out?" "Yeah," another person agreed. "Didn't they use an item to close the sealed gate on purpose to trap the first kill team inside?" "No choice," someone sighed. "I heard many guilds invited the first kill team to join them, but they refused. This was bound to happen. If they can't have them, they'll destroy them?" Someone sneered. Some players were worried about the first kill team's current situation, their eyes darting between Jiang Chun and the other guild members. At the altar, in the closest position, the members of Tidao Zhan Yanluo and Huangqiao Taizi were staring intently at the figure emerging from the sealed gate. Especially Tidao Zhan Yanluo, who, despite suspecting that the first kill team might be unharmed, was still surprised to see Jiang Chun. After all, this was a golden level sealed gate. Could nothing have gone wrong inside? Finally, with a sinister expression, Tidao Zhan Yanluo fixed his gaze on Jiang Chun and slowly spoke. "Fan Shin, I didn't expect you to come out alive. Where's your team's knight?" Jiang Chen replied while stepping aside, moving to the altar. "She's still inside the sealed gate. Why don't you go in and check?" At this moment, Jiang Chen's position conveniently shielded Yuexia Duwu. He sent her a message. "Fan Shin, sneak into the sealed gate. It will be very dangerous out here soon." Initially despairing, Yuexia Duwu felt a glimmer of hope upon seeing Jiang Chen emerge unscathed. Now, with him standing protectively in front of her, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. She seemed to understand why Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao never feared anything, even if the sky were to fall. The man before her always maintained a calm demeanor, exuding an indescribable sense of safety. Especially after receiving Jiang Chen's message, Yuexia Duwu's sense of danger dissipated. Her mind a bit fuzzy, she replied, "Yuexia Duwu, why are you protecting me?" Jiang Chen was baffled. "Jiang Chen? Fan Shin, what are you talking about? They're not after you. If we start fighting and you get caught in the crossfire, don't blame me." Yuexia Duwu replied, "Yuexia Duwu, I understand. Be careful." Then, Yuexia Duwu quietly sneaked back into the sealed gate. At this point, the attention of Taidao Zhan Yinluo and Huang Chao Taizi's forces was focused on Jiang Chun. His deliberate move to the side, suggesting someone enter the sealed gate, seemed suspiciously like a trap. After a brief silence, Taidao Zhan Yinluo, with a calculated expression, slowly said, "No need to go in. How about you call out the knight and the summoner, and we'll let you go. You're just a priest after all. No need to die. They're my teammates. Do you think I'd let them come out to die? Unless." Jiang Chun paused, seemingly in thought. Taidao Zhan Yinluo, intrigued, asked, "Unless what?" Jiang Chun smiled warmly. "Unless your entire guild kneels and calls me grandpa." As soon as he said it, Jiang Chun regretted it, thinking, "Why did I have to say that? If they really kneel, do I have to call the two girls out? What a blunder." This statement made many people tense up. Taidao Zhan Yinluo's face darkened. "Are you joking?" "You started the joke," Jiang Chun retorted. "It seems you're looking for death." Taidao Zhan Yinluo's face twisted in anger as he raised his hand, signaling his men to attack. "Wait!" Jiang Chun suddenly shouted. "Hmm? Scared?" Taidao Zhan Yinluo sneered, a vicious gleam flashing in his eyes. "If you're scared, get the other two from your team out here, especially that knight." He withdrew his hand, his gaze locking onto Jiang Chun. To him, the key to defeating the top-ranked team was that number one knight in the game. As long as he could take her out, the team would no longer pose a threat. Now, he hoped to use Jiang Chun as bait to lure her out. Jiang Chun glanced at him with a look that could only be described as seeing an idiot, then turned to the crowd in the distance. His voice was clear and resolute. "With so many demon sealing shards used, I bet more than one guild wants us dead. Right? If you want to make a move, come on, I can take you all on." Although Jiang Chen's expression was calm, everyone could only describe his behavior with one word: crazy. So arrogant? Oh my god! This is insane. He's challenging every guild that set him up. The crowd around him erupted in shock, eyes wide open. Some spectators even felt their blood boiling. Regardless of everything else, this level of courage was beyond ordinary people. The leaders of guilds like Kings of the Realm, Immortal Myth, and Supreme Alliance all had their faces darkened simultaneously. They had all used demon sealing shards and were now feeling immense pressure. The vice president of the Immortal Myth Guild, Qisha, couldn't help but speak up. "Brother Taidao, aren't you going to make a move?" Jiang Chen silently noted this person. Other guilds, however, remained extremely cautious, and no one else stepped forward. Jiang Chun smirked inwardly. "A bunch of old foxes. Do you think hiding will let you get away? I'll drag each one of you out." Taidao Zhan Yinluo had lost his patience and directly ordered, "Focus fire and send him back to the respawn point." Immediately, over a dozen mages in front of the altar cast fireball spells at Jiang Chun. Unlike the area damage of ice spread, fireball spells were single target but dealt higher damage. Under such concentrated fire, survival was nearly impossible for an ordinary person. Boom! 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 Over a dozen fireballs rained down on Jiang Chun within 2 seconds, exploding violently like firecrackers. A series of damage numbers popped up above Jiang Chun's head, and nearly everyone thought he was about to go down. However, when the fiery aftermath of the fireball spells cleared, everyone was stunned. Jiang Chun's health bar remained at 50, as if it had been locked at half health. What's going on? Is my screen glitching? Why isn't his health bar moving? Is this some kind of health lock cheat? Players in the distance discussed in disbelief. Jiang Chun calmly took a step forward and said indifferently, "My turn." Immediately, a dazzling hexagram magic circle appeared under his feet, radiating a holy light that seemed capable of healing the soul. Why isn't he losing health? Jiang Chun was hit by a series of fireballs, but still maintained 50 of his health. This sight left Razblade Yama completely dumbfounded. And even the crown prince of the dynasty, not far away, was momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. A sense of foreboding suddenly rose in the crown prince's heart. When he saw Jiang Chun take a step forward and the ground start to glow, the feeling intensified. A chill ran up his spine, making him instinctively want to retreat. But it was too late. Jiang Chun had already activated the minor Holy Light Apocalypse Array. The dazzling array's light instantly enveloped the surroundings, hitting the dozen or so mages who had just thrown fireballs, including the white-haired mage Wan Feizong. There was no suspense. Each of them had a terrifying damage number appear above their heads. It was as if they were struck by divine punishment. Their health instantly dropped to 0, and they fell to the ground. Jiang Chun had meticulously calculated the distance beforehand. The 4-star coverage range of the minor Holy Light Apocalypse Array was 25 meters, just enough to reach the area between him and Razblade Yama. This step was to ensure the skill could cover the opponent. Sure enough, Razblade Yama and the people around him, standing a bit further back, were also affected by the array's edge. In an instant, the 7 or 8 core members of the Celestial Guild who stood beside him all fell. At the current stage, players who could withstand 1,300 points of true damage were extremely rare. Even a pure tank with full vitality points would only have 900 base health at level 15. A piece of silver equipment with a primary attribute adding health would only provide around 200 extra health at most. Thus, except for Razorblade Yama and a knight beside him, everyone else was instantly killed. The knight reacted quickly, activating his shield block to temporarily withstand the array's damage. However, Chen softly murmured, "It's useless." Shield block could only block one instance of damage, and the knight, unable to move while using it, was soon taken down by the subsequent damage within the array. The only unexpected thing for Chen was that Razorblade Yama wasn't instantly killed. Although his total health was only 770 points, he still had 20 remaining. More astonishing was his quick reaction. He immediately exited the array's edge after taking the first hit. Simultaneously, a member of the Celestial Guild behind Razorblade Yama inexplicably fell. Chen immediately saw the clue: damage transfer. This was a pre-skill that allowed them to contract with an ally. When that ally's health dropped below 20, any further health reduction would be borne by the caster. Clearly, the priest behind Razorblade Yama had taken the remaining damage and died. However, Chen knew that this skill couldn't be contracted with multiple people simultaneously. In other words, Razorblade Yama could only contract with one person. But even so, it was like having an extra life. "What are you waiting for? Heal me!" Razorblade Yama shouted after exiting the array's range, cold sweats soaking his back. He never expected a priest to unleash such a terrifying damage skill. Not far away, the crown prince of the dynasty stared at the six-pointed star array in front of him, equally chilled. The array's edge was almost touching him, just a meter away. Luckily, he had stood slightly further back. Otherwise, the consequences would have been disastrous. The crowd in the distance erupted into intense discussions. "What's with this array? Why did all these people get insta-killed? Is this a priest skill or a mage skill? I'm stunned." "Huh. We mages are stunned too." Everyone who witnessed this scene was utterly bewildered. In the crowd, Yu Wanyangang stared at Chen, his voice trembling as he asked, "Did you record that?" Beside him, Yu Wangyanro, clearly shaken by Chen's skill, hesitated and said, "I did. But what if Master Fanshin doesn't allow us to post it? Just record it first." Yu Wanyanggang's face flushed with excitement. By now, no one dared to approach Chen, as the terrifying array had yet to disappear. "This place has become a forbidden zone." Taidao Zhan Yinluo gritted his teeth, his face twisted in frustration. Despite the guild priest restoring him to full health, he still couldn't launch any attacks against Chen. The skill's vast range and long duration left him helpless, forced to wait for the array to dissipate. "Once this damn skill wears off, I swear I'll kill you." Taidao Zhan Yinluo glared at Chen, his eyes burning with fury. Unexpectedly, Chen didn't wait for the array to disappear. Instead, he walked straight towards Taidao Zhan Yinluo. Alarm bells rang in Taidao Zhan Yinluo's mind, and he quickly shouted, "All ranged units, get ready. Focus fire as soon as he's within range. He can't have an invincibility hack. If our damage is high enough, we can definitely kill him." Immediately, dozens of ranged players took their positions, with mages and archers ready to attack. As they reached the edge of the array, Chen stepped into the healing spell's range. A white light instantly enveloped Taidao Zhan Yinluo, while a barrage of fireballs and arrows flew toward Chen. He chuckled softly and said, "My healing spell never misses, but you guys." Before he finished speaking, he gracefully stepped back. The fireballs and arrows missed their mark and fell harmlessly at his feet, while his healing spell hit its target without delay. A white light flashed over Taidao Zhan Yinluo, and his health dropped to 0, causing him to collapse heavily to the ground. This time, no one could bear the damage for him. "The guild leader is down?" Members of the Heavenly Court Guild were stunned, struggling to accept the reality. Chen let out a small as he noticed a faint glow emanating from Taidao Zhan Yinluo's body. Although the mages who had fallen earlier had also dropped equipment, that was because they had attacked Chen first, making them the aggressors. But Taidao Zhan Yinluo hadn't directly attacked him. Could he be in the same party as one of those mages? Chen stared at Taidao Zhan Yinluo's body, a knowing smile spreading across his face. He quickly moved forward. "Retrieve the guild leader's gear." The three nearest members of the Heavenly Court Guild snapped out of their shock and rushed towards Taidao Zhan Yinluo's body. "Stop right there!" Chen commanded sternly. A white healing beam shot from his hand, connecting the three players and causing them to collapse instantly. Without breaking stride, Chen approached the body, ready to collect the equipment. Just 5 meters away, 4 or 5 more Heavenly Court members reached the body and were about to grab the gear. "This is getting annoying," Chen muttered, frowning as a blue rune appeared on his forehead. To everyone's astonishment, he vanished and reappeared in front of the body, swiftly picking up the dropped equipment. You have obtained blood-tied, great sword gold, the system notification chimed. Ah, it's really this one. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Glancing at the would-be looters, he calmly said, your guild leader is dead. Go mind your own business. While they were still in shock, Jiang Chen quickly returned to his original position and picked up the other dropped items. A total of 16 pieces, including 1 silver item, 12 bronze items, and 3 common items. Seriously, someone's still wearing common gear? And they expect to keep up? Jiang Chen couldn't help but snark. After collecting the gear, Jiang Chen turned his gaze towards the crown prince of the royal dynasty. You're next. Most people were still in a state of shock. They couldn't believe Taidao Zhan Yinluo had been taken down so easily, and Jiang Chen's teleportation had left them even more astounded. Then, they saw Jiang Chen heading towards the Royal Dynasty Guild. Holy crap, what's he doing? After dealing with the Heavenly Court, now he's going for the Royal Dynasty? Is he really planning to take on every guild? Fancheng God is really going for it. He's heading straight for the Royal Dynasty Guild. This is insane. The surrounding players erupted in chatter, their voices filled with disbelief and excitement. Jiang Chen walked forward slowly, his eyes sharp and focused on the Imperial Prince in the distance. A chilling expression gradually appeared on the prince's face. Behind him, dozens of players watched Jiang Chen warily, ready for a fight. What do you want? The Imperial Prince asked in a deep voice, a hint of caution in his tone. Jiang Chen stopped about 25 meters from the prince. His usually calm expression now showed a trace of coldness. His hatred for the Imperial Prince surged like a tidal wave. In a past national war, this guy had betrayed his own country by selling information to foreign guilds to eliminate domestic rivals. Because of his treachery, a main city fell, and Jiang Chen despised him for such unscrupulous actions. We have no personal grudge, so I can't figure out why you're targeting me, the Imperial Prince said slowly, maintaining his stern expression. Jiang Chen sneered, pointing to his temple. Prince, is there something wrong up here? You used the demon suppression fragment to seal the gate, and now you're telling me we have no grudge. The Imperial Prince remained unfazed and explained, you must be mistaken. The monsters from the previous 2 sealed gates haven't been fully cleared. When the golden level gates suddenly opened, I just closed it for safety. There shouldn't be any problem with that, right? Enough with the nonsense, Jiang Chen said impatiently, waving his hand dismissively. I know you're stalling. Just tell me how long it will take for your reinforcements to arrive. If it's quick, I might wait. The Imperial Prince's face darkened instantly. He had only brought part of his forces, while the rest of the Imperial Guild was making their way up from the mountain base. Being called out so bluntly by Jiang Chen left him feeling frustrated and annoyed. Guild Leader 7 Is your Immortal Myth Guild just going to stand by and watch? The Imperial Prince shouted towards the distant crowd. In the crowd, 7 the vice leader of Immortal Myth, turned pale. It wasn't just him. Many other guild leaders present also looked grim. The power Jiang Chen displayed was overwhelming, making it feel like they were facing a formidable boss rather than a fellow player. The scene reached a stalemate for nearly 2 minutes. Can we get this over with? Jiang Chen finally said, staring at the Imperial Prince. He wanted the prince to make the first move so he could get some good loot, but the prince, having witnessed Jiang Chen's prowess, was clearly reluctant to initiate the fight. At that moment, over 100 players approached from a distance, reinforcements from the Imperial Guild. They quickly gathered around the prince, boosting their numbers to around 200. The Imperial Prince quickly adjusted his tactics. First group, go in and force out his skills. Second group, follow up. He added with a cold smile, I refuse to believe his area skills have no cooldown. As soon as he finished speaking, over 60 players from the 4th group advanced towards Jiang Chen, while the prince and the remaining 100+ players stayed put. Such dishonor, Jiang Chen sighed, realizing the prince was now cautious and wouldn't easily engage. Hopes of getting good loot from regular members were slim. Suddenly, to everyone's shock, Jiang Chen charged straight at the Imperial Prince, ignoring the 60+ players closing in on him. 4th group, attack, the Imperial Prince commanded sharply. Nearly 30 ranged players immediately launched their attacks. Arrows, fireballs, and ice arrows rained down on Jiang Chen, and the ground was covered in a layer of frost. But this time, Jiang Chen didn't choose to tank the hits. He skillfully dodged through the barrage, evading most of the attacks. What kind of movement is that? Is he just lucky, dodging so many skills? Does anyone really think you can dodge that many skills just by luck? Can you even play the game like this? People watched in disbelief, their scalps tingling. Despite his agility, some arrows and fireballs did hit Jiang Chen, draining over 500 of his mana. Soon, Jiang Chen reached the front line of the 4th group. Close combat? Take him down, someone shouted. Warriors and knights swung their weapons at Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen's target wasn't them. A blue rune suddenly glowed on his forehead. Amidst the shocked gazes, Jiang Chen's figure vanished and reappeared behind the crowd, just 15 meters from the Imperial Prince. Alarm bells rang in the prince's mind. He hadn't expected Jiang Chen's teleport skill to be ready so soon. Retreat, the prince shouted, attempting to pull back. Too late. Jiang Chen sneered, activating the Holy Light Ascension Array. A six-pointed star formation appeared, with purple crystal orbs revolving around Jiang Chen. The array's light enveloped the Imperial Prince and about 30 to 40 players around him, as well as over 50 players behind Jiang Chen. Nearly 100 players were engulfed in the blinding white light, so bright it was almost impossible to keep their eyes open. Cries of alarm rang out, but were quickly silenced. In the next moment, nearly 100 players fell like grass being cut down. The shocking sight sent shivers down everyone's spines. Many recalled the last time they saw such a scene was when the Flamestone King used lava to engulf players. But this time, the lava was replaced by a holy array, and the Flamestone King by Jiang Chen. The entire area fell into a sudden, eerie silence, with only the rustling of leaves and the wind breaking the stillness. The magic circle continued to glow brilliantly, and Jiang Chen stood proudly within it, like an insurmountable mountain. None of the surrounding players dared to approach, and the air was thick with a suffocating sense of oppression. Nearly half of the members of the Royal Guild had been sent back to the respawn point, while the remaining 100 or so retreated in panic as if they'd seen a ghost, their eyes filled with fear. Jiang Chen glanced around, feeling only a tinge of regret. As expected, this guy didn't drop any gear. So cautious. He cast a look at the corpse of the Royal Prince, and then turned to walk away. Although the prince didn't drop any gear, the 60 or so players who had attacked him earlier became his harvest. Except for the lucky dozen on the edges who managed to escape, the rest of the players were dead, leaving their gear behind. Jiang Chen quickly picked up nearly 50 pieces of equipment from the ground, his inventory already full. Without hesitation, he fed these items to the Gu Yu's magic crystal ball. You have fused an old cloth armor whiteboard level. Gu Yu's magic crystal ball growth value 1. You have fused a windrunner longbow bronze level. Gu Yu's magic crystal ball growth value 10. You have fused a venomous dagger bronze level. Gu Yu's magic crystal ball growth value 10. Including the items from the Heaven Guild earlier, Jiang Chen had collected a total of 61 pieces of equipment from players. Among them, only the blood-tied greatsword was of gold level, with 1 silver item, 49 bronze items, and 10 whiteboard items. He unhesitatingly fed all the bronze and whiteboard items to the magic crystal ball. Gu Yu's magic crystal ball growth value increased by 500 points. Gu Yu's magic crystal ball is now gold level, growth value 8003000. Jiang Chen muttered under his breath. I hope everyone will be considerate and help me grow the magic crystal ball to platinum level. He turned his gaze to the distant crowd, locking onto Qi Sha, the vice president of the Immortal Myth Guild. Although it was still uncertain whether other guilds had used the demon suppression shard, it was a confirmed fact for the Immortal Myth Guild. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen walked towards Qi Sha. Everyone present was still reeling from the earlier shock, and an eerie silence filled the air. As Jiang Chen approached, the solo players on either side parted like the Red Sea, leaving about 150 members of the Immortal Myth Guild, each with a grave expression. Vice President Qi Sha gripped his dagger tightly, his face tense. As Jiang Chen drew near, he wore a relaxed smile. Why so serious? He asked, pointing at a player holding a large sword. You put down that sword. Why are you holding such a big weapon? I really dislike fighting and killing. The point-at player looked bewildered, glanced around, scratched his head, and finally put down the sword. The others were equally stunned, inwardly shouting, You dislike fighting and killing? Who are you kidding? Did the members of the Heaven Guild and Royal Guild commit suicide? Their bodies aren't even cold yet. Jiang Chen continued, Don't give me that look. As a priest, I love saving lives and promoting peace. Isn't that reasonable? Qi Sha, unsure of what Jiang Chen was up to, decided to soften his stance. Well, Brother Fan Chen, we really don't have any deep-seated enmity. Using the demon suppression shard to close the sealed gate earlier was indeed unwise. Jiang Chen nodded. I thought so too, but... He trailed off, pretending to ponder. But what? Qi Sha frowned. Jiang Chen tactfully said, We were almost killed inside the sealed gate. Your guild should at least make amends, right? Qi Sha frowned and asked, What kind of amends are you suggesting? Jiang Chen stared directly at the members of the 7-Kill Guild, his tone calm, yet undeniable. Each of you should give me a piece of bronze-level equipment. That shouldn't be too much to ask, right? He calculated in his mind that instead of pointless slaughter, it would be more practical to directly demand the equipment. The 7-Kill Guild leader glanced at the roughly 150 members behind him, his face instantly darkening. Seeing this, Jiang Chen pressed on. Well, Guild leader, I assume you don't favor unnecessary conflict either? The Guild leader furrowed his brows and replied in a deep voice. No way. We don't even have 150 pieces of bronze-level equipment. At most 50 pieces. 100 pieces. Jiang Chen held his ground firmly. Or you'd better kill me right here. These words hit the guild leader like a hammer to the heart. His eyelids twitched involuntarily, and his dagger trembled in his hand. After a few seconds of silence, he finally suppressed his anger and said coldly, "Fine, 100 pieces." Reluctantly, two core members of the Immortal Myth Guild went to gather the equipment. Soon, they returned with full bags and traded the equipment to Jiang Chen. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen fed all the equipment to the magic crystal ball. A flash of malice crossed the guild leader's eyes as he said coldly, "I hope you won't choke on all this equipment. And remember, we have a long future ahead of us." Jiang Chen smiled slightly, unfazed. "We have a long future indeed." At this moment, the growth value of the magic crystal ball had reached 18003000. Jiang Chen looked around and asked loudly, "Are there any other guilds that use demon sealing fragments to shut the sealing gate? I've said it before, I don't like fighting. Why don't we resolve this peacefully?" Just then, a warrior with the ID Tingche Finglinwen approached and asked quietly, "Boss, I'm from the 90s Guild. Our leader wants to know how we can reconcile." Jiang Chen was taken aback, thinking it was absurd for such a small guild to get involved. Tingche Finglinwen explained that they were just following the trend and had no intention of targeting him. Jiang Chen immediately stated, 100 pieces of bronze-level equipment. Tingche Finglinwen quickly bargained, and the deal was settled at 30 pieces of bronze equipment. In exchange, he provided information about other guilds involved in the sealing. Besides Heaven Court, Royal Dynasty, and Myth, King's World, Supreme Alliance, and Dragon Guild also participated. King's World even used 2 demon sealing fragments. There's also a solo player named Last Night's Star. Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement, and then fed the 30 pieces of bronze equipment to the magic crystal ball. The growth value of the magic crystal ball had reached 21003000. Jiang Chen scanned his surroundings and noticed that the members of the Supreme Alliance and the Dragon Guild were still present, but the Kings of the World Guild were nowhere to be seen. He furrowed his brow, pondering the situation, when he suddenly noticed members of the Supreme Alliance quietly retreating. "Guildmaster Junlin, please wait." Jiang Chen strode toward the location of the Supreme Alliance, calling out loudly. The Guildmaster, eyed as Supreme Junlin, was a mage who had long held the top spot on the National Mage leaderboard, a formidable opponent. Upon hearing the call, Supreme Junlin stopped and turned to face Jiang Chen, a polite smile on his face. "Master Fanchen." Jiang Chen shook his head and got straight to the point. "I wonder how we offended Guild Master Junlin to the extent that you would try to trap our team in the Gate of Seals?" Supreme Junlin's expression didn't change, and his smile remained. "Master Fanchen, you must be joking. I would never do such a thing. It was just some immature members of the guild who used the demon suppression shard without permission." As he spoke, his expression turned stern, and he shouted, "Madman, get over here!" A warrior with the ID "I Desire Madness" stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Chen, a sneer playing at the corner of his mouth. Supreme Junlin half closed his eyes and said flatly, "Master Fanchen says you try to trap them. You should apologize." "Enough with the theatrics," Jiang Chen said impatiently, waving his hand. "You have 200 people here. Give me 200 pieces of bronze-level equipment, and we'll call it even." Supreme Junlin's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly, clearly struggling to hide his emotions. He feigned sincerity and said, "If Master Fanchen wants equipment, then so be it. But 200 pieces is a bit much. How about 100? I'll send them over right away." Jiang Chen was secretly pleased, as he had only intended to ask for 100 pieces to upgrade the magic crystal ball. Guild Master Junlin is so straightforward. Naturally, I have no objections. Soon, 2 core members of the Supreme Alliance approached Jiang Chen with the equipment, but deliberately stood to his right rear. Jiang Chen keenly sensed this unusual positioning and also noticed Supreme Junlin had moved to his left front. "Master Fanchen, please initiate the trade," one of the core members said. Jiang Chen turned to handle the trade and quickly completed it twice, depositing all 100 pieces of equipment into the magic crystal ball. Meanwhile, a shadow flickered in Supreme Junlin's eyes, and his staff began to emit a faint glow. A small, transparent ripple at his brow started to expand rapidly. Ripples appeared and disappeared one after another until, by the time Jiang Chen completed the second trade, the ripple at his brow no longer dissipated, as if it had reached a critical point. The core member who had just traded with Jiang Chen smirked. Jiang Chen seemed to sense something and smiled back. This unexpected reaction puzzled the core member. He couldn't understand why Jiang Chen could still smile when facing imminent danger. At that moment, behind Jiang Chen, the supreme leader stood straight, a transparent ripple forming at the center of his brow. This ripple, like a sound wave, shot toward Jiang Chen at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Jiang Chun had no time to dodge. The ripple penetrated his body directly. Boom! A terrifying number floated above Jiang Chen's head. This time, it wasn't his mana that was depleted, but his health that was completely erased. Jiang Chen's figure slowly collapsed, disintegrating into fragments. The scene erupted into chaos. Players exchanged bewildered glances, whispering, "What happened? How did Master Fanchen fall?" However, before anyone could react, an unscathed Jiang Chen appeared in the same spot. He looked calmly at the Supreme Leader and said softly, "So it was a charged soul spike." The Supreme Leader was too shocked to speak. He had specifically arranged for someone to trade equipment with Jiang Chun to buy time to charge the soul spike. But now, Jiang Chun was completely unharmed. "Why aren't you dead?" the Supreme Leader shouted incredulously. Jiang Chun didn't explain. He simply said, "Time to go." As soon as he spoke, a hexagram magic circle appeared beneath his feet, followed by a purple crystal ball. In an instant, light enveloped over 100 members of the Supreme Guild, including the Supreme Leader. Terrifying damage numbers appeared above their heads, and they fell to the ground in an instant. Only a few members who were standing farther away were spared. While feeding the newly traded equipment to the magic crystal ball, Jiang Chen glanced at the Supreme Leader's corpse, which was flickering with a faint light. The surrounding players went wild. "Holy crap, Master Fanchun is alive again. What just happened? I think I saw two Master Fanchuns." Master Fanchun is insanely powerful. As a priest, he's become a god. The players' admiration for Jiang Chun had reached a fever pitch. Strange and fervent praises echoed around. Is this really a support class? Single-handedly sweeping through major guilds? If heaven did not create Chen God, the support role would be in eternal darkness. At the end of the priest's path, who stands at the peak, one look at Chen God, and all becomes void. At this moment, Jiang Chun fed the newly acquired bronze-level equipment from the Supreme Alliance into the magic crystal ball, one piece at a time, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. When only 10 pieces remained, the system suddenly prompted, "Guyu's magic crystal ball has reached full growth value of 30003000, upgraded to platinum level." Platinum level. Jiang Chen's face lit up with joy as he quickly fed the remaining equipment into the ball. Eagerly, he checked the new attributes of the magic crystal ball. Guyu's magic crystal ball platinum level can grow further. Intelligence, 7030. Dual casting, 70 chance to trigger double effects on self-cast abilities. Growth value, 100300000. Jiang Chen's stats saw a significant boost. Intelligence, 230-260. Mana, 3300-3600. Spell power, 580-640. The probability of dual casting jumped from 20 to 70. Jiang Chun murmured in surprise, secretly hoping it might reach 100 next time. However, seeing the growth value requirement soar from 3,000 to 30,000, he shook his head, knowing another breakthrough wouldn't come anytime soon. Just then, a glimmer on the ground caught Jiang Chen's eye. It was equipment dropped by the Supreme Overlord upon death. He bent down to pick it up and examined it closely. Fragmented Angel Ring Silver level. Can be repaired. Mana, 100. Increases spell power by 4 of maximum mana. Suitable for mages, priests, summoners. Required level, LV10. Note, this equipment is fragmented and can be repaired at the blacksmith in the main city. Reparable. Jiang Chun was initially taken aback, but then couldn't hide his excitement. This meant the equipment could grow further, potentially upgrading in quality, maybe even 2 levels. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun put on the ring. His stats changed once more. Mana, 3,600-3,700. Spell power, 640-776, an increase of 136 points, equivalent to 4 of 3,700. Supreme Overlord, this is quite the gift. Jiang Chun beamed, already looking forward to returning to the main city to repair the equipment. However, as he basked in his joy, the system issued an urgent notification. Due to the restoration of the unsealing force, the 5th to 9th sealed gates are about to open. Jiang Chun was momentarily stunned, then realized the gravity of the situation. 5 sealed gates opening simultaneously meant 5 bronze-level bosses would appear. Worse still, the bosses behind the 5th and 6th gates hadn't been cleared yet. Surveying his surroundings, Jiang Chun noticed that although many players were still present, the main forces of several guilds were missing, which would undoubtedly impact the upcoming battle. Many players, reminded of the unfinished server-wide quest, started rushing towards the sealed gates. Members of the Dragon Guild were also preparing to defend the demon suppression cauldron at the foot of the mountain. Jiang Chun thought to himself, "I'll let them be for now. We'll settle things after the quest is done." He issued a brief command in the team channel, "Fan Shin, come out. Let's head to the other sealed gates first." Moments later, 2 graceful figures emerged from the sealed gates. Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao. To avoid danger, Jiang Chun had previously instructed them to stay inside the gates. Now that the immediate threat was over, it was time for them to return to the battlefield. Two figures swiftly appeared beside Jiang Chun, their faces glowing with excitement. Cheng Ying couldn't wait to speak, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. Brother Fanchen, I just saw you take down so many people in an instant. It was so thrilling and blood-pumping. Tao Xiaoyao wasn't to be outdone, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Yeah, Brother Fanchen, dealing with players is way easier for you than fighting monsters. Hearing this, Jiangchen couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. You too, how did you become so violent? Two young ladies getting so excited over killing people. Isn't that a bit too much? Cheng Ying was taken aback for a moment, then retorted, but Brother Fanchen, aren't you even more violent? You're the one who did all the killing. Tao Xiaoyao immediately nodded in agreement. Jiang Chun was momentarily at a loss for words, coughing lightly to cover his embarrassment. He quickly changed the subject. Ahem, let's head to the sixth seal gate. With that, he turned and walked towards their destination. Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao exchanged smiles and followed closely behind. The sixth seal gate was one Jiang Chun had dealt with earlier, and there was still a bronze-level boss inside. For ordinary players, the small monsters could be troublesome, but manageable with sheer numbers. The real challenge was the boss. Jiang Chun was determined to clear all the remaining bosses from the seal gates. By now, the area outside the octagonal altar had become deserted. Most players had left after receiving the system notification. A silver-haired figure appeared quietly beside the altarate was Yu Xiaodu Wu, who had just emerged from the seal gate. She bit her lip lightly, looking at Jiang Chen's receding figure, ready to turn and leave. Suddenly, a message interrupted her thoughts. Fanchen, why did you leave the team suddenly? Are we not good enough for you anymore? Yu Xiaodu Wu was momentarily stunned and quickly replied, that's not what I meant. I just feel like I'm not much help in the team, and you guys don't need me, so... Fanchen, you're not much help, true, but we still need you to guide us to the other seal gates. Humph. Yu Xiaodu Wu snorted softly, but a smile involuntarily curved her lips. She quickly changed direction and chased after Jiang Chun. Not far away, the Yuang duo hadn't left yet. Yuang Yinru asked excitedly, Brother Gang, should we release this video? Yuang Yanggang, trying to suppress his own excitement, replied, since we have Fanchen's friendship, we should ask him first. It would be disrespectful otherwise. The two had been recording videos all along, capturing the thrilling moments of Jiang Chen single-handedly defeating players from various guilds. Yuang Yanggang promptly sent a message to Jiang Chen. Yuang Yanggang, Fanchen, we recorded your recent interactions with the other guilds. What do you think? A reply came quickly. Fanchen, what do you mean, you want to release it? Yuang Yanggang, yes, we wanted to get your permission first. After all, others probably recorded it too, and there will likely be many people uploading it. Fanchen, so, might as well let you guys release it? Yuang Yanggang, yes, exactly. But if you don't agree, we won't post it. Fanchen, just make sure to edit it to look cool. Edit it to look cool? Yuang Yanggang was momentarily stunned. Then a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. Did he really agree? That's awesome. Yuang Yinru's face turned red with excitement. One man taking down 3 major guilds and intimidating the others into not daring to retaliate. I can't even imagine the impact this video will have once it's released. On the other side, Jiang Chen led Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao to the 6th sealed gate. They stood in front of the gate, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Jiang Chen quickly assessed the situation. The boss hasn't come out yet. Let's go in. With that, the 3 of them stepped through the sealed gate without hesitation. Deep within the sealed area, a massive howling moon demon wolf was slowly making its way out. This wolf stood 3 meters tall and was 6 meters long, exuding an intimidating aura. Jiang Chun had already cleared the smaller monsters here, leaving only this boss. Jiang Chun quickly checked the boss's stats. Howling Moon Demon Wolf, LV 15 Bronze Tier Boss. Skill 1, Deadly Claw. Each attack has a 5 chance to deal 10 times the damage. Skill 2, Howling Moon. Every 20 decrease in health causes it to howl at the sky, increasing its attack power and speed by 100 for 1 minute. Jiang Chun immediately cast a healing spell. A purple crystal orb appeared, and a beam of white light struck the boss, instantly taking away nearly 2 of its health. He quickly calculated, approximately 150,000 HP. With my current magic power of over 700, I can take it down in 1 minute. A hexagram magic circle unfolded beneath Jiang Chen's feet, and white healing beams continuously shot at the boss. The purple crystal orb spun rapidly around Jiang Chun, relentlessly dealing damage. With just 2 continuous skills, Jiang Chun had already taken down a third of the boss's health. The boss had used its first Howling Moon skill, but before it could fully unleash its power, it had to start howling for the second time. The scene looked rather comical. Since the boss lacked area effect skills, Jiang Chun could attack almost effortlessly. In less than a minute, the Howling Moon Demon Wolf collapsed to the ground. A system notification popped up. You have slain the boss. Howling Moon Demon Wolf Bronze Tier. Achieving the first kill. Jiang Chun quickly checked his task points. Current points, 86,000 and 88,800. Public points, 21,522, 200. Bronze Tier Boss, 1,000 points. Jiang Chun muttered to himself as he swiftly picked up the loot dropped by the boss. You have obtained Swift Boots Silver Tier. First kill final hit drop. You have obtained Moonshadow Longbow Silver Tier. Without closely inspecting the equipment, Jiang Chun immediately called out to his teammates. Let's move to the next location. As they exited the sealed gate, they encountered Yuexia Duwu, who had just arrived. She exclaimed in surprise, "Is it all cleared inside?" That was fast. Jiang Chun nodded in confirmation and sent out a team invitation. Lead us to the 7th sealed gate. Under Yuexia Duwu's guidance, they arrived at another sealed gate on Qian Mountain. By this time, many monsters were already pouring out of the gate, forming a long line that stretched down the mountain. Yuexia Duwu asked worriedly, "A lot of monsters have already come out of the sealed gate. Shouldn't we deal with them?" Jiang Chun decisively replied, "Priority is to take down the boss. We need to move to the next location quickly." As he spoke, he pulled nearby small monsters and charged into the sealed gate. Don't bother pulling monsters on purpose. Once we reach the boss, we can deal with the trailing ones. Meanwhile, Lihua City's resurrection point was bustling with activity. Under a white-winged angel statue, white lights flashed continuously as players emerged one by one. The area was crowded with guild members recently sent back by Jiang Chun. Tianting guild leader Taidao Zhan Yinluo saw Huanchao Taizi emerge from the resurrection point and couldn't help but mock. Well, if it isn't Prince, you got sent back too. Huanchao Taizi retorted without missing a beat. Taidao, you have the nerve to talk? You were the first one sent back. He glanced at Taidao Zhan Yinluo's hand and taunted. How does it feel to have your gear blown up? These words hit a sore spot for Taidao Zhan Yinluo, who let out a cold snort, his expression darkening considerably. The crown prince of the dynasty felt inexplicably better and decided to press his advantage. Feigning concern, he said to Taidao Zhan Yinluo, "But don't worry, the double-handed greatsword isn't suitable for the first kill team. It should be back on the auction house soon. When that happens, you can just bid for it again." A sly glint appeared in his eyes as he continued. "Oh, by the way, the shop in Julo City has some gold-tier defensive gear for sale. I guess you might not have enough money for both, right? So what's it going to be? A weapon or defensive gear?" Taidao Zhan Yinluo detected the mockery in his words and immediately snapped back. "Stop being so sarcastic. I saw plenty of your guild members die too. It must not have been easy for you either." Huh? The two exchanged barbs, neither willing to back down. Just then, a dazzling white light suddenly illuminated the respawn point. A group of players with grim expressions emerged, and among them was none other than Zhizuan Junlin. Simultaneously, Taidao Zhan Yinluo and the crown prince of the dynasty called out, "Well, if it isn't Brother Junlin, you're back too." Zhizuan Junlin was momentarily taken aback by their synchronized taunts, but quickly cursed them inwardly. These two bastards. Seeing the opportune moment, the crown prince of the dynasty decided to withdraw and feigned a courteous farewell to Taidao Zhan Yinluo. "I must take my leave. I've got some gear to buy." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Zhizuan Junlin with a dark expression. Meanwhile, in front of the main mansion of Julo City, a graceful figure was slowly approaching. Despite wearing a coarse cloth robe, her imposing presence drew the attention of many passing players. This was none other than Xia Rare, who had just reached level 10. After completing her tailor supprofession quest, she headed straight for the mansion. Xia Rare carefully surveyed her surroundings, thinking, the shop Jiang Chun mentioned in the mansion of Julo City should be around here. With practiced ease, she found the shop's location. She had spent considerable effort studying guides to make the most of the manager position Jiang Chun had given her. Soon, she arrived at a shop named Treasure Pavilion, and the system immediately greeted her. "Welcome back to the shop." Xia Rui's eyes lit up, and she quickly stepped inside. At that moment, a group of players suddenly surged near the teleportation array in Julo City, all heading towards the main mansion, seemingly filled with curiosity and anticipation. Meanwhile, far away in the ancient land of Qian, Jiang Chun was fully focused on dealing with the boss behind the 7th seal gate. After defeating this troublesome foe, he wasted no time and immediately headed for the next seal gate, completely unaware of the unfolding events in the main city. In the depths of the 8th seal gate, Jiang Chun moved as if he were in an uninhabited territory. He swiftly dispatched the 2 or 3 dozen ordinary monsters trailing him, as well as the dozen elite monsters guarding the boss. Without pausing after clearing the minor enemies, Chen charged directly at the imposing boss in front of him. This was a unicorn demon rhino, a level 15 bronze tier boss. Chen quickly scanned its skill information. Charge every time its health drops by 10. It will launch a fierce charge at the nearest target, dealing 300 damage and knocking the target back 5 meters. Frenzy every time its health drops by 25. It will ignore aggro and attack any target within 20 meters, increasing its attack power by 50. Keep your distance. This boss attacks randomly, Chen briefly warned, then launched a fierce offensive. He first cast a healing spell, and a beam of white light instantly descended upon the unicorn demon rhino. Next, he unleashed the Holy Light Apocalypse Array and Healing Ray in quick succession. With the support of a purple crystal orb, a dazzling 6-pointed star array, and a concentrated white healing beam appeared simultaneously. 3 damage indicators popped up almost simultaneously above the boss's head. Moo! The enraged unicorn demon rhino snorted out 2 jets of white mist from its nostrils and charged at the source of the skills. Its attack method was to gore with its horn. Chen, like a matador, deftly dodged with a swift sidestep. The battle continued, with a constant white beam connecting Chen to the boss and the 6-pointed star array beneath him continuously glowing. He cast another healing spell, causing the boss's health to plummet, triggering its charge skill. The unicorn demon rhino halted its attack, scraped the ground with its hind hooves, and then suddenly charged, leaving a trail of afterimages as it reached Chen in an instant. Too close, can't dodge without displacement. Chen thought, just as the boss rammed into him. With a boom, Chen was knocked back 5 meters, with a damage number appearing above his head. Surprisingly, his health remained intact, losing only over 800 mana points. Can't keep blinking to dodge skills, gotta go all out. Chen quickly adjusted his stance and launched a new round of skill bombardments. The battle continued for a while until the system notification sounded. You have slain the boss, Unicorn Demon Rhino, bronze tier, achieving the first kill. Chen immediately stepped forward to collect the loot. The system informed him that he had obtained a Moon Spring Robe Silver Deer and a Cold Iron Greatsword Silver Deer. Without delay, Chen decisively shouted, "Let's go to the next location," and headed towards the Ninth Seal Gate. Meanwhile, in a mansion shop in Julo City, Xiaoru discovered an unexpected surprise. 2 shop managers had registered her ID. One shop was named Treasure Pavilion, and the other was yet to be named. Chen is so rich, he actually set up 2 shops? Xiaoru was somewhat astonished. From what she knew, renting any shop here cost 1,000 gold coins per month, equivalent to 100,000 Huaxia yuan, comparable to prime commercial street locations in big cities. Ordinary people could hardly afford it. What she didn't know was that Chen had actually rented 6 shops. In the Treasure Pavilion, Xiaoru found she had the authority to view various shop information. The shop's name was Treasure Pavilion, the owner was Fan Shun, and the manager was Rare. Items for sale included a Blood Armor Gold tier and an Ice Frost Staff Gold tier, both negotiable. She also discovered 540 gold coins in the shop's treasury. Checking the records, she found that the money came from selling 4 bronze tier and 1 silver tier items. These items sell for so much, there are so many rich people. Xiaoru couldn't help but sigh, gaining more confidence in the market for in-game fashion items. She then found the designs for a Moonlight Ruchuan and a Dawn Tassel skirt left by Chen in the shop's warehouse. Although Xiaoru was a total novice in combat, barely understanding equipment attributes, she excelled in learning the life profession of tailoring. She almost instantly completed the sub-profession task attempting to make a simple garment based on a design. For her, it was far easier than making clothes in real life. Looking at the designs, Xiaoru's eyes showed a hint of excitement. Without hesitation, she chose to learn them. The 2 designs turned into streams of light and merged into her body. The system notification sounded. You have learned the Moonlight Ruchuan design, gaining the rare crafting method for Moonlight Ruchuan. You have learned the Dawn Tassel skirt design, gaining the excellent crafting method for Dawn Tassel skirt. Xiaoru stared intently at the 2 fashion blueprints that suddenly appeared on the assistant panel, her brows furrowing. The designs for the Mingyue Ruchuan and the Shiguang Tassel dress seemed simple, but the required materials left her at a loss. Superior silk, colorful brocade, dragon musk, where could she possibly find these rare materials? Her gaze fell on the shop owner's ID, and she quickly sent a friend request to Fancheng. Just then, footsteps echoed from the shop entrance. The crown prince of the dynasty strode into the treasure pavilion with his entourage, his sharp eyes scanning the shelves. "Are you the owner?" he asked, his eyes flashing with a hint of admiration as he looked at Xiaoru. Xiaoru tilted her head slightly. "And you are?" "I'm here to buy equipment." The crown prince's eyes locked on 2 gold tier items of blood magic armor and a staff. "What's the price for these 2 gold tier items?" Remembering the notice left by Chen, Xiaoru cautiously replied, "Name your price. The highest bidder wins." The crown prince pondered for a moment. How about 10,000 gold coins for the blood magic armor? Xia Ruo's eyes widened, her heart racing. 10,000 gold coins were equivalent to 1 million Huaxia currency. She couldn't help but think about her annual salary of just 150,000, feeling a pang of bitterness. This is ridiculous, she cursed silently. Seeing Xia Ruo's hesitation, the crown prince raised his offer. How about 15,000 gold coins? Before she could respond, a loud voice interrupted. 16,000. With his core members, Taidao Zhan Yinluo quickly approached. The crown prince's brow furrowed. Guild leader Taidao, are you planning to interfere as well? Don't you want that weapon? Taidao Zhan Yinluo replied coldly. What I choose to buy is my business. No need for the crown prince to worry. The atmosphere grew tense, and the crown prince, expressionless, upped his bid. 18,000. 19,000. Taidao Zhan Yinluo countered without backing down. 20,000. A new voice joined the bidding. Supreme Alliance's leader, Supreme Junlin, had also arrived unnoticed. The crown prince glanced at him. Guild leader Junlin, are you bidding for the blood magic armor or the staff? Supreme Junlin responded calmly. I want them both. Meanwhile, in the Crimson Flame ancient land at the ninth seal gate of Crimson Flame Mountain, Jiang Chen and 3 beautiful companions had just defeated a boss. Although monsters continued to pour out, Jiang Chen believed the other players could handle them. He glanced at his task points. Current points 90,088, public points 22,522. As he daydreamed about potential rewards, a friend request caught his attention. The request from an ID named Ruor made Jiang Chen pause briefly before he accepted it. Ruor, Jiang Chen, finally. I've been trying to add you for ages. Fancheng. Sister Ruor, what's up? Ruor. Someone is at your shop bidding on equipment. I don't know what price is reasonable. Also, where can I find the materials for those fashion items? Is someone buying equipment or costume materials in the shop? Have you finally reached level 10? Jiang Chen sent a voice message back, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. He explained, any equipment over 20,000 gold is acceptable. As for materials, most costume materials can be bought in the materials shop. These 2 blueprints shouldn't require any top-tier special materials, right? Xiaorayer replied in surprise. There's a materials shop? All right, I got it. Watching them bid is pretty thrilling. I'll go check it out first and contact you later. Jiang Chen looked at Xiaorayer's message on the screen and couldn't help but shake his head. Xiaorayer was indeed a complete gaming novice. If it weren't for the influence of the gods, she probably wouldn't have touched online games at all. As Jiang Chen was pondering the timing for opening the last 3 silver-level sealed gates, a system notification suddenly popped up. The 10th silver sealed gate, the 11th silver sealed gate, and the 12th silver sealed gate are about to open. Brother Fancheng, Cheng Ying exclaimed. Jiang Chen immediately made a decision. Let's go to the 10th sealed gate. Yuxia Duwu frowned. How can it be this fast? It feels like everything's gone chaotic after the golden sealed gates opened. Down at the mountain's base, the Demon Suppression 9 cauldrons might not hold much longer. Jiang Chen said helplessly. There's no choice. I have to deal with the boss first. I'll handle these bosses as quickly as possible and hope others can hold out a bit longer. Turning to Yuxia Duwu, he urged, hurry up. Take me to the sealed gate. Yuxia Duwu nodded in agreement and immediately led the way. The group quickly headed towards the 10th sealed gate, dealing with a few obstructing monsters along the way. Soon, Jiang Chen arrived at the sealed gate and spotted the boss deep within the sealed area, formidable and tall Minotaur general wielding a giant axe, slowly walking out. The system displayed. Minotaur General Silver Tier, Boss LV-15. Skill 1. War Stomp. Every 10 HP lost, stomps the ground heavily, dealing 200 damage to all targets within 10 meters and stunning them for 5 seconds. Skill 2. Earth Split. Every 25 HP lost, swings the giant axe to smash the ground, causing cracks within a 10-meter radius, dealing 300 damage and reducing target's movement speed by 50 for 10 seconds. The Minotaur must die, Jiang Chen murmured, quickly maneuvering behind the boss and casting a healing spell. A white light enveloped the boss, instantly reducing its HP by nearly 300,000 HP. Jiang Chen calculated silently while casting a holy light array and healing ray. Fortunately, all the initial skills triggered double casting, and the boss's HP quickly dropped to 97. In less than 5 seconds, the boss's HP plummeted to 90, as if drained by a blood pump. Moo! The boss let out a high-pitched roar, slowly lifting its leg. Seeing this, Jiang Chen quickly retreated, but the boss's movements were faster than he anticipated. Boom! With a dull thud, the ground shook violently. Damn, I didn't watch the HP closely enough. This skill triggered too fast. Next time, I need to exit the range earlier. Jiang Chen glanced at his position, still 3 or 4 meters from the safe zone. Reluctantly, he used his blink skill to retreat, avoiding the 5-second stun effect. After dodging the war stomp, Jiang Chun continued his fierce assault. Soon, the boss's HP dropped to 75. The Minotaur general raised its giant axe and smashed it into the ground. Boom! With a loud crash, shockwaves spread out instantly, creating numerous cracks in the ground and causing it to slightly cave in. This time, Jiang Chun chose not to evade. A blinding light flashed, and a high damage number appeared above his head. The blue magic bar decreased by nearly a third in an instant. At the same time, an invisible force seemed to bind his legs, reducing his movement speed by half. Despite this, Jiang Chen's expression remained as calm as ever. His fingers danced nimbly in the air, continuing to cast skill after skill on the boss. A few minutes later, with a thunderous crash, the massive body of the Minotaur boss fell to the ground. The system notification promptly sounded. You have slain the Minotaur Demon General, Silver Tier Boss. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, frowning slightly. This wasn't a first kill? He quickly thought it over. The seal gate hadn't been opened before, so the Minotaur boss on Qian Mountain must have been killed for the first time. There was only one possibility: another Minotaur boss had already been slain somewhere else. Minotaurs sure are hated, getting killed this early, Jiang Chen muttered to himself helplessly. He quickly bent down to pick up the glowing loot on the ground. You have obtained the Meteor Sword, Gold Tier. The system notification sounded again. Jiang Chen curled his lip in slight disappointment. Not a first kill, so one less piece of gear. Without examining it closely, he tossed the equipment into his bag and rushed toward the next battlefield. Under the leadership of Yuesha Duwu, they soon arrived at the 11th Seal Gate. Meanwhile, in the treasure pavilion of the Grand Manor in Julo City, an intense bidding war was underway. Xiao'er stood in the shop, watching with great interest as the three people before her fiercely competed. At this moment, the bidding fell into a brief silence. After a few seconds, the crown prince of the dynasty gritted his teeth and shouted, 25,000 gold. The room fell silent again. Then, Zhandao Yinluo, with a stern face, squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. 26,000. 27,000. Supreme Junlin's voice rang out coldly from the side. This is my last bid. Any higher, and I'm out. His gaze never left the staff. 28,000. The crown prince of the dynasty suddenly shouted a number, then gritted his teeth and said, Zhandao Yinluo, let's see what you can bid. Since Junlin won't go higher, I'm out too. Zhandao Yanluo's expression suddenly changed. The previously grim face now showed a strange smile. The crown prince of the dynasty instantly understood and flew into a rage. You're inflating the price on purpose to mess with me. Zhandao Yinluo responded with a smile. All right, deal, Xiao'er said enthusiastically. Next up is a frost staff. Place your bids, everyone. She found the situation quite amusing. Meanwhile, at the Demon Suppression 9 cauldrons at the foot of Qian Mountain, the situation had become dire. A large number of monsters swarmed in from all directions, surrounding the players completely. The ground was no longer visible, and more monsters kept gathering from the mountain. We're doomed. There's no way to clear all these monsters. It feels hopeless. What's the point of playing like this? Someone save me. I don't want to lose my stats. Save what? With so many monsters, we're finished. Most players wore expressions of despair as they watched the approaching monsters. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Suddenly, someone shouted, Chen Shun can do it. The shout was like a stone thrown into 1,000 waves, instantly sparking a surge of discussion. Where's their first kill team? They haven't come down, have they? Someone tell Chen Shun to come to the mountain foot, or we're really done for. Who's Chen Shin? Is he really that strong? It's not about strength. He's one of those rare, insanely powerful types, you know? Chen Shun, hurry up. We can't hold on much longer. Various voices rose and fell, filled with anticipation and calls for Chen Shun. To the north of Qian Mountain, on the vast, crimson land, a four-person team strode purposefully towards the mountain's base. The group consisted of 3 men and 1 woman, a heavily armored warrior, an archer with a longbow, a knight on a tall horse, and a female priestess wielding a staff. Finally, we're here, the warrior said, wiping sweat from his forehead. The last mission took more time than expected. I wonder what the current status of this server-wide quest is. The priestess stepped forward quickly, her eyes gleaming with excitement. I just got the news. 3 Silverdeer Seal gates have already opened. I also found out their approximate locations. Great! The knight slapped his horse's back. Let's go straight for the boss. As they conversed, they continued their rapid ascent up the mountain. Inside the 11th sealed gate, Jiang Shun and his team reached the depths of the sealed area and finally encountered the best 3-tailed demon fox. Jiang Shun scrutinized the silver tier boss, silently assessing it. LV-15 Azure Foxfire. Each attack shoots 3 blue flames from its tails, dealing 150 magic damage per flame and providing 20 spell vamp. Every time its HP drops by 20, it releases Foxfire Bloom, creating a giant foxfire that deals 300 magic damage and forms a 10-meter flame area, dealing 100 magic damage per second for 10 seconds. Jiang Chun frowned slightly. A ranged magic boss. Maybe it's because of the server-wide quest, but this boss is stronger than the usual field boss. And the further we go through the sealed gates, the stronger the boss gets. Just as Jiang Chun was about to make a move, Yuexia Duwu's voice suddenly rang out. Fancheng, I just got an alert that the demon suppression cauldron is being corrupted by demons. Ever since the first breach, someone has been guarding the cauldron, but it looks like they can't hold out this time. Jiang Chun pondered for a moment before speaking seriously. Qing, Xiaoyao, you two go down to the mountain base to help. Especially you, Xiaoyao. If things get critical, you must step up and command the players. Command? Tao Xiaoyao froze for a moment, stammering, I don't know how to command. Jiang Chun looked at her resolutely. You can do it. You have the ability to manage the battlefield. Just make sure the players are where they need to be. Trust yourself? Jiang Chun thought to himself. Tao Xiaoyao's observational and analytical skills are top-notch. Otherwise, she wouldn't have led the retreating players to defend their main city during the later National War, and even led the summoned Beast Army to burn down one of Sakura Nation's main cities. But, will the others listen to me? Tao Xiaoyao looked worried. They'll listen to Cheng Ying. Let Cheng Ying relay your commands. Jiang Chun waved his hand. Hurry up, I'll be right behind you. Listen to Brother Fancheng. He must have his reasons. Cheng Ying said firmly, always unconditionally supporting Jiang Chun. All right, I understand. Tao Xiaoyao nodded seriously. The two quickly left, while Jiang Chun turned back to the boss. He raised his hand and cast a healing spell. Just like with the previous Minotaur boss, the three-tailed demon fox instantly lost about one of its health. He then swiftly followed up with a holy light revelation and healing ray. The continuous damage caused the three-tailed fox boss to screech, its three tails rising high as they quickly formed 3 blue fireballs. With a swift flick of its tails, the fireballs shot out like a barrage, tracing a perfect arc in the air and targeting Jiang Chun from tricky angles. The fireballs were incredibly fast, and their angles were extremely difficult to dodge completely. Without much time to think, Jiang Chun decided to move to the right. Boom! The blue fireball on the right struck Jiang Chun heavily. At the same time, a 65 health recovery number appeared above the boss's head. Good, as long as I don't get hit by all 3 fireballs at once, it's manageable. Jiang Chun quickly assessed that the boss posed little threat to him. Without hesitation, he cast another healing spell while noting that 3 more blue fireballs were forming on the boss's tails, hurtling towards him. This time, Jiang Chun decided to take one heat-in. Soon, the boss's health dropped to 80. This time, instead of 3 blue fireballs on its tail, a single massive fireball began to form. The condensation time was noticeably longer, and the fireball size far exceeded the previous ones. In no time, a gigantic blue fireball, taller than a person, hovered in midair, emanating a heart-palpitating energy wave. Suddenly, the fireball shot towards Jiang Chun like an arrow, and although it wasn't fast, it gave an overwhelming sense of unavoidable pressure. Jiang Chun reacted swiftly, dodging to the side. The giant blue fireball missed and crashed heavily onto the ground. In an instant, it burst like a water balloon, and a vast expanse of blue flames spread out like a tidal wave. Although Jiang Chun avoided the direct hit, he couldn't escape the engulfing sea of fire. The blue flames swallowed Jiang Chun in an instant, and his energy began to plummet rapidly. Even though he evaded the direct impact, the 10-meter radius of flames left him with nowhere to hide. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Chun endured the damage and quickly dashed out of the fiery area. Meanwhile, he continuously cast his skills, seizing every opportunity to attack. A few minutes later, the 3-tailed demon fox let out an unwilling howl and collapsed with a thud. The system promptly notified, "You have slain the boss. 3-tailed demon fox silvered ear boss," achieving the first kill. Jiang Chun quickly stepped forward to collect the loot. The system notified again, "You have obtained Crescent Rogue Gold Tier. You have obtained Indomitable Longbow Gold Tier." This was already the 3rd piece of Gold Tier equipment. Jiang Chun took a deep breath and turned to Yuexia Duwu, saying, "Let's go to the final seal gate." Yuexia Duwu nodded silently, and the two left the seal gate together. Just outside the gate, Jiang Chun spotted a group of 4 approaching from a distance. They were discussing, "Why is the boss inside the 10th seal gate already dead?" "No idea. Maybe someone specifically went in to kill it." "Which team is that strong? Could it be organized by a major guild?" Suddenly, the female priest in the group exclaimed, "We've reached the 11th seal gate." "Huh? Someone's here." All 4 turned their gazes towards the seal gate and noticed Jiang Chun standing nearby. Both sides showed expressions of surprise. Jiang Chun recognized their IDs. The warrior Jinshi Hengqiu, the archer Xin Wanyu shouting, the knight Xiao and Budong Russian, and the female priest Xiao Chun Qisi Huixing. These players were quite famous in the game, especially Jinchi Hengxiu and Xinwan Yu Shouting, who had both made it onto their respective profession leaderboards. Jinchi Hengxiu was the first to step forward, asking with a hint of surprise, "Are you Fan Cheng, the priest from the first kill team? Is there something you need?" Jiang Chun responded curtly, "Nothing." Jinchi Hengxiu shook his head, then pointed at the seal gate and asked, "Just wanted to know, is the boss inside still there?" "It's gone," Jiang Chun replied succinctly. "You guys killed it?" Jinchi Hengxiu was taken aback, glancing at Jiang Chun and Yuexia Duwu. "Just the two of you?" Jiang Chun didn't elaborate and turned to Yuexia Duwu, saying, "Let's go to the next seal gate." As the two were about to leave, Jiang Chen's expression suddenly changed, his brow furrowing. "Wait, we need to go down the mountain." He had just received a message from Tao Xiaoyao. "Brother Fancheng, we're a bit late. There are too many monsters here. Even if I try my best, we won't last more than 10 minutes. Jiang Chen quickly replied, "Try to stabilize the situation. I'm coming down right away." With that, Jiang Chun and Yuexia Duwu headed straight down the mountain, leaving Jinchi Hengxiu and his group bewildered. Didn't they say they were going to the next seal gate? Why did they suddenly leave? Xinwan Yu shouting asked in confusion. Xiaoan shook his head. "Just the two of them. Can they really kill the boss? I find it hard to believe. Let's go in and see for ourselves." Xiao Chun immediately headed towards the seal gate, with the other three following closely behind. When they reached the depths of the sealed area, they were greeted by the sight of the three-tailed demon fox's corpse. The four exchanged glances, their eyes full of shock. It's really dead? The longer a boss has been dead, the more decayed the corpse will be. This one is clearly freshly killed, and they were the only ones around, meaning they really did it. How is that possible? A silver deer boss, even with our coordinated effort, would take a long time to kill. How did a priest and an assassin manage it? Jinchi Hengxiu pondered for a moment and said, "Maybe because of the quest, the boss here is relatively weaker. Let's head to the next seal gate, and we'll find out then." The area at the foot of Qian Mountain, between the mountain and the demon suppression cauldron, was packed tight. Swarms of players and converging monsters clashed like two colliding torrents, creating utter chaos. Some monsters had already broken through the players' defenses and were furiously attacking the demon suppression cauldron, each strike leaving alarming cracks on its surface. "Pull some people back to guard the cauldron," someone shouted. "No way, pulling back will just let more monsters flood in," another voice responded. "Damn it, healer. I need healing now. Is there any top player who can help us? Help! Where is Dust God? Why isn't he here?" The first kill team is nowhere to be seen. Are they already wiped? The shouts of the players filled the air, adding to the chaos. More and more players were falling, and the monster army was closing in on the cauldron. At that moment, Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao arrived at the foot of the mountain. They were stunned by the scene before them. Tao Xiaoyao quickly regained her composure and whispered, "It looks like we're late. They won't hold out much longer unless Fanchen comes." She quickly sent a message to Jiang Chun explaining the situation, then turned to Cheng Ying and said, "Let's circle around to the left." The two swiftly moved to the back side of the player army, where the Dragon Guild members were located. Tao Xiaoyao had a sudden idea. "Cheng Ying, can you get their ranged players to prioritize the monsters near the cauldron?" Just as Cheng Ying was about to act, a cheer erupted around them. "The first kill team is here. It's Cheng Ying, the top knight in the game. Help us, we're about to fall." Feeling dizzy from the noise, Cheng Ying quickly shouted, "Stop, listen to me. Dragon Guild, can you hear me? Get your ranged players to focus on the monsters near the cauldron." "But without ranged support, what about the monsters at the front?" a Dragon Guild member questioned. The Dragon Guild leader, Yulong Zaitian, glanced at Cheng Ying, recalling the scene of Jiang Chen's rampage on Qian Mountain. After a moment's hesitation, he ordered, "Do as she says. Ranged players, focus on the monsters near the cauldron." The ranged players immediately shifted their focus, pouring firepower on the monsters near the cauldron. The pressure on the frontline melee fighters increased instantly, and some guild members began to fall. Tao Xiaoyao continued to command, "Cheng Ying, have the ranged players on the right side of Dragon Guild move over. There are fewer monsters there. Also, get those with the prefix heroic to pull back a bit to support Dragon Guild. And hey, that healer named Dizzy Heals. Why are you only healing your teammates? The knight next to you is about to die." As Cheng Ying relayed Tao Xiaoyao's instructions, the situation in this area gradually improved. However, this was only 1/5 of the entire battlefield, and the rest was still in chaos. A few minutes later, the overall situation continued to deteriorate. Tao Xiaoyao decisively said, "The middle section is about to break. Cheng Ying, let's go. You help that warrior at the front hold off the monsters, and I'll use Little Yellow to distract those two at the back." But just then, a large group of monsters had already broken through the right flank. The situation was critical. What should we do? If the 9 demon-suppressing cauldrons are destroyed, Does that mean we've failed the mission? On the right side of the battlefield, the defensive line had completely collapsed. After a dozen melee players fell, a massive wave of monsters surged forward. Seeing this, hundreds of squishy players in the rear scattered in all directions. In an instant, hundreds of monsters broke through and charged straight toward the 9 demon-suppressing cauldrons. Damn it! The tank is down, and you ranged players don't even dare to kite the mobs, one player shouted angrily. How are we supposed to kite? We'd just die anyway, another retorted. You think I'm Chin, huh? Kiting mobs? Are you crazy? Idiot, you're still thinking about saving yourself? Failing the mission is worse than dying. Shut up. If you're so capable, you do it. As the defensive line crumbled, the players fell into chaotic bickering. At this moment, Tao Xiaoyao and Cheng Ying were still positioned in the middle. Seeing the dire situation on the far right, even Tao Xiaoyao couldn't help but sigh and facepalm. It's hopeless. Just then, she received a message. Fancheng, I'm here. Tao Xiaoyao's eyes lit up, and she immediately responded via voice chat. Brother Fancheng, circle around to the right side, to the demon-suppressing cauldrons. This area has already fallen. Right at that moment, someone shouted, Chen is here. Suddenly, the battlefield erupted with excited cries. Really? Chen is here? Where's Chen? Save us, Chen. Who the heck is Chen? What good can he do? We're done for. At the foot of the mountain, Jiang Chen and Yuexia Duwu had reached the edge of the battlefield. Seeing the chaos before him, Jiang Chen frowned and sighed inwardly. We'll circle around the back. After receiving Tao Xiaoyao's message, Jiang Chen quickly started making his way to the right. Soon, he spotted the demon-suppressing cauldrons. At this point, hundreds of monsters had surrounded the 9 cauldrons, and several of them were already severely damaged. Blink! Holy Light Sanctuary! With a thought, the blue rune on Jiang Chen's forehead lit up. In an instant, he vanished from his spot and reappeared in the midst of the monsters. Simultaneously, a hexagram magic circle materialized out of thin air. Empowered by the purple crystal orb, the circle emitted an even more radiant holy light. This scene immediately drew countless eyes. They were astonished to see the monster's health rapidly depleting under the holy light, falling in droves. It was as if they were witnessing a miracle. Meanwhile, within the 12th seal gate on Qian Mountain, Jin Shi Hengxiu and the other 3 were staring at the boss's information, their faces filled with shock and confusion. Especially the Knight Shaoan, who was the main tank, looked utterly bewildered as he faced the boss. The Nagi Demon Serpent is a silver-level boss, LV-15 Toxic Mist. Every time its health drops by 10, it releases a massive cloud of poisonous mist that obscures all vision, dealing 200 damage per second for 25 seconds within a 20-meter radius. It has a self-healing ability. If it doesn't take any damage for 10 seconds, it will trigger a self-healing effect, restoring one of its maximum health per second for 10 seconds. Note, the Nagi Demon Serpent is a demonic entity, and demonic energy is ineffective against it. Jian Shi Hengxiu and his party stood before the 12th seal gate, eyeing the troublesome boss ahead. The Nagi Demon Serpent coiled in the center, its scales glinting with a cold light, ready to release its deadly poison mist at any moment. The team members exchanged glances, falling into a brief silence. Xian Duan Yushe Ting furrowed his brow in thought, breaking the silence first. Without vision, my arrows are useless. Even near the boss, it's hard to hit accurately. Knight Shaoan picked up the conversation with a tone of resignation. In the mist, not only is it hard to see the boss's attacks, but we also have to endure continuous poison damage. It's tough for me to hold out long in such conditions. His armor glimmered faintly in the dim light, as if telling of the challenges to come. Priest Xiao Chun added, although the demonic energy in this sealed area hinders regular healing, my talent allows me to convert healing into energy shields. However, without vision, even applying the shields accurately is difficult. Her voice carried a hint of concern. Jian Shi Hengxiu pondered for a moment and then proposed a strategy. Shaoan, you can try to enter the mist for a brief attack on the boss, then quickly retreat. Once Xiao Chun applies the shield, repeat the process. Shaoan hesitated but eventually nodded in agreement. Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll use the swift elixirs to escape. With a consensus reached, Xiao Chun immediately cast shields on her teammates. Jian Shi Hengxiu and Shaoan prepared themselves and charged toward the Nagi Demon Serpent. Xian Duan Yushui Ting drew his bow, ready to provide support at any moment. Meanwhile, the battle at the foot of Qian Mountain grew increasingly intense. The 9 demon suppression cauldrons were surrounded by a horde of demons, with the 4 on the right severely damaged and on the verge of collapse. At this critical moment, a dazzling hexagram magic circle suddenly appeared, enveloping an area of dozens of meters. In the center of the circle, Jiang Chun materialized out of thin air. Over 200 demons were instantly engulfed by the light, whether ordinary mobs or elites, swiftly falling under the magic circle's power. With just a small holy light apocalypse array, Chen effortlessly cleared the area. The surrounding players were stunned. Some were defeated due to distraction, while others cheered excitedly. Holy crap, Chen God is amazing. And Chen God, I love you. The battlefield's morale soared, rekindling the players' hope. Chen didn't pause, immediately turning to the scattered demons on the left side. He quickly moved to the central position, coincidentally meeting Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao. The two girls shouted in unison, "Brother Fan Chun." Chen nodded in acknowledgement, and then instructed, "Cheng Ying, gather the scattered mobs on the left. I'll handle them all at once." Before he finished speaking, he was already preparing his next wave of attacks, determined to eliminate the threats to the demon suppression cauldrons. Cheng Ying nodded in agreement and swiftly ran ahead to lure the monsters. In the blink of an eye, dozens of demons swarmed towards them. Chen followed closely behind, seizing the moment to unleash the minor holy light apocalypse array. The six-pointed star staff emitted a dazzling light, like a blade cutting through an army, instantly vanquishing all the surrounding demons. The area near the demon suppression cauldron was immediately cleared. Chen turned to look at the front line, where he saw a dense mass of demons piled up from the foot of the Qian mountain to the players' army front. In the distance, more demons formed a continuous stream pouring down from the mountain, like countless rivulets merging into a vast sea of demons. Chen walked slowly towards the rear of the player's army. The surrounding range players spotted him and erupted in cheers. "Chen God is here. Chen God is going to fight with us. Hello, Great One. Welcome, Chen God." The excited shouts echoed all around. Chen scanned the front lines and recognized the territory of the War God Guild. After a brief consideration, he shouted loudly, "Friends from the War God Guild, clear the way and let the monsters in." This command initially left the surrounding players stunned, but soon someone shouted excitedly, "War God members, did you hear that? Clear the way. Chen God is here. Hurry up." The War God Guild's leader, Chen Along, turned at the sound, his gaze sweeping over Chen, Cheng Ying, and Tao Xiaoyao. Although he hadn't witnessed Chen's heroic deeds on Qian Mountain firsthand, the excellent command of Tao Xiaoyao and Cheng Ying had already left a deep impression on him. Thanks to them, this area had been held until now. After a moment of deliberation, Chen Along gave the order, "Brothers, clear the way." Nearly 100 players retreated like a tide, quickly forming ranks on either side. The defensive line opened up, and the Longpentup horde of demons surged toward Chen like a flood breaking through a dam. Although this breach was only a little over 10 meters wide, the flood of monsters seemed endless. In just a few seconds, hundreds of them surged towards Chen like a tide. The monsters at the front quickly surrounded him, while more flanked him from both sides, heading straight for the demon suppression cauldron behind him. Seeing the swarm of monsters, Chen made a swift decision and unleashed the minor holy light apocalypse array. In an instant, a dazzling hexagram magic circle and a purple crystal ball materialized out of thin air, enveloping the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the health of all the monsters, both in front and behind, plummeted at an astonishing rate. The sight of the monsters collapsing one after another shocked the onlookers. They stared wide-eyed, incredulously discussing among themselves. "What kind of insane damage is this? It's ridiculous. His skills are like nukes, while ours are just water guns. Can I switch classes? Suddenly, I really want to play support. You think it's a class issue? I'm a support too, but all I do is hide behind others and heal." Despite this area being cleared from many players, the rest of the battlefront still struggled. Seeing this, Cheng Ying sternly shouted, "What are you doing here? Hurry up and help elsewhere." Everyone snapped out of their daze and quickly responded, "Got it, Cheng Ying. We're on our way." Cheng Ying, watching Chen Shun, left us stunned. "We're going now." A few minutes later, thousands of monsters lay defeated around Chen. If not for the fact that the small monsters disappeared quickly after death, the place would have been piled high with corpses. In just a few minutes, nearly a quarter of the battlefield had been cleared. Many players felt a significant decrease in pressure as the number of monsters dropped sharply. Chen quickly assessed the situation and continued casting skills. Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao assisted by drawing any stragglers towards Chen. Meanwhile, Yuxia Duwu and other players were busy cleaning up monsters a short distance away. After another 6 or 7 minutes, nearly 1,000 more monsters fell at Chen's feet. By now, the number of monsters on the field had been reduced by almost half. As the density of monsters decreased, some players began to push towards the center of the field, choosing to gang up on relatively isolated monsters. Realizing that the wait times would get longer, Chen decided to pause. He quickly checked the task points panel. Current points, 130088. Public points, 32522. Already 160,000 points? Jiang Chen marveled. The rewards this time far exceeded previous ones. He then checked his intimacy levels with his 3 female companions. Cheng Ying, 4823-10000. Tao Xiaoyao, 4836-10000. Yu Xiaoduwu, 3536-10000. The high intimacy level with Yu Xiaoduwu surprised Jiang Chen. He recalled that during the Golden Seal Gate event, only she had gained intimacy points from over 1,000 rampaging monsters. Finally, Jiang Chen glanced at his experience bar. LV19, 89.2. This battle not only brought substantial points, but also significantly boosted his level. Jiang Chen stood in place and shook his head helplessly. Although he was already at level 19, the experience points from these level 15 mobs were significantly reduced. The larger the level gap, the less experience you get. He spoke in the team channel, there's nothing more here. Let's move on to the last seal gate and check the situation. Once the final silver tier boss is dead, this server-wide quest will be almost complete. The girls quickly gathered, and Jiang Chen led them quietly towards the top of Qian Mountain. About 10 minutes later, the group reached a slope on the southern side of Qian Mountain. The 12th seal gate stood majestically there. They hadn't encountered any boss along the way, indicating it was either already defeated or still inside the seal gate. After a brief explanation, Jiang Chen stepped into the seal gate first, followed closely by the 3 girls. As soon as they entered the sealed area, Jiang Chen noticed a thick white mist lingering in the center of the field. Near the mist stood 4 figures, the same team they had encountered before. Cheng Ying was slightly surprised. Are they farming mobs? Jiang Chen nodded. It seems like it. He focused on observing the situation ahead. Soon, the white mist dissipated, revealing the boss, which charged towards the other team. Strangely, the boss was still at full health. Brother Heng Xiao, it's no use. We can't stop the boss from healing, said Xiao in a knight, looking helpless. When I enter the mist, I can't see anything or locate the boss. It's moving inside the mist. Plus, we can't heal here. Even with Xiao Chun's shield, my health is down to 1/3. We need to retreat. Jinchi Heng Xiao sighed. Let's pull back. They had tried several times, but each time the boss healed when its health dropped to 90, leaving them helpless. They drank swift elixirs, boosting their movement speed, and dashed towards the exit, quickly breaking the boss's aggro. As they did, they ran into Jiang Chen's group. It's you. Jinchi Heng Xiao looked at Jiang Chen in surprise, and then at Cheng Ying. Are you here to take on the boss? Jiang Chen ignored him and walked straight towards the boss. Soon, the boss's information was revealed. Naki Demon Serpent, Demon Body Regeneration. No wonder. Jiang Chen realized why they couldn't kill the boss. Xiao Chun, the priest, frowned at Jiang Chen, muttering, how arrogant, ignoring others' questions. So rude. Cheng Ying immediately retorted, you're the rude one. Why should he respond to you? Do you know him? Xiao Chun was taken aback and wanted to say something, but Xiaoan quickly intervened. All right, Xiao Chun, calm down. Xiao Chun glared at Cheng Ying, but stayed silent. Cheng Ying snorted and followed Tao Xiaoyao and Yuexia Duwu towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stood at a safe distance from the boss, not making a move. Xiao Chun sneered, stunned by the boss info, This boss is impossible to farm. Jinchi Heng Xiao thought for a moment and approached Jiang Chen. Brother, maybe our 2 teams can cooperate to take down this boss. However, before he could get close, Jiang Chen turned and said coldly, if you want to farm it, go ahead. If you can't, stay out of the way. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to send you back to the respawn point. Jinchi Heng Xiao halted, his face darkening, and his teammates also looked angry as they gathered around him. Xian Duan Yusho said sternly, are you worried we'll steal the boss? Who do you take us for? Jiang Chen replied impassively, it doesn't matter who you are. This area is off limits now. He then turned to the girls and said softly, keep an eye on them. Don't let them get close. Cheng Ying immediately responded, got it. Tao Xiaoyao and Yuexia Duwu also nodded in agreement. The 3 girls positioned themselves in front of Jinchi Heng Xiao's group, while Jiang Chen approached the boss alone. Jinchi Heng Xiao and his team were full of confusion and doubt. Xiao Chun sneered, let's see how long he can keep this act up. Cheng Ying retorted instantly, you're the one putting on an act. She knew Jiang Chen never acted without confidence. Just as Xiao Chun was about to say something, the central area suddenly echoed with the hissing sound of the Naki Demon Serpent. Jiang Chen had made his move. The Qi Demon Snake had a black back and a white belly, with scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen. Its coiled lower body supported its raised front, standing nearly 3 meters tall. Its cold, vertical pupils looked down at Jiang Chen, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. With a hiss and a flick of its tongue, the Qi Demon Snake twisted its body and swiftly slithered towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen remained calm and immediately cast a healing spell. With the aid of a purple crystal ball, a beam of white light descended upon the boss, reducing its health by nearly 1. This reaction was the same as with the silver tier bosses in the previous 2 sealed gates. The boss closed in on Jiang Chun. Its neck muscles suddenly tensed, and its upper body lunged forward, jaws wide open, aiming to bite Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun quickly sidestepped and conjured a white healing ray directly at the boss. The boss was hit again, tiny arcs of electricity spreading over its body, paralyzing it and reducing its attack and movement speed by 50. Jiang Chun calculated in his mind that all bosses have resistance to control effects. The more times a control skill is used, the higher the resistance and the shorter the control duration. However, the maximum resistance for a silver tier boss is 20, meaning a 1-second control could be reduced to 0.8 seconds. This had little impact on Jiang Chun. He skillfully maneuvered to avoid the boss's bites, preparing his next healing spell. As for the Holy Light Apocalypse Array, he decided to hold off for now. He worried that if he used the array and the boss happened to activate its miss skill, he might end up in a disadvantageous position. Even though the skill cooldown was only 10 seconds, if the boss recovered health first, it would be quite awkward. To be safe, he decided to wait until the boss used its miss skill before deploying the array. Meanwhile, Jinchi Hengqiu and his group watched Jiang Chen's agile movements in stunned silence, especially as they saw the boss's health rapidly decreasing. Their faces were filled with astonishment and confusion. Knight Xiao and couldn't understand such high damage. Xian Duan Yushe Ting shook his head, indicating he couldn't make sense of it either. Priest Xiao Chun was equally puzzled, seeing the white light on the boss that was indistinguishable from a healing spell. Jinchi Hengqiu furrowed his brow in speculation. If I'm not mistaken, it must be a talent. Just like how Xiao Chun's healing spell can turn into a shield, his healing spell likely transforms into damage. Xian Duan Yushui Ting found it hard to accept, but this damage is just ridiculous. He's just a priest. He couldn't help but feel a sense of defeat. Jianqi Hengqiu analyzed. His damage is indeed exaggerated, but the boss is about to use its skill. Once the boss enters the mist, it can't be targeted, and if we can't hit it, it will heal. I can't see how he's going to handle that. Priest Xiao Chun nodded in agreement. Yes, once the boss uses its skill, no amount of damage will help. She was already anticipating Jiang Chen's failure. Soon, with Jiang Chen's 6th healing spell, the boss's health dropped below 90. The boss stopped attacking, raised its head abruptly, and its gaping maw filled with white poisonous mist, which it spewed onto the ground. Instantly, thick white poison mist began to spread slowly. Jiang Chun had already retreated in advance, moving to the edge of the mist. A 20-meter radius of white fog formed in the center of the field, obscuring the boss's figure. Jiang Chun stood silently at the edge of the white fog, staring at the mist in front of him, waiting for his next move. Out of options, Jinchi Hengqiu and his team huddled together, whispering among themselves. Jiang Chen's actions had left them both astonished and puzzled. Sure, his damage is high, but he's a priest. He's got to be fragile and won't dare enter the poison mist, one team member analyzed, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. The poison mist lasts for 25 seconds. After 10 seconds, the boss will start healing, and it only takes 10 seconds to fully recover, another added. Is he planning to wait for the mist to dissipate? Everyone chipped in with their analysis, their faces collectively showing a hint of disappointment. Clearly, in their view, waiting for the poison mist to disappear was not a viable strategy to kill the boss. Priest Xiao Chun had a knowing look on her face as she declared, "It's over. It's almost been 10 seconds. The boss is about to heal. I thought he was something special." Cheng Ying, standing not far ahead, turned her head back with a look of disdain. "Arrogant fool!" Just as she finished speaking, Jiang Chun in the center of the field began muttering softly. 6 seconds, 7 seconds. Almost there. His eyes suddenly sharpened as he shouted, "Little Holy Light Apocalypse Array." In an instant, a massive hexagram magic array appeared in front of Jiang Chun. His feet stood firmly on the edge of the glowing circle, with most of the array extending into the white mist, covering the entire poison mist area. Only 20 meters, Jiang Chun thought to himself. He knew his array had a 25-meter range. Although the little Holy Light Apocalypse Array could only be cast at his feet, as long as the edge didn't exceed his body, he could adjust its position. Therefore, the array easily covered the entire poison mist, more than enough. The originally dense white poison mist transformed into a brilliant glowing mist under the array's light. Although the boss's figure was still obscured, Jiang Chen could see the damage numbers continuously popping up. Only he and his teammates could see these numbers. What did he just do? Jinchi Hengqiu and his team watched in shock. There's a glow at his feet. Is it a ranged skill? The area is huge. Standing behind Jiang Chun and obscured by the white mist, they could only see the glowing circle at his feet, not the full array. But the glowing mist was clearly visible. leaving everyone dumbfounded. As the 25 seconds passed, the white mist dissipated, revealing the boss. Shockingly, its health had dropped from 90 to 75. This damage, did he just skip a phase? Jianqi Hung Xiu exclaimed. He explained that the boss was supposed to release the poison mist skill at 80 health, but if the previous skill hadn't ended, it would be considered still in use. This meant that after the poison mist disappeared, if the boss's health was below 80, it would only release the poison mist again at the next phase, which was at 70 health. What kind of skill could drop the boss's health by 15? Xian Duan Pu felt a shiver run down his spine as he muttered. Is he using a forbidden spell? Knight Shaoan was utterly confused, his mind blank from the unbelievable damage. Meanwhile, Priest Xiao Chun was completely stunned, her face pale, pupils dilated, unable to utter a word. Soon, the boss's health dropped to 70, and it cast the skill again. Jiang Chun repeated his strategy, waiting a few seconds before using the little holy light apocalypse array again. To him, this Nashi demon serpent was easier than the silver deer bosses from the previous 2 seal gates. In just over 3 minutes, the boss collapsed. The system notification sounded. You have slain the silver tier boss Nashi demon serpent, achieving the first kill. Jiang Chen quickly stepped forward to collect the loot. The system notification chimed again. You have obtained the golden tier mana light staff. You have obtained the golden tier knight dagger. That's 5 pieces of golden ear equipment. Jiang Chen smiled as he tossed the items into his bag without a second glance. This global task had been highly rewarding. Not counting the task rewards, he had already obtained 2 platinum tier items, 5 golden ear items, and 8 silver tier items from the bosses. Additionally, he had acquired the golden ear blood-tied great sword and the reparable silver tier angel's ring from the guild. The rewards from this task were incredibly bountiful. You could say this was quite a fruitful endeavor. Jiang Chen looked at his task panel with joy. His points had increased by another 5,000, bringing his total public points to 134,088, with 33,522 available for use. However, his excitement was soon tinged with a bit of disappointment as experience. Bar showed LV19, 98.9, just a hair's breadth away from leveling up. Never mind, let's complete the class change quest first, Jiang Chen decided, turning towards the exit of the sealed gate. Wait, Brother Fanshen, a voice called out from behind. Jiang Chen stopped and turned around, puzzled. What's up? Jinchi Hungxiu quickly approached, hesitating slightly before speaking. Brother, I was wondering about the silver tier equipment you just obtained. What class is it for? What class? Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback, but then understood Jinchi Hungxiu's question. Jinchi Hungxiu explained, well, if you have any equipment for warriors or archers, would you be willing to sell it to us? We'll pay above market price. Jiang Chen quickly ran through his inventory in his mind, a slight smile forming on his lips. Actually, I do. How many pieces do you need? How many pieces? This time, it was Jinchi Hungxiu's turn to be surprised. Jiang Chen nodded in confirmation. That's right. I have 2 great swords, a longbow, a battle armor, and an agility ring, 5 pieces in total, all silver tier. As he spoke, he displayed the equipment information. Titan Great Sword Silver Tier. Cold Iron Great Sword Silver Tier. Moonshadow Longbow Silver Tier. Silverleaf Battle Armor Silver Tier. Swift Ring Silver Tier. Jinchi Hungxiu and his teammates stared at the information in astonishment, as if Jiang Chun were a walking equipment shop. After a full half-minute, Jinchi Hungxiu snapped out of it, carefully inspecting each item's attributes before taking a deep breath and asking, how much for the Titan Greatsword and the Silverleaf Battle Armor? Beside him, Xuanduan Yu also chimed in eagerly. What about the Moonshadow Longbow and the Swift Ring? Jiang Chun responded directly. Let's go with market prices. What's the going rate for level 15 silver deer gear at the auction house? Jinchi Hengxiu thought for a moment before replying. The auction house doesn't have any level 15 silver deer gear yet. Level 10 ones are going for around 500 to 550 gold. Level 15 should be in the 600 to 650 gold range. Jiang Chen considered this briefly and then made his offer. Alright, let's do it this way. 650 gold for each weapon and armor piece. 600 gold for the ring. If you need them, we can make the trade right now. Deal, no problem. Jinchi Hengxiu and his teammates quickly agreed, ready to proceed with the transaction. Jiang Chun was surprised when his 4 pieces of equipment sold out almost immediately, earning him a total of 2,550 gold. This unexpected windfall made him realize that the players on the leaderboard were indeed wealthy. After leaving the Gate of Seals, Cheng Ying followed closely behind Jiang Chun and curiously asked, Brother Fanshen, where are we headed now? Are we going to the Demon Suppression Cauldron? Jiang Chen replied as he walked, we'll check out the Demon Suppression Cauldron first. If everything's fine there, we'll head to the Love Forest Snowfield. Soon, the group arrived near the Demon Suppression Cauldrons at the foot of the Eastern Mountain. Players were still fiercely battling the remaining monsters, but only a few hundred were left resisting. The players had a clear advantage, and the server-wide quest was nearing completion. Jiang Chun surveyed the surroundings and said to Yueshia Duwu, "Once all the small monsters here are cleared, we should get a system notification. I have other tasks to handle next, so feel free to do what you want. We'll be leaving now." Yueshia Duwu hesitated for a moment, wanting to say something, but ultimately just nodded slightly and softly said, "Thank you," before heading towards the remaining monsters alone. Watching Yueshia Duwu's departing figure, Cheng Ying asked in confusion, "Brother Fanchen, she didn't seem to want to leave. Why did you specifically ask her to go?" Jiangchen looked puzzled and glanced at the two girls, responding, "Specifically? Didn't you both dislike her?" Cheng Ying was momentarily speechless, thinking to herself, Brother Fanchen's emotional intelligence is truly hard to fathom. Without further thought, Jiangchen called out, "Let's go." Off to the Love Forest. He then led Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao towards the snowy fields of the Love Forest. His goal was to find Yi Ding and hand over the glazed bottle. According to the system prompt, Yi Ding was in the Love Forest snowfield. The group walked across the vast red land and quickly arrived at their destination. On a flat, open ground, they discovered a transparent spatial ripple. Jiangchen walked in without hesitation, with Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao following closely behind. With a sudden twist in their vision, the trio found themselves in a snow-covered world. The temperature dropped sharply, and snowflakes drifted down from the sky. Not far away, Yi Ding was kneeling in the snow, crying. Jiangchen strode over and yanked Yi Ding up, saying irritably, "Why are you crying? The glazed bottle was stolen. Can't you get it back yourself?" Yi Ding wiped his tears, looking aggrieved. "Brother Fanchen, you're finally here. Lisan took my glazed bottle. Can you help me?" Jiangchen interrupted him. "I already got the glazed bottle back." He took out the filled glazed bottle from his backpack and handed it over. Yi Ding's face lit up with joy, and he quickly accepted the bottle, gratefully saying, "Thank you so much." Jiangchen waved it off nonchalantly. Yi Ding then asked, "By the way, what happened to Lisan?" Jiangchen, slightly impatient, replied, "She's become a ghost. Why are you even asking about her? Hurry up and check the soil in this glazed bottle to see if there's any secret." Yi Ding suddenly realized, right, as long as we uncover the secret of this soil, we'll understand what's going on with Lisan. Saying this, he placed the glazed bottle on the snow. Jiangchen raised an eyebrow. "Do we have to wait for it to purify naturally?" Yi Ding quickly explained, "It won't take long. It's almost purified already." After about 10 minutes, Yi Ding suddenly shouted, "It's done!" He squatted down, drew a circle in the snow around the glazed bottle, and then drew several intricate patterns within the circle, all connected to the bottle. Then he took out a small, fingernail-sized transparent crystal and placed it on the patterns. Jiangchen recognized the crystal. "That's a magic crystal. Are you drawing a magic array?" Yi Ding nodded in confirmation. "Yes, it's ready." He stepped back with a serious expression. Suddenly, the crystal and patterns began to glow faintly, and a black aura emerged from the soil in the glazed bottle. Yi Ding exclaimed, "It's the aura of a demon god." Jiangchen murmured to himself, "A demon god? Huh? Then it must be true." Suddenly, a cloud of dark mist slowly spread in midair, condensing into a semi-transparent image, like a phantom mirror suspended in the sky. Within the image, Lisan's figure was clearly visible. She stood dazed in the backyard of the sacred palace, her feet planted on a ground covered with dark yellow Jiyang flowers. Suddenly, Lisan seemed to awaken from a dream, her knees buckling as she collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Why did you choose me?" she murmured, her tears falling onto the Jiyang flowers. Strangely, each tear that touched a petal caused the flower to wither instantly. Some tears fell to the ground, turning the soil a dark red. Lisan's expression abruptly changed, a sinister look appearing on her face. "You dare to break free from my control? In that case, die." She seemed to be talking to herself, her face contorted in agony. After a fierce struggle, Lisan's soul began to drift out of her body. Her body remained standing, a bizarre smile on her face. "Your soul is still useful." Her body spoke in a chilling voice, forming a strange hand seal. "No," the soul screamed sharply, but was abruptly silenced. Soul Lisan's expression turned blank, while body Lisan maintained that eerie smile. The image then dissipated. Jiangchen quickly deduced. Lisan had been possessed, and her soul was being controlled. Nearby, Yi Ding's eyes widened with fury, his fists clenched tightly as he roared, "Usurping bodies, manipulating souls. These are the works of the demon gods. The sacred palace has been infiltrated by the demon god." He turned to Jiangchen, his expression grave. "Brother Fancheng, you must take the Lioli bottle and go to Liwa City to find Lord Yin Changfeng. Please." A new mission immediately appeared. Take the filled Lioli bottle to Liwa City and inform Lord Yin Changfeng. "Yin Changfeng, huh? Okay." Jiang Chun decisively picked up the lioli bottle from the ground, ready to leave the snowy forest. Just then, a white figure suddenly passed through a ripple in space, appearing in the snowy forest. Leaving? No one is leaving today. You will all die here, the figure said coldly. Lisan! Ding shouted in a mix of surprise and pain. Jiang Chun immediately turned his gaze towards the newcomer. Lisan, wearing a flowing white dress, was walking slowly towards them, her form unmistakably solid, not a ghost. She coldly scanned the people present, finally locking eyes with Jiang Chun. Adventurer, you promised to kill Ding for me. Why haven't you done it yet? Lisan said icily. Jiang Chun shrugged indifferently. I made a promise to Lisan. Who are you? He had already seen the information about her. Controlled Lisan, level 15 silver elite. Her skill, Soul Shake, could deal 100 true damage to any target within 20 meters and control them for 10 seconds after a 2-second cast time, with a cooldown of 40 seconds. Jiang Chen quickly calculated. A level 15 silver elite should have around 10,000 health points. He pondered whether he could kill her within the 2-second cast time, but her eerie skill made him cautious. If he triggered double damage, maybe, but if not, he didn't want to think about that scenario. While he was contemplating, Lisan's expression suddenly softened. Who says I'm not Lisan, esteemed adventurer, she said sweetly, then burst into a mocking laugh. Ah, how's my performance? Ding roared in anger, veins bulging. Stop desecrating Lisan's body. Who are you really? Lisan shook her head disdainfully. Boring. All of you die. She raised her hands as if to cast a spell. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, ready to activate his skill, but Ding suddenly stepped in front of him. Brother Fanchen, don't hurt her. That's Lisan's body. In that brief moment of hesitation, a semi-transparent figure appeared and lunged at Lisan. Run, the figure shouted urgently as it grappled with Lisan. Jiang Chun was momentarily stunned. The semi-transparent figure was also Lisan, or rather, a half-ghost version of her. The solid Lisan snarled and grabbed the ghostly Lisan by the throat, pinning her to the ground. You still have the strength to break free from my control? You wretched thing. Let go of me. The ghostly Lisan clutched the solid Lisan's wrists and screamed. Run. Ding stood frozen, tears streaming down his face. Lisan. Jiang Chun decisively told Ding, let's go. If we don't, I'll have to kill her. Ding snapped out of it. No, don't kill her. I'll take you to Lihua's city to find the city lord. He wiped his tears and walked towards a spatial ripple. Jiang Chun immediately followed, with Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao close behind. They passed through the spatial ripple and emerged onto a red-soiled land. Jiang Chun quickly asked Ding, you said you can take us to Lihua's city? Ding, his voice hoarse, replied, no, not all of you. Just you. I can only send one person to Lihua's city. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. That's fine. Ding urged, let's hurry. The sooner we find the city lord, the better chance we have of saving Lisan. He quickly led the way, with Jiang Chun right behind him. They walked across the red soil to an area strewn with discarded stones. Jiang Chun noticed peculiar, broken patterns drawn beneath the stones. What is this place? Jiang Chun asked. Ding explained. This is an ancient teleportation array, abandoned for over 100 years. Back then, the Crimson Flame, ancient land wasn't barren, and it had a teleportation link with Lihua City. However, after sealing the demon god Ani here, the array was destroyed to prevent unwanted intruders. Since then, the Crimson Flame, ancient land has become a forsaken place. As he spoke, Ding moved the stones around. Soon, he arranged 8 stones in specific positions and connected some of the broken patterns on the ground. Jiang Chun was surprised. You know how to repair a teleportation array? When I was a soldier in Lihua City, I worked on maintaining the main city's teleportation array, so I know a bit about it, Ding explained. His fingers deftly searched through his belongings and quickly produced a small, transparent crystal the size of a fingernail. The crystal sparkled with a mysterious glow in the dim light. Ding stared at the crystal in his hand, his brow furrowed. I wonder if the energy in this magic crystal is enough to maintain a single teleportation. May the gods be with us, he said, carefully placing the crystal on the intricate patterns at the center of the teleportation array. Brother Fan, step onto the array. I'll send you to Lihua City, Ding urged, his fingers already searching for the optimal spot to cast the spell on the edge of the array. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement and quickly stepped into the center of the miniaturized teleportation array. He glanced down at the shimmering patterns beneath his feet and then quickly sent a voice message in the team channel. Cheng Ying, Xiaoyao, don't let this guy die. Contact me immediately if anything happens. Got it. The 2 girls responded almost simultaneously, their voices filled with determination. Ding took a deep breath and placed his hands firmly on the edge of the teleportation array. Instantly, a faint glow flowed from his fingertips like a tiny stream, illuminating the intricate patterns of the array one by one. At the same time, the magic crystal at the center began to emit a soft light, as if responding to Yi Ding's magic. Jiang Chen watched in amazement and exclaimed, "Wow, you really can do magic. It has to work." Yi Ding gritted his teeth, sweat beads forming on his forehead, his face gradually turning pale. He continuously channeled more energy into the array. As time passed, the patterns on the array grew brighter, the light nearly blinding. Suddenly, a dazzling white light shot up from the ground, transforming into a pillar of light that reached the sky. The beam of light contracted rapidly towards Jiang Chen, enveloping him completely in the blink of an eye. Under Yi Ding's exhausted but hopeful gaze, Jiang Chen's figure, along with the thin beam of light, vanished instantly. "Please, make sure to deliver the glass bottle to the city lord and tell him what happened here." Yi Ding's weak voice echoed in the air, as if it were his final instruction to the departed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen felt a brief moment of disorientation before hearing the system notification in his ear. "You have been teleported to Lihua City." He looked around and found himself standing on the main teleportation array of Lihua City. Surrounding him were magnificent buildings that looked as if they were carved from white jade, with occasional flashes of white light indicating other players teleporting into the city. City Lord Yin Changfeng. Jiang Chen muttered under his breath, then strode purposefully towards the main city hall. Soon, he arrived at the imposing main square and saw a 7-story mansion standing tall at the far end. Jiang Chen moved swiftly, crossing the square in no time and entering the mansion. He climbed the winding staircase quickly and soon reached an impressive door on the 5th floor. The intricate carvings on the door indicated that this was the city lord's office. At that moment, the door was open. Jiang Chen stepped inside without hesitation. At the far end of the room, a long wooden table stood out. Sitting behind the table was a dignified, middle-aged man in a dark red robe, with an imposing presence. This was Yin Changfeng, the city lord of Lihua City. Yin Changfeng was holding an ancient black tome in his left hand, his eyes focused on its pages. His right hand was slightly open, and 2 orbs of light hovered above his palm, intertwining. One orb was fiery red, emitting intense heat that distorted the air around it, while the other was pale blue, exuding a bone-chilling cold with wisps of white frost rising from it. "City Lord Yin," Jiang Chen called out urgently as he approached. Yin Changfeng looked up at Jiang Chen, his expression calm. "Adventurer from another world. What brings you here?" Without wasting a moment, Jiang Chen took out the glass bottle from his backpack and placed it solemnly on the table. "The ancient land of Scarlet Flames has been infiltrated by a demon god and is in grave danger," he said in a grave tone. "What did you say?" Yin Changfeng stood up abruptly, the red and blue orbs in his hand disintegrating instantly. In that moment, the room was filled with 2 contrasting energy elements. A searing heat like molten lava assaulted Jiang Chen's right side, while an icy chill enveloped his left. Damage numbers appeared simultaneously above Jiang Chen's head, leaving him stunned. He blurted out, "What the WMD?" In a moment of haste, Yin Changfeng forgot about the small object in his hand, his face flushing with embarrassment. He quickly waved his sleeve, causing the 2 auras in the room to dissipate instantly. "Damn it." Jiang Chen shook his head speechlessly and said helplessly, "Never mind. You just mentioned that the ancient land of Qian has been infiltrated by demonic forces." Yin Changfeng nodded gravely. "That's right. Are you sure about this?" Jiang Chen pressed. "Look at that crystal bottle." Jiang Chen pointed to the glass bottle on the table. Yin Changfeng immediately picked up the bottle. A faint glow emanated from his hand, and under the light, a black aura emerged from the soil within the bottle, unfolding to reveal the scene Jiang Chen had seen earlier. Yin Changfeng stared at the image, his expression growing ever more serious. After a brief silence, he said in a deep voice, "I was negligent. I let the followers of the demon infiltrate the ancient land of Qian." "Followers of the demon?" Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. "The woman in the image has been possessed by a demonic follower, her soul controlled," Yin Changfeng explained, his gaze unfocused as he muttered softly, "Aisha, you are already the Holy Lord. How could you not notice the infiltration of demonic followers?" Lord Yin," Jiang Chen interrupted, "the woman in the image is the Holy Lord's maid. I suspect the Holy Lord herself has also been infiltrated." "What?" Yin Changfeng's expression changed dramatically, a chilling aura emanating from him. He gritted his teeth and said, "Demon AI, you will pay for this." At that moment, a fully armed soldier captain suddenly burst in, reporting, "Lord, there is a massive beast riot in the northern rainforest. Should we issue a task for the adventurers to get out?" Yin Changfeng interrupted sharply. "Yai's lord!" The soldier captain shivered in fear and quickly bowed out. Yin Changfeng turned to Jiang Chen, his tone softening. "Adventurer Fan Chen, thank you for informing me about this. We need to head to the ancient land of Yin now. I hope you can assist me in uncovering the truth. Of course, I won't hesitate. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. System prompt. Current task completed. New task unlocked. Accompany Lord Yin Changfeng to the ancient land of Yin and investigate the demonic incident. When do we depart? Jiang Chen asked. Immediately. Yin Changfeng flipped his palm, revealing a scroll. He unfurled it, displaying a three-dimensional world map with lifelike depictions of cities, mountains, rivers, plains, and deserts. A world teleportation map. Jiang Chen exclaimed. It was a legendary artifact he had always dreamed of. Where are the demonic followers? Yin Changfeng asked. In the Qilin snowfield, Jiang Chen replied. Yin Changfeng's expression froze, a bitter smile appearing on his face. I never thought I'd see the place again in this life. Let's go. He traced over a desert on the map, finally pointing to a red land enclosed by city walls. The map zoomed in, showing details of the Holy Palace, villages, and the Qian Mountains. Yin Changfeng gently tapped a spot, causing a transparent ripple to spread out. He placed his hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder, and the two disappeared instantly. Jiang Chen's vision blurred, and when it cleared again, they stood on a red land, facing a transparent spatial ripple. This place has already been concealed by an illusionary array, Yin Changfeng sighed softly. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and asked, By the way, this crystal bottle is a standard item of Li Fire City. Only the city soldiers have it. You are. This belongs to Yi Ding. He was the one who discovered the unusual soil in the bottle. Jiang Chen answered truthfully. Ding. Is it him? Yin Changfeng frowned slightly, as if recalling something. He murmured, Come to think of it, I do owe that kid an apology. He shouldn't have left Lihui City. But discovering the secret of the Qian ancient grounds is no small feat. Turning to Jiang Chen, Yin Changfeng's expression grew serious. Brother Fanchen, I have a feeling that a storm is brewing. If you can please keep an eye on Ding for me. No problem. Jiang Chen readily agreed, thinking to himself. To keep my profession hidden, I'll do whatever it takes. With that, Yin Changfeng stepped into a spatial ripple, and Jiang Chen followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a world covered in ice and snow. However, the place was deserted. No one. Yin Changfeng's frown deepened. When I left, the maid whose body was possessed was still here. Jiang Chen's sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, but there was no sign of Li Sang. Just then, he received a message. Cheng Ying's urgent voice came through. Brother Fanchen, Li Sang passed by earlier, and Ding followed her. We couldn't stop him, so we had to keep following from a distance. Jiang Chen immediately replied. Where did they go? They've reached the Qi sacred grounds, and they're heading for the sacred palace. Cheng Ying's voice was frantic. Oh no, Brother Fanchen, Li Sang has spotted us. Hearing this, Jiang Chen turned to Yin Changfeng. City Lord Yin, we need to get to the sacred palace. The demon god's followers are there. The sacred palace. Yin Changfeng nodded, quickly unfurling a world map. He tapped the map and placed a hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder. In an instant, they vanished and reappeared on a street outside the sacred palace. Not far away, the physical form of Li Sang came into view, with a ghostly, dazed Li Sang floating behind her. How dare you come here to die? The physical Li Sang shouted angrily, charging towards Ding, Cheng Ying, and Tao Xiaoyao. Audacious heretic! Yin Changfeng's cold voice rang out, and a pale blue magic orb appeared in his hand. Instantly, all eyes were on him. Brother Fanchen, Cheng Ying, and Tao Xiaoyao cried out. City Lord! Ding's face lit up with joy, but then turned anxious. City Lord, please don't kill Li Sang. Exorcise! Yin Changfeng commanded, and the orb shot out a white beam, striking the physical Li Sang. The beam hit Li Sang, and black smoke began to rise from her body. She screamed in agony, convulsing on the ground. Moments later, a black ghost emerged from her body, and Li Sang lost consciousness. Simultaneously, the ghostly Li Sang regained her senses and quickly merged back into her body. However, even after returning to her physical form, Li Sang remained unconscious. Li Sang! Ding rushed forward, checking her breath. She's still breathing. He was overjoyed and knelt to thank Yin Changfeng. Thank you, City Lord. Yin Changfeng spoke calmly. I've left her a sliver of life, but whether she wakes up depends on the god's will. Stand up. Suddenly, a roar echoed around them. Lord Ani, grant me power. The black ghost that had emerged from Li Sang's body began to swell, transforming into a giant over 7 meters tall. The ghost had 3 heads, one of a snake, one of a cat, and one of a woman. Yin Changfeng sneered. Offering your body to the demon god Ani for such an ugly form, was it worth it? You will all die. The woman's head roared fiercely. Humph! Yin Changfeng snorted. and the magic orb in his hand floated into the air, glowing with a destructive power. Suddenly, a clear, melodious voice rang out. Yin Chongfeng, your opponent is me. The space in front of Yin Chongfeng twisted bizarrely, and he vanished instantly. With no one to stop it, the black ghost lunged at Ading, Cheng Ying, and Tao Xiaoyao. Healing spell, Zhang Chen muttered, casting a white light over the black ghost's head. You dare challenge me? I am a follower of the demon god. I have the power granted by the demon god. I will obliterate your body and tear your soul apart. The black ghost roared as it charged at Jiang Chun. Facing the menacing black ghost, Jiang Chun remained calm. Stop shouting. You're just a follower of a demon god. I've slain actual demon gods before. The demon cultist Ona, a silver deer boss, stood on the battlefield in her intimidating level 20 spirit form, boasting a 50 reduction in physical damage. Jiang Chun had just cast a healing spell, and a damage number appeared above Ona's head. She quickly closed the distance between them, stopping about 10 meters away. Raising her hand, Ona unleashed a semi-transparent black energy ball that shot towards Jiang Chun like an arrow. The speed far exceeded his expectations, and before he could dodge, the black energy had already struck him. Not bad. Her basic attacks aren't true damage. Jiang Chun thought with relief, watching as the blue glow around him blocked the black energy, reducing his mana by only 226 points. He swiftly cast a small holy light apocalypse array and a healing ray. Amplified by the purple crystal ball, a dazzling hexagram array appeared beneath them, and a concentrated white healing beam shot from Jiang Chun towards Ona. Accompanied by crackling electric arcs, 2 damage numbers floated above Ona's head, and her health dropped by about 1.8. Jiang Chun roughly estimated her total health to be around 440,000. Ona raised her hand again, sending another black energy ball towards him. Although his mana dropped again, it quickly replenished. Noticing Ona's health plummeting rapidly, Jiang Chun decided to retreat. Ona followed closely, but due to the paralysis effect of a lightning flame, her movement within the array was significantly slower than Jiang Chen's. Soon, the distance between them widened to 25 meters. Ona stopped abruptly as she was about to exit the array's edge, her health already reduced to 90 by the array's continuous damage. I will torment your soul and shred your mind. Ona snarled, forming a strange hand seal. Witnessing this, Jiang Chun scoffed. Can't move while casting? What a useless skill. He believed he was safely out of Ona's skill range. However, in the next moment, Jiang Chen's expression changed dramatically. He realized that Ding hadn't maintained a distance of more than 25 meters from Ona. Although Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao had the habit of standing far away during boss fights, Ding lacked this awareness. Get out of there! Jiang Chen shouted to Ding, cursing inwardly. Ding, are you messing with me again? Ding, holding the unconscious lisan, looked at Jiang Chen in confusion. Quickly realizing the danger, his face turned pale. Light surged in his hands as he desperately pushed lisan towards Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao. Adventurers, please take care of lisan. Ding's words were cut short as a transparent ripple emanated rapidly from Ona. The ripple instantly reached Ding, and a damage number appeared above his head. His expression turned blank, and he wandered aimlessly for a moment before heading towards Jiang Chun. Thankfully, lisan had been safely delivered to the two girls. Jiang Chun watched as Ding's name turned red, indicating he had become an enemy unit, and shook his head helplessly. This guy, so unreliable. Meanwhile, Ona quickly closed the distance, stopping about 10 meters from Jiang Chun. Another black energy ball shot from her hand, hitting Jiang Chun. His mana decreased again, and he immediately cast another healing ray on Ona. Her health continued to drop rapidly. Jiang Chun then focused on the approaching Ding. A long spear materialized in Ding's hands, its tip in his hands glowing faintly as he lunged at Jiang Chun. You're a battle mage now? Jiang Chun muttered, exasperated by the unexpected turn of events. He quickly maneuvered to dodge the attack. The spear, amplified by magical energy, struck like lightning. After missing the first strike, the second attack came instantly, the spearhead aiming straight for Jiang Chen's chest. Jiang Chen thought to himself, if he could use a slowdown skill on Ding, dodging would be easy. But it was too late. Thud! The spearhead struck Jiang Chen accurately, causing his mana to plummet. At the same time, Ona's black energy orb whooshed in and hit its mark with a bang. 2 consecutive hits reduced Jiang Chen's mana by 383 points. Fortunately, a healing beam still connected him to Ona, quickly restoring 284 mana points. Not bad, still manageable, Jiang Chen muttered to himself, ignoring Ding and focusing solely on casting healing spells on Ona. He continued to withstand the attacks from both Ding and Ona while constantly casting healing spells. 10 seconds later, Ding regained his senses. Jiang Chun cast another healing spell on Ona, then glanced at Yi Ding and taunted, "Enjoyed that stab? Did you? Brother Fancheng, I am sorry." Yi Ding apologized frantically, remembering his actions, but unable to control them. "If you're done stabbing, get lost and stop being a nuisance." Jiang Chun waved him off impatiently. Okay, Brother Fancheng." Yi Ding hurriedly retreated. At this moment, Ona's health was nearing 80. Jiang Chun made a quick decision and released a minor holy light enchantment. The hexagram magic circle enveloped her, and Jiang Chun swiftly retreated. Ona used her soul shock skill again. 2 seconds later, a transparent ripple expanded. Jiang Chun stood at a safe distance, calmly observing. After the skill finished, Ona continued to charge at Jiang Chun. But before she could step out of the magic circle, her health dropped to 75. She had to stop once more. "Pathetic mortal, I will drain your soul dry." Ona roared, a pale cyan orb appearing above her head, her second skill, soul drain. However, there were no targets nearby to drain. 10 seconds passed, and Ona gained nothing. Jiang Chen could only wait patiently. Frustrated by her failed skill, Ona let out a furious roar and charged at Jiang Chen again. Healing beam, healing spell, minor holy light enchantment. Jiang Chen continuously cast the skills, handling the situation with ease. A few minutes later, Ona exhausted her last skill, her health dropping below 10. Almost dead. Jiang Chun smiled, victory in sight, as he prepared to strike again. Crack! A clear shattering sound echoed, like a mirror breaking. A spatial rift appeared above Ona, rapidly expanding. From the dark fissure, 2 figures emerged. Following them, towering blue ice spikes and meteor-like fire rain poured out. The fire rain landed in front of the 2 figures, while the ice spikes landed near the boss Ona. In an instant, some of the ice spikes pierced directly into Ona. Alarms went off in Jiang Chen's mind. The next second, Ona's remaining 10 health dropped to 0. Simultaneously, the ice spikes spread rapidly, white frost extending towards Jiang Chen's feet. Jiang Chen hastily retreated, stopping nearly 10 meters away as the frost ceased to spread. He looked at the ice-covered ground and the fallen Ona in the distance, took a deep breath, and shouted angrily, "Yin Chongfeng, what the hell are you doing?" 2 figures, a man and a woman, stood on the ice-covered ground. The woman, dressed in a pure white gown, appeared to be around 30 years old. Her cold beauty and ethereal presence were perfectly matched. 3 bright red petal marks adorned her forehead, adding a touch of mystery to her appearance. The man was Yin Chongfeng. Hearing Jiang Chen shout from behind, he immediately turned around. "Little brother, I apologize," Yin Chongfeng explained. "The space suddenly shattered, and the residual elemental force almost harmed you." With a wave of his sleeve, a pure and unique energy instantly cleared the ice from the ground. "That's not what I'm talking about," Jiang Chun protested loudly, pointing at the boss's corpse on the ground. "Yin Chongfeng, you took my loot." Yin Chongfeng was momentarily stunned and responded awkwardly. "Don't worry, I will compensate you. Make sure you keep your word, Lord Yin." Jiang Chen's tone shifted from anger to joy. "Of course." Yin Chongfeng nodded helplessly. The woman in the white gown spoke. "This young man reminds me a bit of you back in the day. As handsome as me?" Yin Chongfeng replied casually. "I meant his personality. In terms of looks, you're far behind," she said flatly, her expression turning cold. "Let's continue. I still want to kill you myself." Yin Chongfeng's demeanor became serious. "Aisha, I need to know why you insist on releasing the demon god Ani. I told you, he should not be in the Crimson Flame, ancient land." Aisha's face remained expressionless. "Ani and I have an agreement. The Crimson Flame, ancient land will be safe. As for Lihua City," she looked at Yin Chongfeng coldly. "I just want to destroy your Lihua City." Yin Chongfeng's brow furrowed. "If you hate me, you can come after me. But the citizens and soldiers of Lihua City are innocent. Don't you have any sense of reason?" "Innocent?" Aisha sneered angrily. "Were the people of the Crimson Flame, ancient land, not innocent? 100 years ago, this land was vibrant and alive. To seal the demon god Ani, all its life force was drained, turning it into a barren wasteland. I could forgive that, but to keep the secret, your ancestors in Lihua City destroyed all the teleportation arrays and set a forbidden curse, trapping us here forever. We've been deprived of the outside world for generations. This place has become forsaken by the gods. Since the gods abandoned us, let the demon god guide us." Yin Chongfeng's face was full of sorrow. "Aisha, there are ways to resolve this. I've been thinking about it all along. Why must you be so extreme? Aligning with a demon god is like drinking poison to quench your thirst. Resolve it?" Aisha mocked. "You promised to show me the snow. I thought you would show us a broader sky. But your solution was to cast an ice curse and then disappear. How laughable." Yin Chongfeng said calmly. "Leaving without a word back then was my fault, but returning would have betrayed the people of Lihua City. I don't expect your forgiveness, but today, I will not let you release the demon god Ani. If you insist, I will kill you. After I settle matters in the main city, I will join you in the afterlife. Aisha sneered. You, the lord of Liwa city, blessed by the gods, can ascend to heaven. I, who consort with a demon god, am destined for the abyss. She coldly declared, enough talk. Let's settle this today. Before she finished speaking, Aisha swung a sword, as white as jade, with fierce speed. Whoosh! A sharp, blue-green sword aura sliced through the sky, leaving deep marks on the ground as it sped towards Yin Changfeng. Jiang Chun watched intently, secretly astonished. This was the first time he had seen the holy master of the ancient red flame land in action, and the longsword aura was undoubtedly a hallmark of the sword sect. Yin Changfeng reacted swiftly, instantly enveloped in a blue and red shield that easily neutralized the sword aura. At the same time, a light blue orb in his hand began to rise, filling the sky with two distinctly different energies that intertwined as if brewing some immense power. In an instant, the entire sky near the holy palace was painted with mottled blue and red hues. The alternating cold and hot air currents swirled around Jiang Chun, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Damn it, Jiang Chun muttered to himself. Though he had never seen the holy master in action, he had witnessed Yin Chongfeng's spells before. Realizing what was happening, he couldn't help but exclaim to himself, this guy is really going all out. Using a dual-element forbidden curse here? Do you even know how wide the range of that is? Zhang Chen quickly scanned his surroundings, his gaze lingering briefly on Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao. After roughly estimating the distance, he made a decisive move. Yin Changfeng, stop! Zhang Chen shouted as he rushed towards him. Meanwhile, Aisha was also making her move. She held her sword with both hands, the tip pointing upwards, raised above her head. Terrifying auras began to rise from her feet, causing the ground to crack and debris to float in the air. Still charging up, Zhang Chun thought to himself, knowing that the sword sect was preparing a major attack. The situation was critical. He had to prevent this disaster. As Jiang Chun got closer, he shouted again, stop it. I have a way to solve your problem and bring the ancient red flame land back to life. His words were like a thunderclap, immediately drawing the attention of Yin Changfeng and Aisha. Both turned to look at Jiang Chun, their faces filled with confusion and surprise. What did you say? Aisha asked incredulously. Yin Changfeng was equally puzzled. Brother Jiang Chun, this is no joke. Jiang Chun inwardly grumbled. If I wasn't worried about us not being able to escape in time, do you think I'd want to meddle in this mess? But he patiently explained, I'm not joking. This is a simple problem that you're making overly complicated. Simple. Yin Changfeng was even more bewildered. Brother Jiang Chun, what do you mean by that? Jiang Chun explained slowly. Of course it's simple. Isn't it just that a demon god was sealed here, turning it into a wasteland? Just kill the demon god Enyi, and the problem's solved. His words were like a bombshell, leaving Yin Changfeng speechless. Aisha coldly rebuked, nonsense. Yin Changfeng smiled bitterly. Brother Jiang Chun, if we could kill Enyi, we would have done it long ago. Enyi's demon god form is nearly immortal. Only a seal can keep him from emerging. We can't kill him. Jiang Chun rolled his eyes and said bluntly, did I say you had to kill him? Give me some time to grow stronger, and I'll kill Enyi myself. Yin Changfeng's eyes widened in sudden realization. He quickly said, you come from another world, said to be the land of the gods. I believe you have immense potential, but... Aisha interrupted. How long will it take you to become strong enough to kill the demon god Enyi? 10 years? Or 100? Zhang Chen replied confidently, it won't take that long. I think a few months, well, at most a year or two. He wasn't lying. Once he reached max level and obtained that artifact, he was sure he could kill a sealed demon god. His words left Yin Changfeng and Aisha stunned. They could sense the sincerity in Jiang Chen's voice. This young man might really have the capability. Are you saying that you can kill the demon god Amy in just 1 or 2 years? Yin Changfeng's eyes locked onto Jiang Chen, his tone filled with disbelief. His gaze was intense, as if trying to see through Jiang Chen's soul. Facing Yin Changfeng's skepticism, Jiang Chen remained calm. Just as he was about to speak, Aisha's cold voice cut in. I don't know why you're so confident, but I find it hard to believe. Her words carried clear doubt, but she had already sheathed her sword, indicating she had temporarily decided against taking action. Sensing the subtle shift in the atmosphere, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a warm smile, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Don't believe me? How about a bet? What kind of bet? Yin Changfeng raised an eyebrow, curiosity evident in his tone. Jiang Chun replied unhurriedly. If I fail to kill the demon god Ani, you can do whatever you want with me. Any punishment, I'll accept. He paused, shifting his gaze to Yin Changfeng, his smile widening. But, If I do kill Annie, I want something from you, Lord Yin. Yin Chongfeng seemed to have already guessed Jiang Chen's intentions. You want the world transmission map, don't you? Jiang Chen was momentarily surprised. You knew? Are you a mind reader? Yin Chongfeng responded calmly. From the moment I took out the world transmission map, your eyes haven't left it. Yeah, so that's it? Jiang Chen chuckled, then got straight to the point. So, do you dare to bet? Without hesitation, Yin Chongfeng replied. Why not? If you can kill the demon god Annie within 3 years, no. 5 years, I'll give you the world transmission map. As soon as he finished speaking, Aisha interjected. 5 years is too long. Since you said 1 or 2 years, let's give you 3 years. Jiang Chun was immediately displeased, his tone carrying a hint of pride. Who do you think you're looking down on? A man of his word. 1 or 2 years means 1 or 2 years. Aisha coldly responded, fine, then you have 2 years. But you'll need to swear an oath to the gods. If you fail to kill the demon god Annie within 2 years, your soul will be bound, never to leave the ancient land of red flames. Aisha. Yin Changfeng looked at her in surprise. Aisha turned to him and asked, what? You disagree? Yin Changfeng sighed lightly and turned to Jiang Chun, his tone carrying a warning. Brother Jiang, consider this carefully. An oath to the gods is no joke. At that moment, a system prompt appeared before Jiang Chun. You have triggered a special quest. Kill the demon god Annie. Do you accept? Quest details. Swear an oath to the gods to kill the demon god Annie within 2 years. If you fail, you will be forever bound to the ancient land of red flames. Quest reward. World transmission map. Note. Once sworn, an oath to the gods is protected by divine power and cannot be altered. Please choose carefully. Seeing the system prompt, Jiang Chen's confident smile widened. To him, this was a no-brainer. The world transmission map was a treasure he had long dreamed of. As for the oath to the gods, he understood its gravity but was confident in his ability to complete the task. Without hesitation, he chose to accept the quest and then turned to Yin Changfeng and Aisha. No problem. I will kill the demon god Annie. The system immediately prompted. You are now accepting the special quest. Kill the demon god Annie. Please swear the oath to the gods. Jiang Chen solemnly declared. I swear by the gods, if I do not kill the demon god Annie within 2 years, my soul will be bound, never to leave the ancient land of red flames. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chun felt a faint glow envelop his body, a sign that the oath had taken effect. The system prompt reappeared. You have accepted the special quest. Kill the demon god Annie. Jiang Chen's decisive action left Yin Changfeng and Aisha momentarily speechless. They couldn't fathom why this young man possessed such courage and resolve. Their impression of Jiang Chen instantly rose to a new level. After a brief silence, Aisha finally spoke. Since that's settled, I have nothing more to say. I will ensure the demon god Annie remains sealed for 2 more years. She paused, turning her gaze to Yin Changfeng. However, I have one more request. What request? Yin Changfeng asked, meeting her gaze. Aisha calmly replied, I want to repair the teleportation array in the ancient land of red flames. Repair the teleportation array? Yin Changfeng frowned slightly puzzled. Even if the array is repaired, the people here are still bound by the forbidden magic and cannot leave. Aisha explained, I know. Repairing the teleportation array will facilitate communication between the ancient land of red flames and the outside world. This place is too impoverished. Aisha gazed into the distance, her eyes softening. She spoke slowly. This place is not barren. For years, the reserves of the magic crystals have never been depleted. The people of the ancient land deserve a better life. She paused, her expression turning serious. This matter is significant. I need to return to the main city to discuss it with the counselors. Yin Changfeng pondered for a moment before nodding. All right, I'll await your news. Aisha's expression remained calm. After a brief silence, Yin Changfeng's demeanor softened, and he spoke gently. Aisha, don't overwork yourself. Take care of yourself. The responsibilities in Lihua City are no lighter for you than they are for me. Aisha looked into the distance and responded softly. Jiang Chen suddenly cleared his throat, breaking the delicate atmosphere between them. He couldn't help but ask, why the small talk all of a sudden? The mission should be complete, right? It's time for the reward. By the way, Fanshin has contributed greatly, and he happens to be a priest. He should be able to enter that place, right? Yin Changfeng quickly asked, can he enter that place? Aisha chuckled. Whether I say yes or no, you will still check it out, won't you? She knew Yin Changfeng all too well. Then, she turned to Jiang Chun, speaking earnestly. Since it's for him, I won't refuse, and I'll even lend him a hand. I hope he can fulfill his promise within 2 years. Yin Changfeng rarely smiled. Brother Fanshin, you've hit the jackpot. Jiang Chun rolled his eyes and asked directly, Didn't I earn this? Just tell me what the place is. Aisha gave a brief response. Follow me. With that, she turned and walked toward the nearby sacred palace. Yin Changfeng and Jiang Chen followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen received a system notification. You have resolved the crisis in the ancient land of Red Flame and completed the mysterious class change quest Disaster of Red Flame. Please proceed to the sacred palace to claim your reward. Excited, Jiang Chen followed the two into the sacred palace. They passed through the front hall and arrived at an open area in the palace courtyard. It was spacious, with a white humanoid statue standing in the center and nothing else around. While Jiang Chen was still puzzled, Aisha placed her jade-like long sword into the statue's empty hand. Instantly, the statue emitted a faint glow, and a transparent portal slowly opened in front of it. Go ahead, Aisha said, leading the way through the portal. Jiang Chen followed, and the surroundings changed abruptly. They found themselves inside a giant domed structure, entirely white. A straight corridor ran through the center, flanked by towering stone pillars. The walls were engraved with various magical arrays, such as pentagrams, hexagrams, and heptagrams, intricately intertwined, yet exuding beauty. What is this place? Jiang Chen asked, looking around curiously. Yin Changfeng's eyes were filled with reverence. This is the last remaining ancient temple of light in the world. Jiang Chen was astonished. The last ancient temple of light? I thought there was only the Temple of Light. He only knew that each of the 8 major cities had a Temple of Light chapel where players could change their classes. The existence of this ancient temple baffled him. Yin Changfeng explained, the ancient Temple of Light was established by the creator god in ancient times, whereas the current Temple of Light was founded by the god of light. That's the difference. It's said that before becoming a god, the god of light was once a priest in the ancient Temple of Light. Jiang Chen was amazed. That's quite prestigious. Yin Changfeng was puzzled. Prestigious? Jiang Chen quickly covered. Just the same for my hometown. They continued down the corridor and soon arrived at a staircase. At the top stood a half-height stone pillar with a transparent crystal ball on it. Behind the pillar was a row of 7 humanoid statues. These statues were lifelike, but their faces were shrouded in a mist, making their features indistinguishable. From their forms, it was clear that the 3 on the left were female, with harmonious and graceful figures, while the 3 on the right were male, with strong and powerful builds. All of them held weapons in their hands. The 3 on the left wielded various staffs adorned with mysterious runes that emitted a gentle glow. The 3 on the right carried or held cross-like objects that exuded a solemn and sacred aura. Jiang Chen murmured to himself, it seems like the 2 main paths of a priest after a job change. The women on the left appear to follow the healer's path, akin to high priests. The men on the right seem to take the path of judgment, like inquisitors. Aside from the 6 statues on either side, there was a peculiar statue in the center. It was entirely covered in a large robe, making it impossible to discern its gender, and it held no weapon. At first glance, it seemed ordinary, but its central position indicated otherwise. Yin Changfeng looked at the statues and explained, these 6 sages represent the hidden professions of the priest class. The 3 sages on the left are hidden professions along the high priest path, focusing on healing, while the 3 on the right are hidden professions along the inquisitor path, focusing on judgment. Of course, even within the same path, each hidden profession has its own unique traits. What traits? Jiang Chen immediately asked. Yin Changfeng hesitated slightly and replied somewhat awkwardly, many hidden professions haven't appeared for centuries. I've only read brief descriptions in ancient texts. For example, among the hidden professions of the high priest path, some focus on purification, some on blessings, and others on buffs. But the specific traits, I really don't know. Jiang Chen didn't dwell on the issue and instead asked, why are there 6 hidden professions if there's a statue in the center? With a tone full of reverence, Yin Changfeng slowly said, because it is not a hidden profession. It is the mentor of the 6 hidden professions, the earthly embodiment of the creator god. The embodiment of the creator god? That's impressive, Jiang Chen muttered, staring intently at the central statue. Aisha's voice broke in as she pointed to the crystal ball on the pedestal in front of the statue. See the crystal ball on the pedestal? Place your hand on it to initiate the job change ceremony. Once the ceremony starts, the sages will test you. If any of the sages approve of your performance, you can change to the corresponding hidden profession. Wait, I don't get to choose? Jiang Chen was taken aback. One path leads to a high priest, the other to an inquisitor. These are completely different paths. Is this random? Aisha replied, of course you can choose, but only if all 6 sages approve of you. Yin Changfeng added, getting the approval of even one sage is commendable. Getting all 6 is nearly impossible. Since records began, only the current Pope of the Light Temple has managed to get the approval of all 6 sages. That old monster? Jiang Chun was stunned. The Pope of the Light Temple is considered a powerhouse, almost invincible under the gods. It's said that if he weren't devoted to spreading the faith of the God of Light, he would have ascended to godhood long ago. Aisha took out a small, irregularly shaped black stone from her pocket and said, I promise to help you. I believe more than one sage will approve of you. This is a divine stone, the only item you can use during the job change ceremony. Jiang Chun took the stone, and a system notification popped up. You have obtained the Divine Stone quest item. Divine Stone increases intelligence by 50 when carried. Usable only in the current scene, non-tradable and non-equipable. An intelligence boost of 50? Too bad I can't take it with me, Jiang Chun muttered to himself. He then looked at Aisha and Yin Changfeng and asked, what do you mean by the only item I can use? Aisha explained in detail. Once the job change ceremony begins, all your equipment will be deactivated, and even your skills will be unusable. During the ceremony, your attributes will be based solely on your base stats. So, I'm essentially taking the test naked, without any skills? Jiang Chen asked in surprise. Yin Changfeng shrugged, looking helpless. That's exactly it. Fine, I refuse to believe I can't do it. Jiang Chen walked to the pedestal and looked at the transparent crystal ball on top. Yin Changfeng reminded him, just place your hand on it. His expression showed a hint of nervousness. Beside him, Aisha watched Jiang Chen intently. I got it. Jiang Chen nodded and placed his hand on the transparent crystal ball. Instantly, the crystal ball lit up, almost engulfing Jiang Chen in its radiance. The system notification followed. You have initiated the mysterious job change ceremony. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with blinding white light. As his vision gradually refocused, he found himself standing on an endless expanse of black land. The ground beneath his feet was like a massive slab of black crystal, smooth as a mirror, reflecting faint, blurry images. Strangely, despite the darkness of this world, it was as bright as day. Looking up, he saw a pitch-black sky dotted with countless brilliant stars. Jiang Chen couldn't tell whether it was day or night. In his line of sight, 7 statues stood majestically in midair, their sizes magnified dozens of times, resembling towering deities overseeing the land. Jiang Chen's heart stirred as he thought to himself, this place feels similar to the illusion challenge. It must be a world entered through consciousness. He quickly checked his own status and found that all his skills and equipment had vanished. Only the God-given magic stone remained in his inventory, faintly glowing. Jiang Chun immediately opened his attribute panel. Player, Fan Chun. Level, LV19. Talent, Unique Yin-Yang Reversal Constitution. Strength, 28. Agility, 28. Intelligence, 28. Magic Power, 10050. God-given Magic Stone. Sure enough, only the basic attributes of a level 19 character are left, Jiang Chen mused, but the talent is still there? Maybe this is a test of the talent. Just as he finished speaking, a deafening roar erupted dozens of meters in front of him. A 6-story tower rose from the ground, covered in intricate, mysterious patterns. A trial tower? Jiang Chen was slightly surprised. He was very familiar with this kind of structure, which was used by players of various professions to measure their own and others' combat strength. Although the professional trial towers were not yet open at this stage, the 6-story tower in front of him looked like a simplified version. I think I understand what this test is about, Jiang Chen murmured to himself. A system prompt appeared. Please enter the priest trial tower and complete the test. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen walked toward the tower. Reaching the entrance, he stepped directly into the dark doorway of the first floor. In an instant, it felt as though space had shifted. Jiang Chen found himself standing on a spacious arena, with a wooden warrior beside him. This teammate had a square head and rectangular body, wielding a wooden sword, looking rather silly. The system prompt sounded again. You have entered the priest trial tower. Granted skill, minor healing spell. Granted teammate, wooden warrior. Jiang Chen quickly checked the wooden warrior's attributes. Wooden warrior, LV19, Constitution, 64, Intelligence, 18, Strength, 64, Agility, 18. Skill, charge rushes at a target within 10 meters, dealing 150 damage on the first hit. Cooldown, 5 seconds, no cost. A level 19 warrior's basic attributes and skills, Jiang Chen understood. He noticed that he now held a wooden staff with no attributes, and a new skill appeared in his skill bar. Quick Heal, restores 50 of the target's magic power as health. Cooldown, 2 seconds, mana cost 5. Jiang Chen noted that Quick Heal could utilize his talent's reversal effect. So the talent works? Should I use it? He was pondering when the wooden warrior beside him nudged him and pointed to the opposite side. Jiang Chen looked up and saw an identical wooden warrior on the other side of the arena, also level 19, with the same health and attributes. The system prompt sounded again. You have entered the first floor of the priest trial tower. Defeat the enemy to proceed to the next floor. Note: if your teammate dies, the test ends. This is a bit different from the usual trial towers, Chen thought. I'll assess the situation before deciding whether to use the reversal. After all, this is the priest trial tower. It would be troublesome without healing. He glanced at his wooden warrior teammate and said softly, I'll call you Old Wood. Go ahead and take him on. I'll keep you healed. The clumsy Old Wood immediately charged at the enemy wooden warrior. Both warriors, having identical attributes, used the charge skill simultaneously as they closed the 10-meter distance. The two figures clashed like lightning, their swords crossing with an ear-piercing metallic clang. Identical damage numbers flashed above their heads, each dropping from 640 to 555 health points in an instant. Then, they seemed to lock in place, engaging in fierce combat. Chen stood to the side, keenly observing the battle. He noticed that, perhaps due to the nature of the wooden figures, their actual attack and movement speeds were slightly slower than those of regular players. Seizing the moment, Chen decisively cast a quick healing spell. A green glow enveloped Lao Mu, and a 150 appeared in the air, instantly restoring Lao Mu's health to full. The fight continued, with Chen staying highly alert. Whenever Lao Mu's health dropped below 500, he immediately cast a healing spell. With this coordination, the enemy wooden figure soon fell to the ground with a sorrowful groan. Nice job, Lao Mu, Chen praised. No sooner had he spoken than a shimmering portal appeared on the arena. Let's go! Chen led Lao Mu into the unknown darkness. In the next moment, they found themselves in a slightly larger arena. The system prompt sounded. You have entered the second floor of the priest's transition tower. Defeat the enemies to advance to the next floor. Chen scanned the surroundings warily and saw two figures across from them, a wooden warrior and a wooden mage, both at level 19 with basic attributes and skills. As Chen pondered their strategy, Lao Mu charged recklessly ahead. Good thing I kept the heal. Lao Mu is too reckless. Without healing, he'd be dead in no time, Chen thought to himself. Lao Mu's charge brought him right in front of the wooden mage, and with a single slash, he cut down most of the mage's fragile 280 health points. Simultaneously, a fiery ball struck Lao Mu, and the wooden warrior charged in to land a blow. Chen quickly reacted, casting a healing spell on Lao Mu. The 150 in green flashed above Lao Mu, stabilizing his health at 532 points. Without hesitation, Lao Mu delivered another slash to the mage, reducing his health to under 100 points, about to fall. Chen calmly analyzed. Quick heal has only a 2-second cooldown. I can heal him back up. As he spoke, he cast another healing spell on Lao Mu. Just as the wooden mage was about to release a second fireball, it collapsed to the ground. Lao Mu then turned to the remaining warrior, engaging in intense combat. Throughout the fight, Chen's healing spells never ceased, quickly restoring Lao Mu's health to full. Before long, the wooden warrior also fell. A portal identical to the previous one appeared on the arena. Let's go in. Chen decisively led Lao Mu through it. You have entered the third floor of the priest transition tower. Defeat the enemies to advance to the next floor. The system prompt sounded again. Chen looked around, noticing that this arena, while slightly larger, was otherwise the same as before. This time, however, three figures appeared across from them. A wooden warrior, a wooden mage, and a wooden knight. Chen quickly analyzed. There's an extra knight, but it shouldn't be a problem. Just don't attack the knight first. Before he could finish speaking, Lao Mu had already charged at the mage like an arrow from a bow. Meanwhile, in the Holy Light Cathedral, Yin Changfeng and Aisha were intently watching. In front of a stone pillar, Chen stood with his eyes closed, hands resting on a crystal ball that pulsed with rhythmic light, his entire body enveloped in a layer of white light. Among the 7 statues at the front, the leftmost and rightmost statues had already begun to glow faintly. Yin Changfeng commented quietly. Gaining the approval of 2 sages is already quite good. Aisha responded calmly. He has a divine spellstone. Gaining the approval of 2 sages is the minimum. If that's all he can do, I find it hard to believe he can kill the demon god Ani within 2 years. Yin Changfeng explained slowly. The sage's strengths don't differ much. Although it's said that the closer to the center, the stronger the sage, the difference is minimal. I think whichever sage's hidden class he chooses won't significantly impact the future. Aisha bluntly said, this isn't about the hidden class. If he only gains the approval of 2 sages, it means his talent is quite poor. Just then, the second statue from the left suddenly began to glow faintly. The third one has arrived. Yin Changfeng smiled. Aisha's expression softened slightly, and she murmured, this is barely acceptable. In the priest advancement tower, Chen had just defeated the wooden puppet on the third floor and stepped through the spatial gate. The system prompt immediately sounded. You have entered the fourth floor of the priest advancement tower. Defeat the enemies to proceed to the next level. The arena before him was even more expansive, with 4 wooden puppets standing on it: warrior, mage, knight, and assassin, each with distinct characteristics. Chen's eyes narrowed as he made a quick calculation. He knew that if there were one more class, Lao Mu would sustain damage beyond his healing capabilities. Without hesitation, he charged directly at the assassin, intending to draw its aggro and protect Lao Mu. As expected, Lao Mu rushed straight toward the wooden puppet mage. Lao Mu, being focused isn't a bad thing. Chen chuckled, gripping his attributeless wooden staff tightly as he closed in on the wooden puppet assassin. The assassin immediately went into stealth, but Chen didn't hesitate, striking the faint outline with precision. Stealthing right in front of me? You're fooling yourself? A damage number of 9 floated up, and Chen nodded in approval. As the wooden puppet assassin reappeared, its dagger was already aimed at Chen. Prepared, Chen sidestepped and retreated half a step while casting a healing spell toward Lao Mu. This multitasking maneuver would surely astonish any onlookers, but for Chen, it was a natural expression of his combat instincts. He deftly maneuvered around the wooden puppet assassin while continuously healing Lao Mu until the other 3 wooden puppets fell. Lao Mu, it's all yours, Chen shouted, pulling the wooden puppet assassin toward Lao Mu. In no time, the last wooden puppet fell, and the spatial gate reappeared. After restoring Lao Mu to full health, Chen stepped through without hesitation. You have entered the 5th floor of the priest advancement tower. Defeat the enemies to proceed to the next level. The system prompt echoed again. In the now even larger arena, 5 wooden puppets were ready: warrior, mage, knight, assassin, and an additional archer. Chen quickly assessed the situation. Long-ranged enemies are tricky. I can only manage the wooden puppet assassin and warrior. The next level might have a summoner, which will be troublesome. Despite feeling the pressure of the challenge, Chen remained calm. He decisively approached the wooden puppet assassin while Lao Mu charged at the wooden puppet mage. After drawing the assassin's aggro, Chen turned toward the wooden puppet warrior. At this moment, 4 wooden puppets were attacking Lao Mu. Chen swiftly cast healing spells while striking the wooden puppet warrior, successfully diverting some of the firepower. Although Lao Mu's health was dangerously low, Chen's relentless healing kept him barely afloat. With the fall of the wooden puppet mage, the tide of battle turned. Before long, all the wooden puppets on the 5th floor were defeated. Next up, the final level. Chen, fully restored, stepped into the spatial gate with determination. You have entered the 6th floor of the priest advancement tower. Defeat the enemies to face the ultimate challenge. The system prompt made Chen pause momentarily, but he quickly focused on the 6 wooden puppets in the arena. As expected, the additional puppet was a summoner. Chen felt a tinge of regret. If it had been a priest, his healing burden would be much lighter. The presence of a summoner meant he had to deal with an extra summon creature, significantly increasing the pressure. The most challenging part was that Chen couldn't manage all 3 enemies at once, meaning Lao Mu would endure more damage in a short period. Frowning slightly, Chen began to devise a strategy to handle the situation. By the 5th level, Lao Mu's health was critically low. Any more damage would be irrecoverable. But there was no time to think. Lao Mu charged towards the wooden mage. Chen quickly moved forward, drawing the assassin's aggro from the maximum distance, then turned and rushed towards the wooden warrior. The battlefield was in constant flux. 4 wooden figures and 1 summoned beast attacked Lao Mu simultaneously. Chen, with swift reflexes, cast a healing spell on Lao Mu while diverting the wooden warrior's attention. He deftly sidestepped and headed towards the wooden summoner. 2 seconds later, Chen's staff landed heavily on the summoner's head. The summoned beast was immediately recalled and turned its aggression towards Chen. Seizing the moment, Chen cast another healing spell on Lao Mu, but Lao Mu's health was still dangerously low. Without hesitation, Chen dashed towards Lao Mu. Just as the wooden mage was about to launch a fireball, Chen threw himself in front of the attack, taking the hit. His health plummeted below 100 points, and then the summoned beast bit him, leaving him with only 22 points. Ignoring his own peril, Chen healed Lao Mu once more before quickly retreating from the battlefield. This flawless sequence of actions left no room for error, or Lao Mu would surely die. Yet, Chen himself was now on the brink of death, with the wooden warrior, assassin, and summoned beast in relentless pursuit. Chen thought to himself, 22 points is full health. As long as I don't make a mistake, I'll be fine. He focused intently, skillfully weaving between the 3 wooden enemies while continually healing Lao Mu. The scene was more nerve-wracking than dancing on the edge of a blade. Finally, as the first wooden enemy fell, the others quickly followed. Jiang Chen let out a long breath and began to heal himself. At the same time, he noticed 6 statue shadows appearing above the arena, seemingly a sign of recognition from 6 sages. As Jiang Chen pondered this, a system prompt sounded. The ultimate test is about to begin. You will face 12 enemies alone. The longer you last, the higher the chance of completing the test. Note: the arena will gradually shrink, reducing to 1 meter in diameter after 10 minutes. Jiang Chen noticed Lao Mu had vanished, while 12 wooden figures appeared across the arena, 2 of each class. He muttered, Lao Mu is gone. Is this a test of the priest's solo survival skills? His expression turned slightly odd. But without Lao Mu, I'm even stronger. This ultimate test was clearly designed to assess a priest's movement, reaction, and self-preservation abilities, seemingly overlooking the priest's damage capabilities or outright assuming they had none. Facing what seemed like an insurmountable challenge, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. He immediately activated his talent, Yin Yang Reversal, on his Quick Heal spell. The skill's effect changed. Quick Heal Reversal reduces the target's health by spell power, cooldown 2 seconds, mana cost 5. At that moment, the arena began to shrink, and the ultimate test officially started. Jiang Chen unhesitatingly cast a healing spell at the farthest wooden mage, who fell instantly. Jiang Chen thought, if I kill them all, won't I be able to last as long as I want? There's no easier test than this. A few minutes earlier, in the Temple of Light, Yin Changfeng and Aisha were astonished to see another statue radiate a faint glow, making it the 5th. Yin Changfeng exclaimed excitedly, incredible. This young man, named Fan Chen, might actually be able to kill the demon god. Aisha's usually composed face showed a rare hint of emotion. Fan Chen hasn't finished the test yet. He might even become. Yin Changfeng, full of anticipation, added, the second person in recorded history to be recognized by the 6 sages. Aisha shook her head calmly. Don't get your hopes up. It's probably almost over. Just as she finished speaking, the 6th statue suddenly lit up with a faint glow. Aisha's pupils trembled, her eyes filled with intense shock. Yin Changfeng, after a brief moment of surprise, burst in a loud laughter that echoed through the entire ancient temple. What did I say? Recognized by the 6 sages, on par with the Pope. Yin Changfeng said excitedly. Aisha's voice trembled. I never thought I'd see someone recognized by the 6 sages in my lifetime. When he wakes up, he might be mentally exhausted. Be ready to catch him. I know. Yin Changfeng walked towards Jiang Chen, preparing to catch him when he woke up. Suddenly, Yin Changfeng froze, his eyes widening in shock, surprise, and confusion. Aisha also paused, her expression showing extreme fear. They stood there, paralyzed, unable to speak, their eyes fixed on the central statue. At that moment, the statue emitted a faint glow. In the next second, the glow turned into a beam of light, shooting straight into the sky. The 6th level was a whole different challenge due to the presence of Lao Mu. Jiang Chen had pushed his skills to the limit to save it, teetering on the edge of life and death for an extended time. This intense and thrilling experience left him feeling a bit dazed as he faced the ultimate test after passing the 6th level. However, when 12 wooden figures appeared on the arena, Jiang Chen's reaction was unexpectedly swift. His fingers danced across the virtual keyboard, unleashing a torrent of healing spells. In less than a minute, all the wooden figures collapsed to the ground. Even the arena seemed stunned by this sudden speed, slowing its contraction by a fraction. Jiang Chen looked down at the corpses scattered around and wore a peculiar expression, muttering, Is that it? At that moment, the shadow of the 7th statue suddenly appeared above the arena, looking as unremarkable as ever. Then, the system notification sounded. You have completed the job transfer ceremony. Please proceed to the ancient Temple of Light to finalize your transfer. As the words faded, an overwhelming light engulfed Jiang Chen's vision. When he could see again, he found himself standing in the ancient Temple of Light, his hand resting on a transparent crystal ball. My head feels a bit dizzy. Jiang Chen rubbed his temples, trying to alleviate the sudden dizziness. Fan Chen, you're awake. Yin Changfeng's voice, tinged with excitement, came from behind. How do you feel now? I'm fine. Jiang Chen turned to look at Yin Changfeng and Aisha, only to find their expressions somewhat odd, excited, yet tinged with a hint of reverence. Why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. Yin Changfeng took a deep breath to steady himself before speaking. Look ahead. Following his direction, Jiang Chen saw all 7 statues on the steps glowing, especially the one in the center, which shone like a pillar of light reaching the heavens. I can choose a hidden class from these, meaning I can pick any of these 6 hidden classes? Jiang Chen scanned the statues, curiosity piqued. Yin Changfeng explained, in theory, Any statue that lights up with a guiding light is selectable. The guiding light. So I can choose the one in the center too? Jiang Chun was slightly surprised. Isn't that supposed to be a non-hidden class? Yin Changfeng also appeared puzzled. As far as I know, it's not a hidden class, but it has indeed lit up with a guiding light. Maybe you should try approaching the statue to find out. Muttering, is that so? Jiang Chun walked toward the statues. Yin Changfeng and Aisha watched his every move with a mix of tension and curiosity. As Jiang Chun reached the central statue, a beam of light suddenly enveloped him. He felt a sensation of weightlessness, his body floating involuntarily. Simultaneously, a neutral voice, as if from a distant time and space, echoed, "Let there be light." The voice sent chills down Jiang Chen's spine, making his soul tremble. Yin Changfeng and Aisha were equally startled, their faces turning pale as they quickly averted their gaze. With the voice's appearance, a golden core of white light formed on Jiang Chen's chest, growing brighter until it enveloped him like a miniature sun. Minutes later, the white light gradually receded, merging into Jiang Chen's body. The system notification followed. You have become a light envoy. You have acquired the divine light body. You have acquired the divine light eyes. Jiang Chen gently landed, still shrouded in a faint golden glow. Excited, he turned to share his joy with Yin Changfeng. Old Yin. However, before he could finish, Yin Changfeng solemnly bowed. Greetings, light envoy. A trace of reverence flashed in Yin Changfeng's eyes, as he clearly saw the faint golden hue in Jiang Chen's eyes, filled with light, divinity, and the essence of creation. More importantly, he had just received a notification from the main city's will. Jiang Chen had become a light envoy. This mysterious identity, only mentioned in ancient texts, had now materialized before his very eyes. Before becoming a deity, the god of light was actually a holy messenger of light. This realization shook Yin Changfeng to his core, making him hesitant to delve deeper into its implications. He respectfully bowed to Jiang Chun, his expression solemn. Although Aisha did not receive any prompt from the will of the main city, she sensed something unusual from Yin Changfeng's reaction. She realized that Jiang Chun had undergone some significant change and promptly bowed slightly to show her respect. Seeing their serious attitudes, Jiang Chun felt a bit uncomfortable. After a moment of thought, he approached Yin Changfeng and half-jokingly said, "Old Yin, why the sudden politeness? Are you planning to dodge your debt?" Yin Changfeng, momentarily confused, asked, "What debt?" Jiang Chen bluntly replied, "The followers of the demon god you snatched earlier, didn't you promise to compensate me?" Finally understanding, Yin Changfeng smiled slightly. "So that's what's on your mind. Don't worry, I'll make it up to you when we return to the main city." This exchange eased the tension in the air. A faint smile appeared on Aisha's face as she looked at Jiang Chun with a hint of affection. "If you end up staying in the ancient land of red flames because you can't complete the task of killing the demon god in 2 years, it might actually be interesting." "No way." Jiang Chun quickly waved his hand. "My goal is the stars and the sea." Aisha's eyes sparkled with amusement. "Just kidding," Jiang Chun muttered. "I'm not talking to you guys anymore. Let me see what benefits come with being a holy messenger of light." With that, he began to focus on his status panel. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Holy Light Sanctuary, in a massive hall radiating sacred brilliance, for archbishops and 2 masters of the sanctuary had gathered. They stood respectfully before an elderly man holding a scepter and wearing a triple crown was the Pope of the Holy Light Sanctuary. All eyes were fixed on the 3 enormous statues at the front of the hall. Each statue was over 10 meters tall, with the statues on either side in various poses, all with 6 wings, clearly representing 6 winged angels. The central statue was shrouded in a hazy white light, obscuring its features. Gazing at the central statue, the Pope piously said, "The sudden appearance of the holy messenger of light, whether it is a blessing or a curse, remains unknown. May the God of light deliver us a divine message to guide us." Jiang Chen stared at the panel, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. His profession column boldly displayed, "Profession, Priest of Light Growth Potential." The system informed him that he could learn all priest skills, including those from the cleric and judgment branches. Even more exciting was the prospect of evolving into a son of light upon gathering enough light power. A growth-type hidden profession? Jiang Chen murmured to himself, a smile unconsciously forming at the corner of his mouth. This profession not only allowed him to learn all skills from both priest branches, but also seemed to hold infinite possibilities. He then noticed 2 new talent skills that didn't occupy any skill slots. Light Body Basic. When activated, it negates all control effects. Can be used for level 50 minutes per day, currently 9.5 minutes with no cost. Light Eyes Basic. When activated, it can convert any target skill, except for forbidden spells, into a counter skill. Can be used level 10 times per day, currently once, with no cost. These talent skills could also be upgraded using light power. Jiang Chen couldn't help but swallow hard and mutter, negating control effects, plus skill reflection? That's insanely powerful. I love it. His eyes curved in a crescent with excitement. Although light eyes could currently only be used once per day, it would be usable twice upon reaching level 20. Moreover, these talent skills levels could be increased with more light power. Jiang Chen already had a plan in mind. The Temple of Light was definitely the key to acquiring more light power. As Jiang Chen reveled in his joy, Yin Changfeng suddenly cleared his throat. Jiang Chen looked up. What's up? Yin Changfeng said seriously. You're smiling a bit too smugly. Tone it down a notch. Jiang Chen pouted. You care about my smile too? Do you have any idea how overpowered this priest of light is? Those two talents? Stop! Yin Changfeng's face shifted, cutting him off. You can't speak of it. We aren't privileged to know its secrets. Seeing Yin Changfeng's serious expression, Jiang Chen had no choice but to shut his mouth. He muttered to himself. Even NPCs can't hear about it. Half the fun is gone. Yin Changfeng then mentioned he was heading back to Lihua City and asked if Jiang Chen would join him. Jiang Chen shook his head, declining as he planned to leave only after the server-wide quest was fully completed. Yin Changfeng nodded in farewell and reminded Aisha not to forget about the teleportation array before using the world teleport map to return to Lihua City. Aisha led Jiang Chen out of the ancient Temple of Light, through a spatial gate, and into the courtyard of the Scarlet Flame Palace. Just as Jiang Chen was about to take his leave, Aisha stopped him to retrieve the Divine Stone and reminded him not to call her Holy Master anymore. Jiang Chen then addressed her as Aisha Sis, to which Aisha, smiling, said she was nearly 40 and should be called Auntie. Jiang Chen insisted, You look only in your 20s or 30s. I'll still call you Aisha Sis. As he spoke, he handed back the Divine Stone. Aisha accepted the stone, shaking her head with a wry smile. With such a silver tongue, I wonder what the Creator's avatar saw in you. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and earnestly replied, Maybe it's because I'm handsome. In his heart, Jiang Chen silently added, Creator God, saying my moves were impressive isn't wrong, right? Then he straightened up and said seriously, All right, let's not be so casual in front of the gods. Although his words carried a hint of seriousness, Aisha's expression remained particularly gentle. She gazed at Jiang Chen, a glimmer of nostalgia in her eyes. By the way, she said softly, I have a small gift for you. A small gift? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, thinking that a gift from someone of her stature, no matter how small, would be extraordinary. Aisha made a white mask appear out of thin air and handed it to him. This is the faceless mask. You should find it useful. Jiang Chen quickly took the mask, and a system prompt immediately appeared. You have obtained the faceless mask. Faceless mask. Special item that hides all personal information when worn. Additional feature. Can activate faceless effect to significantly reduce aggro from bosses and mobs. Usable by all classes with no level requirement. Great item. Jiang Chen thought with delight. This aggro-reducing feature is perfect for navigating maps. He promptly stored the mask in his inventory. Sister Aisha, I'll take my leave now. Jiang Chen turned and walked out of the sacred palace. Aisha stood still, watching his departing figure, and softly murmured, All 7 statues are lit up. I wonder how the light sanctuary will view this now. As soon as Jiang Chen stepped out of the sacred palace, he saw Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao waiting for him. The two girls immediately rushed over with joy upon seeing him. Brother Fanchen, they called out in unison. Sorry to keep you waiting. Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement, then looked around and asked, Where's Yidings? Cheng Ying replied, He went to help Lisan rest and hasn't come back for a while. That guy, Jiang Chen muttered under his breath. Is he slacking off now that the mission's done? He turned to the two girls. Let's head to the Demon Suppression Cauldron. The server-wide quest should be completed by now. The three of them headed towards the Crimson Flame Mountain, unaware that Yiding had quietly emerged from behind a nearby building. He watched Jiang Chen's receding figure, bowed deeply, and remained in that position for a long time. Treading on the crimson soil, Jiang Chen and his companions soon arrived near Crimson Flame Mountain. At that moment, the system suddenly announced to all players. Server announcement. The server-wide quest, Defend Against the Crimson Flame Demons, has been completed. Players, please allocate your public points. The quest leaderboard and rewards will be announced shortly. Simultaneously, a meticulously edited video began to spread rapidly across major online platforms, with the eye-catching title, Breaking News, Nation's Top Priest Single-Handedly Sweeps Major Guilds. Jiang Chen opened his task points board and glanced at his current points, 134,088. The public points displayed as 33,522, which were the distributable points from Team Monster Kills, with 20 allocated for sharing. You two can split these public points evenly. You both worked hard on this task, Jiang Chen said as he was about to distribute the points. Suddenly, Cheng Ying's voice interrupted. Brother Fanchen, wait a moment. Jiang Chen looked at the two girls in confusion, only to see them whispering to each other. After a moment, Cheng Ying spoke up. Brother Fanchen, we think that Yuexia Duwu should get a share too. After all, when the monsters broke out from the sealed gate, she stayed behind while Xiao Yao and I used teleportation stones to escape. Tao Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. Yes, if one of us had stayed behind, we might have died. So, we think Yuexia Duwu deserves a share. The two girls looked at Jiang Chen expectantly. Jiang Chen waved his hand helplessly. Why are you looking at me like that? Do I seem like a bad guy? I just didn't think of it earlier. The points are yours to distribute as you see fit. Handle it yourselves. With that, he transferred the team leader privileges to Cheng Ying. Before long, Yuexia Duwu was added to the team, and a discussion ensued in the team channel. Yuexia Duwu politely declined the points, but Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao insisted on giving her a share. Seeing the girls still arguing, Jiang Chen finally intervened. Stop wasting time. The task rewards are about to be distributed. At his message, the team chat fell silent. Moments later, Jiang Chen noticed changes on the task points board. 10,000 points were deducted from the public points, seemingly given to Yuexia Duwu, and then the remaining 23,522 points were halved, eventually reaching 0. 2 minutes later, the system announcement came. The task points leaderboard and the task points exchange shop are now open. All players who participated in the task can view and exchange items. Limited time. 10 minutes. Jiang Chen immediately opened the points leaderboard. 1. Fanchen, 134,088. 2. Cheng Ying, 11,761. 3. Tao Xiaoyao, 11,761. 4. Yuexia Duwu, 10,160. 5. Baxi Quangren, 8,255. 6. Zuiye Xingchen, 4,850. Jiang Chen wasn't surprised by his leading points, but the high scores of Baxi Quangren and Zuiye Xingchen caught his attention. After all, regular monsters only awarded 10 points, elite monsters range from 60 to 150 points, and boss-level monsters, aside from the silver and gold ones he killed alone, only offered 1,000 points. Baxi Quangren and Zuiye Xingchen both used demon suppression shards, but they were gone when I came out. So, they went off to quietly rake in points? Jiang Chen murmured to himself. At this moment, other players who participated in the server-wide task were left speechless by Jiang Chen's astonishing points. 130,000 points. That's almost half of all the points for this server-wide quest. And he's got them all? One player exclaimed, sparking a heated discussion among the crowd. This must be a data error, right? Another player questioned. You have no clue. That's Dust God, someone immediately retorted. Arguments erupted, with some doubting Dust God's abilities while others staunchly defended him. Jiang Chen's astonishing points had triggered a small storm. What's so special about Dust God? Is he some kind of deity? A skeptical voice chimed in. I've killed dozens of monsters and only got a bit over 500 points. How's that fair? Another player complained. A player who had witnessed Dust God's battles interjected. You must not have seen Dust God in action. He wipes out entire groups in seconds. Who are you to talk? Yeah. Why are you being so bitter? Without Dust God, we wouldn't have completed this server quest, supporters echoed. As the argument grew more intense, a sudden shout interrupted the crowd. Stop arguing and start redeeming your rewards. Wow, I see some great stuff. The shout acted like a spell, instantly silencing the commotion. Players rushed to open the exchange shop and carefully scan the items. Jiang Chen was no exception. He quickly browsed through the various sections of the shop. Gold coins, attributes, potions, items, equipment, skills. The array of rewards was dazzling. Brother Fanchen, there are so many things here, it's overwhelming. How do we choose? Cheng Ying asked in confusion. Jiang Chen confidently replied, buy all the attribute pills you can. They're rare. Use the rest on skill books and equipment. With that, he swiftly spent 9,010 points to purchase 10 attribute pills. Calculating his next moves, Jiang Chen made quick decisions. He bought a 4-star skill book, a skill enhancement stone, gold tier equipment, and teleportation stones, then converted the remaining points into gold coins. His points were depleted in a flash. System notifications popped up one after another, showering Jiang Chen with generous rewards. Without hesitation, he consumed the 10 attribute pills, watching his stats soar, and nodded in satisfaction. Have you all finished shopping? Jiang Chen asked the two girls. Cheng Ying replied excitedly, yes. I got 10 attribute pills, a 2-star skill book, a piece of silver tier equipment, and spent the rest on random items. Tao Xiaoyao also nodded, indicating she had completed her purchases. Brother Fanchen, what's next? Are we leveling up? Cheng Ying asked eagerly. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, and then replied, let's head back to the main city first. There's a lot to do. Cheng Ying's excitement faded. Oh right, we have to cross the Death Desert again. Such a hassle. Jiang Chen flashed a mysterious smile. and took out a teleportation stone. I bought this. He handed each girl a stone. Cheng Ying immediately perked up. Awesome. The three of them activated their teleportation stones simultaneously. 10 seconds later, they appeared out of thin air in the main city's teleportation array in Lihua City. First, let's go to the city mansion. We can't forget Old Yan's compensation. Jiang Chun led the way towards the mansion. As they reached the mansion's entrance, the previously silent guards suddenly shouted in unison, "Greetings, holy envoy." This scene attracted the attention of nearby players who had just arrived in the main city, their faces full of surprise and curiosity. Who is this guy? The soldiers in the main city all showed utmost respect, as if they were facing a true big shot. As Jiang Chun walked by, many players whispered among themselves, some recognizing him as a member of the team that first defeated the Flame Stone King. Under the gaze of the crowd, Jiang Chun could only quicken his pace and swiftly enter the mansion. You two need to unseal your skills, right? Jiang Chun turned to Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao. Go ahead. I have something to take care of. The two girls nodded in agreement and went off to unseal their skills. Jiang Chun climbed the spiral staircase alone to the 5th floor, where the city lord's office was located. He stood before the closed door and gently knocked. Moments later, a stern-faced female steward opened the door and asked about his purpose. I'm here to see the Flame City Lord, Jiang Chun said. The city lord is in a meeting and is not receiving visitors, the steward replied coldly. Just as Jiang Chun was about to inquire about the duration of the meeting, Yin Chongfeng's deep voice came from inside the room. Is that Brother Fancheng? Yin Chongfeng personally came out to greet him, instructing the steward to immediately report any future visits from Jiang Chun. He then led Jiang Chun into the room. The 6 main city officials inside all stood up and addressed Jiang Chun as Holy Envoy. Jiang Chun directly stated that he was there to ask for compensation. Yin Chongfeng shook his head with a smile, took a black badge from the bookshelf, and handed it to him. The system notification indicated that it was a special item granting various privileges in the main city. Satisfied, Jiang Chun accepted it and prepared to leave. On his way out, Jiang Chun encountered Zuyi Xingchen on the 3rd floor. Their eyes met briefly, and Zuyi Xingchen, showing only a hint of surprise, walked past him. Jiang Chun questioned him about the demon suppression fragment, but Zuyi Xingchen merely left him with, "We'll meet again," before departing. Putting his doubts aside for the moment, Jiang Chun arrived at the room of the priest profession mentor Billy. This muscular man, who claimed to be Roth's cousin, had a smile that made Jiang Chun somewhat uncomfortable. He quickly handed over the sealed skill book and, after paying the fee, received the unsealed skill book. However, when Jiang Chun checked the system notification, he was stunned it was a 3-star Holy Light Judgment skill book. This 3-star skill book was dropped by the Magwing Dragon boss when Jiang Chun defeated it in the Golden Sealed Gate. As he stared at the skill details, he felt a moment of distraction. The description of the 3-star Holy Light Judgment caught his eye. Unleash a beam of holy light at the enemy, dealing damage equal to 100 of intelligence strength points. Range, 20 meters, cooldown, 10 seconds, mana cost, 100, judge skill. Absent-mindedly, Jiang Chen's fingers brushed over the skill book, and he murmured to himself, Holy Light Judgment. It should only be available to the judge class or hidden classes within the judge lineage. He recalled Old Yan's words, the incarnation of the Creator God, a mentor of the 6 hidden classes, which seemed to explain why he could obtain this skill. Even though Jiang Chun had known he could learn skills from the judge path, directly acquiring a judge skill felt somewhat surreal. However, he didn't immediately learn the skill. The reason was simple. He already had 3 skills and only 1 skill slot left. More importantly, he had another 4-star skill book from a full server quest in his backpack. Jiang Chun decided to unseal the 4-star skill book first before deciding which skill to prioritize. This situation left him slightly frustrated. Although skill slots can be increased, it requires purchasing expansion stones from the Divine Shop, which only opens after reaching level 20. Additionally, the shop's inventory doesn't always include the items he needs, which added to his concern. At that moment, Billy's voice interrupted his thoughts. The skill book has absorbed your aura. I can smell a fresh and mysterious scent. It's the aura of a hidden class. Billy grinned confidently. Looks like the judge has a new hidden class. Jiang Chun felt uneasy at Billy's grin. Mentor Billy, your smile is great, but maybe save it for next time. He paused and took out another sealed skill book from his backpack. This skill book also needs unsealing. Billy took the skill book and exaggeratedly opened his mouth in an O shape. It's a 4-star skill book. He sniffed the book indulgently. Unsealing a 4-star skill book costs 200 gold coins. Suddenly remembering something, Jiang Chun pulled out the main city medal given to him by Yin Chongfeng. I almost forgot. Does this help? This medal offers a 20 discount on purchases. Billy looked at the medal in surprise, then gave a philosophical smile. You don't think unsealing skill books qualifies for a discount, do you? Unable to bear the smile, Jiang Chun paid the 200 gold coins directly. Billy's hand brushed over the book's surface, causing it to emit a faint glow. Suddenly, Billy's expression froze, and he stood still as if petrified. Mentor Billy? Jiang Chun called out in confusion. Huh? Oh. Billy snapped back to reality and handed the skill book to Jiang Chun, looking puzzled. How strange. Why does your skill book contain a high priest skill? Jiang Chun didn't explain, taking the unsealed skill book and examining it closely. Angel's Hymn, 4 stars. Summons an angelic apparition, instantly restoring 5 of lost health to nearby allies, followed by an additional 100 spell power as health per second. Range, 20 meters, duration, 30 seconds, cooldown, 3 minutes, mana cost, 500, priest high priest skill. This skill, Jiangchen exclaimed, then felt a bit regretful. Too bad it's missing one word. If it were Archangel's Hymn, it would be perfect. Still, even without that arch, this skill is incredibly powerful. Looks like Holy Light Judgment will have to wait. With that, Jiangchen clapped his hands, and the Angel's Hymn transformed into a stream of light, merging into his body. He then activated his talent, Yin-Yang Reversal. The skill effect changed immediately. Angel's Hymn, for stars reversed, summons an angelic apparition, instantly reducing the lost health of nearby enemies by 10, followed by an additional 200 spell power as damage per second. Range, 20 meters, duration, 30 seconds, cooldown, 1 minute 30 seconds, mana cost, 250. Priest and High Priest skill. Jiangchen looked at the reverse skill data and couldn't help but mutter in amazement. Unbelievable. Despite the talent reversal effect, turning his current health into lost health, the skill was still incredibly powerful. Jiangchen quickly calculated in his mind. The lower the enemy's health, the higher the damage. As long as the opponent's health is below 10, it could practically be a one-hit kill. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Facing a boss with this skill would be unimaginable. Feeling good? Jiang Chun thought to himself, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He turned to face his class mentor, Billy, ready to take his leave. However, Billy's reaction was unexpected. The muscular mentor looked at him with admiration, his eyes shining with genuine respect. You are truly a great adventurer, choosing the Angel's Hymn to save others' lives instead of the damaging skill, Holy Retribution. You are a true healer. Allow me to express my highest respect. Before Jiang Chun could react, Billy suddenly grabbed his left hand. To Jiang Chen's shock, the burly mentor bent down, bringing his lips closer to the back of Jiang Chen's hand. Don't come any closer. Jiang Chun shouted instinctively, panicking. He struggled to pull his hand back, but found that Billy's grip was incredibly strong, rendering him immobile. Just as Billy's lips were about to touch the back of Jiang Chen's hand, he seemed to sense Jiang Chen's intense struggle. Billy looked up, puzzled, and asked, "What's wrong?" Taking advantage of the moment, Jiang Chen broke free from the grip and blurted out in his panic, "I'm not worthy." He then dashed out of the mentor's room at top speed, not stopping until he reached the first floor. Billy watched Jiang Chen's hasty retreat with a knowing smile. What a humble and shy young man, he mused. Leaning against the wall on the first floor, Jiang Chen gasped for breath, his heart still racing. He patted his chest, trying to calm down. This is the biggest crisis I've faced so far. The priest class mentor is terrifying, he muttered to himself, still shaken. After what felt like a dozen seconds, Jiang Chen let out a deep breath, as if he had just been through a heart-pounding adventure. His gaze swept around, and his thoughts shifted to the next task. Next, I need to repair the broken angel's ring and purify those 2 platinum-grade items. Jiang Chen muttered to himself while skillfully operating the interface and sending a brief message to his team. Fanchen, I have something to take care of and need to leave the main city residence for a while. If you guys finish unlocking the skill books, feel free to explore the residence. Soon after he sent the message, his teammates' replies popped up in the chat box. Cheng Ying received. Cheng Ying, say something. Tao Xiao Yao received. Jiang Chun shook his head helplessly and closed the chat interface. He stepped out of the residence and headed towards the main city's commercial street. The location of each main city's commercial street was fixed, bustling with crowds and various shops. Among them was Jiang Chen's destination, the blacksmith shop. A few minutes later, Jiang Chen arrived at the lively commercial street. He walked along the cobblestone path for dozens of meters until a shabby house appeared before him. In front of the door, a furnace taller than a person was blazing, and next to it stood a crooked wooden sign with the words "Nyo's Blacksmith Shop" scrawled on it. The ground was littered with bits of iron and coal, giving the place a decidedly unprofessional vibe. Old Yen really needs to manage the city's appearance better. Jiang Chen couldn't help but complain as he circled around the furnace and pushed open the door to the blacksmith shop. Inside, there was another furnace, but much more refined. Next to it were a bellows and a large anvil. A sturdy, shirtless man in his 30s with bronze skin was working intently. He held a red-hot piece of metal with tongs in one hand and a heavy hammer in the other, striking it repeatedly on the anvil. Sparks flew with each clang, illuminating his sweat-soaked face. Suddenly, the metal piece shattered under the heat and hammering, turning into a pile of useless scrap. Sigh, broke another customer's item, the shirtless man said dejectedly, tossing the broken metal outside. It was then that he noticed Jiang Chun standing at the door. Hello, adventurer. Welcome to Nyo's blacksmith shop. I'm Nyo, he greeted enthusiastically. Jiang Chun was silent for a couple of seconds, frowning, and turned to leave. Hey, don't go. I'm the best blacksmith in all the main cities. Nyo called out urgently. Hmm? Jiang Chun stopped and looked back skeptically. You're the best blacksmith? How come I've never heard of you? I'm usually very low-key, Nyo said, scratching his head sheepishly. Jiang Chun pointed to the scrap metal outside. And what's that? Nyo immediately straightened up. Failures are inevitable in blacksmithing, especially here in Lihua City. The success rate is naturally a bit lower. What does Lihua City have to do with it? Jiang Chun asked, puzzled. Lihua City has special geothermal fire, which can increase the quality of forged items, but the success rate is slightly lower. Nyo explained, holding his thumb and forefinger very close together to indicate a tiny amount. I've never heard of that, Jiang Chun admitted, feeling genuinely surprised. After all, with so many main cities, he wouldn't have come here if not for a global quest. Moreover, in his previous life, Lihua City had faced destruction, but this time, that threat had been eliminated. I only tell special people like you, Nyo said mysteriously. Deciding not to dwell on the topic, Jiang Chun got straight to the point. All right, I'm not here to forge equipment. I need something repaired. He took out the Broken Angel's ring silver grade and asked, can you fix this? Nyo examined the ring closely, frowning. It can be repaired, but only up to gold grade for now. You mean it can go higher? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he asked. Of course. This ring was originally platinum grade. Nyo nodded, explaining further, but it's too damaged. It needs some special materials. Otherwise, it can only be repaired to gold grade. What materials? Jiang Chun asked directly. It requires a purple crystal tear. Nyo replied. You can only find it in the abandoned mines of the northern rainforest, but there's been a monster outbreak there recently, making it scarce. The abandoned mines in the northern rainforest, Jiang Chun repeated softly, seemingly deep in thought. He then pulled two more items from his backpack. Polluted dragon staff, platinum grade. Polluted dragon skull helm, platinum grade. Can these be purified? Jiang Chun asked. Nyo looked at the items, his eyes flashing with surprise. These are high-quality items, he exclaimed, then added. They can be purified, but not right now. Jiang Chun frowned. What do you need? I need 2 bottles of pure spring water, but it's been hard to come by lately because of the recent monster outbreak. Aniu replied, a hint of helplessness on his face. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow and asked, is it also in the northern rainforest? That's right. Aniu confirmed with a nod. There's a pure spring by the White Cliffs in the northern rainforest. He looked Jiang Chun in the eye, a trace of hope in his voice. Adventurer, will you go? Without hesitation, Jiang Chun nodded. I'll go. Ania's eyes lit up as he quickly fetched 10 crystal-clear glass bottles from under the counter and handed them to Jiang Chun. Honorable adventurer, I'd like to ask you to bring back more if you can, he said sincerely. If you bring back 10 amethyst tears and 10 bottles of pure spring water, I'll repair and purify your equipment for free. As soon as he finished speaking, a semi-transparent task prompt appeared in front of Jiang Chun. Quest triggered. Ania's request. Quest details. Help Aniu from the blacksmith shop by bringing back 010 amethyst tears and 010 pure spring water from the northern rainforest. Accept? Accept. Jiang Chun responded decisively, carefully placing the glass bottles into his backpack. Ania smiled gratefully. Honorable adventurer, I wish you a safe return. Jiang Chun nodded in acknowledgement and opened his personal interface, confirming that a new quest, Ania's request, had been added to his task list with the location clearly marked. Leaving the blacksmith shop, Jiang Chun walked briskly to the main city square. His gaze fell upon a newly posted notice on the bulletin board. Quest, eliminate the beasts. Quest details. The beasts in the northern rainforest are rampaging. Adventurers are needed to cull 020 beasts. Reward, 99 silver coins. This must be Old Yan's quest. He's so stingy, he won't even give a single gold coin. Jiang Chun muttered to himself. He quickly messaged Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao, meet me in the square. We're going on a quest. A few seconds later, Cheng Ying replied, Brother Fanchen, we can't come out right now. Jiang Chun was puzzled. Cheng Ying explained further, we seem to have triggered a hidden quest. We're stuck in a house on the 2nd floor of the estate. Tao Xiaoyao added, yeah, there are 2 NPCs arguing here, asking us to mediate. Jiang Chun paused for a moment before replying. This might be a prerequisite quest. Stay in the main city estate for now. I'll be back soon. Alone, Chen headed to the city's teleportation array, transporting himself directly to the north gate. After confirming his direction, he quickly exited the city and made his way toward the quest location. Along the way, several players recognized Chen and gave him astonished looks. Isn't that the healer from the first kill team? Hey, can we take a photo with you? Fanshin, did you guys complete the server-wide quest? Faced with the continuous attention, Chen sighed and quickened his pace. Finding a secluded corner, he promptly put on his faceless mask, concealing his appearance and name. After walking for about 10 more minutes, a lush, towering forest came into view. Chen felt a surge of excitement. I've reached the northern rainforest. Without hesitation, he stepped into the forest. Inside the forest, many players were engaged in battles with wild monsters. These monsters, with their bloodshot eyes, appeared particularly aggressive. Carefully avoiding the combat zones, Chen continued his journey on the damp ground. Suddenly, a black wolf-like monster leaped out from behind a large tree, charging straight at Chen. Swift Wind Wolf LV-12. Just as Chen caught sight of the wolf's information, a clear female voice rang out. Watch out! A four-person team happened to pass by. A female warrior in the group quickly dashed in front of Chen, blocking the charging Swift Wind Wolf. The other three members swiftly followed, forming a defensive formation. The team's female healer curiously glanced at Chen and asked, why would a healer venture alone into such a dangerous place? Kid, you're lucky we came along, a male warrior smirked, his tone slightly arrogant. Looking at the enthusiastic team in front of him, Chen didn't know how to respond and could only sigh inwardly. The male warrior speaking had striking blonde hair and went by the ID Sha Lung Xiao. Standing next to him was a female priest with pink hair. Her ID was Yin Lei Wei Mei. Behind them, a purple-haired male mage named Lu Feng Wu Qing was walking slowly, his robes fluttering in the wind. By Chen's side, a female warrior with long, black hair was fiercely battling a swift wind wolf. Her ID was Xiao Wei. These young people all looked to be under 20, full of youthful energy. Chen glanced at the group, his gaze lingering on their colorful hair, and couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. He muttered under his breath, apart from Xiao Wei, are the rest of them from the funeral love family? What are you muttering about, kid? Sha Lung Xiao heard Chen's low murmur and said in a displeased tone, we saved you. You know that? Before Chen could respond, Xiao Wei, who was locked in combat with a wild creature, suddenly shouted, come help me, Xiao Mei, heal me. On it! Yin Lei Wei Mei immediately cast a healing spell, and a white light fell on Xiao Wei, restoring 160 health points. Sha Lung Xiao charged forward with his greatsword, delivering a heavy blow to the creature. Lu Feng Wu Qing waved his staff, casting a fireball. Although Chen couldn't see the exact damage numbers from their actions and the creature's health bar changes, it was clear they were not beginners and had some gaming skills. In less than half a minute, the level 12 creature would be defeated. However, in Chen's eyes, these people were just kids. Taking advantage of the situation, he quietly left and headed towards his quest location, the abandoned mine. Damn, that guy with the white mask just walked off. Sha Lung Xiao said discontentedly, watching Chen's retreating figure. We saved him, and he didn't even say thank you. He's heading deeper into the jungle, where the wild creatures are more numerous. Lu Feng Wu Qing remarked while casting another fireball. He seems like a newbie, really not afraid of death. If you knew he was a newbie, why didn't you stop him? Are you just going to watch him go deeper and get himself killed? Xiao Wei, who was tanking the creature, suddenly interjected. Xiao Wei, that guy didn't even say thank you. Why should we stop him? Sha Lung Xiao retorted, clearly disagreeing with Xiao Wei. Just a heads up about the danger. It's no big deal, Xiao Wei said quickly while attacking the creature with her sword. Today you help someone. Tomorrow someone will help you. Ah, Xiao Wei, you're too nice. It's easy for people to take advantage of you. You should really change that old-fashioned mindset. Sha Lung Xiao couldn't help but comment. Meanwhile, Chen had activated the invisibility effect of his faceless mask and quickly moved past the wolf-like creatures. Soon, he arrived at a mountain wall on the edge of the jungle, where a dilapidated mine was in sight. Here we are. Chen walked into the mine without hesitation. Inside, the light was dim, and water droplets continuously dripped from the walls, making faint sounds. Occasionally, a few wolf-like creatures roamed the cave, but they were completely unaware of the invisible Chen. After passing through a narrow entrance, Chen reached the heart of the abandoned mine. The space here was much larger, with 20 or 30 wild creatures wandering around, including several elite bronze-level creatures. This northern jungle seems to be full of wolf-like creatures, Chen muttered to himself, glancing at the creature information. Swift Wind Wolf, LV12. Fierce Wolf Bronze Elite, LV12. However, his attention was quickly drawn to a faintly glowing purple crystal on the ground. Amethyst Tear. His eyes lit up as he swiftly moved to the center of the creatures and unleashed his Holy Light Apocalypse Array. A dazzling six-pointed star array appeared, covering almost two-thirds of the mine. Terrifying damage numbers floated above all the creatures' heads simultaneously. Ordinary creatures fell almost instantly, and the four elite creatures also had their health drained to zero by the second wave of damage. Jiang Chen quickly picked up the amethyst tears from the ground. The system notification showed, Amethyst Tear Excellent, a natural, impurity-free material often found near certain wild creatures or bosses, used for equipment repair. There weren't many amethyst tears in the entire mine. Jiang Chen collected only 9, but the quest required 10. Was Anyo trying to trick me? Just as Jiang Chen was feeling puzzled, the system suddenly gave another notification. Jiang Chen had just finished collecting a large amount of amethyst tears when a deafening roar suddenly echoed through the mine. A massive wolf-like boss with purple-black fur then charged in from the entrance, its sharp claws scraping against the rocky ground with a piercing sound. A system notification instantly appeared. Amethyst Demon Wolf. Level 13. Quality Bronze Boss. Skill 1. Wolf Howl. When HP drops by 10, unleashes a howl causing 150 damage and stunning all targets within 10 meters for 5 seconds. Skill 2. Demon Wolf's Breath. When HP falls below 50, summons nearby wolf-type minions from the abandoned mine for support. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. I thought I could collect materials easily, but now I have to face a boss. As expected, the task of repairing platinum-grade equipment for free couldn't be this simple. He felt a bit regretful that Cheng Ying and Xiao Yao couldn't arrive in time, missing out on the quality 1 buff. As the boss approached, Jiang Chen made a quick decision and cast a healing spell. The Amethyst Demon Wolf's HP immediately dropped by approximately 2.3, and Jiang Chen quickly calculated the boss's total HP to be around 130,000. The boss lunged forward, its sharp claws slicing through the air. Jiang Chen calmly responded, instantly conjuring a white healing light that connected to the boss while nimbly dodging the deadly attack. With attributes far exceeding his current level and agile movements, Jiang Chen skillfully maneuvered around the mine, engaging the boss in a dangerous game of cat and mouse. He continuously cast healing spells and healing lights, maintaining a safe distance as if playing a game of hide-and-seek. 4 seconds later, the boss's HP dropped below 90. The Amethyst Demon Wolf howled at the sky, sending transparent sound waves rippling outward. Jiang Chen was prepared and retreated to the edge of the skill's range the moment the boss opened its mouth, easily avoiding the attack. The battle continued, and the boss's HP soon fell below 50. The Amethyst Demon Wolf paused, emitting a faint purple aura that spread towards the mine's entrance. Jiang Chen immediately activated the Little Holy Light Apocalypse Array, maintaining his healing light and spells. In just 10 seconds, the boss lost 40 of its HP. At the same time, a pack of wolf-type minions charged in from outside the mine, responding to the boss's call. Just as the Amethyst Demon Wolf was about to fall, another system notification appeared. Warning. The boss Amethyst Demon Wolf is going berserk due to rapid HP loss. A more anguished howl rang out as the Amethyst Demon Wolf's body suddenly swelled, its HP quickly restoring to full. The system information updated accordingly. Mutated Amethyst Demon Wolf. Level 13. Quality Silver Boss. Skill 1. Wolf Howl. When HP drops by 10, unleashes a howl causing 250 damage and stunning all targets within 20 meters for 5 seconds. Skill 2. Demon Wolf's Breath. When HP falls below 50, summons wolf-type minions from the northern rainforest for support. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. A mutation? The stun range has increased to 20 meters, and the summoning range now covers the entire northern rainforest. Looks like I'll have to face it heat-in. He decisively switched to Phantom Boots and cast another healing spell. This time, the boss's HP only decreased by about 1.2, with its total HP doubling to 260,000. The mutated boss charged at Jiang Chen again, its claws tearing down. This time, Jiang Chen didn't dodge, taking the hit heated. His expression remained unchanged as he immediately cast a healing light. The white glow not only connecting to the boss, but also enveloping 2 newly summoned minions. The battle grew increasingly intense as Jiang Chen engaged in a thrilling life-and-death struggle with the suddenly mutated boss. Jiang Chen began a direct confrontation with the boss, relying on his protective and absorbing magic. His attacks rained down on the boss, quickly reducing its health to below 90. Suddenly, the boss let out a deafening roar, sending a transparent sound wave like a sharp sword. This was the wolf howl, which came with a 5-second stun effect. Jiang Chen reacted swiftly, and a faint golden glow covered him instantly holy light body. The wolf howl hit Jiang Chun, and a damage number appeared above his head, but his expression remained calm. He quickly cast a healing spell, restoring his lost health. The boss looked puzzled, unable to understand why this human wasn't stunned. Immune to control, Jiang Chun thought with a slight smile, noting that the holy light body could be used for 9.5 minutes each day. He then cautiously turned it off, planning to save it for the boss's next skill. The battle continued, and the boss's health soon dropped below 50. At this moment, a faint light covered the boss, and a dense purple mist appeared, rapidly drifting out of the mine. Once outside, the mist spread quickly, like ink in water, enveloping the entire northern rainforest. Within just 2 or 3 minutes, a large pack of wolf-like monsters swarmed outside the mine. More small monsters kept coming, seemingly endless. Meanwhile, deeper in the northern rainforest, dozens of players who were grinding monsters looked bewildered as they watched the monsters rush towards the forest depths. What's going on? Why are the monsters running away? Are they stopping us from grinding? I haven't finished my 20 kills yet. What's the deal? Voices of confusion and frustration echoed through the forest. At the same time, the 4 members of the Zhang AI family were also grinding monsters. Xiao, Sa Lung Xiao looked puzzled. What's happening? Why are the small monsters running away? Lu Feng Wuqing was equally baffled. What do we do? We only need one more monster. Xiao Wei frowned slightly and said, let's move to the outer area. We should find some monsters there. Just as she finished speaking, a player shouted in panic. Oh no, a huge pack of monsters is coming from behind. Run! The Zhang AI family turned around sharply to see 100 wolf-like monsters rushing towards them like a tide. Xiao Sa Lung Xiao's voice trembled. Sister Xiao Wei, no need to look. There's a whole pack. Is this a beast tide? Let's go! Xiao Wei ordered decisively. Thus, Xiao Wei's team and about 30 or 40 other players were forced to run deeper into the forest by the swarming monsters. Meanwhile, back in the abandoned mine in the forest depths, Jiang Chun had reduced the boss's health to below 10. At the same time, 40 to 50 wolf-like monsters flooded into the mine. Jiang Chun quickly cast a minor holy light apocalypse array. The hexagram spell instantly knocked down the small monsters, and the boss's health plummeted. In less than 10 seconds, the boss fell with a crash. The system notification immediately sounded. You have slain the boss. Mutated amethyst demon wolf silver level, achieving the first kill. Jiang Chun swiftly picked up the loot. You have obtained amethyst gem rare. You have obtained end of magic robe silver level. You have obtained battle hunger necklace silver level. 2 pieces of silver level equipment, plus a rare amethyst gem, caught Jiang Chun's eye. He checked the gem's details. Amethyst gem rare. A rare, impurity-free material. 10 times more valuable than amethyst tier. Used for forging or repairing equipment. This thing, Anyo would be really envious, Jiang Chun thought with a smile, storing the gem in his backpack before leaving the mine. Outside, he was immediately surrounded by a pack of at least 50 to 60 wolf-like monsters, with no clear path to break through. Jiang Chun murmured, the boss is dead, but its skill effect is still active. These small monsters were evidently summoned by the boss's skill. Standing still, Jiang Chun let the monsters surround him. As soon as the cooldown for the minor holy light apocalypse array ended, he cast the hexagram spell again. In an instant, the entire pack of small monsters fell to the ground. Just as Jiang Chun was about to leave, he noticed a group of about 30 players running towards him. Jiang Chun was momentarily stunned. As he stood there puzzled, he saw a group of players sprinting past him, chased by hundreds of small monsters. The bizarre scene brought a strange expression to Jiang Chun's face. Among the runners, he noticed a few distinctively colored headset was the Zhang AI clan. Panting as he ran, Xiao Sa Lung Xiao asked, how long are these wild monsters going to chase us? Xiao Wei shook her head, replying, I don't know. We just have to keep running. Suddenly, a bald mage within the crowd cast an ice vine spell on 2 nearby players, slowing them down instantly. With a sinister smile, he said, why are you all running so fast? Stay behind. I don't need to outrun the monsters. Just outrun the rest of you. The 2 players who were slowed down were enraged. What the heck are you doing? They shouted. Why are you attacking us when we're being chased by monsters? Other players quickly condemned him. There are monsters chasing us. Why are you attacking others? I know that bald guy. He's Falatanshan. He used to love killing newbies in the starter village. How disgusting, this guy. Falatanshan scoffed. Stop whining. I'm helping you. Someone has to lure the monsters away, or how else will we escape? At this point, the 2 slowed players had fallen to the back of the group, with the monsters closing in. Xiao Wei decisively shouted, let's go help them. Xiao Sa Lung Xiao exclaimed, Xiao Wei, how are we supposed to help? Don't be foolish. Xiao Wei quickly instructed, Lung Xiao, you and Xiao Mei keep running. I'll delay the nearest two monsters. Wu Qing, provide me some range support. With that, she stopped running. Players rushed past her, and the two slowed players were now only 3 or 4 meters behind her. 5 or 6 meters away, the nearest two monsters were charging in. Xiao Wei swung her sword at the monsters, drawing their attention. She shouted, Wu Qing, hit these two with an ice vine spell. Lu Feng Wu Qing immediately responded. Got it. He waved his staff, and a white ice vine spread under the two monsters' feet. Xiao Wei began to retreat, but the brief delay had allowed the surrounding monsters to form a partial encirclement. Lu Feng Wu Qing's face turned pale, and he shouted in distress, Xiao Wei, Xiao Sa Lung Xiao, and Wei Mei Yanlei heard the shout and stopped. Lung Xiao roared, Xiao Wei, I told you not to be a goody two-shoes, but you never listen. You never listen. He turned and ran toward Xiao Wei. By now, the monsters had completely surrounded Xiao Wei. She desperately retreated, but some monsters were already pouncing on her. The rest of the Zhong AI clan rushed towards the encirclement. Xiao Wei shouted, What are you doing? Get out of here! Xiao Sa Lung Xiao yelled back, Xiao Wei, when we were in the starter village, no one wanted to team up with us. You were the only one who took us in. Now you want us to leave you? I can't do that. Losing some attributes is no big deal to me. Lu Feng Wuqing added, Yeah, Xiao Wei, if we die together. Wei Mei Yanlei cast a healing spell on Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei, I'm healing you. The three of them reached Xiao Wei, but they couldn't break through the encirclement. Xiao Wei's health was dropping rapidly. Xiao Sa Lung Xiao shouted, Attack the monsters. He charged into the mob. Lu Feng Wuqing cast fireball spells, and Wei Mei Yanlei continued to heal. However, not only was Xiao Wei's health plummeting, but more monsters were closing in on the three of them. Xiao Sa Lung Xiao forced a light-hearted tone. Free teleport home, but his eyes betrayed his pain. At that moment, Jiang Chun, who had been planning to leave, hesitated upon seeing this scene. He thought, they did help me fend off the monsters, even though I didn't need it. Their intentions were good. I should help them. Jiang Chun quickly approached the Zhong AI clan. Seeing their health dropping rapidly, especially Xiao Wei's, who was barely hanging on, he made a swift decision. A glowing rune appeared on his forehead, and he instantly materialized among them. In the stunned eyes of the group, a hexagram magic circle suddenly appeared amidst the monsters, radiating a brilliant light. As Jiang Chun made his dazzling entrance, he simultaneously unleashed the lesser holy light apocalypse array. A hexagram magic circle appeared on the ground, and a sacred white light rose from the midst of the wild monsters. Xiao Wei and her team were bathed in the holy light, their entire bodies shining brilliantly. They gazed at the radiant light in awe, momentarily lost in thought. This looks amazing. Is this the special effect for dying? Xiao Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. Suddenly, the surrounding small monsters fell like grass cut by a scythe. Hundreds of wild monsters, most of them, died right there. Only a few, not drawn into the fray, continued to chase the people ahead, narrowly escaping. With the nearby monsters all dead, the view cleared up. Xiao Wei saw a tall figure calmly turning to leave. All these monsters, they're all dead. Xiao Wei's team member, Xiao Sha Lung Xiao, looked around in disbelief, rubbed his eyes, and said in a trembling voice, Am I seeing this right? They're really all down. Lu Feng Wu Qing stood with his mouth agape, nodding numbly. Shocked, he said, What just happened? This vast expanse of white light, was it a miracle? It seems like that person did it. Yanlei Wei Mei pointed at Jiang Chen's retreating figure, her eyes filled with curiosity. Wait a minute. Xiao Wei snapped out of her daze and quickly chased after Jiang Chun, with the other three following closely behind. Meanwhile, among the 30 or so players still fleeing, someone noticed the anomaly. The monsters behind us are all dead, someone exclaimed. Everyone turned around, noticing that most of the monsters were gone, with a field of corpses in the distance. They're all dead, someone shouted in amazement. Some people started to form plans in their minds. Why are we still running? With so many monsters dead, let's turn back and fight, someone shouted. I'll go if you go. Why are you so scared? There are only about 30 monsters left. With so many of us, we could take them down. Oh, then go ahead. Why are you talking big from the front? Amidst the argument, the group reached the cliff in front of the abandoned mine. With no way forward, they had to turn around and face the small monsters. Someone began to give orders. All ranged attackers, prioritize the closest monsters. As the players engaged in battle with the monsters, a bald mage named F.A. Li Tao Tian quietly slipped away. On the other side, Jiang Chen muttered to himself as he walked, I still need to go to the Immaculate Spring. He then frowned slightly, stopped, and said, Stop following me. Finally, you stopped. Xiao Wei's face lit up as she quickly approached. Why are you following me? Jiang Chen asked helplessly. I just want to know. Xiao Wei stepped in front of Jiang Chen and, upon seeing the mask on his face, suddenly paused. Aren't you the priest with the white mask we met before? At this moment, the other three members of Xiao Wei's team also arrived. Hey, it's you. Xiao Xiaolong Xiao looked at Jiang Chun with surprise and curiosity. Lu Feng Wu Qing and Yin Lei Wei Mei also showed looks of surprise. Can you speak properly? Xiao Wei glared at Xiao Xiaolong Xiao. Sister Xiao Wei I. The aloof young man hadn't finished his sentence when his shoulders involuntarily tensed. Shut up! Xiao Wei snapped, then turned to Jiang Chun, her eyes shimmering with curiosity and gratitude. Was it you who helped us just now? Jiang Chun flatly denied no it wasn't. Xiao Wei persisted, I know it was you. There was no one else around at that time. If you knew, why did you ask? Jiang Chun sighed, rolling his eyes. The aloof young man couldn't help but interject, eyes wide. Was it really you? Xiao Wei shot him a glare. I told you to shut up. Then she sincerely addressed Jiang Chun. I just wanted to thank you for saving us. Jiang Chun waved it off, his tone indifferent. No need to thank me. You helped me once, I help you once. We're even? He turned to leave, adding, and stop following me. Xiao Wei called after Jiang Chun's retreating figure. You didn't really need our help, so we're really grateful you saved us. She paused, then asked, by the way, I can't see your ID. What's your name? Jiang Chun ignored her and kept walking. The aloof young man suddenly had an idea and shouted, since we can't see your face, let's call you Faceless Brother. Faceless Brother, thank you. Tears of Beauty, standing nearby, widened her eyes and regretfully watched Jiang Chun's back as he walked away. What a shame. We didn't get his name. Xiao Wei murmured softly. It's enough to remember him in our hearts. The aloof young man sighed. It's unforgettable. I think I'll remember today for the rest of my life. He shook his yellow hair excitedly. Do you think one day I might be as strong as Faceless Brother? I feel like I have the potential to become a top master. Xiao Wei mercilessly crushed his dream. Absolutely not. Jiang Chun felt a pang of sentiment, recalling the scheming and deceit he had witnessed among the gods in his previous life. Those who appeared gentle and cultured, but were actually sinister and treacherous. In contrast, these seemingly unruly youths appeared much more genuine. Soon, Jiang Chun arrived at the pure spring. In a clearing in the forest, a small stone circle surrounded a spring, with water bubbling up from the center. Jiang Chun's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out a bottle to collect the water. However, after filling just one bottle, the spring stopped flowing. Staring at the remaining small puddle, he frowned, thinking, I hope I can fill 10 bottles. Recalling the previous experience with the amethyst tier task, Jiang Chun quickly took out the remaining bottles and began filling them. 2 bottles, 3 bottles. Until the 9th bottle was full, his expression finally relaxed. There was just enough water left in the spring for 1 more bottle. And yo didn't cheat me this time. Jiang Chun smiled slightly, just about to take the last bit of water when, thud, a dull sound. Suddenly, everything went white before Jiang Chun's eyes. A long leg stretched out in front of him, perfectly blocking his access to the spring. At the same time, a puddle of clear, viscous liquid slowly flowed down before him. Jiang Chun's expression changed suddenly, and he looked up sharply. He saw a fierce white-furred fox-like monster staring at him, its fangs bared and drool glistening at the corners of its mouth. A system prompt immediately popped up. Phantom White Fox, Bronze Tier Boss, LV13. Special abilities. 1. Stealth. Becomes invisible and undetectable when the target is more than 1.5 meters away. Reveals itself when approached or attacked. 2. Illusion. Creates an untargetable illusion every time its health drops by 10. The illusion has 20 of the original's attributes and lasts for 30 seconds. Jiang Chun breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, so it's a stealthy boss. No wonder it appeared so quietly. But a mere bronze tier is no threat to me. Before he could finish his thought, the phantom white fox suddenly slashed at him with its sharp claws. Jiang Chun didn't dodge or flinch, allowing the attack to land on him, resulting in a negligible damage number above his head. He smirked and instantly activated the minor Holy Light Apocalypse Array, simultaneously casting Healing Ray and Healing Spell. In a flash, a 6-pointed star array emerged on the ground, and dazzling white light along with healing rays enveloped the boss. 3 waves of damage surged forth, instantly draining nearly 6.3 of the boss's health. The minor Holy Light Apocalypse Array and Healing Ray acted like a blood pump, continuously draining the boss's life. In just 2 seconds, the boss's health dropped below 90. It let out a piercing howl, retreated rapidly, and vanished. Simultaneously, an identical phantom white fox appeared out of nowhere. Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Chun remarked, it knows how to create distance and go invisible, then generate illusions? Interesting. He knew that the one before him was just an illusion, and the real body had gone invisible again. But it was futile. The invisible boss would soon reappear and continue losing health. The erased duration isn't over yet. Jiang Chun smiled as he quickly closed in on the boss, not giving it a chance to go invisible again. The nearby illusion clawed at him in vain, causing minimal damage. Another 2 seconds passed, and the boss lost 13,300 health points, dropping below 80. It retreated again, howling as a second illusion appeared. Ignoring it, Jiang Chun continued to press the boss. The scene was rather bizarre, as if Jiang Chun were the predator and the phantom white fox the prey, constantly retreating. Soon, the boss's health fell below 70, and a third illusion appeared. By the time the fourth illusion emerged, the erased duration had ended. At this point, 4 illusions remained on the field, and the boss's health was down to 58. Due to cooldown limitations, Jiang Chun could only cast healing spell again. Watching the retreating boss, he decided not to chase it further and directly unleashed Angels him. In an instant, a celestial image of an angel with white wings appeared in the sky. She spread her arms and wings, beginning a chant. The melodious song, like a mother's gentle whisper, enveloped the area. Starlight like rain covered a 20-meter radius around the angel. The boss's health instantly dropped by 8, the immediate effect of Angels him. A fifth illusion appeared as the boss's health continued to decline. This ultimate skill would last for 30 seconds. Soon, the 6th and 7th illusions appeared one after another. Jiang Chun stood his ground, allowing the illusions to attack him. 22 seconds later, the boss fell with a resounding crash. A system prompt immediately popped up. You have slain the Phantom White Fox bronze tier and achieved the first kill. Your level has increased to 20. All 4 of your primary attributes have increased by 1 point, and you have gained 4 free attribute points. As Jiang Chun was reveling in his level up, he suddenly noticed a bald-headed mage drawing water from the pure spring nearby. He immediately shouted, "Stop!" and rushed toward the mage, who was about 50 meters away from the pure spring. Just then, the server announced, "Player Fanchen has reached level 20, unlocking the Royal City dungeon. Completing the dungeon will open the gate to the Royal City." Ignoring the announcement, Jiang Chen's face turned stern as he continued to chase the bald-headed mage, thinking to himself, "You won't get away." Jiang Chun had barely taken a few steps when the system notification sounded again. "Congratulations! You are the first to reach level 20 and have been awarded 200 gold coins." He paused, slowing his pace involuntarily. A notification for just 200 gold coins? Jiang Chun muttered to himself in exasperation. If I don't catch him, it's all the system's fault. Looking ahead, the bald mage was still within his sight. Jiang Chun quickened his pace, determined to catch up. At this moment, the mage, who had been running at full speed, was both frightened and anxious. Earlier, he had been eyeing the pure spring water for a while, but hadn't dared to make a move because of the nearby monsters. During the chase, a sudden thought struck him. Could the monsters near the spring have also left? Taking a chance, he stealthily approached the spring. Sure enough, the monsters were nowhere to be seen. However, he saw a boss lying defeated next to a person clearly. This person had taken down the boss. Seizing the moment, the mage quickly filled a bottle with the spring water. Just as he thought he could get away, a loud shout rang out from behind. "Stop!" Terrified, he bolted, cursing under his breath. "Do you really have to chase me like this? It's not like the spring water belongs to you, you maniac!" Despite his best efforts to run, the distance between him and his pursuer continued to shrink. The other person was noticeably faster. As the gap closed from 50 meters to 40, then to 30, the mage could no longer bear it. "I'm not running anymore," he yelled, stopping and turning around in anger. "Stop chasing me!" Jiang Chun slowed down and walked towards him. Only then did he recognize that this mage, known as Fa Li Tao Tian, was the same guy who had thrown an ice vine spell at others during his escape earlier. "What do you want?" Fa Li Tao Tian glared at the masked Jiang Chun. "Hand over the pure spring water," Jiang Chun demanded bluntly. "When I took the water, the spring was almost empty." "It must have been you who took most of it," Fa Li Tao Tian retorted indignantly. "You took so much. Can I even have 1 bottle? I killed the boss, and you took the loot?" Jiang Chun sneered, stopping 20 meters away. "I'll say it one more time. Hand over the pure spring water, or I'll kill you every time I see you." Fa Li Tao Tian's face darkened. After a brief silence, he suddenly put on a friendly smile. "All right, I'll give it to you. Come and get it." Without hesitation, Jiang Chun walked over. Suddenly, Fa Li Tao Tian waved his staff, and a white ice vine appeared under Jiang Chen's feet. Jiang Chen's movement slowed as he took damage. A fireball and an ice spike followed quickly, numbers indicating damage appearing above Jiang Chen's head. Yet, Jiang Chun remained unfazed, continuing to walk forward calmly. "Why?" Fa Li Tao Tian was stunned, eyes wide with disbelief. "Why isn't your health dropping below 50? Jiang Chun reached him and said calmly, "Give me the item." "What? What are you?" Fa Li Tao Tian asked, trying to suppress his shock. Jiang Chun just stared at him silently. Fa Li Tao Tian's eyes narrowed, and after a brief pause, he cast another fireball as soon as its cooldown ended. Another damage number appeared above Jiang Chen's head, but his health remained at half. Had enough? Jiang Chen asked calmly, as if asking about the weather. Fa Li Tao Tian could no longer stay calm, looking at Jiang Chen in terror. I'll give you the pure spring water. Just don't hurt me. I won't hurt you, Jiang Chen said, glancing at a nearby monster. I keep my word. Fine. Fa Li Tao Tian gritted his teeth, pulling out a bottle filled with pure spring water from his bag. He threw it hard behind Jiang Chen, the bottle tracing a perfect arc and landing 40 or 50 meters away. Then he turned and ran. Jiang Chen looked back at the bottle's location, then at Fa Li Tao Tian's retreating figure. There's a monster next to you, he said. As soon as he finished speaking, a hexagram magic circle appeared, followed by a purple crystal ball. The circle's light enveloped both Fa Li Tao Tian and a nearby monster. A monster? Fa Li Tao Tian wondered, just as a bright light flashed before him. In an instant, his health was drained. Both he and the monster fell to the ground. Sorry about that. Accidental hit, Jiang Chun said with a smile, noticing the faint glow on Fa Li Tao Tian's corpse. He quickly walked over. Jiang Chun picked up the equipment that had dropped from the powerful spell, and the system notified him that he had acquired a bronze-level vinewood staff. He glanced at it disdainfully and said, "What a piece of junk." He then fed it to the magic crystal ball. Turning around, Jiang Chen's eyes locked onto a water bottle not far away. He quickly walked over, bent down to pick it up, and was pleased to see that his backpack now contained 10 bottles of purified spring water. The boss loot hasn't been collected yet. Can't let it go to waste, Jiang Chen muttered to himself as he hurried towards the direction of the purified spring. Soon, he arrived at the corpse of the Phantom White Fox. The bronze-level boss's corpse would take 10 minutes to disappear, and the dropped items would vanish along with it. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any time, and quickly gathered the items on the ground. The system continuously notified him. You have obtained a bronze-level devout ring. You have obtained a bronze-level swift boots. You have obtained a common elegant robe blueprint. Jiang Chen frowned and said, I forgot there's no quality one, but it wasn't a wasted trip. He swiftly fed the 2 pieces of equipment to the magic crystal ball and then carefully examined the fashion blueprint. Looks like I'll have something new to wear. He smiled slightly and carefully stored the blueprint. Just as Jiang Chun was about to head back to the main city, a message from Cheng Ying popped up. She urgently said, Brother Fancheng, Xiao Yao and I have encountered a quest that requires us to go to the eastern marshes east of Lihua City to obtain the skin of a giant thunder frog. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and asked, How soon is immediately? Cheng Ying replied, We have 45 minutes. Brother Fancheng, should we wait for you? If we wait, we won't make it in time. Jiang Chen decisively responded, You guys go ahead. The monsters near the main city should be easy for you to handle now. Got it? Cheng Ying replied. Jiang Chun then quickly headed towards the main city. Nearly 20 minutes later, he arrived at the north gate of Lihua City and used the teleportation array to reach the central plaza of the main city. Without stopping, he headed straight to the blacksmith shop on the commercial street. Soon, Jiang Chen arrived at the shop with the sign Anya's Blacksmith Shop. He walked in with large strides and saw Anya crouching by the large furnace, continuously working the bellows, with the fire burning brightly. Task completed, Jiang Chen shouted. Anya looked up and didn't recognize Jiang Chen at first. Who are you? Oh. Jiang Chen then remembered to take off his mask. It's me. That's a nice mask, Anya exclaimed. How did you finish the task so quickly? Jiang Chen nodded. Of course. That's impressive, Anya said joyfully as he approached. Let me check the number of items. Jiang Chen took out the amethyst tears and purified spring water from his backpack. After checking, Anya said, The number of purified spring water is correct. I can help you purify those 2 platinum-level pieces of equipment for free, but you only have 9 amethyst tears. One is missing. Jiang Chen explained, The last amethyst tear didn't drop, but I got this instead. With that, he took out a pale, purple gemstone. This is an amethyst gem, Anya exclaimed. You encountered a mutated amethyst demon wolf in the mine and killed it? Jiang Chen smiled. Seems like you know quite a bit. This amethyst gem should be enough to help me repair my equipment, right? Yes, definitely. This gem is worth more than 10 amethyst tears and is priceless. Anya nodded repeatedly, his eyes fixed on the gem. Jiang Chen pretended to ponder. In that case, its value seems to exceed the requirement. I might as well wait until I gather 10 amethyst tears to complete the task. Wait! Anya hurriedly shouted, Give me this amethyst gem, and I'll repair an extra piece of equipment for you. Jiang Chen shook his head. I don't have any other equipment that needs repairing. Anya thought for a moment and said, I remember something that might interest you. What is it? Anya took out a small cloth bag and explained, tracking powder. It's a special consumable item. When the powder comes into contact with a target, it provides the target's location coordinates for 2 hours. It has 20 uses left. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Not bad. Anya proposed, I'll give you the tracking powder and repair your equipment in exchange for the amethyst gem. Deal. The system notified. You have obtained tracking powder. Jiang Chun then handed over the amethyst gem along with a damaged ring and 2 contaminated platinum pieces to Anu. Wait a moment. Everything will be ready in 10 minutes, Anu said as he took the equipment and began working at the large anvil. At that moment, Jiang Chun received a message from Tao Xiaoyao. Brother Fancheng, I think I've gotten into trouble. What happened? Jiang Chun asked. Tao Xiaoyao explained. I was farming monsters here, and someone kept bothering me. I let him into the monster group, and he accidentally died. Jiang Chun was indifferent. So what if he died? Tao Xiaoyao continued anxiously. Now a group of people has surrounded me, and where is Cheng Ying? Jiang Chun frowned slightly. Sister Cheng Ying was farming monsters on the other side. She's here now, and the other group hasn't dared to make a move yet, but she's already arguing with them. Jiang Chun knew this wasn't good. Cheng Ying was known for not backing down in verbal confrontations. He could already imagine her fiercely arguing with the other group. In the wild, a fight was inevitable. Tell Cheng Ying to hold them off. I'm on my way, Jiang Chun said decisively. Jiang Chun looked at Anu and instructed, I'll come back for the equipment later. Don't mess it up. Anu patted his chest confidently and replied, no problem. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Chun quickly left the blacksmith shop, crossed the bustling main city square, and headed to the teleportation array at the city gate. In a flash of light, his figure appeared outside the east gate. Let's rewind to a few minutes earlier in the eastern swamp. Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao were completing a task in this waterlogged, weed-filled quagmire. On the soft, black soil, half-human-sized blue frog monsters, giant thunder frogs, were hopping around. Due to the proximity to the main city, many players had gathered here, fighting the giant thunder frogs in groups of 3 or 4 scattered throughout the swamp. Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao, both skilled players having reached level 18, chose to hunt alone to increase efficiency. They each occupied a relatively open area, easily handling the level 13 giant thunder frogs with their superior attributes. In front of Tao Xiaoyao, a large yellow dog was nimbly dodging and attacking the giant thunder frogs, its agile movements and skillful maneuvers showcasing techniques far beyond most players. To her right, a gray bear was swinging its massive paws with incredible force, smashing down on the giant thunder frogs. Though the gray bear moved more slowly, its positioning was equally impressive. The excellent performance of these 2 summoned beasts was actually the result of Tao Xiaoyao's precise commands. Left to their own devices, they would likely be much clumsier. The gray bear, acquired through a server-wide quest as a 2-star skill, had higher health and attack power than the yellow dog but was indeed somewhat cumbersome, earning it the nickname Big Clumsy Bear. Tao Xiaoyao watched her summoned beasts intently, gently brushing aside a strand of hair from her face. Her clear, water-like eyes revealed a focus that belied her age, contrasting sharply with her delicate and beautiful features, creating a striking juxtaposition that was hard to look away from. Suddenly, Tao Xiaoyao's brows furrowed slightly as she took 2 steps to her right. At that moment, a gentle male voice came from behind her left side. Hello? May I get to know you? A handsome mage in a white robe approached, his ID showing as high above the cold. Tao Xiaoyao glanced at him and responded politely but coldly. What do you need? Unfazed, high above the cold smiled confidently. Nothing much. I just thought you were interesting and wanted to get to know you. How about adding me as a friend and hunting together? No need. Tao Xiaoyao shook her head, her gaze never leaving her summoned beasts in the distance. Despite his star-like looks, high above the cold appeared ordinary in Tao Xiaoyao's eyes. Having spent so much time with Jiang Chun, her standards had unknowingly risen. Feeling a bit slighted by Tao Xiaoyao's indifference, high above the cold kept his gentle smile. Don't worry, I mean no harm. If we team up, our efficiency will be much higher. No thanks, Tao Xiaoyao repeated, shaking her head. Undeterred, high above the cold continued. Are you worried about my skills? Rest assured, I'm not just a pretty face. Many people misunderstand me because of my looks and background, but my abilities are as strong as my appearance. As high above the cold prattled on, Tao Xiaoyao's frown deepened, and she quietly stepped further away. At this moment, the giant thunder frog in front of the big, grizzly bear fell. The bear turned to find its next target. Gao Chubishingan's face suddenly darkened, and he said in a deep voice, You don't believe me? With that, he waved his staff, and a swift ice spike shot through the air, accurately hitting the grizzly bear's target. Boom! The ice spike hit the giant thunder frog, drawing its attention to Gao Chubishingan. The grizzly bear roared in anger, clearly displeased that its prey had been snatched away. Tao Xiaoyao pouted in frustration and gently soothed, "Big Gray, let's find another one." She directed the grizzly bear toward another nearby creature. However, Gao Chubishingan struck again. A fireball whizzed over and lured that creature as well. Realizing that this area was no longer suitable for hunting, Tao Xiaoyao had no choice but to lead her big yellow dog and grizzly bear to another region. Unexpectedly, Gao Chubishingan's movement speed was exceptionally swift. He easily pulled two creatures behind him, a mocking smile on his face. "Let's see how many you can pull." Even the usually gentle Tao Xiaoyao couldn't help but get angry at this moment. She quickly adjusted her direction, heading toward a densely populated area of creatures. Gao Chubishingan sneered, "Heh, I'll play along," and followed her without a care. Tao Xiaoyao skillfully weaved through the creatures without attacking. Her movements weren't particularly fast, but her agility and precise distance control were exceptional. She moved like a butterfly among flowers, cleverly avoiding the attack range of each creature. However, Gao Chubishingan, following her, found the situation rapidly deteriorating. All the creature's aggro was focused entirely on him. Even though he mimicked Tao Xiaoyao's path step by step, the result was the same. It turned out these creatures had fixed movement ranges. Tao Xiaoyao seemed able to predict each creature's path, maintaining a safe distance as she passed. But as soon as Gao Chubishingan passed by, the creatures would suddenly turn around, close the distance, and transfer their aggro to him. In no time, at least 10 creatures swarmed toward Gao Chubishingan. Predicting the movement of one or two creatures was understandable with careful observation, but simultaneously observing and predicting so many creatures' paths was unbelievable. It far surpassed multitasking, reaching the level of multi-threaded operations. Gao Chubishingan struggled to cope as the creatures closed in, gradually forming a surround. Suddenly, Tao Xiaoyao took a step forward, then sidestepped to the right, seemingly escaping safely. Gao Chubishingan's eyes lit up, realizing Tao Xiaoyao's route could break the encirclement. He immediately followed, just about to sidestep when two creatures ahead suddenly turned and closed in on him. Gao Chubishingan's face turned pale, cold sweat beating on his forehead as he realized he was completely surrounded by wild creatures. More than 10 giant thunder frogs encircled him. Although only 7 or 8 could attack directly, each creature hit him once, and in less than 2 seconds, his health was nearly depleted. In his final moments, Gao Chubishingan's face twisted in rage as he shouted venomously at the distant Tao Xiaoyao. "You bitch, just you wait." Meanwhile, several figures rushed over, shouting, "Young Master Han." They couldn't believe that their boss's precious son, trying to flirt, had ended up in such a mess. By the time they reacted, Gao Chubishingan had already fallen. At the resurrection point in Lihua City, a beam of white light shone under a pristine angel statue. Gao Chubishingan, with a dark expression, emerged. He quickly opened his friends list and sent a mass message to the group labeled lackeys. "No matter what, you must kill that bitch Tao Xiaoyao. I want to see her at the resurrection point." Near the Eastern Marsh, an unexpected conflict was brewing. Someone had just died there, drawing the attention of numerous monster hunting players. "Isn't the dead guy that high up in the cold player?" one player asked in a low voice. "Yeah, it's Han Sikong," another player responded. "His dad is a big shot in the entertainment industry. They say the celebrities they've played with could fill a whole camp." "Oh, I've heard about him. This is going to be interesting." "Totally. He even has his own gaming studio with a whole team of people. By the way, that girl's ID looks familiar, but I can't quite place it." "Who cares? We're here for the drama." More and more players gathered around, eagerly discussing the sudden turn of events. At that moment, 4 figures approached Tao Xiaoyao, with more people following behind them. Leading the group was a warrior named Imperial Guard, who coldly said to Tao Xiaoyao, "Young Master Han said you must die and respawn today." Tao Xiaoyao, looking a bit aggrieved, argued, "He insisted on following me. How is this my fault?" "Explain that to young Master Han yourself. Our job is to send you back." Imperial Guard raised his hand to act, but a cloaked knight stopped him. "Wait, old way," the cloaked knight said urgently. "I think this girl is part of the first kill team." "What first kill team?" Imperial Guard asked, puzzled. "The team that got the first kill on the Flame Stone King. Didn't you see that video?" the cloaked knight explained. Imperial Guard frowned. "So what?" Young Master Han gave the order. "Are you defying him?" "No, that's not what I mean," the cloaked knight quickly clarified. "I'm saying she's not an easy target. We should wait for more people." Imperial Guard thought for a moment and quickly ordered, "Get everyone nearby over here. Don't let her escape." More players started gathering around, 6, 8, 11. Soon nearly 20 players were facing off against Tao Xiaoyao. This scene attracted even more attention, with some players even pulling monsters along just to watch the spectacle. Tao Xiaoyao cautiously assessed her surroundings, slowly stepping back to find a way out. Suddenly, a layer of ice spread under her feet, instantly reducing her health by about 10 and slowing her movement. Her summoned Biasa large yellow dog and a big gray bear roared angrily at the enemy mage who cast the spell. Tao Xiaoyao quickly shouted, "Little yellow, big gray, don't charge out." She commanded her summons to shield her from ranged attacks, but this also meant she lost her chance to flee. At this critical moment, Cheng Ying finally noticed something was wrong. She had just finished clearing a group of giant thunder frogs and was about to find the next wave of monsters when she realized Tao Xiaoyao was missing. Scanning the area, she saw the gathering crowd in the distance and immediately sensed trouble. Cheng Ying quickly checked the mini-map to confirm her teammate's position. Her expression changed, and she sprinted towards the crowd. Soon, she saw Tao Xiaoyao surrounded by at least 20 players who seemed ready to attack. "Xiaoyao!" Cheng Ying shouted as she rushed towards her. "Cheng Ying!" Tao Xiaoyao's face showed a hint of relief, but quickly turned worried. "Don't come over, run!" "What happened?" Cheng Ying ignored the warning and stood firmly beside Tao Xiaoyao. Tao Xiaoyao quickly explained the situation in the team chat. The surrounding players recognized Cheng Ying, causing a stir. "Isn't that the top knight in the national servers?" "Yeah, that's Cheng Ying the Great." I knew Tao Xiaoyao's ID looked familiar. "She's part of the first kill team. No wonder. Han Sitsong's men are waiting for reinforcements. This is the top knight in the nation. Do they really think they can take him down? I doubt it. They're in for a rude awakening. Is he really that strong? Isn't this a bit exaggerated?" The whispers around, though quiet, were numerous and reached the ears of those on the field. The group of over 20 royal guards, led by their captain, hesitated upon hearing this, their weapons trembling slightly in their hands, clearly showing signs of uncertainty. Seeing this, the cloak knight quickly leaned in and whispered urgently to the captain, "Old Wei, get everyone from the vicinity of Liwa City over here." The captain asked, clearly puzzled, "We have at least 70 or 80 people in Liwa City. Do we really need to go this far?" The cloak knight's expression was serious, his brow furrowed. "Reputation isn't built on nothing. Just call them over. If we can't account for this to Master Han, we're both finished." The captain nodded and swiftly began to gather his men. Meanwhile, on Cheng Ying's side, after hearing Tao Xiaoyao's story, she was furious. She glared at the opposing crowd and demanded loudly, "What do you want?" The captain of the royal guards glanced coldly at Tao Xiaoyao and replied sternly, "This girl caused Master Han's death. She must die." Cheng Ying spat disdainfully. What a load of crap. Wasn't it his own fault? The captain's face darkened, and he threatened, "Watch your mouth. Don't think that just because you're strong, we won't deal with you." Cheng Ying was unafraid and retorted, "Oh really? And what are you going to do about it?" The captain sneered, "You think you're so tough? To Master Han, you're nothing. In the real world, he could crush you with money alone." Cheng Ying mocked, "Are you a pencil case? Because you sure can fit a lot of pens. Looks like your mom cut off your intelligence along with your umbilical cord." The captain laughed angrily. "Keep running your mouth. You'll be crying soon enough." Cheng Ying waved her shield and soared dismissively. "Why wait? Come at me now. You think I'm scared of you? A bunch of Shakespearean actors without the talent." "Shakespearean actors without the talent?" The captain was momentarily confused, then roared in anger, "You're asking for it." His subordinates couldn't hold back any longer, shouting, "Captain, let's do it. Why are we being so cowardly? It's embarrassing. Attack." The captain ordered. Cheng Ying tightened her grip on her shield, ready for battle. "Bring it on. You think I'm afraid of dying?" At that moment, Tao Xiaoyao anxiously said in the team chat, "Sister Cheng Ying, I just messaged Brother Fanchen. He said to hold on until he gets here. There are too many of them for us to handle alone." Just as tensions were about to explode, the cloak knight suddenly shouted, "Wait." He urgently addressed the captain. "Old Wei, Brother Wei, our reinforcements are almost here. We can't afford any mistakes. Please, just wait a bit longer. I'm begging you." The captain swallowed his anger and said, "Wait for the reinforcements." The scene fell into an eerie silence as both sides waited tensely. Soon, a large group of people appeared in the distance, moving towards them. A rough count showed at least 70 or 80 people. "They're here," the cloak knight said excitedly, rubbing his hands together. The captain's face lit up with a smug smile. He looked at Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao and sneered, "You're done for." In no time, the group surrounded Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao. Seeing Tao Xiaoyao's pale face, Cheng Ying softly reassured her, "It's okay, Xiaoyao. Don't be afraid. We'll get our chance for revenge." Tao Xiaoyao shook her head, feeling guilty. "I'm not afraid, Sister Cheng Ying. I just feel bad for dragging you into this." Cheng Ying's face suddenly brightened with excitement. She scanned the crowd, her fighting spirit ignited. "Don't worry about it. I've been itching to have a big fight like Brother Fanchen. Killing one is worth it. Killing two is a bargain. Kill them." The captain ordered, and everyone prepared to attack. At this critical moment, a clear voice suddenly rang out. "Excuse me, gentlemen, coming through." The captain and his men were momentarily stunned, while Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao exchanged wide-eyed glances, their faces lighting up with joy. "Brother Fanchan is here!" Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao exclaimed in unison, their eyes sparkling with joy. Jiang Chun had indeed arrived, or rather, he had already been there quietly. He stood at the edge of the crowd, piecing together the events from the murmurs around him. The troublemaker was Han Sikong, a name that made Jiang Chun frown slightly. He had expected Han Sikong to lead an army and attack personally after his revival, but although the enemy forces were here, Han Sikong was nowhere to be seen. Seeing the enemy troops growing restless, Jiang Chun didn't hesitate any longer. He quickly pushed through the crowd of onlookers and, with a few swift moves, arrived at the center of the scene. "Brother Fanchan." The two girls' eyes lit up as they hurried over to him. "That was terrifying. I almost lost it," Cheng Ying said, her face betraying a smile she couldn't hide despite her words. Beside her, Tao Xiaoyao also wore a serene smile, as if having their anchor back made her feel much more at ease. Jiang Chun shook his head helplessly. "Terrifying, you say? With that battle-ready look on your face. I think you're more afraid of me stopping you from going on a killing spree." He had seen it clearly. There was no trace of fear in Cheng Ying's excited demeanor. "No way, I was just trying to psych myself up," Cheng Ying muttered softly, fiddling with her fingers after being exposed. This stark contrast left the surrounding onlookers stunned. Many were inwardly shouting, "Just moments ago, you were lashing out at everyone, and now you're acting all meek?" On the other side, the Imperial Guard frowned deeply, keenly sensing a shift in the atmosphere of the opposing camp. It was as if they no longer took them seriously. This disdain made him feel uneasy. He quietly asked the cloaked knight beside him, "Is this guy also part of the first kill team?" "That's right. All 3 members of the first kill team are here." The cloaked knight's eyes seemed to burn with determination. "Is he strong?" The Imperial Guard voiced his doubts. "No matter how strong, he's just a healer. We have the advantage." With the arrival of their main force, the cloaked knight seemed like a different person, brimming with confidence. He relished the feeling of being the center of attention, commanding a large group, like a boss from a gangster movie with hundreds of followers, satisfying his unfulfilled desires from reality. "Good." Encouraged, the Imperial Guard's doubts vanished. He looked at Jiang Chun and coldly said, "Since your first kill team is so eager to reunite, then you can all die together. Everyone, get ready." The Imperial Guard raised his hand, and the cloaked knight followed suit. The onlookers, realizing things were about to escalate, quickly backed away to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. "Wait!" Jiang Chun suddenly spoke. "Where is your Han Xiao? You'll see him soon enough." The Imperial Guard's face remained unchanged as he dropped his hand and shouted, "Attack! Take down that healer first." Before he could finish, a large burst of white light suddenly illuminated the area. "Here we go!" Cheng Ying's excited voice rang out, already anticipating what was to come. As a hexagram magic circle appeared, nearly half of the 100-strong team on the Imperial Guard side was enveloped in the blinding white light. If not for the ordinary players around, Jiang Chun could have positioned the magic circle deeper, covering the entire enemy team. Even so, 60 to 70 people fell instantly. Apart from a few survivors at the far end, the entire opposing team seemed wiped out by an invisible hand, leaving the center of the scene suddenly spacious. For a moment, there was dead silence. Many hadn't yet processed what had happened, and it took several seconds before scattered murmurs began. What kind of skill was that? How did so many people just vanish? How can such an overpowered skill exist so early in the game? The range, the damage, doesn't it break the game's balance? If I hadn't seen it myself, I'd have thought it was a boss using that skill. Is this really not a hack? Is this hack safe? The onlookers buzzed with chatter, while the few remaining enemies fled in panic. Meanwhile, at the resurrection point in Lihua City, under the white statue, Gaochu Bushingan was waiting impatiently. Occasionally, white light would flash, but none of the revived were the ones he was waiting for. Those useless idiots. Why is it taking them so long to kill someone? He was eager to see Tao Xiaoyao's despairing face as she walked out of the resurrection point, so he could humiliate her and make her understand the consequences of angering him. But where were they? Fuming, Gaochu Bushingan was about to open his friend's list when suddenly, the resurrection point lit up with countless beams of white light, so dense they formed a continuous glow. A large group of people emerged, looking bewildered. Just as Gaochu Bushingan was about to question what was happening, he froze. He recognized familiar faces. Among the crowd, many, including the Imperial Guard and the Cloaked Knight, also saw him. Their previously confused expressions turned pale in an instant. "Are you messing with me?" Gaochu Bushingan's icy voice rang out. Han Xiao. In the eastern marshlands, A fierce conflict had just subsided. The royal guards were retreating, and the surrounding players gradually dispersed. Some were tempted to approach, but Jiang Qin's sharp gaze deterred them, and they quickly backed off. Turning to Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao, Jiang Qin asked with concern, "How's your mission progressing?" Tao Xiaoyao, looking a bit downcast, replied softly, "Time's running out." "It's my fault." Cheng Ying immediately interrupted her, shaking her head dismissively. "What does this have to do with you? Trouble found us. Are we supposed to just take it lying down?" Jiang Qin pressed on. "How much more do you need?" "We need 50 frog skins, and we're still short of around 20. Only 3 or 4 minutes left," Tao Xiaoyao answered honestly. Jiang Chun frowned slightly, thinking for a moment before asking, "Do we need to return to the main city to submit the task?" "No." Qingning shook her head, her eyes suddenly lighting up. "Brother Fanchen, can you help us pull the mobs?" Jiang Chen waved his hand in agreement. 3 or 4 minutes is enough to pull 20 mobs. As for killing them, one-shot kills don't take time. The two girls' eyes lit up, and they exclaimed in unison, "Got it!" They then dashed off to start pulling mobs. Soon, one giant thunder frog after another was lured behind them. Under Tao Xiaoyao's command, a large yellow dog and a big gray bear kept harassing the nearby small mobs. In no time, a large group of monsters was gathered together. Jiang Qin swiftly moved forward and unleashed the Holy Light Apocalypse Array. Accompanied by a dazzling hexagram magic circle, all the monsters fell instantly. "Quick, gather the materials!" Cheng Ying shouted. The two of them quickly scavenged the corpses of the giant thunder frogs. "Got enough?" The two girls announced excitedly after a short while. Cheng Ying took out a cylindrical frame from her backpack, while Tao Xiaoyao produced a bone mallet. They stacked the collected frog skins and stretched them over the frame. Soon, a large drum covered with blue frog skin appeared before them. Jiang Qin couldn't help but tease, covering a drum with 50 frog skins. That's quite the statement. "Hurry up, Xiaoyao, time's almost up," Cheng Ying urged, her voice filled with excitement. Tao Xiaoyao nodded and, gripping the drumstick tightly, struck the drum with force. Boom! 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 3 resounding drum beats echoed, and tiny blue sparks danced on the drum skin. In an instant, a ghostly old man materialized in midair. The lingering soul of Lei Ling Guyuan. Jiang Qin read the old man's information, a look of surprise crossing his face. He thought to himself, beings referred to as Ling usually belong to the ancient spirit races like fire spirits, water spirits, wind spirits, etc. According to the ancient chronicles of the gods, the current elemental powers originate from these spirit races. However, these powerful spirit races have mostly vanished for unknown reasons, and only a few spirit souls remain in the world. A hint of joy flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. He was genuinely happy for the two girls for obtaining such a rare quest. He knew that such special tasks were all about luck, and even if he were in the team, he might not have received it. The elderly man, with his long beard flowing, looked at Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao and slowly began to speak. "I am Gu Yuan. I never expected that my fading soul would be summoned by you. It seems the gods do not wish for my legacy to end. Since you two have this fate with me, I will give you a small gift. How much you can accept depends on your own fortune." Before he finished speaking, the ghostly elder formed seals with his hands, and a blue light enveloped the two girls. Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao were soon covered in a fine layer of blue sparks, which lasted for a good 10 seconds before gradually fading. At the same time, a small zaped blue mark, resembling a tiny lightning bolt, appeared on their foreheads, then slowly disappeared. A system notification followed. "You have received the incomplete inheritance of Lei Ling Guyuan, granting an additional 10 lightning damage to any attack." Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao exchanged smiles, their faces beaming with joy. The old man gave a final word of advice. "I hope you can nurture this seed of power well. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. It is time for me to join my kin." The old man's voice drifted away like a gentle breeze as his figure vanished instantly. Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao bowed slightly in the direction where he disappeared, then excitedly ran towards Jiangchen. "Brother Fancheng, we got extra lightning damage," Cheng Ying eagerly announced. Tao Xiaoyao added, "It's 10 extra damage now, and it can still grow." Jiangchen nodded slightly. "Not bad." He turned to Tao Xiaoyao. "You're a summoner. Try applying this extra damage to your summoned beasts first." Tao Xiaoyao immediately understood and called out loudly, "Big Gray!" In the distance, a large gray bear rushed towards a giant thunder frog. It swung its paw and struck down hard. As the paw made contact, a faint blue lightning flashed. "It works!" Tao Xiaoyao cheered. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Cheng Ying and Tao Xiaoyao quickly dispatched the giant thunder frog. "Let's head back to the main city," Jiang Chen said. "Once I get the equipment from the blacksmith, I'll take you to level up. The level 20 opening dungeon is available now, and you need to reach level 20 to join. The two girls were currently at level 18, and the opening dungeon required players to be at least level 20. Got it? Tao Xiaoyao nodded. Yay! Cheng Ying cheered, raising her small fist in excitement. With that, Jiang Chun led the two towards Lihua City. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the east gate. Players were bustling about, just as usual. Jiang Chun muttered softly, I can't believe Han Skong didn't think to block the gate. Knowing his personality, I thought he'd do something stupid like that. Unbeknownst to him, Han Skong had logged off and was currently berating his team in their studio. The trio used the teleportation array to reach the main city square. Jiang Chen's eyes landed on the announcement board in the distance, where a golden quest was prominently displayed. Main quest, Dreamland's secret realm. Quest details. The teleportation array to the royal city is disabled due to the influence of the Dreamland Lord. Head to the ancient ruins of Dreamland City at the northernmost part of Snow City, find the entrance to the secret realm, and defeat the Dreamland Lord to reopen the Royal City Passage. Tip 1. To encourage completion, teleportation fees to Snow City are temporarily waived. Tip 2. Due to the high difficulty of the Dreamland Secret Realm, players must be level 20 or higher to enter. Jiang Chen focused on the quest, and a system prompt popped up. Main quest, Dreamland's secret realm triggered. Do you accept? Accept. Jiang Chen agreed without hesitation. Although this quest was available in all main cities and required level 20 to complete, it didn't stop some from wanting to scout ahead. After all, exploring new maps was always an exciting endeavor. Meanwhile, in the northern part of Snow City, amidst falling snow, a group of 40 to 50 people trudged through the crunching snow towards a vast expanse of ruins. Thick snow covered the broken walls, revealing only parts of the blackened, decayed structures. This group belonged to a small guild named Explorer's Haven. This must be the ancient Dreamland city. Zirii, the guild leader, surveyed the surroundings and said slowly, It really is a ruin. The entire city seems to have turned into a wasteland, a guild member chimed in. Zirii's eyes gleamed with excitement. Let's move. If we find the entrance to the Dreamland secret realm, we'll hit the jackpot. He turned to his companions. Is everyone recording? We've been recording the whole time, guild leader, the group responded in unison. Good, let's go. The group pressed forward through the thick snow, meticulously exploring the ruins. Before long, a strange scene unfolded. The 10 or so members of Explorer's Haven, including the guild leader who was leading the way, suddenly noticed that the surrounding snow had vanished. In its place were numerous floating structures, arranged at varying heights, creating a mesmerizing and dizzying sight. It's like the city is divided into several layers. At the very top, almost touching the sky, sits the grandest mansion, floating among the clouds. The lowest buildings hover just a few meters above the ground. Each structure has a floating staircase connecting it to the ground, and the layers are linked by these suspended staircases as well. However, this eerie scene isn't the most shocking part. President, why did you stop? A guild member asked perplexedly. Soon after, the members at the back were stunned to see that the dozen or so people at the front had all frozen in place, as if they had fallen asleep. Even more unsettling, a transparent bubble with a shimmering rainbow hue had enveloped each of them. One member, gathering his courage, approached the president to wake him up. But as soon as he got close, he too froze in place, encased in a similar transparent bubble that reflected a dreamy array of colors in the sunlight. The remaining 20 or so guild members were petrified. Their calls to the frozen members met with no response. I'll give it a try, another member said through gritted teeth, stepping forward. As expected, as soon as he entered a certain range, he too was enveloped in a transparent bubble, immobilized on the spot. This bizarre sight left the others too scared to move. Log off quickly and see what's happening with the president, someone suddenly shouted, snapping the others out of their stupor. Several core members immediately logged out, removed their headsets, and rushed to the president's office. They found him still wearing his gaming headset, eyes closed, unresponsive to their calls. A chill ran down their spines. Why is something in the game affecting reality? They felt a shiver of fear, but quickly checked the president's condition. Thankfully, he was breathing steadily, his heartbeat was normal, and his eyes were moving as if in deep sleep. They then posted the recorded video on the official forum, titling it, Mysterious Sleep in Game Mirrors Real Life. What now? Within minutes, the forum was abuzz with speculation. Soon after, an official announcement appeared. Warning, all players are advised to avoid the ancient Dream City ruins. We are investigating this matter and have temporarily classified this unknown force as an extra-dimensional power. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.